Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4BP Chapter 106. Thunder's Ownership, Surprise Karina, 5th Update. What? As far away as Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office. Buddha's Sengoku suddenly stood up, surprised and annoyed. Strawberry and the others were attacked? At this moment, he really had the urge to scold his mother. What the FK is going on? It only takes 10 days and a half. The generals in the naval headquarters were in trouble one after another. Yes, the lifeguard has been burned to ashes, confirmed to have been sacrificed. Branu was sweating profusely and hurriedly reported there. Besides, before the warship Barry Vice Admiral lost contact, it urgently sent back a message asking for help, saying that it had encountered a blood prison. So, it's certain that blood prison Ren attacked them. Damn it, Sengoku slapped the table hard and said angrily, it's him again. This madman, does he want to be an enemy of Marine until death? It has been less than half a year since the other party went to sea and became a pirate. How many naval headquarters generals have been lost at the hands of blood prison Ren? And that's not even counting those lower level Marines. No matter how huge Marine's wealth is, he can't afford such consumption. So far, 6 naval headquarters Vice Admiral, 18 Rear Admiral, 55 Commodore, Colonel, have died in his hands. The crane on the side, Vice Admiral, was sitting upright with a solemn face. Shocking and mind-numbing statistics were reported there. There are countless officers below the rank of captain, at least tens of thousands. It can be said to be unprecedentedly bad. Listen to Vice Admiral's summary of Marine casualties. Even the hero Garp, who was sitting on the sofa and eating donuts as if nothing happened, couldn't help but stop. He frowned and said in a deep voice towards Buddha Sengoku. Sengoku, this blood prison Ren is too dangerous and can no longer be left alone. You don't need to remind me, I haven't settled the accounts with you about your grandson yet. Buddha Sengoku glared at Garp angrily, looking at the reward list on the desk belonging to blood prison Ren. The Marine Marshal clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of unspeakable fear. What a troublesome guy, he's progressing too fast. Rao is the Sengoku of Buddha, after listening to the T-Dolphins report. They couldn't help but feel a little stunned. I always feel that it is some fantasy and I can't believe it. How many days has it been, after that brat left the Strawhat Pirates? His strength is like riding a rocket, advancing by leaps and bounds. First during the battle with Admiral Aokiji, armament hockey has broken through to the level of most naval headquarters elite vice admirals, and observation hockey has broken through to the exaggerated level of foreseeing the future. Now mastered Conqueror's entanglement. Moreover, the ability of the Phantom Beast, the unicorn form, in addition to being able to control fire, can also control the power of the earth. Thinking about his age again, it is really frightening. If we continue to let it grow like this, what's the point? I have arranged for the T-Dolphins to go to Egghead Island, Egghead, where the Marine Science Unit is located, to take over Kizaru's escort duties and let him come back. Advertisement. Blood Hell Ren's ability is too difficult to deal with. Needless to say, the kind of flames that keep strangers away and can easily melt the earth into magma. I didn't expect that I could actually control the power of the earth. Even the T-Dolphin, who is the Logia Earth fruit ability user, was suppressed and suffered a big loss. The key is that although he has removed the wings that the Lunarian tribe was born with, the ability of the Phantom Beast species, the unicorn form, allows him to walk in the air and run with all his strength, flying faster than Kaido of the blue dragon form of the beasts is even faster, and coupled with the Lunarian tribe's overly strong racial talent that can ignore damage. Ordinary strong men cannot hold back the opponent at all. If we want to get rid of that brat as soon as possible, he must take action. On this sea, there is a certain fighting nature in the battle between strong men. This does not mean that Admiral Kizaru is necessarily stronger than Admiral Aokiji and others. But relatively speaking, Kizaru, as a Logia sparkling fruit user, not only has flash speed, but also has amazing flying ability. He is the fastest person in naval headquarters. Although Blood Prison Ren's terrifying ability can restrain Aokiji's frozen fruits to a certain extent, even Sha Yun's earthy fruits are restrained. But it can't restrain Kizaru's sparkling fruit, because no matter how powerful the flame is, it cannot melt the light. At the very least, even if the opponent cannot be eliminated in a short time, Kizaru can hold the kid tightly so that he can no longer escape. When the time comes, let Admiral Aokiji or other combat forces from naval headquarters go to reinforce them as soon as possible. He didn't believe that Ren from Blood Prison could still escape. And this time, Buddha's Sengoku does not know. Far above Guy Island, on Sky Island, 10,000 meters above sea level. Phew, I'm so exhausted. Karina, sweating profusely, sat there, panting. Are you too weak? As a powerful female warrior in Sandia, Lan Shi, who was also sweating profusely, looked at her with pride. I still have some strength left. But say so. In fact, Lan Shi couldn't help but feel a little amazed. Karina has been alone on the sea since she was a child. Strictly speaking, Karina, who has experienced many hardships, is not as weak as she thought. Especially when you really make up your mind to become stronger and train relentlessly. That tenacious will really surprise Lan Shi, even some admiration. Don't be complacent, I will surpass you soon. Karina stared at the other person, her teeth itching. I was holding a deep breath in my heart. Her unwillingness to admit defeat made her eager to catch up and even surpass her opponent as soon as possible. So, train very hard every day, until the last stamina is squeezed out. Lanchi, Karina. No time for the two of them to continue bickering. From a distance, Zan Wappa came over. Wappa, what's wrong? Lanchi looked at Wappa, who was always serious and unsmiling, and asked with some concern. I seem to have heard that there was some commotion over there. Don't worry, Ren sent someone over. Waking up the phone in his hand, Wappa said directly. Ren just called and said that the situation has changed. He has successfully recruited many partners and asked us to go over and join him. Plans often fail to keep up with changes. The operation in the Seven Waters capital was surprisingly smooth, and many partners were recruited. Advertisement in particular, he unexpectedly received the help of the raccoon Pado, who can be called a magic oil, and it was also confirmed that Brian Tunney can use his munch fruit ability to bite back other people's devil fruit abilities. Back after destroying Buster Call yesterday, Ren immediately changed his original plan. Using the ability of Huali Pado, he transformed into Calamity Jin. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents, he transformed into a Pteranodon and set off directly from an altitude of 10,000 meters through the permanent pointer he made. The real Thunder Fruit, the telephone bug used for communication, the recording pointer and other related items were sent to Wappa and others. It was also through the phone bug that War Ghost Wappa realized that his responsibility for guarding Devil Fruit was fake and that Ren Song was testing Karina. After confirming that Karina is very calm these days and is training hard every day, Ren asked him to deliver the real Thunder Fruit to Karina. Activate the arc Proverbs and go to join him. Ren wants us to meet him? Great. Karina's eyes lit up, the whole person jumped with joy. Originally, she thought she would really stay on Sky Island for 2 or 3 months. That's great. Lan Chi couldn't help but be full of surprises. She couldn't wait to leave for Qinghai, see the man who makes you dream as soon as possible. By the way, Wappa threw a treasure box directly to Karina and said, Ren asked me to give this to you. Al, Karina caught the box. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and his pupils tightened. This is Thunderfruit. Lan Chi on the side couldn't help being shocked. Inside the treasure box is a golden fruit with lightning-shaped barbs. Surprisingly, it was the Thunder Fruit that the Sandia clan gave to Ren a few days ago. Do you really want to give this to me? Karina was surprised and happy. Looking at Wappa in disbelief. How powerful Logia Thunderfruit is, Ren has already introduced it to her. As long as you eat it, you will immediately gain powerful power. 4.8 Even as long as you work hard and persist in practice in the future, you will work hard to develop the fruit's ability. There is no chance to become the top strong man in this sky and sea. Although I envy your luck, this is Ren's decision. Wappa shrugged and said with a chuckle. He wants to let you, the navigator, eat it and then use the ability of Thunderfruit to activate Arc Proverbs and take us to join him. He had nothing to complain about. After all, what the Sandia clan gave Ren was his business to do with. Moreover, Ren once mentioned that a more suitable fruit ability has been found for him. It actually made Wappa look forward to it. However, you should know the value of this fruit very well without me telling you. He took a deep breath. Looking at Karina, he said in a serious voice, I hope you will not let down Ren's trust and expectations of you in the future. Of course, I won't let Ren down. A somewhat excited Karina touched her pink fist and was full of determination. Having witnessed Ren's catastrophic power with her own eyes, how could she not yearn for it? Now that I have the opportunity to become a real strong man. Only fools don't take advantage of opportunities. Chapter 107 Ren. Nika is nothing, open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Ahem. The next day, early in the morning. Rob Lucci, who felt excruciating pain all over his body and his eyelids were unbelievably heavy, coughed violently and weakly opened his eyes. Ah, what's going on? Lucci, you wake up. Meet Rob Lucci waking up. Jabra, Kaku and others next to him were all a little surprised. With Kaku's support, Rob Lucci leaned on the pillow. Looking at the simple facilities around him, he soon concluded that he was on a ship. For a moment, there was some confusion. The situation is like this. Jabra on the side took a deep breath and began to explain. After Rob Lucci was defeated by the Straw Hats, they were abandoned by Spandam, pushed out as scapegoats, removed from CP9 and wanted by the world government, and told each other a series of stories. Of course, there is also the story about Buster Call being destroyed by Blood Prison Ren, being chased by a fleet led by Marine Vice Admiral Stallo Berry, and being at the end of their rope, they were saved by each other. So that's it. The brain is constantly thinking. Digesting that series of information. Rob Lucci's expression changed, and a flash of cruelty flashed in his eyes. That be ********* D Spandam. Unexpectedly, I was rescued by a pirate. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He looked directly at Kaku, Jabra, Khalifa and others. In other words, Nico Robin was taken away by Blood Prison Ren at the beginning, right? He didn't expect that. While sleeping, so much has happened. Even he, who was seriously injured and in a coma, had a fever and couldn't wake up. Blood Prison Ren directly used the ability of his companion's phantom beast species to transform into a raccoon form, and transform the pirate, Death Doctor, Trafalgar Law with the Op Fruit ability. Use Op Fruit's ability to give him emergency treatment. Early this morning, I barely woke up. Well, that's the situation. Bluno said helplessly. Rob Lucci looked calm and made a decision. Take me to meet that guy. Not long after, inside the somewhat spacious hall, Ren crossed his legs and sat on a sofa. Robin, Perona, Brian Tunney, Civet Cat Pato and others were all sitting next to him. In front of him was a group of CP9 who were in a state of embarrassment and a little uneasy. It seems that you were recovering well and you woke up faster than I thought. Looking at Rob Lucci, who looked pale and forced himself to be calm. He glanced at Kaku, Jabra and others who were sweating profusely and nervous. Ren said with a smile. I asked a few of them before if they wanted to join us, but they said they would wait until you wake up, and everything will be up to you. Now that you wake up, it will be easier. Looking at Rob Lucci, Ren asked with a smile. How about it? Continue to be a disposable dog for the world government, or become my partner, you choose for yourself. What if we don't agree? Rob Lucci, who was wearing medical bandages and was a little weak, couldn't help but ask directly. What do you think about the lackeys of the world government who still cherish their master even after being abandoned? Ren smiled. Advertisement. Rob Lucci was silent. Kaku, Jabra, Fukuru et al. They all couldn't help but tense up and break out in cold sweat. Even though Ren was smiling, he didn't show any murderous intent. But they still felt cold all over and felt unprecedented pressure. The meaning of the other party's words is self-evident. Gia hee hee, after all, we are pirates, not philanthropists. Brian Tunney licked his lips and said with a strange smile. Well, you don't have to be so resistant. Ren crossed his fingers and placed them on his knees. Looking at the CP9 and others headed by Rob Lucci, he said, after all, there is no such precedent among you CP9. As far as I know, there is a former CP9 member named Fozzie Fu, who is very nourishing in the Beast's Pirates, and is one of the so-called Flying Six Cells. I think you all should know each other, Foz F? The traitor who escaped from prison several times. Rob Lucci and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they heard this. He looked at Ren with some shock, obviously not expecting that the other party knew about Foz Fu, a former member of CP9. Foz Fu was once the strongest CP9 genius at the same time as Jabra. It was only later that he was replaced by the sudden emergence of Rob Lucci. Are there any other CP9 members who have become pirates? Gia hee hee, this isn't the first time I've heard of such a thing. Even Robin, Perona, Brian Tunney and others couldn't help but be a little surprised. Unexpectedly, someone in CP9 had already betrayed the world government. Added to Beast's Pirates. Ah, that guy was once responsible for escorting a devil fruit, but he was attacked by red hair pirates and stole the fruit. Ren said directly. The top leaders of the world government were furious and imprisoned him directly. Later, he escaped from prison and became a pirate. Conquered by Kaido, the Beast, and joined the Beast's Pirates. Devil fruit. Robin's pupils shrank sharply. Not only her, but also Brian Tunney and others couldn't help but be curious. What kind of devil fruit is actually related to the red hair pirates? You know quite a lot. Rob Lucci looked deeply at Ren. I didn't expect that the other party even knew such confidential information. I know a lot more than you think, Ren smiled. Looking at Rob Lucci, he said teasingly, unfortunately, the person with the ability of that fruit has become the enemy of your CP9. And not long ago, you had a battle with each other and suffered an unprecedented defeat. As a result, you were removed from CP9 by the world government and ordered Marine to pursue you. What? That Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, how is it possible? Rubber fruit. Hear the words whether it's CP9 members such as Rob Lucci or Robin and others. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, a little shocked. Especially Robin and Tony, they couldn't help but be stunned. Advertisement. After Ren's introduction, they knew very well how special that rubber fruit was. Who would have never expected that the devil fruit snatched away by the red hair pirates, whom Ren mentioned was Fozzie Fu, the former CP9 member who was responsible for escorting, turned out to be rubber fruit. That's really a coincidence. Lucci's expression changed and he couldn't help but clenched his fists. Aren't you very unwilling to lose to that guy Luffy? Ren's eyes were full of smiles, and he looked at Lucci teasingly. Do you know why you will lose to him? HMPH. That guy, I will settle the score with him severely. Lucci's face turned purple and he gritted his teeth and said. He has received rigorous training since he was a child, and is recognized as a genius. He is arrogant and arrogant. I never thought that I would lose to a mere Straw Hat kid who was just starting out. Thinking of the rubber fruit and those messy moves. He couldn't help but feel a little unwilling and felt deeply humiliated. What the hell is that? No, I'm not laughing at you. Ren stood up. That invisible momentum. Let Kaku, Jabra and others feel great pressure. He looked directly at Lucci, who was frowning and a little confused, and asked with a smile. Do you think that a mediocre paramecia rubber fruit is really worthy of the world government being so cautious and sending the most powerful person from CP9? Not only did the strong man go to escort him because the mission failed, but he was also furiously held responsible for the fact that he was faced with a formidable enemy, the red hair pirates. Even in anger, you would not hesitate to abandon a senior agent who was finally trained. 620. You mean? Rob Lucci's eyes narrowed sharply. Thinking back to the incident that year, I did feel that it was a bit strange, but I didn't dare to investigate it in depth. The whole person couldn't help but trembled all over, with a look of shock on his face. Could it be? Because it is a fruit with the name of God. Ren pressed his shoulder, bowed his head in his ear, and said with a smile. For hundreds of years, the world government has been deliberately trying to completely erase his real name from history. and even changed the Devil Fruit illustrated book to remove it. It was renamed Rubber Fruit, and I even tried to get it, but accidents like this happen repeatedly, and I never succeeded. Its real name is Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Species Nika Form. What? Nika Form? Hey, are you kidding me? It's just a fruit. Even if it's a rare species of phantom beast, does the world government really need to do this? Not just Lucci. All the agents named CP9 were stunned. They all opened their mouths wide, looking at Ren in disbelief, and cold sweat broke out. What did they hear? There is such a thing as world government. You actually have to go out of your way to change an inexplicable fruit? For hundreds of years, they have worked hard and deliberately concealed their existence? Perona, who was following Robin, widened her eyes in disbelief. Nika? What is that? Nika is nothing. Ren glanced at her, Kaido serious. Robin next to him was speechless and rolled his eyes at him. Do you think Monkey D. Luffy just has a rubber-like body that can expand and contract freely? Looking at Lucci, who looked horrified and full of shock. Ren shrugged, sat back on the sofa, and said playfully, from a capability perspective, you can't beat that guy. Rob Lucci. Chapter 108 Rob Lucci's Choice, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Close Black Lens Bracket. Strawhat Luffy. In the lobby of the pirate ship. Rob Lucci clenched his fists tightly. The whole person stayed there, muttering a little absently. Everyone fruit phantom beast species Nika form? So that's it? No wonder that Straw Hat Boy has such tenacious vitality. No matter how many times he fell down, he stood up again in the blink of an eye. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that it was Zone's ability user, or a phantom beast species. So, Straw Hat Luffy's ability is not paramecia at all, but Zone? Kaku was also incredulous, and it's a species of phantom beast that is even rarer than Logia? For the ability of a Zone phantom beast fruit to attract so much attention from the world government, I guess there must be something special about it, right? Rob Lucci took a deep breath. He looked at Ren in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Special place. Ren raised an eyebrow. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, of course it does. It is said that although it has experienced many hosts, no one has been awakened for 800 years. No one has awakened in 800 years? Rob Lucci was shocked. As a member of the secret cipher POLCP9 directly under the world government, he naturally knows about Devil Fruit and its deeper, awakening, stage. However, once you truly awaken, you will be able to release more strength and freedom, and you can fight as you wish. He looked at the shocked Rob Lucci and said with a chuckle, don't look at the previous battle. Luffy blew his fists and legs to become as big as a giant. It's a bit exaggerated. That's just childish. If his ability is awakened, he can even directly make his fist as big as the Water City. Even if you consume too much in the battle and fall down from exhaustion, you can still rely on your tenacious will to control the fruit's ability to instantly recover your physical strength. So, it is known as the most ridiculous ability in the world. What? Hey, is it true? The fist became as big as the island. Gulu. Isn't that too exaggerated? Is it possible for humans to do this kind of thing? Even if you fall down from exhaustion, you can recover your strength instantly. The most ridiculous ability in the world? Hear Ren say this? Rob Lucci's whole body was shaken and he looked at him in disbelief. Kaku, Jabra, Fukuru and others all looked dull. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. A fist as big as an island? I can't help but break into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Advertisement. The key is that he can actually recover his physical strength instantly even when he is exhausted. It's just mind-numbing. So, here's the question. He looked at Rob Lucci with amusement. How many punches do you think you can take by then? Rob Lucci. What about the most ridiculous ability in the world? He hasn't awakened yet. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Besides, you said that no one has awakened in 800 years. Does the Straw Hat Boy definitely have that qualification? He doesn't believe it and will never approve it. That stupid Straw Hat Boy can do that. An ability that has never been awakened for hundreds of years must be far more difficult than imagined. Who knows? To Lucci. Ren chuckled lightly and was noncommittal. Now that it's all said and done, he rested his elbows on his knees and crossed his fingers in front of him. Looking around at Rob Lucci, who was silent and seemed to have not yet digested this shocking information, and the other CP9 members who were full of horror and unable to calm down, he smiled and added, then I will tell you something that may not be very good news. Because the previous master who developed this ability to awakening on his own was once the world government's biggest enemy. Therefore, he was taken seriously by the world government to an unprecedented degree, and even wanted to take him away at any cost. Its existence is erased from history. Obviously, the 5 elders who are at the top of the celestial dragons and control the highest power of the world government will never allow anyone to know this secret, let alone CP9, even the higher level CPO. You have no right to know its existence. What? Hearing this, the faces of all the CP9 members present changed drastically, and they broke out in cold sweat. Even if you have the opportunity to make meritorious service in the future, return to CP9, or even go to the next level and become a member of the top secret cipher Pulpo. A sharp and calm gaze, he looked at Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa and others in front of him. Ren touched his chin and said seriously, well, for example, let's pretend to agree to join us and stay as an undercover agent. It would also be good to reveal what I just said to the world government in private. The way to make meritorious deeds. But nothing unexpected happens. Robin chuckled lightly and added rudely. After the top leaders of the world government have taken advantage of you, most likely they will kill you at all costs. Since she was a child, she had to hide in the dark world because of the wanted and hunted by the world government. She has dealt with the CP agents of the world government countless times. On the conduct of world government, still very understanding. Kaku and other CP9 members. All of them felt cold all over their bodies, and some were out of breath. Ren looked at Rob Lucci, whose expression was constantly changing, with a smile, and said in a playful tone. Or, maybe Rob Lucci, the talent you have shown is enough for the world government to take notice and make an exception to keep you alone. Advertisement, but your companions who have been trained and grown up together since childhood, and who are even willing to risk their lives for you, will most likely disappear from this world due to some kind of accident. Everyone in CP9, are you surprised or surprised? Ha 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 ha, what, Ren's unbridled teasing. Kaku, Jabra, Khalifa and other CP9 members couldn't help but look dark. He glared at Ren who was laughing there. "Hole, did you do this on purpose?" "Gia hee hee, don't be too presumptuous," Brian Tunney said with a sneer. "So far, we are not our own people. No, the above is purely a joke. I don't think these alone can sway you." Ren waved his hand. The smile faded and his face became serious. "Because, once you make the wrong choice, you will have no future." The sharp and cold eyes looked straight at him like a blade, making people feel cold all over. "Let the CP9 members including Rob Lucci stand in front of you." My heart couldn't help but feel tense, and my scalp felt numb for no reason. "So, tell me, your king's choice." "Rob Lucci." Ren's calm voice echoed in the hall. "Lucci. A member named CP9, although it is inevitable that some nerves will be tense." There was even a thin layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. But they all looked at the leader Lucci with firm eyes and gave him the choice. Obviously they still trust each other and want to live and die together and advance and retreat together. "It seems like we have no choice." Rob Lucci's expression changed. He looked at Ren and met his calm eyes. For a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. A smile suddenly appeared on that pale face. "Even if I follow a villain like you, I think it's better than being killed directly. Please give me more advice from now on, Lord Ren." He bowed slightly. Bowed to Ren. Kaku, Jabra and others around him also followed suit and saluted. Chapter 109 Ren's meeting gift, third update. Then, you are welcome to join. He stared at the group of CP9 headed by Lucci in front of him. With the slightest movement of my ears, along with the powerful observation haki, I seemed to hear some subtle voice. Ren smiled and stretched out his hand to Rob Lucci. "From now on, everyone will be their own people. I am Copper's Ren, and I believe you will not regret your job choice." He is on the deck outside, responsible for patrolling and guarding. It's the Violet, summoned by Huali Pato using the deformed leaves. At the same time, Ren had already told her to use the power of the staring fruit to quietly observe the interchanges of Rob Lucci and others. Violet had told Ren, although the other party had various complex thoughts and ideas flashing through his mind before. But weigh it again and again. "I think it is impossible to return to world government, or even if I return to world government, it may be dangerous if I know too much. Therefore, I still made up my mind to join them, instead of being prepared to compromise, pretend to agree or something. At least, don't have such evil thoughts as acting as an undercover agent and lurking next to Ren in blood prison, waiting for an opportunity to capture Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Ren is quite satisfied. Please give me some advice, Sir Ren." Rob Lucci held Ren's hand and smiled. "Looking at the 513 figure in front of me who is so young that it's hard to believe, but the noise he makes becomes more exaggerated each time." Recalling the news that Jabra told him earlier, he secretly sighed. Destroy the Buster Call alone and defeat the Admiral candidate. It was unimaginable that such a guy was the same age as the Straw Hat Boy who had given him endless humiliation and made him hate him extremely. In the situation where there is no way to go, perhaps, follow such a monster with unlimited potential. Not a bad thing. Call, and Kaku, Jabra, Khalifa and other members of CP9. They all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and subconsciously wipe the sweat from their heads. The back was already soaked with sweat. Despite his appearance, he is surprisingly young. But just standing there, Ren's whole body showed an aura that could not be underestimated, as if he was facing some wild beast, and could not help but shudder. The pressure brought to them is too much. Gia hee hee, in this case, our team will grow stronger again. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. Conquered these CP9 members. It is of great benefit to their team. These guys are killers in their own right and have good fighting prowess. And his intelligence capabilities are top-notch. For them who have just started, entrepreneurship. It is indeed a talent that is in short supply. Advertisement. Welcome everyone from CP9 to join. Robin was smiling. Poured a glass of wine for everyone and served it. He held up the wine glass and said with a smile, although there have been some unpleasantnesses, let us forget those. Then let's have a drink. People raised their glasses. Looking around at everyone present. Smiling and saying, for our ambition. Cheers. CP9 crowd. Except for Bluno, everyone was injured. And they are not drunkards like Pirate Hunter Zoro. Naturally, it's just a taste. However, the atmosphere has become much more relaxed. They sat down there one after another. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Ren crossed his legs and sat on the main seat. He directly said to Lucci and others in CP9, I have now agreed to the invitation of Beisho Kaido to cooperate with him. My current identity is the fourth major move of the Beast Pirates, natural disaster. The fourth natural disaster, Beasts Pirates. The rumors are actually true. Lucci, Kaku, Jabra and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. I never expected that Ren would actually join the Beasts Pirates. Became the fourth greatest disaster for Beasts Pirates. This is really surprising, Kaku said in amazement. Then aren't we the same as that guy from Flufu? We've all become members of the Beasts Pirates. Jabra's eyes widened. He and Fozzie Ford were once colleagues, but their relationship was not very good. Especially, that B******************* D, CJ has such a bad mouth. He often spits when talking. Disgusting. The two often clashed over this. It just so happened that that guy was the strongest genius in CP9 before Lucci. He couldn't beat the opponent at all. The abuse was a bit miserable. However, everyone at CP9 was shocked that Ren was the fourth biggest drawcard of Beasts Pirates, but there was not much resistance. Beasts Pirates seems to be good too. Advertisement. At least, he has the protection of the four emperors. It is not that easy for the world government to eliminate them. Again, like Ren said before, that guy Fozzie Ford is having a great time in the Beasts Pirates. With Lucci, the strongest CP9 genius in 800 years, there is no reason for them to be worse than each other, right? I didn't expect that the rumors were true. Lucci raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh. It's surprising that a person like you is willing to join the Beasts Pirates. Are you disappointed? Ren looked at Rob Lucci with a smile. I think Ren, the notorious blood prison, is nothing more than this. No, I'm looking forward to it even more. Lucci shook his head. He looked at Ren with stern eyes and smiled. At least, Master Ren, you are not that kind of foolhardy person. After all, those guys who have high self-esteem, rely on some strength, can't wait to break into the new world, act recklessly, and recklessly fail to challenge the pirate emperors. I don't know how many of them end up in the sea every year. If anything, I was forced to join in the beginning. So, now he really feels that the man in front of him may have a career in the future. Let's not talk about whether it can defeat Marine, replace the world government, etc. But he can definitely become the new pirate emperor. Needless to say, there was a terrifying potential that was jaw-dropping and made him ashamed. He didn't think that blood prison Ren was really willing to be inferior to others. The purpose of joining Beasts Pirates is self-evident. This kind of monster has both strength and ambition, and is able to assess the situation and know how to be patient. Maybe there is hope of making it to the end. Yeah. Ren smiled. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, I am still very clear about my own strength. Although I am confident that I can surpass those real monsters in the sea, it still takes some time. However, since we are already one of our own. Standing up and looking down at the CP9 people present, he showed a smile. Because you are so aware of current affairs, I will give you a meeting gift. Said. In the eyes of Rob Lucci and others, they were surprised and inexplicable. Smiling and nodding towards Robin. Robin, please. Robin understood. He turned around and left with a smile. Soon, she appeared again. In his hand, there were a few more strange fruits. Everyone in CP9 couldn't help but shrink their eyes and shout loudly. This is Devil Fruit. Chapter 110 Transparent Fruit. Lost Kaku Open Black Lens Bracket 4th Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Gulu. It's actually devil fruit. And I took out 3 of them at once. In the hall, Kaku, Jabra, Fukuro, and other members of CP9. Everyone couldn't help but be a little shocked. This is a rare thing. Even Rob Lucci couldn't help but shrink his eyes, a little surprised. I never expected that the greeting gift Ren asked Robin to bring out was actually devil fruit. Paramesha transparent fruit, considering that although this evil fruit is the dream of all men, it is also more dangerous if it is messed up, so I'd better give it to you Khalifa. In the shocked eyes of Kaku, Fukuro and other CP9 members without fruit abilities. Ren directly picked up the Paramesha transparent fruit from Robin's hand and threw it to Khalifa casually. Give it to me, subconsciously catch the thrown fruit. Khalifa, who looked pretty and charming, was stunned and a little flattered. Nani, it's actually a transparent fruit. Jabra's eyes were a little straight. Looking at the devil fruit in Khalifa's hand, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If he hadn't already been a devil fruit user, he was really excited. This is quite an amazing thing. Lucci was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, what Ren gave to Khalifa turned out to be Paramesha transparent fruit. This ability is simply not easy to use for agents like them. But it's a pity that they have been removed from CP9. That's why it's necessary to give it to women for safekeeping. Robin couldn't help but smile and said. For Ren to hand over the Paramesha transparent fruit to Khalifa, she is totally in favor. As for these guys, do they really want to join them? This, she believes Ren will make his own judgment. That's right, that's right. Perona on the side also nodded repeatedly. She is also afraid that others will suffer such fruit. For a man who perverts like Absalom. For example, the one named Jabra is too obscene. He will definitely use this ability to cause chaos. Elephant fruit white elephant form. Kumadori, yours. Under the somewhat fiery gazes of Kaku, Kumadori and others. Ren threw the white banana-shaped elephant fruit to Shang Nuchu. Ah, give it to me. The lion Nudi caught the thrown fruit and was ecstatic with surprise. Thank you so much, Lord Ren. Elephant fruit. Jabra, Fukuro and others were surprised. Isn't their former boss, Spandam's pet Vangufruit, the sword that ate the elephant fruit? Are there other elephant fruits? Bird fruit vulture form. Ren picked up the third fruit, which was somewhat like an apple. Under the scorching gazes of Kaku and Fukuro, the only two people left without devil fruit abilities. Otonashi Fukuro, yours. Ren threw it directly to Fukuro. This fruit. It's based on the information provided by Spandam. It directly blocked the hunting of the vulture pirates, who happened to be nearby. Advertisement. On the contrary, he matches Otonashi Fukuro very well. And Kaku on the side. Some disappointment flashed in his eyes. Among CP9's companions, except for Lucci, Jabra, and Bluno, who are already Esper, everyone got the fruit, but he didn't get it. Moreover, he is still the strongest among the few. Although with his character he wouldn't be jealous. But even though Kaku was envious, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Tisk, tisk, this is really an amazing gift. Lucci looked at Ren. Master Ren, you are so generous. He didn't know what to say. At first, he thought that at most he would let the members of CP9 pick one. The result turned out to be one for Khalifa, Fukuro, Nushitori and others. They, CP9, have worked hard for the world government for many years and have never made any mistakes. In order to fulfill their mission, he, Kaku and others even hid in the water capital as undercover agents, wasting 5 years. As a result, because of a failed mission, he was casually discarded by his superiors like a pawn. Even the treatment he received in the end was not as good as the force he just joined. Before they could do anything, they generously gave devil fruit to them. Just think of it as 1,000 pieces of gold to buy horse bones. Ren smiled. Patting Lucci and others on the shoulders, he said, at present, our power has just started, and we really lack manpower. The addition of UCP9 members is undoubtedly the icing on the cake for me. But at the same time, joining at this time will naturally be beneficial to you. At least the status and treatment you will receive will be different from those who come after you. If I wait until I have a large number of soldiers, I won't be able to refuse anyone who comes, and I will also give away the valuable devil fruit at will. Say so. If he hadn't confirmed that Rob Lucci was truly willing to join him and had no evil intentions, he wouldn't have been able to send devil fruit away. And strictly speaking, the two people in CP9 who really deserve his attention are Lucci and Kaku. The other people really don't have much combat power worth taking seriously. But considering the lack of manpower under his command, he doesn't mind giving devil fruit to train them. Joining early and joining late are not the same thing. It is impossible for everyone to be treated like this in the future. After all, even if they are able to hunt others, devil fruit is always limited. In the future, when the power under Ren's control becomes larger and larger, there will inevitably be a complete set of rules for rewards and punishments. Except for some strong men who need to be specially recruited, most of the new recruits will not be able to get the devil fruit from him for no reason without some merit. That's really lucky. Lucci smiled. It seems our choice was right. Although it's not like surrendering from the bottom of my heart. But Ren's new boss's courage has already won his approval. But with all due respect, Kaku is more worthy of your cultivation in terms of strength and potential. He spoke bluntly and suggested to Ren there. In CP9, his strength is second only to me. When the others in CP9 heard this, they did not refute. Everyone looked at Ren, waiting for the other person's decision. Even Jabra, who claims to be the second best player in CP9, can't help but curl his lips. But he didn't say anything at this time. If Kaku gained the devil fruit ability, he would indeed be much stronger than him. Moreover, the other party is much younger than him and has even more amazing potential. He also worked as an undercover agent in the water capital and was idle for 5 years. Although boat work is a manual job, there are often some unsighted pirates who cause trouble. But as undercover agents, they were unable to truly show their strength after all. On weekdays, it is impossible to effectively strengthen training. Okay, I know. Ren looked at Lucci and chuckled. That's why I didn't give him those devil fruits. Looking at the astonished CP9 crowd, they then looked at Kaku, who looked confused and confused. I think Kaku, you must be very confused, right? Advertisement. Although I'm a little confused, Master Ren, I definitely don't mean to be dissatisfied. 0 flowers requested. Kaku was busy explaining. Although I can't help but have doubts in my heart. But they had just joined, but they had not yet accomplished anything. Who are you to question the decision of Ren, the boss? Although, most devil fruits are generally not too bad. He patted Kaku's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, but it is true that there are strong and weak ones. Let's not talk about the transparent fruit. It's like Lucci's talent is amazing and can indeed support him to go very far, but the ability of the cat fruit and leopard form is different from my own phantom beast species, Kirin. Putting the ability of form in front of you, I believe even a fool would know how to choose. It is precisely because I have higher expectations for you that I don't want you to become an ability user casually. Ren does have high expectations for Kaku. Kaku, who has just turned 23, would have been undercover had he not been sent to the water capital by Spandam. I'm afraid it's much stronger than it is now. Moreover, according to the original trajectory, this guy developed and awakened the ability of the cow Niu fruit and giraffe form in just 2 years. This talent is indeed somewhat extraordinary. What do you mean? Kaku's eyes widened. 0. I do have other devil fruits in my hand, and one even has the ability to take the form of an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is very suitable for a physical master like you. Ren looked at Kaku and said with a smile, if you want that ancient power, I can give it to you right away. But, I have higher expectations for you. Are you willing to wait? Of course, that's really exciting. Kaku was surprised and happy when he heard this. It's self-evident what the other person means. This is obviously preparation for him to find a more powerful ability than the ancient species Tyrannosaurus Rex form. Although he didn't know whether he could find it, it was obvious that there was still an ancient seed waiting for him. But looking at the ridiculously young figure in front of him, he couldn't help but ask curiously, but aren't you afraid of our betrayal? Things like devil fruit are nothing like treasure. If you give it away, you can't get it back. I heard that even if the person with abilities dies, it will only be reborn somewhere in this sea. Perona on the side couldn't help but rolled her eyes when she heard this. She knows very well that Ren and others can recycle other people's devil fruit abilities. Yesterday afternoon, I witnessed Ren catching an unlucky fruit user. The ability of the bird fruit and vulture form was just stripped from that pirate's body. Gia hee hee, Brian Tunney said with a weird smile. Master Ren can take back what he can give to you. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Dr. Brian is a user with the ability of Paramesha Munch Munch fruit, and can recycle other people's devil fruit abilities. Robin on the side introduced with a smile. There is obviously no need to hide this from the people in the team. Because Lu Chi and the others will know sooner or later. What? Recycled devil fruit? Can such a thing be done? Everyone at CP9. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Looking at Brian Tunney in disbelief, he felt chilly. Gee, this is really amazing. Rob Lucci took a deep breath. He looked at Ren with burning eyes and smiled. It seems that I have just made a very correct choice. I am beginning to look forward to the future. Lord Ren, how far you can go. Then just follow me and witness all the way. Second. Chapter 111 Become my right wrist. Trafalgar Law. Hee hee hee. We have arrived at our destination, Boss Ren. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it's noon. With Pato's bug ability, which can be called a panacea, Ren directly used the transformation leaf to transform into the Straw Hat Chef Sanji. Let him prepare a delicious lunch using sea kings caught directly from the ocean. The newly joined CP9 saw that Ren was different from the murderous maniac he imagined. Instead, he was surprisingly easy to get along with and no longer so reserved. The group had a great meal and had just finished lunch. Lord Ren, Sebastian is here. At this time, Violet walked in. Oh, Ren showed a smile. Gia hee hee, are we finally here? Li Shishi, are you going to have a new companion again? Huali Pachuo's eyes lit up. New companion. Lu Chi, who was leaning aside, was surprised. Kaku, Jabra, Khalifa and others also looked over. Hehehehehe, you will know soon. The spirit body of Perona, 233, floating in front of everyone. Although she considers her qualification to be older than that of Lu Chi and other CP9 members, she is still a little afraid of this murderous Lord Ren. But I have already gradually let go and am no longer so cautious. Have you discovered the whereabouts of the Heart Pirates? Ren asked. On the western coast of Sebastian Island. In the hands of Violet. It is the reward list for the Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. The bounty is 200 million belly. Then go and meet him. Gia hee hee, I hope he can be more sensible. Now. Sebastian Island, west coast. A submarine is parked there. Several members of the Heart Pirates crew gathered on the deck. They all wore white overalls with skull patterns on them and hats. Captain, how long are we going to stay here? A white bear wearing work clothes and a fur tribe jumped onto the shore. I couldn't help but look at the tall, thin figure who was leaning leisurely on a boulder on the coast and asked. Yep, we can't wait to go to the Fishmen Island. It's really exciting. The legendary mermaid. It should be beautiful. A member of the Heart Pirates. Pajan, Shachi and others all held hands. Advertisement. The faces full of smiles showed yearning and were full of expectations. Don't worry, I've already inquired in the black market. On the coast, the young man with a hood, dark bags under his eyes, gold earrings, and a beard on his chin opened his eyes and said with a smile. If you want to go to the Fishmen Island under the sea, you must go to Sabaody Archipelago for coating. So that the ship can dive, pass through the red line through a large hole in the seabed, and enter the second half of the Grand Line New World. I have bought the life card from the black market that can guide me to the Sabaody Archipelago. Should we go to the Sabaody Archipelago next? Quote. Without warning, there was a loud noise and smoke and dust billowing. It was like some large object suddenly fell from the sky, roaring continuously. In an instant, everyone in the Heart Pirates group was resting on the beach, chatting and laughing. What? All found. Khalifa, it seems that you are already very proficient in your new abilities. No way, Lord Ren, you are so complimentary. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. In the frightened and incomprehensible eyes of Trafalgar Law and others, a pirate ship emerged from the air in front of them at a speed visible to the naked eye. One after another, figures appeared in front of them. That is, after seeing the figure of the leader clearly. Trafalgar Law's pupils shrank sharply. All of a sudden, cold sweat broke out, and Ren. Gulu. It's that monster. The super newcomer known as the Walking Natural Disaster, with a bounty of 1,058,000,000 Baileys. Why are you here? Are you here for us? Everyone in the Heart Pirates group couldn't help but change their expressions. Everyone couldn't help but tremble, panic, and break into cold sweats. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. It turns out it was him. And on the pirate ship. The moment you see each other. Lu Chi, Kaku, Jabra and others suddenly realized. As a new pirate with a bounty of more than 200 million belly, CP members like them have paid attention to it. Ah, this is really surprising. Trafalgar Law forced himself to remain calm. Looking at the tall figure at the head who was too young to be true, but who gave people unparalleled pressure, he said in a deep voice, I don't know why a big shot like you came here. Take it easy. Ren jumped off the pirate ship and came to Luo, who was facing a formidable enemy. He smiled and said, it's our first time meeting, I'm a little rude. I'm here to invite you, Trafalgar Law. What? It's not just Trafalgar Law. Babo, Shachi, Peijin and others on the submarine were all shocked and inexplicable. Want to invite me? Luo's eyes shrank. Advertisement. The other party really came for me. He held the field sword tightly and looked directly at Ren and said, what if I refuse? Don't refuse in a hurry. Ren looked at Luo, smiled and said, maybe you can consider it, for example, put forward a condition or something. Really? Although Luo was a little wary, he still couldn't help but ask sarcastically, then what price do you think you can offer that will make me excited? My thoughts are changing. Thinking about how to escape. Hasn't he seen the continuous sensational news about Blood Prison Ren? Especially the photo of the Ice and Fire Island and the mostly destroyed Water City. The shocking scene above made people speechless in shock. He knows it very well. Such a monster. It is definitely not something that I can compete with head on. Even if we kill Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it's not a bad idea. What? Luo was shaken all over. Looking at Ren in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the other party actually knew about his grudge with Doflamingo. Don't be surprised, I know your past. Ren looked at Luo, who looked at him in shock and disbelief, and said with a smile, you really want to seek revenge from Doflamingo, right? Doflamingo. Luo clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were fixed on Ren, his expression changing. He naturally knows very well that his current strength alone is not enough to shake the Don Quixote family. But the man in front of him was as powerful as a catastrophe. Maybe he can actually kill Doflamingo and avenge Mr. Corzone who saved him. If I remember correctly, the greedy world government was behind the scenes, which led to the destruction of your old friend Fleisch. Ren looked at Luo, whose expression changed greatly, and continued calmly, don't you really want to take revenge? My originally happy family was torn apart, and even my parents, who were doctors, and my young sister all died tragically. Do you really have no resentment at all? Or, facing the behemoth of world government with a profound foundation, don't you even have the guts to compete in the 2.5 challenge? What? For Vanth, is he a survivor of that White Town? This is really surprising. Hear Ren say this. Robin, Lu Chi, Jabra and others all looked at Luo in surprise. They all know something about the fate of that White Town, the kingdom of Frevens. You know quite a lot. Luo trembled all over. He stared hard at Ren. Memories that were once dusty came to mind one after another. Recalling his parents, sister, nuns, classmates and others, he couldn't help but count his fists. He looked directly at Ren with bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth and said sarcastically, do you mean you can destroy the world government? I don't mean to expose your scars, I just want to tell you that we have a common enemy. Ren stretched out his right hand and said bluntly, if you want revenge, join us. Be my right arm. Trafalgar Law. Chapter 112 Princess Mononoke Perona vs. Heart Pirates, first update. Hey, real or fake? As that guy qualified to be Lord Ren's right arm. Coastside. The members of CP9 were all surprised. Looking at Ren and Hockey's sideways, seemingly serious figure with some disbelief. I couldn't help but look at the unremarkable Trafalgar Law there. Although the ability of Op Fruit is indeed amazing. The effect is not small. But from the perspective of pirates. Trafalgar Law is just the ship's doctor after all. In their opinion, only Lu Chi has such qualifications. Right wrist. Even Lu Chi, who was still injured. He couldn't help but frown subconsciously and stared at the other party closely. Watching this, Death Surgeon, who was born in North Blue and has caused quite a stir in the Grand Line these days. He had always been arrogant, and he couldn't help but develop a mentality of refusing to admit defeat. The new boss of Blood Prison Ren had never said this to himself before. Is Rob Lucci really not as good as Trafalgar Law? And apart from Op Fruit's ability, he didn't think there was anything special about the opponent. What you said is very touching. Luo's expression changed. Clutching the field sword ghost crying. O2 looked directly at Ren and said in a deep voice without hesitation, but I refuse. Captain. When he saw his own captain, he directly refused the other party's invitation. Some of the members of the Heart Pirates, including Babo, Pei Jin, and Sha Chi, who had turned pale, could not help but look solemn and nervous. But even though he was a little frightened, he gritted his teeth and prepared for battle. No intention of backing down at all. As expected. Ren, who had expected it, was not surprised. He chuckled. Do you still have to use some force in the end? Gia hee hee, I thought Lord Ren, you could hide the truth and make these guys surrender directly. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. Haha, the sinister Robin also chuckled. That's so bad, Ren. This is not a pirate game. How can it be so easy to make people obey? Ren shrugged helplessly. He snapped his fingers and said directly to Perona. Then the rest is up to you, Perona. Hey, leave it to me. Perona floated over. Looking down at Trafalgar Law and the rest of the Heart Pirates. He said confidently there. This guy, seeing Ren so arrogant. Not only did he have no intention of taking action personally. He even turned around arrogantly and turned his back to himself. Advertisement. Opportunity. Luo, who was a little angry at being so slighted, flashed his eyes. He took action decisively and immediately. Spread your back hand, palm down, room. With him as the center, a hemispherical barrier visible to the naked eye opened. Hee hee, negative ghost, but this time, Perona thrust out her right hand. A translucent ghost emerged from her palm in an instant. At an astonishing speed, he suddenly attacked Trafalgar Luo. Buzz. Luo's heart skipped a beat. Field sword ghost cry was instantly unsheathed and struck hard at the incoming ghost. However, the unharmed ghost, directly like lightning, it shuttled towards his entire body. Thump. Trafalgar Law knelt on the ground and said feebly, I am a waterweed. Did I hear correctly? What's the situation? For a while, everyone in CP9, who had no idea about Perona's abilities, couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Confused and a little confused. I originally saw that Ren specifically asked her to participate in the battle, and I thought Perona was going to show some amazing fighting power. As a result, Trafalgar Law collapsed immediately. The 200 million belly pirate, that's it. This is. But Lu Chi's eyes were sharp. Looking at Perona, she felt a little chilled. That guy's ability. That ghost can actually ignore the opponent's attack and pass directly through the target's body. Moreover, Trafalgar Law, who had just refused Ren's invitation, gave up his resistance in an instant. He suddenly lost all fighting spirit and said this in frustration. It's incredible, Captain. Bibo, Shachi, Pagan and others couldn't help but change their expressions. They couldn't help but rush towards the coast. But at the same time, a ghost of negativity, one after another flew out from Perona's hand. They all rushed towards them immediately. It was so incredibly fast that the members of the Heart Pirates had no time to dodge. Thump, thump. In the next life, I want to be a dancer. I'm sorry, I don't deserve to be a human. I want to be a fish. ... A moment's work. Advertisement. Including Trafalgar Law. One after another, the members of the Heart Pirates knelt down there. Everyone became depressed and lost their fighting spirit. Ah, Captain, everyone. Bebo has always been quite negative. Not at all affected by the ghost of negativity. He looked at the other people kneeling there in shock. But he was supposed to be safe and sound, but in the blink of an eye his spirit was hit by an invisible wave, a wolf. In an instant, his eyes turned white and he foamed at the mouth. Fainted. That guy is indeed like Usopp, able to ignore the ghost of negativity. Ren, who was standing there watching the show with his arms folded, looked at Bebo in surprise, and couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Although Perona's ability is very buggy. But he was restrained by this guy who was naturally depressed and not confident in his heart. What ability is this? Khalifa opened her mouth wide. Isn't this too weird? Perona is a user with the ability of the Paramesha ghost fruit. Robin folded his arms and said with a chuckle, those ghosts are not only unable to attack their entities, but once touched, they can make people extremely passive and lose their fight. Gia hee hee, the more confident a guy is, the easier it is to be restrained. Brian Tunney said with a smile. As a new pirate with a bounty of over 200 million belly, Trafalgar Law is naturally extremely confident and arrogant. Otherwise, he would not know exactly who he was facing. Still rejecting Ren's invitation. Hiss. Do you still have such a weird ability? Gulu. Isn't this too exaggerated? Hear the words. Kaku, Bluno, Khalifa and others. Looking at Perona who easily destroyed the Heart Pirates, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. They all made up their minds that they would never mess with this woman. A-hole. Trafalgar Law recovered. His face turned red and he became angry with embarrassment. He looked directly at Perona with murderous intent and fury. Room slaughterhouse. The next moment, he decisively launched Op Fruit's history. The transparent hemispherical barrier opens there at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the position of a stone was exchanged, and it flew in front of Perona, who was floating down. He was about to slash at Perona with his sword. Brush. However, although he was startled by Trafalgar Law who suddenly appeared in front of him. But because she was a spirit body, the fearless Perona had no intention of dodging, and allowed the opponent's gleaming blade to pass through her body. What? Luo's pupils shrank sharply. But at this time, it is too late to use Op Fruit's ability to move and distance yourself. Hey. In the blink of an eye, another negative ghost flew out from the hand of Perona who was very close at hand like lightning. It went straight through his body. Thump. Chapter 113 Lu Chi's Ambition, arranged by Luo, second update. Thump. I'm sorry for being a human being. You. Thump. I wish I could commit suicide. Hateful. Thump. I'm sorry, I'm just a wild dog on the roadside. Hong Kong Hotel. Thump. I'm so sorry, I'm simply not human. I am going to kill you. Thump. I'm sorry, I'm just a piece of shit. Looking at the dramatic and continuous performance of Trafalgar Law, who was originally high-spirited, he finally became helpless and lay there, completely losing his fighting spirit. Lu Chi, Kaku, Jabra and others could not help but feel their eyelids twitching and feeling cold. If they were allowed to do this, they would rather die. What a shame. Did it get filmed? Ren's eyes were full of amusement and he asked Robin. Here. With a chuckle on Robin's pretty face, she raised the image in her hand. She looked at Ren with a smile, and said with a smile, such a damaging move, you can't imagine it. Lock Trafalgar Law alone, remember to lock it with a sea stone, and play it endlessly in front of him until he agrees. Ren said directly to Kaku and others. Clear. Kaku, Jabra, Bluno and others were sweating. They were all a little thankful that Lu Chi had made the right choice before. For people like them, they think they can endure no matter how bloody and cruel the torture is. But Ren's move was indeed too damaging. It was simply worse than killing them. I'm a little curious, Master Ren, are you serious about what you just said? Pointing at Trafalgar Law who was lying there. After all, Lu Chi, who was a little bit resentful about Ren's words, couldn't help but ask, is that guy really qualified to be the right arm of a big shot like you? If you value him so much, then he will start at the level of the second in command of 4 emperors in the future, right? He knew Ren's ambition very well. Advertisement. Although he joined the Beast's Pirates, he is by no means the kind of person who would like to be inferior to others. With the opponent's strength and potential, it will be a matter of time before Kaido of the Beasts is replaced. So the risk that Ren mentioned is not the sub-monster of 4 emperors. I heard Lu Chi ask this. For a moment, Robin, Brian Tunney, Perona and others couldn't help but look over. Oh, Ren raised an eyebrow. Looking at Lu Chi, he smiled and asked, are you also interested in this position? Strictly speaking, he didn't say it casually. However, it is just that the other party has such qualifications. After all, although I really value Trafalgar Law, how far will this guy be able to achieve in the future? It still depends on whether he can beat Rob Lucci, Zongwei Wappa and others. At least, Trafalgar Law now. But it was far from what he expected. Certainly. Lucci's eyes were burning, nodding in admission without hesitation. He didn't shy away from anything. He looked directly at Ren in front of him and said confidently, the future second in command of the 4 emperors is still worth fighting for. Who doesn't want to be in a position of power among capable people? After all, except for monsters like Ren. He has a high spirit and has always been conceited, but he doesn't think anyone in the younger generation can surpass him. Especially, the thought of being ridden by an incompetent trash like Spandam in CP9 made me have to go undercover in the Water City and wasted 5 years. In the end, he was treated as an outcast and pushed out as a scapegoat. He just had enough. You do have such potential. Ren chuckled. He doesn't deny Lucci's potential. Even though this guy is a little less capable than Devil Fruit. But his talent is really strong, and he is qualified to become a real monster. Therefore, I don't mind giving Lu Chi the same opportunity. Since you are also interested, Lu Chi, then it depends on your next performance. Then just watch. Lu Chi smiled, full of confidence. Ren nodded noncommittally and said nothing more. Glancing at Trafalgar Law, who was detained by Kaku with seastone handcuffs, he said bluntly. As for that guy, in terms of potential, he does have such qualifications. Especially, if the Op Fruit ability is awakened, it will really look ridiculous. Advertisement. But how far he can go depends on himself. Ren shrugged. If he doesn't understand current affairs, he might just stop here. Although he cherishes his talent, but he will never be soft-hearted because he cherishes his talent. At most, given its good potential, just give the other party some more time. If Trafalgar Law is really ignorant, he will not be reluctant to give up. With the ability of Op Fruit, he couldn't accept it without mercy. I'm sorry for being a human being, I'm just a flea. Sorry, when Trafalgar Law recovers from depression. He found that he had been locked in a simple cell, and his limbs were locked with seastone. A strange shell in front of me is projecting images in the air. It's constantly playing there. The key is, the protagonist above is himself. Moreover, he kept saying things that made him extremely ashamed and made him want to commit suicide on the spot. Damn, what on earth is all this? Trafalgar Law's face turned black and his teeth chattered. A-hole. Ah, you're awake. Robin walked in with a smile. Damn it, you are Nico Robin, the son of the devil, from Strawhat Crew, right? Where are Babo and the others? Trafalgar Law obviously recognized Robin. Angry and embarrassed, he couldn't help but struggle there. He pointed at the picture that made him want to hit the wall directly, gritted his teeth and said, and? What on earth do you want to do? Turn this thing off quickly. Don't worry, your crew members are all fine, and we will entertain them with delicious food and drinks, and they won't be wronged. Robin looked at him, smiled and said, however, this scene cannot be turned off. Ren said, if you don't give in for a day, I will keep playing this in front of you. Thinking of Ren's plan that could no longer be damaged. Her eyes couldn't help but be filled with smiles, and she informed Trafalgar Law with a smile. Furthermore, in order to keep it fresh and allow you, the distinguished guest, to have a better movie watching experience, he decided to let Perona use his ability to help you record a new one every day, playing in constant rotation in front of you. In addition, you can also consider letting your crew members appreciate your captain's heroic words and majestic appearance. Damn B***************** D. Linos. Trafalgar Law's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and glared at Robin in front of him with murderous eyes. Damn it, do you think you can make me surrender like this? If it were not locked by the sea stone, its strength would be greatly weakened. I'm afraid that the back molars have been chewed directly. I can't help it, because Ren admires you more and really doesn't want to torture you. Looking at the livid Luo, Robin spread his hands pretending to be helpless, and said with a chuckle, by the way, he said that if you don't give in before arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, it will be easier to get an abortion directly. It was played in the square for 3 days and 3 nights. By the way, a reporter from the World Economic News Service could do an exclusive interview with you, the captain of the Strawhat Pirates, and talk about her psychological journey since the defeat. For example, what are your thoughts? After all, you are a super newcomer with a bounty of over 200 million. I believe that the World Economic News will be very interested. By then, the sales volume of this newspaper will definitely be very high, selling well all over the world in the Grand Line. A whole, so despicable. Yang. Chapter 114 The Surrendered Luo has no martial ethics, 3rd update. Hateful. Despicable B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* As Robin left, he looked at the endless humiliating scene that was played over and over again in front of him. Trafalgar Law, whose limbs were chained, was livid and struggling there. The whole person was gnashing his teeth, his face was turning red and purple, and he couldn't help but yell. Coppers Ren, you shameless b**************. However, one at this time, suddenly Ren's voice came from outside. Trafalgar Law, who was getting angry, stopped his continuous scolding. Perona. That guy may have been touched by our hospitality and was a little too excited. Go and calm him down. Hey, don't worry, leave it to me, Lord Ren. Seeing. A figure that makes me hate him so deeply, like a nightmare, that I will never forget it in this life. It was like a ghost that passed straight through the wall and floated indirectly. Trafalgar Law's expression changed drastically. I couldn't help but panic in my heart, and cold sweat broke out directly. Hateful. He gritted his teeth, his face changed, showing great tangle and struggle. But soon, he saw the ghost that had impressed him so much emerging from Perona's palm. His eyelids twitched and he said loudly without hesitation, "Wait a minute, 013, I want to meet that guy Coppers Ren and talk to him about joining you." All of a sudden, the passing ghost, he stopped in front of Luo in an instant. Looking at the ghost so close at hand, he completely gave up resistance and made a decision, covered in cold sweat. His whole body slumped down helplessly, looking at the ceiling helplessly. It's not that he has no spine, it's that the enemy is too despicable. I thought you could be tougher for a few more days and let me have fun. Perona put her hands on her hips and curled her lips. It's boring. Call. Luo let out a sigh of relief. He glared at the other party angrily and said fiercely, "Smelly woman, don't be proud. I will definitely settle this account with you, Wolf. What? Perona stared. Without any hesitation, he snapped his fingers. Brush. Woo. A white ghost passed directly through him. Sorry, I'm just a little grasshopper who can't jump. A-hole. I am just the mud on the roadside, please trample on me hard. Hateful. Wait until Luo is brought out. Advertisement. The whole life is loveless, just lying there, in the hall. Ren is sitting on the sofa. She glanced at Perona as if nothing was happening and looked elsewhere, with an attitude of, it has nothing to do with me, but in fact she felt guilty. Nothing more was said. A rebellious guy like Trafalgar Law might as well temper his temper a little. Gia is it done so quickly? Lord Ren, your method still works. Brian Tunney gave Ren a thumbs up. If it were him, at most, they're treated as guinea pigs. Inject some biological agents or something into the opponent's body. Even if you kill the opponent half to death, I'm afraid he won't succumb so easily. Kaku, Jabra, Kumadori and others were all speechless. Looking at Perona sitting there, she subconsciously stayed away. I can't help but feel sympathy for Trafalgar Law. That woman's ability is simply too ruthless, what a tough guy. I can't stand it, it's okay if I join you. First, destroy that damn shell for me. Just delete the picture, it would be a pity to destroy it. Robin said with a smile. No, Luo Man was determined. She hates that image that brought her infinite shame, it must be destroyed. Up to you. Ren shrugged. Anyway, he brought several of these images with him. The two pieces that recorded Pluton's design drawings and Spandam's evidence were both stored by him. He then asked, then, release my crew. Luo was silent for a moment. With complex eyes, he looked directly at the young man in front of him who was ridiculously young, but both in terms of means and strength, he was ridiculously strong. He was holding on to himself, and said, if they are willing to follow me and join you, let them join. No, let them go if you want, Ren didn't care much about Luo's subordinates. Although members of the Hard Pirates such as Babo, Shiki, and Pekin have good water fighting abilities, their strength is not outstanding. Of course, with their loyalty to their captain, they will definitely follow. Anyway, it can be considered as some decent combat power. Better than nothing. Besides, as you said before, you must promise me to help me kill Doflamingo. Luo clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Perona alone, with such exaggerated abilities, could easily destroy their entire Hard Pirates. The other guys who don't look simple are probably equally strong. Coupled with the unfathomable strength of Bloodhell Ren. Maybe we can really overthrow the Don Quixote family and avenge Mr. Corazon. No problem, advertisement Ren is completely stress-free. He knows very well the true identity of Doflamingo. That guy used to be a celestial dragon's, even if it has been removed from the world government. But people don't like it very well. Moreover, the Don Quixote family has many capable people. You can also recycle a wave of devil fruit, why not? However, this guy is a collaborator with Kaido, and he is a well-known black and white trading intermediary in the Dark World, so he is still worth using. You can't just go up and kill the opponent. We also need to take a long-term approach and strive to maximize benefits. Anyway, I expected Luo to have endured it for so many years. You should still be willing to wait another year or two. Wait until he completes the layout. Finally, I want to give that woman a good beating. Although he does not claim to be a good person, Luo, who rarely hits women, glared at Perona like a murderer and said loudly through gritted teeth. You can see how much hate I feel. What? Perona jumped. He was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he stuck his waist and glared at Luo. You kid, don't you want to be tortured? A dozen negative ghosts floated directly from his body. There were densely packed people lined up there, staring at Luo with eager eyes, as if they were about to pounce at any time. Kaku, Tony, Khalifa and others couldn't help but change their colors. Subconsciously retreat far away. Even Lu Chi is no exception. Joke, it would be so embarrassing if you were touched by this thing. If he had knelt down on the spot like Luo did before, he would have said something extremely shameful. I'm afraid I'll be killed if I try to find a piece of tofu. If you feel like it, go out and fight again. Do you think I will be as careless as before? Luo Man's face turned red and he jumped up in anger. Previously, Ren was not afraid of him escaping at all. Not only did he unlock the sea stone, he even returned the field sword to him. Thinking of the previous humiliation, he was so angry that he couldn't care less. I just want to teach this hateful woman a lesson. Cut the opponent into pieces, to avenge previous shame. Satisfy you. The ghost of negativity, however, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Perona no longer talks about martial arts. Without giving Luo a chance to use the fruit's ability and open the room barrier, the negative ghosts that crowded the living room all pounced on him. In his angry, unwilling, and horrifying eyes, keep going through his body. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to this world. Chapter 115 The Corrupted Marine Rear Admiral. X Drake open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Anyway, this is the situation. From today on, I officially join them. The Hard Pirates are officially disbanded, Sebastian Island, coast. Everyone in the Hard Pirates was free again. With a heavy heart, Luo announced there that the pirate group was disbanded. At first, when I heard Ren say that he had accepted the invitation from Kaido, he joined the Beast's Pirates and became the 4th most famous member of the Beast's Pirates. Luo was extremely shocked, but he quickly chose to accept it. Anyway, he has no choice now, as long as this man can help him kill Doflamingo and take revenge. Captain, Babo, Shachi, Peijin and others were released. They were all filled with astonishment, staring blankly at Luo in front of them, somewhat unbelievable. They were all ready to be killed. Unexpectedly, his own captain gave in so quickly. Judging from this expression, although he must have been threatened, it didn't seem to be that repulsive. Everyone who is willing to follow me and join the Beast's Pirates to continue the adventure can join. Luo took a deep breath and said to the crew of his Hard Pirates. If you don't want to, you can. Of course it goes without saying, I will definitely continue to follow you. Me too. Babo, Shachi, and Peijin raised their hands without hesitation. They have followed each other and formed the Hard Pirates together for many years. Even if the Hard Pirates are disbanded, they cannot leave directly. We will follow you too. Join Beast's Pirates, join Beast's Pirates. You saved my life, Captain. The other dozen or so crew members hesitated for a moment and then chose to stay. Ren was a little surprised that no one abandoned Captain Luo and left. There are not many members of the Hard Pirates now, there are about 10 or so people. But it seems that they are all quite affectionate and righteous. Since everyone is willing to stay, we will be companions from now on. Luo looked at Babo and others who were willing to stay. Pointing to Ren who was holding his arms and saying nothing, he said directly, in addition, I am no longer the captain, Ren is the leader. You can call me by my first name, Trafalgar Law. Or just call me Big Brother, just finished, advertisement. Babo, Sharky, Pekin et al. They all bowed to Luo Chichi in unison, brother. Then, he bowed deeply to Ren, and his movements were uniform, as if he had really rehearsed. I have seen Ren become a master. Ren. Head full of black lines, he looked at Luo speechlessly. What kind of nonsense is this? Has he turned into a bandit? The boss is very good, I feel so too. Agree. Robin, Khalifa, Brian Tunney and others beside him couldn't help but chuckle. This title is like Ren leading them and officially transforming into bandits. The corners of Luo's mouth rose slightly, he turned his head and looked elsewhere. Since you are willing to stay, we will be companions from now on. He glanced at the somewhat sinister Luo. He nodded directly to Bebo, Pagan and others, and said, Master, it's too hard to speak. From now on, I can just be your master. Every big name in Beast's Pirates can have his own fleet. Although we are still relatively small in number at the moment, there will definitely be many ships in the future. If you like, you can continue to call Luo the captain without having to change it again and again. So, you can continue to follow Captain Luo and continue to use the Polar Submarine as the main submarine force under my command. Yes, Master Ren, after arriving at Ghost Island, we officially started to form a fleet. Ren will naturally ask Dr. Brian to build some more advanced submarines and expand the size of the submarine training team. Moreover, Lu Chi and Kaku used to be the foreman of Carrera Company, and their shipbuilding skills are the true inheritance of Tom's disciple Bingshan. At that time, they can completely design a standard warship that meets his requirements and can be built in large quantities. About 10 minutes later, under the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of Luo, Bebo, Pekin and others. Jia ha ha ha. A rough golden figure touched their submarine Polar Submarine Chong. Take them, along with the pirate ship named Raider. Fly directly towards the distance. What an incredible ability. Looking at the sea constantly passing by, and Sebastian Island getting further and further away. Looking at the Golden Lion, and then at Huali Pato, Luo couldn't help but marvel. Li He, I am awesome. Pato held his head high and was full of pride. It's really awesome. Luo is not stingy with his praise. Advertisement such an ability is simply too incomprehensible. According to Ren, even he, the death surgeon, can do this. Zero, please give me flowers, and also has the ability of op fruit. Although not as good as the original body, but also pretty amazing. So, Master Ren. Looking at Ren, he asked directly, next, are you going to Sabaody Archipelago? Ren glanced at Luo, but didn't care. He looked at Robin and signaled the team manager to announce the itinerary. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Jabra and others on the side also looked over. According to our intelligence, in addition to Luoyu, there's a new pirate with a bounty of over 100 million on the nearby route, and the location is not far away, within our hunting range. Robin smiled and said, that's right, we can slow down a little and wait for our 3 companions, they're coming to join us. Which one is it? Luo raised his eyebrows. He still knows a lot about those guys with bounties of over 100 million. It's the rebellious Marine with 222 million Baileys, the fallen former Marine Rear Admiral, Red Flag, ex-Drake. Robin didn't hide it. This is the news from Spandam. Just in time, Ren was ready to deal with this guy together. By the way, Karina, War Ghost Wappa and the others. Then he is really unlucky. Law shrugged. Looking around at Lucci, Kaku and other CP9 members present. There are also Perona, Brian Tunney, Wally Pato and others who make him hate but are extremely afraid of them. He looked at Ren and Robin again, somewhat surprised. But besides this, are there any other companions? Certainly, Ren smiled. If you want to achieve great things, you need less. But that's about it for now. Before heading to Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast's Pirates, he officially joined the Beasts Group as the 4th major signboard, Natural Disaster, and started to build a fleet. It goes without saying that it developed secretly. But it's not easy to recruit too many people on the surface. We can't break the rules and really wrap up all the pirate supernovas. After all, if the scale is too large at once, bringing a large group of people there to take refuge might arouse the vigilance and fear of Beilu Kaido. You can definitely wait until the next big wave of the era sets off. Then slowly plan further. Expand your own power. In addition, when I was in East Blue Log Town, I also recruited some younger brothers. But there's no rush to go over and summon them now. We'll wait until we get to the Beast's Pirates headquarters and sail down. Chapter 116 Undercover, The Mighty Khalifa, 5th update. OBJ. Bang bang, boom. Boom, on the H5 route adjacent to Sebastian Island. The Cook Islands are composed of a large number of small islands, similar to a long chain of islands. On a port. A lot of pirate corpses, they were lying there in confusion. Bang. A tall figure flew out covered in blood, he fell there in embarrassment. Roar, a beast roared. A somewhat ferocious figure walked out from inside. It turned out to be an extremely ferocious creature that was said to be extinct, the Allosaurus. Soon, in the horrified eyes of the pirate captain, the huge and ferocious Allosaurus transformed into a human at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a young man with X marks on his chin and chest, a hooked nose, eye patches, and a swordsman's hat. Drake looked at the other party indifferently. What a reckless guy, can't you see the difference in strength? 740. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The pirate captain, whose face was covered in blood, was full of panic. He kept kneeling there and kowtowed. Please forgive me, Drake. I was too stupid. I shouldn't have offended you. I apologize to you. Please, spare my life. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** face became ferocious. I don't know when my hand got up, but I secretly pulled out the pistol. He kept pulling the trigger and fired at the figure in front of him. Bang bang bang, however, until the magazine is empty. All his bullets were dodged by the opponent in incredible ways. Captain Drake. It's really awesome, as expected of the fallen Marine Rear Admiral. Seeing the amazing performance of my own captain. Some of the pirates in the Drake Pirates group were a little excited. Oh, monster. And the pirate captain was covered in cold sweat, his face was pale and he collapsed on the ground, busy begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please be sure. Sharp blade. Ruthlessness penetrated his chest. Boring. Drake put away his sword and stood up, turning around to leave. Advertisement next moment. He was stunned. His eyes narrowed sharply and he looked into the distance in shock. That's all I can see is the sky ahead. Two blurry black shadows appeared. It turned out to be a pirate ship and submarine, coming across the sky at an astonishing speed. The target is clearly the direction he is in. What? Flying pirate ship? Who is that? One of the pirates was shocked and a little confused. But soon, under the gaze of all the pirates of the Drake Pirates, two ships flew over. Landed in front of them. Lock up, no way? Blood prison Ren. That walking disaster. Why is this guy here? After seeing the leader's figure clearly above, these pirates opened their mouths wide and lost their voices in fear. As for Drake himself, his pupils were also constricted and a little unbelievable. He stood there frozen in a cold sweat. Leave it to you, deal with them. Ren sat on the bow. Glancing at Drake below, he had no intention of taking action personally, and directly ordered Kumadori, Fukuru and others. I think you are also a little impatient and want to verify your new abilities, right? For a while, Luo, Lucci, Kaku and others. They all couldn't help but look surprised, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Don't you want to conquer the opponent? Are you really going to directly hunt for its fruit ability? Gia hee hee, aren't you ready to recruit? Brian Tunney licked his lips, a little surprised. In this case, all I can say is that I'm sorry. Robin was also a little surprised. Although full of confusion, but he didn't question Ren's decision. What a corrupted Marine Rear Admiral, Ren sneered. Looking down at Drake, he said sarcastically, in fact, it was just a betrayal drama directed and performed by Marine, who was specially sent to try to break into the New World's 4 emperors as an undercover agent. Naturally, he knew the other party's true identity. This originally promising Marine Rear Admiral is secretly the captain of the Marine Special Force Sword. It is clear that the Beast's pirates have always liked to recruit Zone's espers. Advertisement as a user with the ability of the dragon fruit, ancient species, and L-source form, he disguised himself as a pirate in order to join Kaido, the Beast, in an attempt to steal information within the 4 emperors, too. Therefore, I never thought about recruiting each other from the beginning. But really prepared to hunt and recover an ancient devil fruit. What? Hearing this, Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Robin and others were a little shocked. Everyone couldn't help but suddenly realize, I don't know what you want to do, but I have nothing to do with those marine guys, coppers Ren. Drake looked directly at Ren, and said in a deep and righteous voice. My heart couldn't help but sink. Does the other party really know his identity, or is he deliberately testing him? Speaking of which, there are some karmic connections between him and Luo that I have to mention. Ren ignored Drake and looked directly at Luo. Oh? Luo raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. But Ren smiled and had no intention of continuing to explain. Back then, Drake's father was once a general officer in the Marine Corps, but later became a pirate. And he was so lucky that he accidentally obtained the Paramecia op fruit that the world government wanted to find even if it offered a reward of 5 billion belly on the black market. Unfortunately, this guy is obsessed with money and has no intention of becoming an esper himself. Instead, he is preparing to trade with Marine on Mignon Island. Corazon was trying to snatch the op fruit to save Luo's life, and was seriously injured as a result. Later, it happened that Luo still regrets participating in the drama. This guy sent information to Marine for Mr. Corazon, but he was too negligent and easily trusted the other party. I never thought that Marine was actually an undercover agent sent to Marine by Doflamingo. The undercover identity of Mr. Corazon, whom he respected most, was exposed. Indirectly killing his savior. Undercover? Lucci looked at Drake and sneered, so that's it. As an agent of CP9, he was not too surprised by this kind of thing. He immediately guessed Drake's purpose. An ancient species of ability user, then his goal is to try to lurk in the Beast's pirates. 9 times out of 10, Kaku crossed his arms. Looking at Drake, a flash of pity flashed in his eyes. When unlucky man, he was targeted by Lord Ren. Then let's go, the lion, Natsutori, who had recovered from his injuries to an extent of 773.588, rushed out directly. As Ren said, he had just obtained the power of the elephant fruit and couldn't wait to fight. Hey, you are so despicable. Fukuru was also eager to try, jumping high into the air. In midair, it transformed into a huge vulture at a speed visible to the naked eye, fluttered its wings and flew forward. He is my opponent, you can't compete with me, wow. Just in time, I also want to try the power of transparent fruits. Golden hair flying. Pushing up her sunglasses, Khalifa rushed out. In his hand, he was holding a dazzling Tony Gatling machine gun, which looked extremely powerful. The black muzzles were pointed directly at the pirates of the Drake Pirates. The whole person disappeared from everyone's sight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stealth Gatling strafing. Chapter 117. Desperate Drake, Allosaurus Form, Update 1. Whoosh. Whoosh, what happened? People disappeared. 9 times out of 10, he is some kind of weird ability user. The sound came from over there, at 3 o'clock. Damn it, fight them, in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a continuous sound of breaking the air. A large number of bullets invisible to the naked eye struck like lightning. It easily tore apart the human body and bombarded the building behind it despite the situation. Leaving behind one big dark hole after another, it's scary. A pirate named Drake Pirates screamed. One after another, they fell into a pool of blood, with many broken bodies and limbs scattered. Some pirates reacted faster and found a bunker to hide immediately. Because there was no trace of Khalifa, under the pressure of life and death, each of them became ferocious and tried to attack Ren and others in front. Whoosh! A sparse rain of bullets came through the air. There was no need for Ren to take action. Luo next to him had already taken action immediately. ROOM-02. Slaughterhouse. The hemispherical barrier opens. Field Sword the ghost cries out of its sheath. Easily deflected those speeding bullets. Hateful, Drake's expression changed drastically. But at this time, he couldn't care about the crew at all. Holding a western sword tightly in his right hand and a large axe in his left hand, he stood ready. Damn it, have all these expelled CP9 agents been subdued by Blood Prison Ren? These days, the Buster Call incident in the water capital has caused quite a stir. Of course, it is impossible for Drake not to pay attention, and he has also seen wanted posters for these members of CP9. Naturally, he had already recognized them. Roar. Accompanied by an elephant moo. A giant white elephant no less than 5 or 6 meters tall and of astonishing size appeared in front of him. There was even a huge and ferocious vulture in the air, swooping down like lightning and suddenly attacking him. Iron body hyphenation point nose gun, in elephant form, Shochu is full of murderous intent. He is about 3 meters tall. After transforming into his beast form, his size is astonishing. Just standing there gives people a great sense of oppression. The heavy and huge body made the ground crack under its feet, and it rushed towards Drake in front of him. Advertisement: the extremely thick and exaggerated trunk instantly became like a spear made of molten iron, becoming harder than steel, and it stabbed directly. Hoo-hoo hash! A roaring sound broke through the air. The hair on his whole body stood up, and Drake's expression changed. But he stepped hard and his body moved quickly. Keep dodging there. Boom. Boom. The earth was like tofu. Shockingly large holes were penetrated one after another. It makes people break into cold sweat. Hey, he is indeed a Marine Rear Admiral. Seeing Drake easily dodge his attack, Natsuri was full of surprise. After the strengthening of the ability of Shang fruit, he didn't just become thicker and thicker, gaining stronger wild power. Combined with the secret of life return, it is even possible to directly use Iron Body to strengthen attacks while moving. Iron Body Elephant Whip. The strong wind came. The huge elephant trunk tore apart the atmosphere fiercely and whipped it out. Let Drake change his color. Weapon resistance. But the huge power made him retreat the most. Next moment Fukuru, who was in midair, suddenly struck down. Beast Yan hyphenation point Tempest Kick. The wide wingspan swept out fiercely. Call out, the atmosphere is torn apart. An astonishing light green slash struck out like lightning. Hit Drake hard. What? Drake's expression changed. The whole person stepped hard. Relying on shaving, he dodged awkwardly. Zhou Yan Eagle Spear. Fukuru's offensive continues. The wings stirred up fierce wind pressure and killed them. The sharp long beak suddenly broke through the air and struck. Keng. Western swords and axes intertwined. Kanken blocked the swift attack. They are really tough guys. Staring at Fukuru in front of him, Draken's face became more solemn than ever before. Trouble. My heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom, although he, the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, has not mastered all 6 postures. But in the final analysis, the 6 postures are just more practical physical skills, and they cannot completely represent the personal fighting style. Advertisement: what he is better at is swordsmanship. In a one-on-one situation, Drake is fully confident that he can easily defeat the opponent. However, facing 2 members of Grandmaster C at the same time. And all of them are Zone's ability users, and one is a raptor with the ability to fly. The pressure is not as simple as doubling. When fighting one of them, if you are not careful, the other person may find an opportunity and be directly hit hard. The key is that Blood Prison Ren and others are still watching the show. The chance of him escaping is 0, tisk tisk. On a pirate ship, Luo, who was watching the battle there, had piercing eyes and was surprised. Is this the 6 styles? If you are interested, I can teach you. Ren shrugged and said nonchalantly. However, due to different personal fighting styles, I think you only need to learn something more practical for high-speed movement. Just shave and moonwalk, which allows people to stay in the air for a short period of time and can be used to deal with various situations. After all, although Op Fruit's ability is easy to use, it takes too much energy. The combination of the two will not only make your fighting style more flexible, but also greatly save physical energy consumption during the battle. Thank you so much. Luo smiled. 427. Most of his current fighting skills are based on the half-baked skills he learned from the Donkey family. Over the years, through constant exploration and piecemealing, I have integrated them into my own fighting style, but I always feel that it has great limitations. In daily battles with people, I rely more on the ability of Op Fruit. If anyone is willing to give me some advice, of course he wouldn't refuse. Amazing, the former members of the Hard Pirates, Babo, Shachi, Peijin and others couldn't help but widen their eyes and marveled. They didn't expect that it wasn't just Perona who killed them instantly and had a mind-numbing ability. Any of Ren's subordinates are so powerful, and they are all Zone's ability users. Moo. At this time, Nakitori, who transformed into a giant white elephant, didn't give Drake a chance to breathe. Iron body elephant tread, raging elephant feet. He stepped hard towards Drake. Boom. Boom. The ground cracked and smoke billowed. Drake got out in a panic. Roar. Drake's eyes flashed with ferocity. The body shape is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It transformed into an Allosaurus that was much larger than Yatori and extremely ferocious. With the elephant in front of me and the vulture. There was a confrontation. Chapter 118 Fierce Battle, the ability to recover, second update. Roar, portside, the extremely ferocious Allosaurus. There, he was killed by the slightly smaller but equally astonishing white elephant. Drake, who has given up hope of leaving here and is determined to die, has a cruel look in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and swooped out. With extremely sharp teeth, the wolf bit the elephant in front of him. BWGB, hey, you want to bite me? Then I'll pierce you. Iron body hyphenation point ivory attack. Relying on the rough skin and thick flesh of the elephant, he directly cooperated with the iron body, not to be outdone, and bumped into it. Two huge tusks, long and sharp, go straight through the Allosaurus in front of you. However, all of a sudden, the Allosaurus suddenly jumped up. He nimbly avoided the elephant's collision and seized the opportunity in an instant. The ferocious sharp teeth suddenly bit down on the elephant's swinging trunk. It bit through his skin that was harder than steel in an instant. Bright red blood seeped out. Oh, ha, the elephant screamed. Struggling in pain there, Yatori directly paid the price for his underestimation of the enemy. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** scene, a little shocked. I felt like my nose was about to be bitten off. The thick elephant legs trampled the earth hard. The long and sharp tusks rushed out, trying to pierce the opponent's head. Joyan Claw Spear. At this time, Fukuru, who transformed into a vulture, flapped his wings and swooped up immediately. The sharp claws gleaming like steel, towards Drake's head. Catch him hard. Roar. Drake decisively let go of Nudie. He jumped up suddenly, dodged the incoming sharp claws, and distanced himself. He faced off against the elephant in front of him and the extremely ferocious vulture that landed directly on Naruto's body. These two idiots. A pirate ship not far away. Looking at this scene, Lucci's eyelids twitched. Kaku, Jabra and others also turned their heads in embarrassment, feeling a little embarrassed as well. This can be regarded as their first battle as CP9 joined Ren, and they all gained quite good abilities. Advertisement needless to say, Khalifa. The ability of the transparent fruit, combined with the Gatling gun built by Brian Tunney. For those ordinary pirates, it was simply crushing. Winning is nothing to be proud of. But Nudori and Fukuru were 2 against 1, so they performed so poorly. The bite that Drake just made would probably break this guy's nose if he leaned against it. Even if the opponent is the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, and they have the ability of Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, and Allosaurus Form, they are still the elites of CP9. If it weren't for the battle with Straw Hat, he would have been seriously injured. Until now, I haven't been able to use much force. Lucci was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to end it himself. That's almost it. After all, I just got Zone's ability. I always want to try the beast form and be reckless. Ren was not surprised. He could understand the mood of these two people who wanted to fully demonstrate their ability to obtain fruits. And after all, Drake is an elite rear admiral selected by Marine, ready to break into the 4 emperors. His strength is indeed not that simple. He has also mastered the 2-color hockey for a long time, and is also an esper in the form of the ancient species Allosaurus. If it hadn't been for Nudori and Fukuru who had just become Zone's ability users. Their improved physical fitness in all aspects has greatly improved their basic combat effectiveness. It's not that easy to suppress the opponent, hateful. Huge white elephant. Shaking his bloody nose, it hurt so much that tears almost came out. Nudori, it's so embarrassing. Fukuru fluttered his wings and flew to the side, where he said, let's end the battle in the Renru form. If you continue to mess around like this, I'm afraid Lord Ren will get angry, chirp. In Drake's shrinking gaze, the bodies of the two began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a body shape of more than 3 meters tall, it is fully 4 meters tall. The body wrapped in horny elephant skin is unbelievably strong, and the face is extremely ferocious. 2 sharp fangs sprouted from the mouth. But Fukuru's bloated figure has not changed much, and his hands are like wings. Its face has a long, sharp beak, and its legs turn into eagle talons. It looks like a human-shaped bird, Tempest Kick. The two of them, without any hesitation, both rushed out. A thick elephant leg, sharp eagle claws, kicked down towards Drake through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, a huge slash, lightning penetrated the atmosphere. He hit Drake hard, whose expression changed greatly in front of him. Advertisement: the surge in wild power made the 6 moves they performed extremely powerful. Hunting grounds. Drake was not to be outdone. He also immediately transformed into a human animal form. Holding a western sword and an axe, he slashed violently. Call out, a loud roar broke through the air. A crisscross slash. Suddenly it burst out. Boom boom. There was a loud bang. Rocks sputtered and smoke billowed. The shocking impact set off violent wind pressure. Return of life lion finger pistol. The secret of the beast. Fukuru. Bang bang. Boom boom. 3 figures were fighting fiercely there. Just like the tip of a needle facing the awn of wheat, they are as good as each other. Extremely intense. That guy is really surprisingly strong. Khalifa, who ended the battle easily, returns. Her face was full of surprise as she looked at Drake, who was locked in a stalemate with Nudori and Fukuru. She obviously didn't expect that the other party was so strong. Even Nudori, Fukuru and the others couldn't take it down quickly. Bang bang. Until almost noon. Good money, scarred Drake. Finally he fell down unwillingly. The snuggled ivory and Fukuru's eagle claw. One after another, ruthlessly tearing the body apart. Drenched with blood. The battle between the 3 of them was fierce. Even since there was no way out, Drake was determined to die. Time and time again, Fukuru and Natsudori, who were already injured, exchanged injuries for injuries and fought back desperately. But Ren originally intended to train them, and had no intention of letting others come forward to help. Jia hee hee, are you finally done? Brian Tunney stepped forward directly. In the eyes of Luo, Lu Chi and others, they looked in disbelief and could not help but feel chill. He suddenly opened his exaggerated mouth and swallowed Drake's body directly. Within a moment, a bloody corpse was thrown out, and Brian Tunney's hands. There is one more strange fruit to pull out. Chapter 119. Power Generation Karina. Arc Proverbs open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. Time flies. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Ren and others were on their way leisurely and were about to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. On this day, in the eyes of Brian Tunney, Kaku, Lu Chi, Luo and others, they were shocked and inexplicable. Da, a huge ship, coming across the sky towards their location. What? Gulu, isn't it all gold? Looking at the huge golden statue on the ark that was getting closer and closer. Everyone could not help but open their mouths, inexplicably shocked. Ren. Far away. Karina, Lan Shi, and Zhang. On the ark Proverbs, waving to Ren and others. Wah. There was a flash of lightning. In the shocked eyes of Lu Chi, Kaku, Luo and others. A beautiful figure appeared in front of them instantly. He pounced straight on Ren, the leader. He hugged Ren's tall and handsome figure tightly. Karina's overjoyed face was full of indescribable excitement. This gift is really great, thank you so much. Also, I have heard about all the sensational deeds you have done these days. So amazing. The little girl's eyes shone, looking at Ren with admiration. Not only did it compete with the highest combat power of naval headquarters, it was also a match. And even the entire island was turned into an island of ice and fire. At first, they were a little surprised when they passed by the ice and fire island. Later, I found out that it was Ren's masterpiece. I was simply shocked beyond measure. Finally, I heard that Ren single-handedly destroyed Marine's age-killing demon a few days ago. He started a battle with the admiral candidate of the naval headquarters and almost destroyed the Water City, a famous floating city on the Grand Line. As long as you like it, advertisement that beautiful softness. It is indeed extremely comfortable, because Robin was standing by, watching with a half-smile. Ren could only cough dryly and push it away gently. He touched Karina's head, looked at the other person, and chuckled. It seems that you have mastered the newly acquired abilities very well. From such a long distance, it flashed over in an instant. It can be seen that Karina must have really put a lot of effort into training. Of course, I can't let you down. Karina narrowed her crescent eyes and held her head high. I can now control voltages up to 100 million volts. A few days down, after she became Thunderfruit's superpower. With his unremitting efforts, he has raised the voltage to 100 million volts. It has been able to directly activate Arc Proverbs and can continuously charge it at any time, which meets the conditions for long-distance flight. 100 million? That's pretty good. Ren was not disappointed, but smiled and encouraged. Work hard, surpass Enel first, and then reach higher heights. In such a short period of time, one can master hundreds of millions of volts by eating Thunderfruit. It is indeed remarkable. It can be seen that Karina is not only smart. Moreover, his own talent is no worse than the god Enel, or even better. In the past, I was only limited by my own vision, and there was no one to teach me, so I didn't pay much attention to the improvement of my own strength. Instead, in order to survive, they had to put more energy into sneaking around and taking advantage of opportunities. That considerable talent and qualification was wasted. Now, there are points and teachings, as long as this girl is willing to work hard. There might be hope of becoming a top powerhouse in the future. Here, let me introduce to you, Phantom Thief, Karina, our navigator. Ren pointed at Karina and introduced to Lucci, Kaku, Tony and others with a smile. Don't underestimate it. Although she is still relatively weak now, Karina is already a Logia Thunderfruit user, and I believe her strength will improve by leaps and bounds soon. Hiss, Thunderfruit, Logia, another terrifyingly powerful ability? Gia hee hee, the most awe-inspiring thunder and lightning in nature has really exaggerated abilities. Next to them, Luo, ACBF, Lucci, Kaku and others could not help but shrink their pupils, a little shocked. I never expected that the opponent turned out to be a user with the ability of Logia Thunderfruit. Judging from the meaning, it seems that this Lord Ren gave it to the other party. Thunder and lightning are one of the most awesome abilities in nature. If you close your eyes, you can guess that this must be a top-notch Logia ability. In terms of ability alone, it will never be inferior to the ability of Marine Admiral. Just look at how exaggerated Marine 3 Admiral's abilities are. They are all Logia's ability users, especially Admiral Aokiji, who is a user of Logia Frozen Fruit ability. Not to mention the ability to freeze the sea at every turn. Advertisement even a while ago, this Marine with the highest combat power fought against Ren. The battle between the two directly and permanently changed the island's terrain and climate, turning it into an island of ice and fire. It is enough to show how amazing the capabilities of this type of top-level Logia are. Robin, hello, Karina looked around. His eyes stayed on Khalifa and Perona for a moment. Arriving in front of Robin with a smile, Luo introduced herself to him. I am Karina, and I am a navigator. Hello, Karina, I'm Nika Robin. I've heard Ren talk about you a long time ago. Robin showed no hostility and said with a smile. I heard that you are still an old acquaintance of Nami, right? Ren had already mentioned the existence of the other party to her, the chief manager. It is said that he is a phantom thief, whose navigation skills are not inferior to Nami's, and he has an excellent mind and rich strategies. Tisk, incredible. Seeing this arc, I have the urge to deduct some gold. Does the legendary Golden Land really exist? Soon? After arc Proverbs came over. Even Lucci, Kaku, Tony, Perona, Luo and others were shocked by the exaggerated amount of gold on this ship. Lanchi, Wappa, we meet again. Robin stepped forward with a smile. Once a member of the Strawhat Pirates, she had been to Sky Island and had already met Lanchi and Wappa. Robin. Lanchi smiled and was a little surprised. Did you also quit the Strawhat Pirates? She obviously didn't expect that. Robin is the Straw Hats' archaeologist. He actually quit the Straw Hats and chose to follow Chang'en. The two of them were relatively familiar with each other, and soon they started chatting and laughing. I just introduced to you, these are our partners. With a smile on his face, Ren introduced Lanchi and Zhongwei to each other who had just arrived. Everyone, after the introduction, Ren clapped his hands. After everyone looked over, he smiled and said, speaking of which, there hasn't been a banquet yet. Tonight, we will have a grand banquet. Consider it a welcome banquet to officially welcome everyone into the family. Party? Sounds very good. It seems I'm starting to look forward to it. I like, marvelous. Chapter 120. Banquet, 3 women and 1 drama, 4th update. The night was hazy. On the arc Proverbs, the lights are bright. The pirate ship that was snatched by Ren and others and used as a makeshift was directly abandoned. Moved the base camp to the arc as the team's main ship. There was no bonfire, but the banquet atmosphere was lively and lively. Ren was directly greeted by Luo, Lucci, Kaku and other crew members. If it weren't for his good drinking ability, he would really be unable to hold on. Even Wappa, who had just arrived, started drinking with everyone from CP9. Not to mention the already versatile Karina. All of a sudden, even Lanchi, who was a little reserved at first, became familiar with Robin, Perona, Karina and other girls, chatting and laughing. He has the ability to transform the bugs in raccoon pattern. Not only the chef of the Straw Hats, Sanji, but also the beautiful chef of East Blue Log Town, Carmen, was transformed by Ren. Needless to say, there are plenty of ingredients in the sea. Moreover, whether it is the pirate ship that Ren and others are on, or the polar submarine that was originally preparing to sail to the Sabaody archipelago, there are many other seasonal fruits and vegetables in reserve. Not to mention the Ark of Proverbs that just arrived from Sky Island with the blessings of the people of Sandia. Of course, the drinks are enough. Fragrant barbecue, exquisite fruit platters, delicious pizzas of various flavors. They were brought up one after another, making everyone drool. Fighting to be the first to feast there. Captain, these are so delicious. Babo, a member of the polar bear fur tribe, grabbed a plate of delicious grilled fish and devoured it. Asterisk. It's not just him. Shachi and Pajan also echoed. Grabbing pizza with one hand and bone and meat with the other, my mouth was full of oil. They all showed expressions of pleasure and enjoyment. Lee hee, am I awesome? Huali Pato bared his teeth and puffed out his chest proudly. Although it is not the delicious food made by it. But that was done by using my own abilities to create characters. Well. Luo smiled while tasting his favorite food, sweet and delicious rice balls. Looking at it this way, joining Ren and the others seems to be a good idea. Come on, let's all have a drink, people are in high spirits. Advertisement standing there, holding a wooden bucket cup. There he smiled at everyone, for our reunion, for our ambition. Cheers, after 3 rounds of drinking wine alternately, pushing cups and changing cups. Yinbei, playing beautiful music. Let me sing a song for everyone. Karina, who had no stage fright at all, took the microphone and started singing in front of everyone's surprised eyes. She often disguises herself as a singer. She mingled in those celebrity banquets and looked for opportunities to steal. The sound is surprisingly beautiful. The sweet singing, accompanied by the melodious melody, can't help but echo. Under the leadership of Karina, the atmosphere became more and more lively. Even Ren, although he already knew that the other party was a great singer, still heard this girl sing for the first time. Even women such as Robin smiled and applauded, not to mention Luo, Kaku, Jabra and others. This lively banquet, it didn't end until late at night. A member named CP9, together with the crew of the original Heart Pirates. Together with Huali Pato and Brian Tunney, they were all drunk alone and collapsed there. I just smiled and said good night to Luo Shi, Lan Shi, Karina and other girls who were a little tipsy and returned to the room one after another. Ren, who was returning to the room, raised his eyebrows. Hey, suddenly, I felt a flash of lightning in my eyes. A beautiful figure came directly into her arms. He was instantly blocked by a figure so close at hand, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Karina. Ren. He wrapped his arms around Ren's neck, his blurred eyes bold and fiery. The one who threw herself into my arms was actually this girl Karina. Moreover, he is extremely proactive. Karina originally had a lot of affection for Ren, who was young, handsome, powerful, not as bad as the outside world said, and easier to get along with. Because of the Thunder Fruit incident, I had already been moved to the point of being unreasonable. I made up my mind in a daze, and my favorability level reached a full level in advance. 0. Please give me flowers. Previously, it was obvious at a glance that Lan Chi was pretending to be drunk. As an old Zhanghu, who has been wandering around the sea alone since he was a child. Advertisement. Why don't you understand what the other party wants to do? Her usual unwillingness to admit defeat made Karina's head heat up. With the stimulation brought by alcohol, I made bold and crazy decisions on impulse. He ran over first. Well, but after a moment, the fiery breath came. Karina's pretty face turned red and she suddenly woke up. Realizing what he was doing, he couldn't help but be startled. Yeah. But at this time, the arrow is already on the string. XETA. It's too late to regret. Outside the door. A figure crept forward. Hearing the movement inside, he stood there instantly. Damn Karina, I was preempted. Lan Chi, blushing, was so angry that she was itching her teeth. This bitcha. But we can only retreat helplessly, we can't really queue up, right? And at this moment, in the next room, Robin was originally drunk. Where can I still look drunk? It seemed like I had seen something extraordinary. His face was a little red, and he had to give up his vaguely eager decision to attack at night. These two girls are really bold. A crazy night until early morning. He looked at the electric light that disappeared before his eyes, and the big hole that had just been cut in the sheets. After all, it was Karina's first time to take care of this girl, so Ren just released some anger, and couldn't help but smile. The one who was hiding outside the door before and almost broke in was Lan Chi, right? I never expected that this girl Karina would beat Lan Chi. However, Robin still can't change his habit of using his abilities to detect information. His knowledge and skills have become incredibly strong due to his unremitting training over the years. Even if you don't turn it on deliberately, you can still be keenly aware of some private peaks and the like. Too lazy to think too much. I drank a lot of wine and my head was a little groggy. He covered his head and fell asleep. Chapter 121 Sabaody Archipelago. Everyone was surprised. 5th update. The next day, the sun rises in the east. On the sea, there are waves. Everyone who had been hungover all night came over one after another. And Ren, already in high spirits, start training there. Lord Ren, you really work hard enough. See Ren working so hard. Lu Chi, Kaku, Luo and others were not surprised. Because this is not the first time that he has seen the other person get up early to practice. Dreams are realities that only those with strength are qualified to talk about. One finger was placed on a thick metal plate that was several square meters wide. The whole person stood upside down, with dumbbells made by Dr. Brian tied to his feet, which were ridiculously heavy, and kept rising and falling. Moreover, Ren, who was already sweating as he kept rotating his fingers, said with a smile, no matter how powerful your ambition is, you still need enough strength to support it. Otherwise, no matter how meticulous the plan, no matter how huge the layout is, after all, 300 will be just a castle in the air, as fragile as a dream and a bubble. He admires strength, although he is not a true cultivator. But I still keep my old habits every day. Try to devote more time to practice as much as possible. After all, Ren knew exactly what he was doing and what he wanted. Without strong strength as support, what he wants to do is undoubtedly digging his own grave. That's right, Luo, Lu Chi, Wappa and others couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the sweaty figure in front of him, he immediately smiled. There are only men like this. It is worthy of people like them to follow. Without hesitation, they all started training there. Among them, under the instruction of Ren. As a member of CP9, Fukuro, the Grandmaster of 6 Styles, is responsible for directly instructing Luo, Bibo, Peijin and others on physical training such as shaving and stepping. Now that Lu Chi, the leader, is willing to follow, instead of just being conceited and thinking about finding an opportunity to escape, or lurking around Ren as an undercover agent or something. Fukuro had previously received the bird fruit vulture form ability from Ren, and was already full of gratitude to this new boss. Naturally, he obeyed his advice and was able to shine brightly. Moreover, Ren knows it very well. This guy has never been able to hide anything in his heart. In the missions assigned by Spandam, the boss, confidential information was leaked many times, causing the original latent mission to become an invasion mission. The number of assassination bids increased exponentially. Advertisement. Even with his mouth zipped up, he still couldn't help but leak some important information to the enemy from time to time. Even if they were to investigate his 8 generations of ancestors, he might not be able to help but tell them directly. If you let him teach, he will definitely answer every question and do his best. It's not as slippery as Jabra, so it's hard to say whether it's hidden or not. Maybe you are being smart and trying to mislead others. Aha. Good morning, everyone. After washing, Karina stretched her waist there. The whole person looked radiant and beautiful. Not as tired as I thought. On the contrary, he was as energetic as usual. Looking at the vast blue sea and sky, she felt extremely comfortable. The weather is really nice today. Good morning, Karina. Robin, who had also just woken up, greeted with a smile. Looking at Karina as if nothing had happened, her eyes were filled with meaning. I'm afraid it's not that the weather is good, but that someone is in a good mood. Lan Chi on the side said with a cold face, sarcastically. I'm a little bit worried about what happened yesterday. It's not bad. Karina smiled, not shy at all. Although what happened yesterday. It was completely the result of impulsiveness under the catalysis of alcohol. But she won't regret it. HMPH. Lan Chi was itching her teeth with hatred. Ignore Karina and start training there. I have read the reports about Ren these days, and I have even witnessed the shocking sight of the ice and fire island with my own eyes. She knew very well that she needed to work harder so that the group could keep up with the other party. Don't want to hold Ren back. E.g. Karina saw this. Baring his teeth, he showed an expression of victory. He didn't provoke Lan Chi anymore, and started practicing on his own. Stop it. Robin smiled softly. I also started to warm up and prepare for training there. Although Ren didn't have high demands on her, she knew very well how ambitious this man was. He also knows that his identity as an Ohara archaeologist will inevitably attract covetous attention from all parties, and even assassination without sparing any effort. I don't want to hold the other party back. She was in the Strawhat Pirates. Under Ren's guidance, I have mastered the 6 types of shaving. Ren once gave her advice to train Moonwalk first to master this more practical physical skill. Advertisement. Then, start practicing about hockey. Time passes. Arc Proverbs and the Polar Submarine were both flying high in the sky. As a navigator, Karina has begun to take over Violet's job. He showed off his excellent navigation skills and led everyone to escape several storms, heavy rains and other harsh weather conditions without any danger. Until noon, the group had a sumptuous lunch. A hazy island, looming. Ren, looking at the distance with a monocular telescope, Karina said excitedly, the Sabaody archipelago has arrived. Is it finally here? Lee hee hee, I heard that there are various amusement parks here, right? Jia hee hee, Sabaody archipelago, I have been here once before, but it was a few years ago. I'm really looking forward to it. Hear the words. Ren, Robin, Tony, Luo and others couldn't help but get up. Following her line of sight, she looked forward. According to the information from Spandam, that Greg Horan is at the 66th port that Celestial Dragons frequents. Robin asked Ren, do you want to go directly? That Spandam guy. Rob Lucci raised his eyebrows and sneered. He already knows that Spandam betrayed the world government. At first, I thought Ren deliberately asked the other party to remove them from the world government. But later during the conversation between Spandam and Ren, I realized that it was exactly that B********** D who had pushed these subordinates out as scapegoats for the sake of his own future. If not, Ren would still be able to use that guy. He really wanted to go directly to Eni's lobby to settle the score. Khalifa on the side couldn't help but asked curiously, Robin, who is Greg Holland 4.0 you were talking about? Greg Holland, I have some impression. Before Robin could respond, Jabra next to him raised his eyebrows, the Marine Rear Admiral who once tried to attack the Celestial Dragons. What? Trying to attack Celestial Dragons? And the Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters? Luo, who joined later and was unaware of the incident, heard this along with Karina and others who had just come to join them. His pupils could not help but shrink sharply, and he was a little shocked. Of course they had all heard of the existence of the world nobles. It is said that those celestial dragons enjoy all privileges and can directly trample and ignore all laws and human rights. Once offended by anyone, even the naval headquarters must send Marine Admiral to protect it. I never expected that a Marine would dare to attack celestial dragons. He's right. I heard he ended up very miserable, chirp. Hey, even though he is unlucky, he is indeed a real man. Chapter 122 Greg Holland, Rage of Revenge Update 1. WW. Just like on a dreamy island. A large number of bubbles are flying, and under the smudge of light, they appear colorful and beautiful. Bubbles, large and small, kept popping up from the wet ground, rushing into the sky one after another, and from time to time they exploded one after another high in the sky, making crisp sounds. Here are 79 differently numbered peninsulas, Sabaody archipelago, made up of the huge roots of the world's largest Argene mangrove. Wow, so beautiful, it's like a dream. Rice hee hee, are those bubbles popping up from the ground? So interesting. Gia hee hee, those bubbles are formed by the sap secreted by the world's largest Yarkman mangrove tree. Without the special climate of this island, they will burst directly. Hiss, is this the legendary Sabaody archipelago? It's incredible. In a deserted corner, two ships, one large and one small, the Ark Proverbs and the Polar Submarine, appeared there. Robin, Lan Chi, Karina, Perona and other girls who came here for the first time couldn't help but their eyes lit up and they were amazed. Even Luo, O3 Pato, Bebo, Zongwei and others were all deeply shocked. In other words, it's not just them. This fairy tale scene. Even people who have been mentally prepared will be a little shocked. In books, comics, no matter how vivid and wonderful the description is, there is obviously a huge gap between these and reality. Only when you are truly immersed in it can you know how magical this sea is. This is peninsula number 37. Ren smiled and said, everyone remember the number, our ship will stay here, and you can move around freely. I heard that on this island, peninsulas 1 to 29 are lawless zones. Not only are there slave auction houses, but they are also filled with a large number of criminals who specialize in bounty hunting and even kidnapping and trafficking of human beings. It is best for everyone to work in groups. Don't accidentally overturn the boat in the ditch and let us rescue people. Remember to ask for a phone from Tony so you can contact him at any time. According to Spandam's report, Ren naturally knew that Marine and those guys were already preparing to launch a plan against him. Advertisement. Moreover, considering that although Admiral Aokiji, T-Dolphin and others are powerful, they cannot leave him alone because they cannot fly directly and their abilities are relatively restrained by him. Admiral Kizaru, a Logia sparkling fruit user, was directly transferred back. Now I can't wait to find myself out immediately. However, he was not really a reckless man, and he was not prepared to make a fuss so soon. Even if they really want to make a big fuss, they will arrange for others to leave first. Lucci, you and Bluno go to Peninsula 66 and bring that guy back. Ren said directly. Now, there are more people under my command, not just 2 or 3 kittens. Naturally, it is impossible for him to experience everything personally. Yes, and at this moment, Peninsula number 66 is a port dedicated to the entry and exit of world government ships. Greg Holland, it's dinner time. Come here. A government employee threw the remaining bowl of rotten rice aside. Impatiently, he kicked the figure at his feet who was in ragged clothes, huddled up, and chained around his neck like a dog. After a long time, the figure moved and raised its head slightly. Shockingly, he actually had no limbs, and his eyes were hollow, which looked a bit shocking. It's like a human-shaped insect, squirming, there. He lay down at the bowl and ate it like a dog. But dogs can at least lick. He will not, because not only does he have no limbs, he has no eyes. Not even a tongue. Ha ha ha, I'm really embarrassed. The guard on the side sneered and said, the once high-spirited general and the promising naval headquarters rear admiral has fallen into such a state. Who told him that he wanted to attack the great nobles of the world without thinking about life and death? Charma is a saint, but he is a descendant of the Creator, and has the noble blood of God. It is your glory that your fiancé is favored by God. Instead of obediently offering it up with both hands, a woman who was carried away by anger deserves to end up like this. I heard that your beautiful fiancé is a lot cheaper than a slave. Gia ha ha. Several guards were there, laughing unbridledly. Advertisement. But the figure lying there didn't make any waves. Just keep your head down and eat. Crying. His tears have dried up, leaving only the warm blood. Anger. That thing can't restore his broken limbs. It will only receive more ridicule and beatings. No matter how great the anger is, it can only be buried deep in his heart, but it will never be extinguished easily. The purpose of living till now is just to wait for an opportunity. Although he has lost his limbs, he still has the most primitive weapon of mankind, teeth. Without his eyes, he still has the observation haki, which has become stronger through continuous training day and night, and can even present invisible pictures in his mind. Do those people really think that they can't see the ugly faces that are either hypocritical, pretending to be pity, or sarcastic, or extremely humiliating? Without his legs, his spine has not been broken. The continuous exercise of waist and abdominal strength allows him to jump up and pounce on 383 like a crocodile. His armament haki, who keeps training and tries hard not to let it go into waste, can also wrap and strengthen his teeth. Before dying, don't drag that damned Chalmuk saint into hell. He is not willing to die. I do not know how long it has been. Greg Holland lying there, as if feeling something, he raised his head abruptly. Thump, thump, after images invisible to the naked eye passed by. Without any accident, several guards with mediocre strength just fell there. Tisk, tisk, it's really miserable. Lu Chi looked at the figure lying there, looking like a disabled person. Greg Holland lowered his head expressionlessly, indifferent. He has heard similar words countless times in the past few years. Already numb. No ripples. Someone asked me to take you away. I want to see if your revengeful heart is dead. Lu Chi raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, do you want to leave with us? How could the anger in my heart be extinguished so easily? A deep voice echoed in the minds of Lucci and Bluno. They couldn't help but trembled, and their eyes widened. He looked in disbelief at the man in front of him who had lost all his limbs and eyes, but just looking at each other with his empty eye sockets made people shudder inexplicably. Chapter 123 Resilience. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Tisk tisk. It's really miserable. Celestial dragons, they are so abominable. That's right. Scholars can be killed, but not humiliated. Such behavior is really chilling. When Lucci and Bluno came back with Greg Holland, Luo, Robin, Kaku, Wappa, Karina, Brian Tunney and others could not help but shrink their pupils. There is fear, there is anger, there is sympathy, there is pity. To name a few. Blood Prison Ren, I heard those guards told you about your deeds, are you trying to find me? Greg Holland ignored the others and faced Ren, the leader, with empty eyes. A low voice echoed in Ren's mind. Has observation haki reached this level? Ren's pupils shrank, a little surprised. Observation haki reaches a certain level and is able to communicate with others directly using the voice of the heart. He naturally knows it very well, and his observation haki, who has already reached the level of foreseeing the future, can easily do it. But unexpectedly, a naval headquarters rear admiral had his limbs chopped off, his eyes gouged out, his tongue pulled out, and he was completely reduced to a useless person. Observation haki can actually reach this level. It actually surprised Ren. At the same time, it is clear that the other party's heart has never really died. Interesting, I'm starting to look forward to you more. People looked at each other, looking at the somewhat ferocious face. Long-term malnutrition has resulted in a sallow complexion, skinny skin, and an unpleasant odor that makes people frown. The empty eye sockets make people feel numb. With a calm expression on his face, he went straight to the point. We have a common goal, which is to overthrow the world government and bring down the biggest garbage on the sea. How about it? Do you want to join us? Or do you mean that you disdain to associate with pirates like us, continue to stick to your own justice, and are willing to continue to linger and live like a dog? Justice. That kind of thing no longer matters. Greg Holland responded indifferently. The blood that was once filled with passion has long since cooled down. All that's left is full of annihilation. He was already disheartened by all this. Even Admiral Akainu, who kept shouting, absolute justice, did not dare to contradict celestial dragons in the end. Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku, who he once highly admired and thought was very handsome, and was once his idol, looked like he had a righteous face, but he was just following the crowd, shouting slogans of justice, and was extremely hypocritical. After all, Marine, who holds high the banner of justice, is nothing more than a guard dog raised by the celestial dragons. Although naval headquarters had sent someone to mention it to him privately, after a while, celestial dragons had forgotten about it and would pick him up and place him there, and even let the Marine Science Corps equip him with prosthetic limbs. Advertisement. But what's the use? Can his dead fiancé come back safe and sound? Can that righteous heart that has been trampled to pieces by the celestial dragons long ago be put back together? I heard Rob Lucci say, Op Fruit's ability user. That kind of incredible fruit ability really has hope to make me recover. As long as I can crawl out of hell and take revenge on those superior guys, I will sell my life to you. Greg Holland's deep and resolute voice echoed in everyone's hearts. That would be perfect, Ren said with a smile. Looking at the skinny figure in front of him, he couldn't help but look forward to it. The once promising naval headquarters rear admiral, if you recover, how far can your anger support you? Greg Holland. Then I will take him for treatment now. Glancing at Greg Holland, Luo asked Ren. Since there are so many lawless areas here, full of pirates, human traffickers, bounty hunters, etc., it shouldn't be difficult to find suitable accessories to connect its limbs. After all, this tough guy dared to directly attack the celestial dragons for his beauty. Even if the previous positions were different, he also admired it very much. No, there's no need for that. Just check his body for injuries, hidden illnesses, etc. first. Ren waved his hand. Greg Holland's potential. It was bigger than he thought. What substitutes are more suitable than your original limbs? He doesn't want the subsequent limbs to affect the other person's development potential. Open black lens bracket. What's the meaning? Close black lens bracket. Greg Holland frowned. Even Luo, Bibo, Lucci and others were a little surprised. They all looked at Ren in confusion. Originally I wanted to reattach your severed limb, but I changed my mind. Ren looked at Greg Holland, chuckled and said directly, the continued ones belong to others after all, it is better to just use your original ones. Although Greg Holland, who had just turned 25 before being deposed, was young. But his strength should be almost the same as that of Drake, who is now in his early 30s. Known as a promising star. You can see its potential. Now, despite 3 years of suffering, observation haki has not declined but increased, and has been tempered to the point of perfection. According to his judgment, the opponent's attainments in armament haki are not too weak. He has gone through many hardships, but remains indomitable. Advertisement. Like a phoenix reborn from the fire. The future is promising. He wouldn't mind a trip to Dressrosa. Find the paramesha of the Dantata tribe, the healing fruit user. Let it truly recover. Open black lens bracket. My original. Close black lens bracket. Greg Holland was stunned. Could it be? Luo's pupils shrank sharply. He remembered that when Ren was chatting, he once mentioned to him a fruit ability that was even more exaggerated than the op fruit's medical ability. Ah, Paramesha healing fruit's ability can restore all targets. Ren said bluntly. I think that would be more suitable for you. Open black lens bracket recovery. Close black lens bracket. Greg Holland was a little shocked. But naturally I happily accepted Ren's arrangement. After waiting for so long, he didn't miss this moment. Compared to using other people's limbs, it is indeed more comfortable to use your own. This is really surprising. Lu Chi, Kaku, Karina and others on the side were all equally surprised. Restore all goals. Do you still have such exaggerated abilities? Healing fruit. Robin was full of surprise and looked at Ren curiously. But, can't Pato's ability do it directly? No, restoring the target object is the ultimate ability of the healing fruit. The ability user created by Pato cannot yet achieve such an amazing level. Yes, Ren shrugged. Not long after, watches Luo, Babo and others take Greg Holland to the polar submarine, which has medical equipment, and prepare for simple treatment. After all, after 3 years of torture, exposure to wind and rain, and most of the food he ate was rotten, his body's functions were bound to be greatly affected. Obviously it cannot be recovered in a day or two. It needs to be well cared for. Pato, Robin, Lanchi, Karina, Khalifa and others. They all couldn't wait to see each other and went sightseeing together. Ren sat on the bow of the Ark Proverbs, looking at the polar submarine next to him, and couldn't help but touch his chin. This actually gives me a headache. Originally, he could not say that he did not value Greg Holland. But at least the expectations were not too high, but now the other party undoubtedly gave him a big surprise. In this case, the ability of the ancient dragon fruit, Tyrannosaurus Rex, that was originally planned to be given to the opponent. 2. Should we change the battle? Forget it, it depends on whether your luck is good or not. Chapter 124 Shocking News, Fire Fist vs Blackbeard, 3rd update. Ren. Not long. Robin, who was supposed to have formed a group with Pato, Lanchi, Karina, Perona and others to go to the amusement park, suddenly turned back. Called Ren from a distance. Popping the bubbles flying over at will, Ren raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, Robin, why did you come back? The reason why he was not in a hurry to stroll around this island. Firstly, it's because Marine has already launched a plan to pursue and suppress him. Although on the CP side, Spandam, the top officer of CP9, will try his best to suppress the information about him and create obstacles for the Marine side. But after all, this place is only an hour or two flight away from Naval Headquarters Marineford. It can be said that it is under Marine's nose. Marine's own intelligence capabilities are not weak, so he should keep a low profile as much as possible. Secondly, it was to prepare for Luo and others' surgery. Have a chat with Greg Holland, the new ex-Marine Rear Admiral. Spandam just called, Robin said in a deep voice. According to the information sent back by CP's informant on Banaro Island. Luffy's brother, Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was fighting that Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach there. Oh, Ren's eyes narrowed. He stood up and looked at the sea in the distance. The storm he was looking forward to. Is it finally starting? Robin, help me prepare the permanent pointers for Punk Hazard and Dressrosa. He said directly to Robin. And the Forgotten Island, where he sleeps in Ancient Town. I want to go out. While in Ennie's lobby, he specifically came from Spandam. I asked for permanent record pointers to many islands. Among them, there are islands such as Punk Hazard and Dressrosa. Although due to the chaos of the New World's magnetic field, some islands are special and even have no magnetic field. The recording pointer changed from 1 needle to 3, and it was extremely unstable. However, for the vast majority of islands, permanent record pointers still work. And what surprised Ren was Ennie's lobby's record pointer repository. There is even a permanent record pointer to the island of Oblivion that few people know about. It can be said that it directly saved him a lot of trouble. You want to go to the New World now? Robin was surprised. Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? According to Spandam's information, Blackbeard is negotiating with the world government, trying to obtain the location of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ren asked Robin directly, what do you think will happen if Ace loses? Advertisement. I think he will give Ace to the world government as a addy trade in exchange for the throne of the 7 warlords of the sea. Robin said without hesitation. Ren once mentioned Blackbeard's dark fruit ability to her. For the vast majority of ability users, it is indeed very unfriendly and very restrained. Considering that Blackbeard is a man with scars on his red-haired face who once fought in the New World, 4 emperors, his strength is definitely not simple. Ace really doesn't have much chance of winning. The world government has verified that Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and Whitebeard wants to protect Ace, and even intends to train him as his successor. Ren chuckled lightly, looked at Robin, and then asked, then what do you think will happen to Ace next? What? Robin heard this. The whole person couldn't help but his pupils shrank, he was a little shocked, and he couldn't help but lost his voice. As the son of Roger the Pirate King, the brother of Luffy, so powerful. At first, she really wasn't very clear about Ace's specific life experience, but she didn't expect it to be so shocking. Moreover, he and Luffy are actually 2 brothers. She couldn't imagine it. A son of Pirate King Roger. A leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of the most vicious criminal in the world, the Revolutionary Long. How did these 2 become brothers? But Ren obviously won't do it without aim. If that is the case. Just afraid of what's next. World government is really possible. Take some extraordinary action. A huge storm is about to begin. Ren stroked Robin's pretty face and said with a smile, we have to hurry up and make preparations. Call. A few minutes later, a pair of flame wings emerged from behind. I brought a few permanent recording pointers with me, as well as the transformation that was entrusted to me in advance. Under Robin's somewhat restless gaze, Ren has no intention of playing in Sabaody archipelago at all. Directly following the guidance of the record pointer. Head towards the red line. Fly away. Boom. Now. Banaro Island is not far from the water capital. Throughout the town, the ground became bare. Those buildings have disappeared and have become empty. The billowing heat wave couldn't help but spread, and the extremely blazing flames collided violently with the black smoke that made people's scalp numb, as if it could swallow even light. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Ace, it's useless, you are no match for me. Covered in black smoke, Marshal D. Teach looked ahead at the embarrassed figure covered in flames, laughing arrogantly. Are you sure you don't want to consider the proposal I just made? Stop joking, I will never do anything that I will regret. Guys. The embarrassed Fire Fist Ace wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. He looked directly at the other person without any fear or flinching. He said in a deep voice firmly. That would be a pity. Blackbeard Teach was filled with regret when he heard that the other party once again rejected his invitation to join the Blackbeard Pirates and become his companion. But the next moment, the black smoke around him became more and more fierce, and continued to surge out. In this world, only staying alive is victory. Great Flame Ring. Ace rubbed his fists tightly and yelled. To the greatest extent, stimulate your own Logia Mera Mera fruit ability. The raging flames rippled endlessly, spreading in all directions. It turned into a huge sea of fire. In the end, an electric sun was condensed. Extremely fiery and dazzling. It's impossible to look straight at. Ha ha ha, who is stronger, the sun or the darkness? Blackbeard was filled with darkness and arrogance, because he smiled. There is only one winner. Who? Ho. Terrible darkness. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun, it surged out like a tidal wave. All the light seemed to be attracted and swallowed up. The entire sea area became faintly darker. It forms a strong contrast with the dazzling sun. One light and one dark. I respect Whitebeard as king. Ace's eyes were firm. The huge fireball in his hand. Throw it out hard. Emperor Yan. Ha ha ha. Thief, just be swallowed up by the darkness. Rumble. The loud noise shook the sky. Raging flames. Collision with darkness. There they are constantly fighting and squeezing each other. The whole island seemed to be shaking violently. On the sea, the waves are rough. It's shocking. Chapter 125 Snow Girl Monet, Artificial Devil Fruit, 4th update. Woo hoo hoo. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, no one knows. A huge unicorn beast, like an extremely fast stream of light, was galloping there. Until dusk. Watch the record pointer point directly downward. Brush. Ren's figure shrank. A pair of flame wings emerged, fluttering and flying down. As this here, soon. An island filled with poisonous gas appeared in front of Ren. But these poisonous gases that can scare away countless powerful people, for those with abilities in the form of phantom beasts and unicorns, they represent auspiciousness, are invulnerable to all poisons, and can even ignore curses. Nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, he broke into it directly. The huge observation hockey directly locked the location of the experimental base. What? Some figures were equipped with mechanical arms and legs and were fully armed. After discovering Ren's figure, he immediately became vigilant. But there was no time to issue a reminder. Buzz. Ren's eyes narrowed. An invisible wave suddenly impacted. One by one, they foamed at the mouth, lost consciousness, and fainted. Boom. Hoo. Woo. Lots of snowflakes. It's like a blizzard, rolling in. A green-haired beauty wearing glasses, a white coat, a delicate appearance, and white skin appeared there. However, Monet's eyes only felt blurry. In an instant, a strong hand wrapped around the dark hockey's neck and strangled him mercilessly. Her face turned red and her pupils shrank sharply. You are. Obviously he recognized that young and handsome face. Cold sweat broke out immediately. She's quite pretty, but she's a bit weak in strength. Ren looked at the snow girl Monet indifferently and commented nonchalantly. Next moment. Advertisement. He threw Monet away casually. Take me to Geisa, don't try to play any tricks. Ren, expressionless, said calmly. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying this place. Ahem. Why does a person like you appear here? Snow Maiden Monet sat slumped there, coughing. After regaining his composure, he looked at Ren in shock in front of him, and couldn't help but threaten with a hint of lust. Did you know that this is the territory of the 7 warlords of the Sea Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo? Besides, behind him is Kaido, the 4 emperors of New World. The human figure is like a ghost. Instantly appeared in front of the snow girl Monet. In Monet's frightened eyes, he raised her chin with his leather shoes. Looking down at the other party from a high position, he couldn't help but sneered. I am the 4th natural disaster of Beast's pirates. You threaten me with them. What? Monet originally felt extremely humiliated. His whole body was shaken, and his eyes widened. Looking at Ren in disbelief. The bounty for this young monster exceeds 1 billion belly. He has actually accepted the invitation of Beast's Pirates and joined Kaido of the Beasts. For a moment, I broke out in cold sweat and was at a loss. Stop talking nonsense, little b asterisk 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 d. Ren patted her face angrily. Take me to see that guy Gaisaku. Little miscellaneous fish. Monet's face darkened and he stared angrily. She is a dignified leader of the Don Quixote family and a user with Logia snow fruit ability. He was actually called a trash fish by the other party. This involves an important transaction with Kaido, and is the raw material production base of Smile. Monet stood up awkwardly, thinking of the other party's terrifying strength that can compete with the Admiral of Headquarters and even permanently change the climate of an island. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva, suppress the indignation in my heart, and reminded loudly, since you have joined Beast's Pirates, you should know what the consequences will be if you break his deal. But at the same time, my heart couldn't help but jump. Could it be that Kaido, the Beast, wants to tear up the agreement with her young master, Doflamingo, and take it by force? Don't worry, I'm just here to get something, I don't care about anything else. Ren said nonchalantly. For those half-baked faux devil fruit deals between the Beast's Pirates and the Don Quixote family. He had no intention of destroying it at all. They are even prepared to protect the production of this thing. I wish there were more man-made demon fruit power in Beast's Pirates, the better. Advertisement. It would be convenient for him to do the opposite when the time comes. Not long after. 0. Please give me flowers. Under the guidance of Monet, who was a little uneasy but had to obey. Turning left and right, and continuing to move forward in the passage of the experimental base, Ren met Gaisa Current, a scientist who once belonged to the Marine Science Corps. Blood Prison Ren, the fourth scourge of Beast's Pirates. After listening to the introduction of Snow Girl Monet, the tall and thin figure with goat's horns, ugly and ferocious face, wearing a white coat, and his whole body bulged like a balloon, his eyes lit up and he floated over. Hey, it's incredible, you actually accepted Kaido's invitation and joined the Beast's Pirates. Gaisa Kulin is full of curiosity. But at the same time, Kong Shui Nu was reminding her intentionally or unintentionally. Secretly, there is also some fear and vigilance. I advise you to put away your little tricks. A flash of scarlet flashed through Ren's eyes, as if he had foreseen something, and he looked at the other party with some sarcasm. He was trying to use your natural gas fruit ability to pull away oxygen or something. He raised his fist. Directly condensed hockey of pitch black. He gently waved it in front of Guy's face and said calmly, otherwise, I don't mind letting you suffer a little first, and we can talk about it later. Ahem. How could that happen? Guy's expression changed. Cold sweat broke out, and he said hurriedly, how dare I face such a big shot like you? He quietly stopped trying to extract the oxygen from this place and prepared to use hypnosis gas to knock the opponent unconscious. Because Monet's previous gesture told him that the identity of the other party could not be confirmed yet. He also thought about knocking the opponent unconscious and then confirm the situation with Beast's Pirates through his collaborator, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo himself. I wonder what your lord is doing here. At this time, Ren suddenly took action. A knife wrapped around Hockey knocked Monet unconscious. Ah, Gaisa was shocked. The whole person subconsciously retreated a few meters away. He looked at Ren warily and said in panic, hey, what do you want to do? I won't lie to you anymore. Ren stretched out his hand directly to Guy and said in a tone that could not be refused, give me the fruit that Dr. Vegapunk researched. What? Chapter 126 Bloodline Factor Technology. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. What? Is that what you're aiming for? I heard Ren get straight to the point. Ask for the artificial devil fruit left by Dr. Vegapunk. Looking at Monet who was knocked unconscious by Ren's sudden attack with a hand knife, Gaisa Current couldn't help but be a little shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Never would I have thought that Blood Prison Ren's purpose would be exactly this. Wait a minute, that one is a failure too. Gaisa said loudly immediately. He knew very well that the artificial devil fruit created by Dr. Vegapunk was a failure. This guy from Vegapunk has admitted it himself. For this reason, it also refused to hand it over to the world government. What about failures? Ren has no intention of explaining the other party's doubts. He just looked at Gaisa with a half smile, and sneered, didn't you also create the artificial devil fruit smile through your research on it? You know this as well. Gaisa was shocked. He stared blankly at the 637 people in front of him. I never expected that the other party would see through his background. The smile fruits he created were actually developed through continuous research on the fruit left by Dr. Vegapunk. Does the Beast's Pirates also want to research artificial devil fruit? Guy swallowed his saliva, waved his hands and said sweatingly, hey, isn't this a bit against the rules? Doesn't this cut off his financial resources? Right now, his cooperation with Doflamingo is not limited to producing those gas bombs. Just make money with these artificial devil fruits. Moreover, Gaisa also advocated the experiment of enlarging the human body, defrauded a large sum of money from the Big Mom Pirates, and spent it on debauchery. If there is no smile fruit transaction, it means that the Beast's Pirates no longer need him and are no longer his backer. Then the angry, Big Mom, will crush him to death in minutes. The Don Quixote family would most likely abandon him. I don't care about his life or death, it won't cut off your wealth, you don't have to worry. Ren naturally saw Gaisa Kulang's concerns. His aura was not that aggressive, and he smiled and said, Artificial devil fruit ability is not so easy to come by. It still requires a first-class scientist like you. Not only will the transaction not be interrupted, you will only produce as many artificial devil fruit and beasts pirates as you want. Joke. Although smile fruit has many shortcomings. But in general, there is still a bonus to strength, but the side effects are a bit greater. No matter how many children you cultivate, they will all serve as wedding clothes for him. Hey, but, of course Gaisa doesn't want to. I subconsciously want to refuse. Advertisement, get it clear, I'm not discussing with you. His expression remained unchanged. Looking at Gaisa, he asked with a smile, or do you want me to catch you directly and ask you questions slowly? As he spoke, a crimson flame burst out from his right hand. Although there was only a small cluster, the terrifying high temperature instantly distorted the atmosphere. The temperature in the entire laboratory rose sharply, making it unbearably hot. Crackling. Waves of heat rushed towards my face. Leg guy changed color and sweat, some scalp tingling. A monster that is rumored to be on par with the Admiral of Headquarters and capable of destroying Marine Buster Call head-on by itself. It was indeed terrifyingly strong. Don't, I'll just give it to you. Guy broke out in a cold sweat. I got scared instantly. That's right, extinguish the flame. The man looked very kind. Patting the other person's shoulder, he said nonchalantly, don't play any tricks. I know that scientists like you are missing arms and legs, just mechanical prosthetics. I just don't know if your third leg is crippled. Can you still continue to defraud the Big Mom Pirates research funds and spend every day drinking like you did before? Nani? Guy jumped up, his face turned pale. As if he had seen a ghost, he looked at the other person in disbelief. You even know this? My heart was full of horror. I never expected that the other party would even know such a confidential matter that he defrauded Big Mom of research funds. But as far as he knew, Blood Prison Ren was born in East Blue and had just been out of the sea for less than half a year. It was impossible for him to have a strong intelligence network no matter how he thought about it. Apart from the world government and Marine, the only ones who can do this are the powerful and intricate 4 emperors of the New World. Doesn't this mean that the Beast's pirates have been secretly monitoring their every move? Thinking of this, Guy couldn't help but feel a little scared. I always feel that I have taken refuge in Heavenly Yaksha and produced the smile fruit. Trade with Beast's pirates. It is seeking skin from a tiger. That's the second thing I came here for. Ren stared at Guy, who was thinking to himself. The more he thought about it, his face became paler and he was dripping with cold sweat. He said with a smile, give me your relevant research information on the blood factor. If Charlotte Linlin, if you dare to cause trouble for you, I, the 4th natural disaster of Beast's pirates, will give you protection. Advertisement, what? Blood factor? Guy jumped up. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately refused loudly. No, don't even think about it. Forget it, I originally wanted to use this information to sell favors to the Big Mom Pirates. Anyway, as long as the factory is here, it will continue to produce Smile's raw material. Sad. I can definitely find someone to take over your job. Wait, I'll give it to you. Gaisa was a little panicked. Breaking into a cold sweat, with a grimace on his face, he nodded in agreement. That's right. Ren crossed his arms and said with a smile. Don't worry about that old woman, no matter how angry she is, I, the 4th biggest rockart of Beast's pirates, can still keep Kerr. Even if the clown, Doflamingo, threatens you, I can help you kill him. Joker? Really? Gaisa was shocked and his eyes lit up immediately. Certainly. Ren raised the corner of his mouth and complimented the other person. After all, you are a world-leading genius scientist, maybe we can still cooperate in the future. A guy like Guy is a mother if she has breasts, and has no bottom line at all. It's too easy to dig it out. The world's top genius scientist? Indeed. Guy heard this. He grinned from ear to ear, holding his head high and proudly. In particular, when I saw Ren mentioning his intention to cooperate with me, I couldn't help but feel relieved. The other party had just deliberately knocked out the snow girl Monet, who was the Don Quixote family's informant, and obviously wanted to recruit him. A little excited, he quietly turned his head. Covering his mouth, he smiled with a cunning smile. If I really have a backer like Blood Prison 1.3, I won't be able to do anything about it. Ren was speechless. Each of these scientists is better than the last in scientific research, and various black technologies emerge in endlessly. Are all other aspects directly inversely proportional, or even dropping to a negative number? Fortunately, Brian Tunney is not like that, otherwise he would really have a headache. But Tien Hua is ahead immediately afterwards. Ren's cold voice echoed in Guy's ears. You should know Quinn, right? He is an expert in this field. If you dare to fool me with the information, you will die. That be ******* Nani Quinn. Gaisa, who was a little cautious at first and thought about giving some false information casually, or even deliberately tampering with some important information to mislead the other party, almost felt his heart skip a beat. I couldn't help but break into cold sweat, shivering. Chapter 127 Violet. I am willing to exchange everything. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Sir Ren, this is the artificial devil fruit developed by that guy from Vegapunk. It didn't take long. In Ren's hand, there is a strange fruit that is blue all over and has circle-like veins. Oh, looking at the artificial devil fruit, Ren couldn't help but chuckle. He remembered the shape and color of this artificial phantom beast fruit. Gaisa is quite smart and didn't fool himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind making the other party suffer. And these are related research materials on bloodline factors. At the same time, Guy was sore from spreading his flesh. Handed a large suitcase to Ren. Okay. Stop crying and looking sad, you're not expert either. I glanced at Gaisa, who was looking a little sad, as if his parents were dead, but he was hesitant to speak. Ren directly threw a phone bug to the other party. This is the phone bug to contact me. If there is anything important, use it to contact me. Seeing that the other party was so knowledgeable, he didn't mind giving him some benefits. After all, there will be places where this guy will be useful in the future. When it comes to scientific research, Brian Tunney alone is obviously not enough. Phone bug. Guy was very excited. I excitedly caught the O3 phone bug. As if Yan Yi was performing, he instantly became overjoyed. Whoops, thank you so much, Lord Ren. This shows that the other party is really not deceiving him. He has the protection of the fourth natural disaster of Beast's pirates. From now on, even the clown guy won't dare to boss around in front of him. Anyway, there's nothing particularly important, so don't contact me casually. Put the fruit in the form of an artificial phantom beast and a dragon into the suitcase. Before leaving, Ren warned. Remember, don't let the clown know about the deal between you and me, including your female secretary. If even a single sentence is leaked, you know the consequences. Sir Ren, don't worry, I will never tell anyone. Guy's face turned pale and he said with an apologetic smile. I have always known that Monet is actually a spy sent by the Joker to monitor me, but as a secretary, she is indeed very capable at work, so I just pretended not to know. Whoops. He's not stupid. Naturally, it is clear that Monet is Doflamingo's spy at his side. But didn't care. After all, Joker is his collaborator and his backer. There are many things that there is no way to hide from the other party. This is better for both parties, advertisement ability to maintain good trust. However, the deal with Ren, of course he couldn't let Monet know. Call, wings of flame sprouted from behind. In Gaisa's dogged manner, he nodded and bowed to watch. People flap their wings and fly away into the distance. Etc. The entrance to the institute, thinking about what Ren just said. Gaisa's eyes widened and he finally reacted. Somewhat collapsed and held his head. Am I deceived by this guy Cobbers Ren? The identity of the other party is probably true. Because there are indeed reports that Baisho Kaido once invited the other party. He believed that no one could reject monsters like Four Emperors Kaido and still be alive and well. But Ren most likely came here secretly without telling the other person, otherwise there would be no need for him to hide, Xiao Dian. It is simply impossible to use that guy Quinn to identify the authenticity of the blood factor information. Although they have mastered blood factor technology, they are good at different fields. At first, he thought it was Quinn who wanted his information. However, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing, he. Turnaround guy laughed out loud, although I felt helpless that I had been cheated. But if you think about it, this isn't a bad thing. He had already thoroughly studied Vegapunk's failure. Although the information on the bloodline factors is somewhat important, it is also beneficial to him to be able to cooperate with such a monster. After all, he had offended Big Mom. If the Joker guy couldn't protect himself, he might actually ask the Blood Prison for help. Dressrosa. By the time Ren came here, it was already evening. The night is hazy, stars are dotted, and the lights are dim. The hustle and bustle of the toy country of love and passion, during the day gradually faded into silence. Well, isn't that guy Doflamingo here? The powerful observation Hockey felt the various auras in the entire island, and Ren chuckled. He didn't care about the clown Doflamingo. With his current strength, he is not afraid of the opponent at all, not to mention that he still has the status of the fourth biggest draw card of Beast's pirates. As for the dazzling devil fruit abilities of the Don Quixote family, he knew everything about it and couldn't fall for it easily. However, if that guy is not here, it will save a lot of trouble. Advertisement Ren said secretly there. He was about to rush towards the palace. Pure. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Ren. Oh, did you notice me? Ren raised his eyebrows and looked at the visitor in surprise. She has a delicate face with delicate facial features, long black hair, a colorful dress, and a voluptuous figure. Astonishingly, it was the Violet he once used to transform the leaves. Are you a blood prison person? Violet looked at the visitor nervously. But he still clenched his pink fist tightly, bravely stepped forward and said, I am Paramecia, the user with the ability to stare at the fruit, so I noticed you when you approached here. Quote. Ren chuckled, looking at this woman. Then you should know very well how dangerous I am, right? You haven't informed the cadres of the Don Quixote family yet. Although I am a cadre of the Don Quixote family, my true identity is the former royal family of Dressrosa, the princess of the Riku family. Violet looked at the man in front of her who was too young to be true, but was said to be as strong as a monster and could rival Marine Admiral. She hurriedly said, 8 years ago, 953 Doflamingo took this away through despicable means. The throne of the country, because they are interested in my ability, I have to surrender and join them. Then what? Ren looked at the other party with some fun. Don't you think that after hearing the story of your princess in distress, I was filled with righteous indignation and became kind, like Prince Charming in the fairy tale, fighting for you for your sake? The Don Quixote family is your enemy. Kill these evil villains and regain the throne for you, right? Hear the words. Violet couldn't help clenching her pink fists. As time goes by, Doflamingo becomes the devilish man. The gaze he looked at her became more and more bold and undisguised. I'm afraid I'm already a little impatient. Therefore, after discovering that this young and powerful man with a bounty of more than 1 billion belly and a notorious reputation broke into Dressrosa, Violet's mind went crazy. No hesitation in running to see each other. Want to seize this opportunity to escape the clutches of the Don Quixote family as much as possible. Of course not, I'm not that naive. She took a deep breath and shouted directly to Ren. I hope you can help me rescue my father, King Riku, and my niece, Reeb, from the Don Quixote family. I'm willing to give everything I have in exchange. Including your body? His expression remained unchanged. His eyes were full of aggression. Yes, including my body. Violet's face turned red, biting his lip and looking directly at the other person seriously. Made up my mind. Chapter 128 Heavenly Yaksha's Hobby? Violet opened black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Out. In a luxuriously decorated bungalow, Violet's whole body collapsed there. It felt like his whole bones were falling apart, and even his fingers were unable to move. There was a lingering blush on her beautiful face. He looked at the handsome and stalwart man in front of him with complicated eyes. Just now, she puts everything into herself, treated as a chip. Completely betrayed. I really didn't expect that. On a whim. Pick this Violet. Ren, who had vented his anger and felt at ease, looked at the other party with satisfaction. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, he smiled slightly. This is actually your first time. Although he was originally planning to take away the distressed Princess Dressrosa. But he's not a bad guy. The rewards that should be collected must still be collected. Even if you really want to talk about feelings, you can get on the bus first and then pay for the ticket and talk about it later. However, Ren was a little surprised that the other party had not lost his virginity yet. If he remembered correctly, Violet and that guy Doflamingo should be a couple, right? Could it be that Doflamingo has some ulterior motives secretly? That guy Doflamingo, although there are many women, he seems a bit. Violet turned her head. Blushing, she was a little embarrassed to say it out. He's a bit Oedipal. Oh. Ren raised his eyebrows. Doflamingo has been arrogant and domineering since he was a child because of his noble birth. Even his father Huo Mingu couldn't control him, he only obeys his mother's words. There was never any backlash, full of dependence. He knows this. Later, because his mother died of illness, he became jealous of his father Huo Mingu. In order to regain his identity as celestial dragons, he shot his father to death and even cut off his head in an attempt to return to the Holy Land Mariajoy. But it's a pity. The celestial dragons already consider them traitors. They simply do not agree to reinstate their status. I didn't expect that this guy had such a hobby. Although he has been pursuing me for a long time, it is as if he is deliberately nurturing me. He keeps a distance and has never behaved rudely. Violet frowned and said, over the past few years, he has never done anything to me while I have slowly transformed from an 18-year-old young girl to a mature woman in her 20s. It wasn't until a few months ago that the guy started to change. He looked at me more and more wrong, like a wolf, and seemed to have lost his patience. Although it has always been advertisement she joins the Don Quixote family. Forced to do anything, he agreed to Doflamingo's pursuit. But in my heart, I am undoubtedly full of hatred and disgust for this man who ruined my family and shamelessly took over my country. Always looking for various excuses to refuse the other person's closeness. And Doflamingo, unlike ordinary pirates, is surprisingly patient in this regard. Maybe it's because her own ability of paramecia, staring fruit, is exactly what the other party needs to win over. There is no shortage of women. Heavenly Yaksha, who often invites models and celebrities to hold open-air swimming parties, is not too impatient and maintains her grace. So far, I haven't touched it, let alone tried to force it. It seems like it's not just the one who gets her. And trying to win her heart, is that so? Ren chuckled. In other words, Doflamingo's hardworking development plan. It took a lot of effort to transform Violet from a young girl into a mature, beautiful and charming lady. In the end, it gave him an advantage. I have to say, this feeling is so refreshing. The next day, in the morning, Violet woke up deeply. Looking at Ren who had already woken up and was sitting there, his face couldn't help but turn red. You're awake, then come over and have breakfast. Ren said with a smile. Violet blushed, but thinking about the relationship between the two, she no longer avoided it. After changing clothes, I followed Ren out. She was just about to prepare breakfast for him when she saw a beautiful figure with fiery red hair, busy in the kitchen. Fine meals were served from time to time. The aroma is so overwhelming that you can't help but move your fingers. She couldn't help but be surprised. Don't worry, she is just a tool without self-awareness. She was transformed using the ability of the phantom beast species in the form of a raccoon. Ren praised some of the deformed leaves that Yang asked for from Pato and gave Violet a brief introduction. As one of the few chefs in East Blue, even though he is a little worse than Sanji, the pervert chef. But I have to say that Carmen's cooking skills are still very good. After a while, he was actually planning to go to East Blue and bring the other party over. Phantom beast type raccoon form. Watch the female chef turn into smoke. Violet couldn't help but shrink her pupils. Is there such a special ability? Let me tell you the location of my father and Rebecca first. Violet said there. But, wouldn't it be better if we move at night? As he spoke, his face turned slightly red. Originally, she hoped that the other party would take direct action last night. But this guy's absurdity lasted most of the night before he stopped. Don't worry, I can easily take people away even if I don't want to attract their attention. Ren waved his hand and said nonchalantly, King Liku, Rebecca, where they were imprisoned, and the whereabouts of Shirley knows. Advertisement. In fact, he doesn't mind causing a scene either. However, it would undoubtedly be easier to just take the person away quietly. I've roughly got it figured out. For others, even observation hockey is not bad. It may not be easy to find people. However, although his special observation hockey is not as useful as Enel, it is not a decoration. He can roughly identify it through different strong and weak breaths and sounds. You actually know about the existence of Manshili? Violet heard this, looking at Ren in disbelief. That Princess Manshili is a princess of the Dongtada tribe. But the Lil humans are isolated from the outside world, except for their Liku family and the Donkeyodi family. No one knows about its existence at all. Don't underestimate my information. Ren said with a smile. Use a spoon to bring the delicious food to Violet's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Violet. But she didn't refuse. He opened his teeth obediently. With a slight blush on her face, she ate the delicious food. But are you ready to take King Riku somewhere? Looking at Ren, he said directly. I won't accept the oil bottle. Although Rebecca is a little greener, good jow. But he doesn't mind if you play and develop. However, forget it because of King Lotus. King Elisabello II of the Kingdom of Prudence, not far from Dressrosa, has been a close friend of my father for many years. I believe you will take care of my father and Rebecca. Violet said directly. She had already made plans. Whatever. Finish the meal. In Violet's incredible eyes. Ren directly dived into the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if there were no obstacles. There were no traces left on the ground. It's a bit similar to the ability of Pika's stone fruit. Looking at the empty and intact ground in front of her, Violet was filled with astonishment. Didn't you say that he is an esper in the form of a phantom beast, a unicorn? She didn't expect that the other party's ability was so amazing. Even such a thing can be done, if it weren't for the delicious food on the table. And the body that is still a little tired and slightly uncomfortable. She thought it was just a dream. Chapter 129 Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Vampire Form, 4th Update. Uncle Elisabello, it's up to you. I didn't expect that something like this would happen. That guy Doflamingo is so disgusting. Niece Violet, don't worry. I received a lot of care from King Liku when I was young. I will definitely take good care of them. At noon. Adjacent to the Kingdom of Prudence, not far from Dressrosa, inside the gorgeous palace. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble early in the morning, Ren, who was too lazy to talk, directly knocked out the imprisoned King Riku and brought him and Rebecca here from Dressrosa. After learning the truth, he was handed over to Elisabello II, who was filled with indignation. No intention of staying too long, soon he took Violet and left directly. Yuahuhu. The huge falcon flaps its wings. Watch Ren leave with Violet. Elisabello II opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. He naturally recognized the new pirate who had caused a lot of noise in recent days, Blood Prison Ren. You can roughly guess it, the reason why this man wanted to help. It is very likely that Violet, the princess of the Riku clan, made a deal with Blood Prison Ren. Like following the other person or something. Lee. On a huge falcon. Looking at the Kingdom of Prudence, which is getting farther and farther away. Ren hugged Violet lightly and said with a chuckle. Well, Violet, the deal is done. 257. From today on, you are my private property. What made him a little regretful was that he failed to abduct the beautiful maid named Baby 5 from the Donkeyodi family. Because, the other party is not in Dressrosa. According to Violet, she went out with Doflamingo and others. Go to the ship Gulen Tesoro, which is recognized as the world's largest entertainment city. Negotiated with the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tetsolo as his business partner. Well, I will fulfill my promise, Violet nodded slightly. I am full of gratitude to the man in front of me. Her father and niece finally escaped the clutches of the Donkeyodi family. Although, she paid for all this by herself. Advertisement. But it is undeniable that the other party is indeed a great benefactor of the Liku clan. Master Ren, where are we going? A cute figure, about the size of a hand, with tearful eyes, stood on Violet's shoulder, holding her hair timidly. Manshili looked at Ren, full of worry. What should I do with my people? Don't worry, your tribesmen may have some hard work, but they won't be in any danger. Ren smiled and said, after all, that guy Doflamingo still needs them to cultivate artificial devil fruit. If you want to rescue them, it will take some time. Because the artificial devil fruit business involves New World's 4 Emperor's Beasts Kaido, even though I have joined the Beasts Pirates, I cannot directly change Kaido's decision. If the artificial devil fruit business goes bad, there's no guarantee the guy will do something terrible when he's angry. Ren looked at her and said helplessly, Kaido is not only the governor of the Beasts Pirates, he is also known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Even I am now no match for him. Manshiri, you don't want Dressrosa and the Dantata clan to be destroyed because of this, right? Of course I don't hope. Manshili turned pale with horror and hurriedly said loudly. Even Violet couldn't help but change her color. She followed Ren willingly, but she also had some other small thoughts. He even fantasized about whether he could ask Ren to use his strength to regain the throne of Dressrosa from the Don Quixote family in the future. Although she hates Doflamingo in her heart, she has deep feelings for Dressrosa. Even the Riku clan was unable to take back the country in the end. I don't want Dressrosa to be destroyed because of this. Don't worry. Ren touched her little head and comforted her with a smile. I will solve all this and save your people in a year or two at the latest. Really? Hear the words. Manxili's eyes lit up and she raised her head. Certainly. Ren nodded firmly. Great, thank you, Master Ren. A naive little human princess. Immediately, Atfi believed Ren's words and was so moved. Of course, his words are not deceitful, because even if he may continue to use the Dantata tribe's special talent in cultivating plants to cultivate artificial devil fruit or other rare plants for himself, he will not overdo it. You can pay them a small amount of money and let them work for you. Compare that to the great rewards you get. That reward is not worth mentioning at all. Here it is. Dusk. Looking at the island getting closer, Violet was a little curious. Advertisement. This is a forgotten island, named Sleepy Town. Ren shrugged. The huge falcon descended. The two figures took Manchili to the ground. He had already been here before going to Punk Hazard. And, using the transformed leaves of Huali Pato, he turned into the archaeologist, Robin. Let her find the whereabouts of the bat fruit, phantom beast species, and vampire form ability here. And then he set off and headed to Punk Hazard. I don't know if I have found it. Master Ren. Soon, a beautiful figure came towards me. Violet couldn't help but widen her eyes, because the figure in front of me is actually Nika Robin, the member of Strawhat crew, son of the devil. Did you find it? Ren asked directly. Found it? Robin was smiling. A fruit that is dark purple in color, shaped like an apple, and has strange patterns. Hand it over to Ren in front of you. Are you really here? Ren couldn't help but smile after taking over the ability of the bat fruit, phantom beast species, and vampire form. Have to say, the ability of the phantom beast species to transform into a raccoon form is indeed miraculous. Although these transformed characters have no relevant memories of their original bodies. But they have their knowledge and abilities, as well as a certain degree of self-awareness and execution ability. Very contradictory. The current, Robin, has no memory of Robin at all. But he has excellent archaeological abilities and can even directly interpret historical texts. Therefore, although Ren relied on his foresight to know that there might be a devil fruit, a phantom beast species, be prepared to come to Sleepy Ancient Town to look for it from the beginning. But he had no intention of taking Robin with him. As this devil fruit, looking at the strange fruit in Ren's hand. Violet and Manchili, who was standing on her shoulders, were both a little surprised. Well, it is indeed a devil fruit. Weighing the dark purple apple-shaped fruit, Ren chuckled casually. Bat fruit phantom beast species vampire form. An ability that is said to be able to directly steal the youth of others by sucking blood, keeping oneself young. What? Chapter 130 Jin. Doflamingo. Who is he? Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. What? A bunch of trash. I can't even look at anyone. Now Dressrosa. In the past 2 days, I happened to go to the Golden City Grand Tesoro to discuss cooperation issues with my business partner, Golden Emperor, Gilder Tesoro. Heavenly Yaksha. Dolphin came back in high spirits, Brother Ming. After receiving the report from the top cadre Torbol and others, I was still in a happy mood, but it suddenly turned negative. Not only Violet, the former princess of the Riku clan, but also Violet suddenly disappeared. Moreover, also missing at the same time were King Riku who was imprisoned in the palace, and Rebecca, the daughter of the late eldest princess of the Riku clan, Scarlet, who had been imprisoned in the gladiatorial arena since she was a child. Even Manchili, the princess of the Dantata tribe who they secretly imprisoned, disappeared. Wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes, Doflamingo looked at the somewhat careless Doflamingo with a gloomy face and sat on the throne extremely annoyed. The forehead with bulging veins, highlighting the heavenly yaksha of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At this moment, how angry I was in my heart. I'm very sorry, Dover, we were careless. Diamante looked apologetic. At the same time, some people said incomprehensibly, that woman has no idea how she took people away. Yes, young master. She is just like Pika who can go through the wall directly without any damage to the door lock. And the prisoners who were detained together in the arena also fainted inexplicably and were completely unaware of it. Our surveillance phone bug couldn't find any abnormal traces. We also checked with Greenbit. Those stupid Dantata people are very easy to trick, and they found out that Princess Manchili didn't go back. A cadre named Don Quixote family said they're one after another. They really didn't notice any movement or abnormality at all. People disappeared out of thin air inexplicably. Those guys in the arena all fainted for no reason, right? Doflamingo laughed angrily. Lala, 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 Conqueror's hockey? That damn woman, I really underestimated her. Fortunately, he had raised her for so long and given the other party, this, captive, such great preferential treatment. The green and astringent fruit in the past has finally turned into a full-flavored ripe peach, which is now ready to be picked. As a result, the person not only ran away, he also ran away with King Liku and others. But he didn't know. If it weren't for the battle-maid Baby 5 from the Don Quixote family, who always responded to anyone's request and could never refuse, followed him to the Golden City. I'm afraid I've been kidnapped a long time ago. Wait, Dover, you mean that woman Violet has Conqueror's qualifications? Torbol's eyes widened. Idiot, of course not. Glancing at him, Doflamingo said angrily. But, she must have climbed onto something high. Advertisement, after all, with her special ability, she is undoubtedly very useful to any force. Not to mention the paramecia healing fruit ability of that Manchili guy. He frowned and speculated, but being so sneaky is obviously not the four emperors. I want to see which B************* D did it and ask my people to search for me. I don't believe I can't find their whereabouts. At this time, the phone he placed on the table suddenly rang. Moses, I am Doflamingo, young master. In the phone bug, there was a simulated outline of a woman. I am Monet. What's wrong, Monet? Is everything going on at Punk Hazard? Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked. Nothing happened at the factory, but Blood Prison Ren suddenly broke into Punk Hazard yesterday and seemed to have made some kind of deal with Geisa. He even knocked me out specially. I fell asleep and didn't wake up until now. But Geisa said that Blood Prison Ren wanted to take a few artificial devil fruits from him through coercion and inducement. Moreover, Copper's Ren once swornly admitted that he had accepted Beast's Kaido's invitation and became the fourth natural disaster of Beast's pirates. What? Don Quixote family officials present. Everyone was shocked, and they all couldn't help but feel a little shocked. No one expected that Ren, the blood prisoner who caused so much trouble in the first half of Grand Line and destroyed Buster Call by himself, would actually join the Beast's pirates. It has become the fourth largest brand, Blood Prison Ren? Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. That B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** he can't guess anymore. That's stupid. Violet that woman. Most likely, he discovered the whereabouts of Bloodhell Ren through his own ability to stare at the fruit. In order to escape the control of the Don Quixote family, he decisively betrayed him. I went and made a deal with that guy in private. Therefore, Aryu Ren rescued Lord Liku and others. Nagging, nagging, nagging. That be asterisk 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 D kid, you came here to poach me. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Contact that guy Kaido, I want to ask him how he manages his subordinates. However, Doflamingo didn't know. At this moment, people are far away in Suigu town. He is currently communicating with his cheap uncle, Yan Calamity Jin. You said you went to Punk Hazard? On a certain uninhabited island. Jin was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the other party ran to New World without saying anything. Yes, I got a treasure map, and when I went to New World to hunt for treasure. Advertisement, I accidentally broke into Punk Hazard. It seems that it is the production base of artificial devil fruit. I took away a few artificial devil fruit from there. 0. Please give me flowers. Ren opened his eyes and told lies. He bared his teeth and said with a smile, but I finally got something. I found a dragon fruit, an ancient species, and the ability of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The ability of the phantom beast species and vampire form is related to his next plan. He wasn't going to tell Kaido, oh, ancient species? Tyrannosaurus form. Not just Jin. Kaido, the beast next to him, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Ren found an ancient seeds ability. Ahem. Besides, when passing by Dressrosa, I accidentally pried the corner of Doflamingo and kidnapped a cadre of the Don Quixote family, the former princess of the Dressrosa royal family. By the way, I took away a small humanoid with the ability of Paramecia healing fruit who was imprisoned by Doflamingo. Ember. Former princess of Dressrosa? Does this kid still have such a hobby? Paramecia healing fruit. Kaido's eyes lit up and he laughed. Oh, that clown guy. Does Tang Ren still have such an amazing ability hidden in his mind? He really didn't expect that Ren's luck would be so good. Not only did he find an ancient species, the ability in the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he also took away the Paramecia, the healing fruit, from Doflamingo. I'm going to vent my anger to my uncle and boss Kaido first. I guess the guy will be so angry that he will most likely come to you for explanation soon. Catching the phone bug, Ren said with a smile there. Doflamingo? Who is he? Yan Calamity Jin showed no signs of fluctuation and said rudely. When will it be his turn to ask about our beast's pirates' affairs? Merely 7 warlords of the sea. He's just a self-righteous clown relying on a little cleverness. It would be of some use if it weren't for looking at each other. He has managed a huge network of relationships in the dark world and can help Beast's Pirates find buyers and sell the arms that Beast's Pirates is constantly producing. And also provides Beast's Pirates with plenty of artificial devil fruit. Let Mr. Kaido hope to fulfill his long-cherished wish and form an army of zone ability users. They had already directly annexed the Don Quixote family. Oh, cluck, not bad. Beast's guy was full of arrogance. When did the things in our hands, Beast's Pirates, come back? Ren is the 4th most popular character in Beast's Pirates. Then the people under him are naturally the people of their Beast's Pirates. Paramecia healing fruit, just hearing the name, you can guess that the healing effect must be amazing. Such a special and practical ability. How could you possibly give it back to that Doflamingo guy? Chapter 131. Manxili's Tears, a miracle, open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Ren. Lord Ren, the next day, early in the morning. Sabaody Archipelago, a hidden port on Peninsula 37. In the surprised eyes of Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Wappa, Robin, Karina and others. Lee. A huge falcon descended from the sky. Ren took Violet with him and the Manchili on her shoulders. It fell on the Arc Proverbs. It is worth mentioning that Arc Proverbs was remodeled by shipwrights like Lucci and Kaku together. It has been greatly changed and turned into a ship that is driven by electricity and is truly dual use in both sea and air. The unnecessary gold decorations have been removed. Even the power devices above have been replaced by Brian Tunney with morphological memory alloys that have better conductivity and are stronger. A huge amount of gold was saved. It will be used as the team's 920 fee. Good morning everyone. Ren smiled and nodded towards Luo, Lucci, Karina and others. He looked at Robin and asked with a smile, "Did nothing happen while I was away?" "No, everything is fine," Robin responded with a smile. "Hello, I'm Violet." Violet was a little reserved. But he still said hello generously. At the same time, he held Manchuli in his right hand and introduced to everyone. "She is Manchuli. She is a little timid, so please don't take offense." "Hello, I'm Manxeri. I saw everyone looking at me." Manchili held her skirt, stood there shyly, and said timidly, "Welcome, Violet, Manchili." Robin stretched out his right hand and the other party held it together. At the same time, he touched Manxili's little head and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, everyone is getting along well." As he said that, he glanced at Ren intentionally or unintentionally. She could naturally see that the relationship between the other party and Violet was not simple. This guy is really a carefree man. Dongtata tribe? The sea is really full of wonders. Tisk, tisk, it's incredible. Are there such small people in this world? Not to mention Luo, Wappa, Lanchi, Karina, and Perona. Advertisement even members of CP9 such as Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa. They couldn't help but look at her with surprise. Because it was the first time for them to see the Dongtata tribe. At this time, Manchili noticed not far away. There was a figure sitting in a wheelchair. Not only did he have no limbs, but he also lost his eyes and had black holes in his eyes. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he shrank into Violet's arms. He was trembling a little and didn't dare to raise his head. What happened to him? It's not just her. It was Violet who was frightened all the way by Grey Holland's astonishing appearance. He looked at Ren in shock. "Ren. He is this. This is why I want to ask you, Manchili, to come over." Ren pointed at Greg Holland, who was a little excited when he heard that Manchili was a paramecia healing fruit user, and said directly, "His name is Greg Holland. He was persecuted by the celestial dragons, so he became with this appearance. I would like to ask you to use the ultimate power of the healing fruit to restore him." Said, intentionally getting some Manchuri's healing tears. He briefly introduced Greg Holland's miserable experience to Violet and Manchili. In an instant, the little human princess burst into tears. I was so moved that I looked at Greg Holland with great distress. Violet, who was also shocked by such a thing and felt pity, was soon rendered speechless by Ren's actions. In other words, everyone present looked in astonishment, and suddenly a bottle was taken out, where Ren caught Manxili's tears. "Ren, what are you?" Robin, Lan Chi, Karina and other girls were all speechless. "Don't look at me like that, this is a very important healing medicine." Ren's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he coughed dryly. Manxili is a person with the ability to heal fruits. It only takes a few drops of her tears to recover a strong man who has been seriously injured and fell to the ground. Don't waste it easily. Violet, hiss, Luo, Lucci, Robin, Karina and others couldn't help but shrink their eyes. He looked in disbelief at the bottle in Ren's hand, about the size of his thumb, already filled with Manxili's tears. Especially Lucci and Fukuro, Kumadori and others. His eyes were a little fiery. The wounds on their bodies. But he hasn't recovered yet. "Master Ren, can I directly treat Master Huolin now?" Manchili, with tears in her eyes, asked directly, holding her little hands. With a kind nature, she can't wait to use the fruit's ability. Treat this Marine Rear Admiral who has suffered and suffered so much. Advertisement. I hope the other party can recover directly. Then I'll trouble you. Open black lens bracket. Thank you, Princess Manchili, close black lens bracket. Greg Holland was sincerely grateful. His extremely special observation hockey has been greatly strengthened during the 3 years of suffering and training day and night. I can feel the pure kindness of this little human princess. It is not the hypocritical and exaggerated compassion of some missionaries. But it really comes from the heart, showing selfless dedication and purity and kindness without asking for anything in return. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of himself. Lord Huolin, you're welcome, this is what I should do. Manxili jumped on the other person's body, no longer as afraid as before. Both hands were pressed on the other party's body. A holy light emerged. Recovery. Brush. In the eyes of everyone. Soon, the strong light completely covered Greg Holland's entire person. In the blink of an eye, a young and heroic man with sound limbs appeared in front of them. The effect was even beyond the expectations of Ping An and others. Not only does he no longer look malnourished, but he is extremely healthy. Greg Holland's physical condition has completely returned to the state he was in during his prime. Eyes dug out, tongues pulled out, limbs chopped off. Everything is restored as before. Quote. Quote. Dr. Luo was a little surprised. 1.6 is incredible. As a doctor, he could naturally tell that Greg Holland had recovered more than just his limbs. And then there's the already poor physical functioning. It's like a miracle. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Some looked at each other in disbelief. Even Greg Holland himself couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at himself blankly, and then looked at Mangzili, who was pale and sweating profusely in front of him. His whole body was trembling, and he stood up from the wheelchair. I finally recovered. He suppressed the uncontrollable impulse and ecstasy in his heart. She subconsciously held the pale-faced Manzuli with both hands, looking very weak and distressed. It was obvious that she had paid a heavy price, and her eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Princess Manzuli. Thank you very much. Chapter 132. Auction House, Fruit of Fortified City. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Thank you for your hard work, Mangzili. For a long time. Seeing Greg Holland's excitement, he finally calmed down. Ren motioned to Robin to settle the newly arrived Violet and Manzuli. Robin, arrange the rooms for Violet and Manzuli, and take them down to rest. Robin smiled and nodded. Manzuli felt a little distressed as it consumed too much and cost her 1 or 2 years of life. But there is really no way around it. Others, Ren definitely wouldn't let Mangzili come like this. But the talent displayed by Greg Holland is indeed no less than Kaku, and even more. It is worthy of his training. Watching Robin take Violet and Mangzili down for placement. Tony, this is the research information related to the blood factor. Ren smiled and threw the information he got from Geisa to Brian Tunney. Gia he, blood factor. That's great. Brian Tunney's eyes sparkled. As if he had found a treasure, he hugged the big suitcase. 04. Then I'm going to do research now. Don't call me during dinner. He was full of excitement and hurried directly to his temporary laboratory on the Ark's Proverbs with the information. People can't laugh or cry. He shook his head helplessly. But he had no intention of directly handing over the ability of the artificial phantom beast species in dragon form to Wappa. It's not that I can't bear to part with it. Instead, I am going to keep it for now and want Brian Tunney to study it. However, that has to be done after the other party has mastered the relevant blood factor technology. After all, Ren didn't completely pin his hopes of improving his subordinate's strength on the super soldier plan. Even if the super soldier plan can be a complete success, other preparations must still be made. With Brian Tunney's munch fruit bug ability, if he masters the relevant technology, he can then pass the research on the artificial phantom fruit. Maybe we can actually come up with a more perfect artificial devil fruit than Geisa's half-assed failure. Not to mention artificial phantom beast species, as long as he can produce common species or even ancient species that are almost the same and can be directly mass-produced, Ren will be satisfied. There is no rush. He believed that Wappa was still willing to wait. Anyway, Brian Tunney's ability can directly peel off other people's devil fruit. Maybe there will be other calendars that are more suitable for each other next. Advertisement. Among other things, there are many people with fruit abilities in the Deep Sea Prison, one of the 3 major agencies directly under the world government. The same goes for the ability of the bat fruit, phantom beast species, and vampire form. No matter it's Kakugoreshi. Neither is the best candidate. He has other plans. Well, the auction will start in another hour. Ren closed his eyes slightly. Powerful observation haki spreads out. A little aware of the situation of the entire Sabaody archipelago, he chuckled. Interesting, not only are there mermaids, but there are also devil fruit. He was a little surprised. But I didn't expect that today's auction house would not only be auctioning mermaids. And, there is even devil fruit. Indeed, I heard that there is a kidnapping gang called the Flying Fish Knights. Not only did they capture a fish man, they also captured a young mermaid beauty. Because mermaids swim very fast, they have been highly sought after in recent years. Even the celestial dragons were alarmed. Hear Ren say this. Luo, Lu Chi, Kaku, Wappa and others on the side were not too surprised. Because they have already received the news. This auction was very grand, and many nobles and business travelers throughout the Sabaody archipelago received the news. I heard that the celestial dragons might also come to participate. Then wait a minute and let's go take a look. Ren shrugged and made arrangements directly. By the way, that Capone Beige on Peninsula 26. Wappa, Karina, you two go and get him, and bring him back to me. Be careful, he is an esper with the fortress fruit. His body is equivalent to a moving castle, with a large number of people hidden inside. Moreover, his identity was once the mafia godfather of West Blue. Maybe there is someone specializing in escapades. Seastone, don't capsize in the gutter. At the moment, although all the supernovae with bounties worth hundreds of millions have not yet gathered on this island. But his powerful observation haki has already sensed that Capone Beige, the gangster, with the power of Paramesha fortified fruit, arrived on the island in advance. As for other supernovae, Ren doesn't care. It doesn't matter if you leave it until later and slowly conquer them, or use the help of Kaido to incorporate them into the beast's pirates, and then try to win them over in private. But he is determined to get the fruits of a strong city. A guy like Capone Beige who is not very strong but is very ambitious and has his sights set high above his head. Even if you have subdued it, you may not be at ease. You have to be on guard at all times. There is no need to keep it. If Lucci and Kaku went there, they would be too conspicuous. Advertisement. Marine should already know that CP9 was rescued by him, and it is easy to guess that they may have joined his subordinates, thus inferring that he himself is on this island, and might as well send Marine Admiral directly. He also wants to participate in the next auction. Even if we want to make a big fuss, we can wait until the auction is over. Fortified city fruit. Tisk tisk, a humanoid moving castle. What an amazing ability. Everyone present could not help but be stunned. I didn't expect that Capone Bej had such a weird 800 ability. Let me go. Greg Holland, who was on the side with a resolute face, said directly to Ren, thanks to you, Lord Ren, for allowing me to recover. Then let me do something for you. Don't act in a hurry, save some energy, there are more important things to do later. Ren patted his shoulder and said meaningfully. What's more important? Greg Holland was stunned. Immediately he thought of something and his whole body was shocked. Everyone looked at Ren in shock. His eyes became intense. Some excitement. Leave it to you. Ren waved his hand. I don't mean to say more. He looked directly at Wappa and Karina. Hee, no problem, leave it to me. Karina's eyes lit up. Some excitedly clenched their pink fists. Since getting the power of Thunder Fruit, she hasn't really made a move yet. Naturally, I am a little eager to try. I wish I could have wished for it. Wappa said with a smile as well, with a high fighting spirit. With his excellent physical fitness and continuous training, he has mastered the technique of shaving. Coupled with the sky battle that I am good at. I can't wait to show off my skills. Chapter 133 The Tragic Capone Bej, The Money-Obsessed Karina Third Update. Bang, bang, ah, ah, Peninsula 26. Gunshots continued and screams echoed. A few bounty hunters who were blinded by money and tried to kill the gangster, Capone Bej, was easily defeated by Capone Bej's men. A bloody corpse fell there. And the culprit who was attacked in the first place and caused the commotion, Zhenglao Shenzai, was smoking a cigar and sitting calmly aside. He has a short, fat and bloated figure, wears a decent suit, a top hat, and a big cloak, and is dressed meticulously. This is the new pirate with a bounty of 138 million Baileys, the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, gang, Capone Bej. Godfather, I got some information. A mafia member hurried over and reported in a low and respectful voice, wait a minute at the auction house on Peninsula No. 1. Not only are there mermaids for auction, but there is also devil fruit. Devil fruit. Capone Bej's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but become interested and smiled. That's a good thing. As the mafia godfather who once led the Capone family, defeated other mafia families, and ruled the entire West Blue underground world, he lacks everything except money. If devil fruit has good abilities and can cultivate some powerful subordinates, Capone Bej is still happy to spend money. The pirate with a bounty of over 100 million belly. In addition to you, the godfather, there is also the death surgeon, Trafalgar Law, who has a bounty of 200 million belly. He has also arrived on this island. Oh, Capone Bej puffed out smoke and didn't care. Don't pay attention, the bounty doesn't mean anything. He asked. When will the auction start? About an hour. The mafia member responded. Then get ready. Yes. However, at this time, without warning, accompanied by a violent crackling sound, dazzling light shines. Capone Bej's hair stood on end. Subconsciously, I got out. Boom boom. There was a loud noise and a heat wave. A bunch of terrifying incendiary cannons bombarded directly. Surrounded by countless pirates, bounty hunters, travelers and others. They were all shocked. Oh, did you hide away? Wappa's eyes were sharp and his figure was like lightning. Carrying a new type of incendiary cannon that has been modified by Brian Tunney and making it even more powerful, and wearing brand new combat boots equipped with the rare spout wind. As if walking directly through the air, it rushed over at an astonishing speed. Who, damn it, is it a bounty hunter? How dare you attack the Godfather? Fire, all around. Those Capone Bej's men. Advertisement. Shocked and angry, he immediately opened fire on Wappa. But Wappa's body was as fast as lightning and extremely fast. Can't hit the opponent at all. That guy. A somewhat embarrassed Capone Bej's pupils shrank sharply. Physically. Small doors opened. Beep. Beep. Moreover, the trumpet sound was blown. A large number of mafia members rushed out on horseback and carrying guns. After passing through a layer of transparent barrier, one after another instantly enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is even a little man who pulls out cannons from his body. Start aiming at the menacing Wappa. Is this the power of the fortress fruit? Wappa's eyes were cold, the burning cannon shining with metallic luster. Capone Bej and others were instantly locked. Pulled the trigger again. Boom. Ah. The flames were blazing. Thick smoke billows. The heavily armed cavalry were killed and their horses were turned upside down. Shave. In the blink of an eye, Wappa stepped hard. The whole person was like an afterimage, rushing directly in front of Ka Bej, who was in a bit of a mess and was almost hit by an incendiary cannon. The huge burning cannon was aimed at the opponent. Don't play tricks. Just surrender yourself, maybe you'll suffer less. Wappa said indifferently. You lost. There is a disparity in our strength. Although Capone Bej was sweating, he still showed a contemptuous smile. Fire. Kill him. Those gang members in the body. He was already holding a gun and aiming at Wappa in front of him. Just fire directly. Really. A sneer appeared on Wappa's lips. He had been prepared for a long time. He did not wait for those intensive bullets to hit, and stepped forward fiercely. Without hesitation, the whole person suddenly retreated. Woo! There was a flash of electricity. Behind him, a beautiful figure appeared. Hee. Discharge 30 million volts. Wah wah GG. Ying ying ying. For a moment, and Capone Beige and the mafia members in his body. He was instantly overwhelmed by the dazzling electric light. He let out a shrill scream. It's scary. Plop, plop. As Capone Beige's eyes rolled over, he lost consciousness. Advertisement. One after another, figures, as well as miscellaneous supplies, all flew out of Capone Beige's body. Full to the brim. Dazzling. The Godfather, a mafia member who was still alive, was shocked. I just want to rush forward. However, Wappa did not give them any chance. With an expressionless face, he put the incendiary cannon behind his back and took out the Gatling gun built by Brian Tunney. Shooting continued there. A moment's work. The flame tank pirates, all destroyed. On the street, those who had nothing to do with it had already been frightened by such a scene. Fleeing far away, there is no one. Wow, so many treasures. Looking at the gold, silver and jewelry piled up like a hill, as well as a large amount of Bailey's cash, emerging from his body due to his loss of consciousness. Karina, whose body was filled with electric light that made her scalp tingle, her eyes shining brightly. This guy is so rich. Including the cash, a conservative estimate would be at least over 2 to 3 billion Baileys. This guy is really rich. He didn't have the demeanor of a strong man and pounced directly on him. I hugged the treasures happily, squinting his crescent eyes. Overjoyed. The corners of Wappa's mouth twitched. In his eyes, no matter how many treasures there are, they are not worth an arc Proverbs. He said calmly. I heard that he was the godfather of the mafia that once ruled West Blue. This little money is nothing to him. These days, although it hasn't been long since I arrived in Qinghai. But because he followed Ren and others, Wappa's horizons were greatly broadened. He is no longer the Sky Island Hao Nuo Jiao warrior who knows nothing about Qinghai. For West Blue gangster godfathers like Capone Beige. What kind of influence and power does it have? There is still a certain concept. These are so heavy. This is the weight of the treasure. Been busy for about 10 minutes. 2 people, each carrying a huge backpack that was at least several meters high and exaggerated enough to crush a normal person. What was inside was not only gold jewelry, but also a large amount of banknotes. Even some valuable antique paintings and so on. Just think of it as practice. Wappa shrugged. The other hand was still holding the unconscious Capone Beige, who was locked with the seastone handcuffs he had prepared. By the way, Wappa. Mizizi carried those treasures full of treasures. Karina was just about to leave, but suddenly remembered something. His eyes were shining with Bailey's light, and he said with some excitement, I almost forgot, there may be other treasures on this guy's boat, but we can't miss it. Let's go loot it. Chapter 134. Lure the snake out of its hole. Pacifist. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Hiss. Did you rob a bank? Isn't that too exaggerated? Looking at the piles of gold and jewelry in front of me, there are neat boxes of Bailey cash, a large number of antiques and famous paintings, etc. Luo, Robin, Lu Chi, Kaku, Perona and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. No matter who you are, you can't help but be a little stunned. Never thought of it. Karina and Wappa not only brought Capone Beige back. And he also brought back such an exaggerated treasure. This guy is too rich. Karina narrowed her crescent eyes. He held his head high and was full of pride. As the boss of the West Blue Mafia, even if he did not bring all his property to the Grand Line, it is still very impressive. Fortified City Fruit. Brian Tunney, who was concentrating on studying the documents related to bloodline factors in seclusion, ran out after hearing about the ability to be recovered. Jia Master Ren, please give me his ability. He looked at Ren with blazing eyes and said directly, I'm in need of a large experimental base. This kind of mobile the human-shaped castle couldn't be more perfect. Dr. Brian, aren't you already an Esper at 650? Karina was surprised. If she remembered correctly, a person can only eat devil fruit for one moment, right? Not only her, but also Luo, Lu Chi, Kaku and others looked at Brian Tunney in surprise. Jia although I can't really have 2 abilities, I can control them in disguise. Brian Tunney was holding a rat that was as big as a pet dog and extremely ferocious. He smiled strangely and gestured to everyone. This is an upgraded rat that I specially cultivated. It has a certain amount of intelligence and can receive my instructions. I can let it eat the fruit directly. Then, I will swallow it again, so that I can control the power of the fortress fruit in disguise. Jia Everyone's eyelids twitched. Luo, Lu Chi, Karina, Perona et al. They all looked at Brian Tunney speechlessly, feeling a little chilled. Eat this stuff. Don't you feel disgusted? Advertisement. Aren't you afraid of being bitten through your stomach by this mouse? Luo Bao chuckled darkly. Jia don't say that, it's worth making some sacrifices for the sake of science. As a mad scientist, Brian Tunney didn't pay attention to the strange looks from others. At most, it will just become an artificial demon fruit power similar to those beasts pirates you mentioned, Master Ren. Besides, if I want to separate it at any time, I can do it at any time. Okay, whatever you want. Ren shrugged, looked at Brian Tunney, and suggested with a smile, but I think you might as well find an opportunity to swallow the pacifist developed by Dr. Vegapunk, control him, and then put the strong. It might be more appropriate to feed the city fruit. Moreover, compared to such small animals, even Conqueror's Haki cannot easily stun those guys. When it is not needed, you can store it in the Tuntun space for preservation. He felt compared to this way. Let's grab a pacifist from Marine. Find a way to directly transform it, and then feed him the fortified city fruit. Such a mobile fortress is undoubtedly more stable and safer than upgraded creatures like mice. A pacifist. Brian Tunney's eyes lit up. Gia hee hee, if I can get one, I will consider it. Ren's proposal. He really hasn't thought about it. But it does have great feasibility. At least, it's much more reliable than him directly controlling the upgraded mouse. After all, some powerful people possess Conqueror's Haki. If they are really knocked unconscious by this thing during a battle, their abilities will become ineffective. Wouldn't all his hard work be in vain? If you want a pacifist, I have a solution. Ren's eyes flashed and he chuckled. Really? Brian Tunney was full of excitement and looked at Ren with burning eyes. Luo, Robin, Karina and others were also a little curious. About pacifists. Ren had already mentioned it to them. But it is said to be a secret weapon in the hands of the world government that has not been officially disclosed. It's not that easy to get. There are many celestial dragons who have villas and houses in Sabaody archipelago. I believe there should be a lot of good things in them. Ren smiled and directly ordered Karina and the others. Karina, Wappa, Luo, you guys just wait a minute and go there to cause a scene. Advertisement. Karina's eyes lit up. His eyes suddenly lit up, full of excitement. Are you going to rob the celestial dragon's treasure? Tisk tisk, aren't you afraid of alerting the naval headquarters by doing this? Lu Chi raised his eyebrows. It's very close to the naval headquarters. If the fuss gets too big, naval headquarters might send a fleet directly over. He could see that Ren didn't seem to want to expose himself yet, lest he directly attract the admiral of naval headquarters. Otherwise, given the other party's character, he wouldn't have asked them to keep a low profile before. What we want is to alarm them, but not to send admiral directly over for such a thing. Ren said playfully. When the local marines are unable to capture you, Karina, in order to calm down the incident as soon as possible and avoid annoying the celestial dragons, I believe that the naval headquarters will most likely send pacifists here. After all, it is impossible for a human weapon like this without sufficient actual combat testing. Even if it has passed the experimental stage, I believe it cannot be hidden and used forever. People are certain. The reason for not planning a direct attack on the celestial dragons. The main reason is that he doesn't want to have a conflict with the admiral of headquarters so soon. Even if a conflict does occur, he must be fully prepared. He cannot really fight with the opponent for too long. After all, this is the Sabaody archipelago, which is equivalent to being on the doorstep of naval headquarters. When the time comes, Marine will definitely send more than one of its top combat forces to completely eliminate this scourge. Being brave and seeking death are two different things. Moreover, if you knew you were here in advance, in addition to directly attracting Marine Admiral, in order to avoid losses as much as possible, Marine will probably not send pacifists to fight. Karina and the others, who are unknown to Marine, have to make a fuss and attract the attention of naval headquarters. Let's see if we can fish out the pacifists first. Indeed, there are occasional reports that the world government sends pacifists to battlefields in various places to collect actual combat data. Jabra, a member of CP9, nodded there. Gia hee hee, great, then we can take the opportunity to seize a few pacifists. Brian Tunney's eyes sparkled, dancing and dancing, a little excited. Ren once introduced to him in detail the pacifist developed by Dr. Vegapunk. He has long been coveted by the pacifists, laser systems and other related technologies. What a bold decision. Luo smiled. Karina, who is obsessed with money, is full of energy. Hee hee, then leave it to us. Chapter 135. Frightened Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Wow, is this the Celestial Dragon's residential area? It's really luxurious. Peninsula 67. Looking at the magnificent and orderly arranged villa area one after another in front of me. Luo, Wappa, Beppo, Karina et al. They were all surprised. Then let's get started. Huo Lun's eyes were cold and he said coldly, get some interest first. Remember, Karina, try to hide your Logia Thunder Fruit powers. Luo smiled and reminded. That's too strong, otherwise the marine sent here might not be a pacifist. To make them misjudge, you are all members of our Heart Pirates. After all, Horan, Marine should have received the news about your disappearance. Seeing you recover, they will definitely think that I cured you with my op fruit ability. Of course you have joined us. Certainly. Hee hee, let's go then. Everyone in the Heart Pirates. Plus Karina, Wappa, Horan and others. They all stepped forward. Stop. Who? This is the residence of the world's nobles, no one is allowed to approach it. One by one, the marine guards are fully armed and responsible for guarding this place. Step forward to stop him immediately. Someone recognized Luo, his pupils shrank sharply, and a medical voice called out, are you? Trafalgar Law. What? The surgeon of death. Pirate supernova with a bounty of 200 million belly. All the Marines were shocked. Looking at the leader Luo in disbelief, he was a little panicked and broke into a cold sweat. Ah, I'm quite famous. Luo smiled there. Why, don't you recognize me? Horan stood up, looking at these former colleagues indifferently. There are some faces that he is not unfamiliar with. He often sees them at the World Government Port on Peninsula 66. Who are you? A man named Marine was surprised. If you ask Greg Holland, they will naturally know about the Marine Rear Admiral who was once promising but had bad luck. Not to mention that Huolin's limbs are sound now, but his face is completely different from the dirty and malnourished one before. Naturally, they can't recognize him. However, Horan clenched his fists. Didn't mean to talk nonsense. After 3 years of torture and difficulties, his righteous heart has been shattered, and he has become disheartened towards Marine. I have no good impression of these Marine personnel who are guarding the celestial dragons. Brush. Advertisement. The body is like electricity. The legs turned into afterimages. In an instant, he kicked out violently. Tempest kick Komedachi. Yuahuhu. Whoosh. A loud roar broke through the air. Accompanied by violent hurricanes. One after another blazing light green slashes. It directly tore the atmosphere apart and blasted at these Marines one after another. What? A Marine's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to dodge. A large number of eye-catching slashes came in a sudden attack. Blasted towards them. Boom boom. Ah. Smoke and dust billowed. It's as devastating as decay. A Marine was cut in half directly from the waist. Broken bodies and limbs flew everywhere. Extremely bloody. 6 forms. A Marine ensign who had narrowly escaped was sweating profusely. Looking at Huolin in horror, his eyes tightened, and he cried out. No way, are you? Greg Huolin. What? Horan Rear Admiral. Didn't he have his limbs chopped off by celestial dragons, his eyes gouged out, and even his tongue was lost? What's going on? The other Marines were shocked and looked at each other in disbelief. Many of them have seen with their own eyes how miserable Greg Holland Rear Admiral was who offended the celestial dragons. Is the intruder in front of me a healthy person with all limbs intact? Do you recognize me? Huo Lun sneered, his eyes were cold, and he said indifferently, hey, God gave me a chance to crawl out of hell. What? It's really him, Holland Rear Admiral. Hear the words. All the Marines present could not help but change their expressions. Everyone's scalp was numb and cold. Somewhat panicked. Terrified and uneasy. Enemy attack. There is an intruder. Quick, stop them. Notify the nearby Marine base immediately and ask them to provide support. The intruders are the Heart Pirates. Bang bang. Advertisement. Boom, boom. Ah, not long. Adjacent to the naval headquarters of the Sabaody archipelago. A request for help from the Sabaody archipelago garrison was quickly received. What? Those guys from the Heart Pirates are making trouble. In the magnificent marine building, Yuan Shuai's office C. Buddha Sengoku was a little shocked and angry. What on earth is going on? Marshal Sengoku, it's like this. The other end of the phone bug. Jimmy Rear Admiral, who was in charge of garrisoning the Sabaody archipelago, was busy reporting quickly. The pirates headed by Trafalgar Law suddenly invaded the residential area of celestial dragons and looted a large amount of property. Those bastards are simply lawless. 0. Please give me flowers. Sengoku's eyelids twitched, he was shocked and angry. I never expected that the Sabaody archipelago would be so close to the naval headquarters. There are pirates who dare to openly invade the residential area of celestial dragons and plunder the belongings of the world's nobles. I'm very sorry. They are very powerful and we can't stop them at all. Jimmy Rear Admiral wiped cold sweat, and then reported with some horror. In addition, we found that the criminal, Greg Holland who suddenly disappeared from Port 66 2 days ago was also among them. And he is no longer disabled. His broken limbs and gouged eyes have completely recovered. What? Buddha Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Clenching his fists tightly, he recalled the information about the Heart Pirates, and gritted his teeth and said, damn, it was that guy Trafalgar Law who took him away and used Op Fruit's ability to transplant his limbs, so that has he recovered. He could totally imagine it. Such a dark experience, how much Greg Holland hates Marine and world government in his heart at this moment. The anger that broke out was simply unimaginable. This is really surprising. Beside, wearing a yellow striped suit and a cloak of justice. The tall and thin figure sitting there with his legs crossed and drinking tea leisurely raised his eyebrows. Holding a steaming cup of tea, he asked with a smile, do you want me to go there in person? Mr. Sengoku. No, it's just the Heart Pirates, there's no need for you, the Marine Admiral, to step in. Sengoku frowned, but he still waved his hand and refused. Looking at the Marine Admiral of Porsalino, he said in a deep voice, your mission is to be on standby at the headquarters. Once there is news about the blood prison Ren guy, rush over and seize him immediately. Don't worry about the rest. Quote. Over at the Sabaody archipelago, just let the 2 vice admirals, Guy Shaw and Doro, take people there. By the way, Dr. Vegapunk is too annoying, so let's have Zon Momomaru take a few pacifists over and collect some battle data. Buddha Sengoku made his decision quickly. He rubbed his brows with a headache and said, let them get rid of all these daring guys as soon as possible. In short, just don't let those celestial dragons bother me. Various incidents have occurred frequently in recent days, and Marine has suffered heavy losses. He felt that he, the Marine Marshal, was so exhausted that he was about to have a heart attack. Especially the former Rear Admiral Greg Holland, who probably already has a grudge against Marine. Although I feel sorry for him, I must get rid of him. Otherwise, that guy will cause a big mess sooner or later. No problem, I'll tell you where Zon Momoan is. Chapter 136 Celestial Dragon's Treasure Trove, Devil Fruit. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. Next is product number 4. A beautiful slave will be auctioned, the world's top model from the kingdom of Grand Line Fuxies, Hitler Elizabeth. Dash. Look at this beautiful face, fair skin, tall long legs, and impeccably well-proportioned perfect body. She is simply a peerless beauty given to men by God. Guests who have come from afar, what are you waiting for? Starting price, 700,000 Baileys. Each price increase must not be less than 10,000 Baileys. Time passes. The riot caused by the Heart Pirates. Word soon spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, the mermaid auction held in the slave auction house on Peninsula No. 1 was already held as scheduled. On the auction table, a young beauty with fair skin, beautiful appearance and tall figure, her neck, hands and feet are all covered with slave chains. His face was pale and full of tears, and he looked at the rows of seats below with fear and uneasiness. Everyone's eyes were shining, and with their unabashed, fiery eyes full of desire, they were looking at 94 country's own men. It is completely different from the world-famous model who once wore those expensive clothes and various jewelry of astonishing value, walked confidently as a model, and walked in catwalk exhibitions on those stages. This time, it was completely auctioned as a commodity. 550,000 Baileys. 600,000 Baileys. 1 million Baileys. 1.5 million Baileys. Okay, guest number 25 bids 1.5 million belly. Is there anything higher? 1.5 million Baileys for the first time. 1.5 million Baileys for the second time. 1.5 million Baileys for the third time. Deal. However, inside the auction house, a famous businessman, nobleman and others all looked sideways. Looking at guest no. 25, I felt dissatisfaction, regret, indignation, envy, and jealousy. Without him, this is already the fourth time they have taken a photo of the product. I simply don't regard money as money. It makes people wonder whether they are here to cause trouble. It happened that the manager of the auction house had come to inquire specifically before. He was directly hit in the face by a suitcase full of Bailey. He didn't dare to get angry even though his head was bleeding. He nodded and bowed and left with a smile. Quote. Ren, who was wearing a cloak and couldn't see his face clearly, looked wordlessly at Robin, who was also wearing a mask to disguise himself and held up the number 25 sign. Or, he looked at the little human princess Manshueli who had followed her at once, but quietly poked her head out from inside. It was exactly her, with a pair of big innocent and pure eyes, looking at Robin with tears in her eyes. How pitiful, Lord Robin, let's save him, her. Then, Robin was so cute with this little girl that he was filled with love. He just raised his sign and surrendered. Advertisement. We don't lack the money, do we? Robin blinked playfully, his jewel-like eyes full of smiles. It just so happens that there is also a shortage of someone to serve tea and water on the ship. Besides, you should like these beauties Ren very much, right? You can stay when the time comes. Ha ha. Violet, who was also wearing a cloak and followed over, covered her mouth and chuckled. Whatever. Ren shrugged. Of course he likes beautiful women. I have to admit that this model slave has a really outstanding figure. Not to mention anything else, at least doing odd jobs on the boat, serving tea and water, etc. is very eye-catching. Moreover, these young and beautiful female slaves were sent here to be auctioned. Where could they go if they were unfamiliar with the place? If they were allowed to leave directly, they would be caught and auctioned off again. Menshili, if love is overflowing, love will be overflowing. Anyway, from beginning to end, he had no intention of paying. But next time I definitely can't bring Manshueli to a place like this. The auction continues. One slave after another was pulled up one after another. But all of them were sold to Luo at a high price at the begging of Mangzili. Everyone was speechless. Wow. Tisk, that's really exaggerated. These celestial dragons are so rich. Hee, I'm getting rich. And at this moment, Peninsula 66, the residential area of celestial dragons. The outside world is full of Marines' corpse. The defeated Marines stood tremblingly outside, not daring to attack again. And because it is the celestial dragon's house, they don't dare to fire at all. It was convenient for Luo, Wappa, Karina and others. Full of beautiful things, mountains of gold jewelry. Boxes of Baileys neatly arranged. Even the treasure previously taken from Capone Beige was only comparable to that of the others. It's unimaginable that these are just those celestial dragons randomly stored here. The Holy Land Mariajoy is their real residence. Fortunately, I brought Pato's deformed leaf, otherwise it would not be easy to take away so many things. Karina directly threw out a deformed leaf with Capone Beige written on it. Bang! Smoke filled the air. Capone Beige, who was supposed to have been killed and stripped of his fruit abilities, appeared there. Put away all these treasures. Advertisement. Karina narrowed her crescent eyes, full of excitement, and gave the order directly. She can dig deep into the ground, even those gold-inlaid sofas, expensive coffee tables, antique calligraphy and paintings. Brush. Swipe. A hemispherical barrier appeared, covering the treasures. All of a sudden, they were included in the castle inside, Capone Beige. Let's go to the next place. Bluno, please, Juan said directly. Air Gate. Bluno, who had been hiding in the dark and was responsible for assisting, directly used the ability of the Parameshador fruit to open the door for them. A green different space passage connects the villas next to it. Time keeps passing. They visited one villa after another. Although not every treasury contains as much treasure as before. But the astonishing gains, accumulated, are still unimaginable. Jean Luo, the former captain of the Heart Pirates, was a little numb. How rich are those guys? Babo, Shachi, Pagan and others were all in a daze. The entire Celestial Dragon's villa area on Peninsula 67 contains at least dozens of luxurious single-family villas and manors. They have patronized less than half of it so far, but how many billions of belly have they collected so far? Not counting those gold jewelry and antique calligraphy and paintings. The cash alone is conservatively estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, right? Those high-ranking rubbish, backed by the behemoth world government, enjoy all privileges, and the entire world is at their disposal, and they can control it at will. Greg Holland said calmly, every year, countless people are overwhelmed and their families are ruined in order to hand over the heavy heavenly gold. In fact, every few years, some member countries are expelled from the world government because they cannot pay the heavenly gold, and their countries are directly destroyed. This is just the golden part of the sky. There are countless business fields that the world government controls and monopolizes, covertly, and it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It can be said that people in most of the world are like the countless worker ants in the ant nest, working conscientiously to serve the queen, supporting those who live extravagantly and enjoy themselves. In the eyes of ordinary people, those wealthy gentry, wealthy businessmen, princes and nobles who are wealthy, well-dressed, well-educated, and extravagant. In a sense, they are just some profit winners that they squeeze out from their teeth. Speaking of which, Greg Holland sneered and said sarcastically, how rich do you think they are? Hiss. I heard Huolin's introduction. Luo, Wappa, Babo, Karina and others couldn't help but gasp. Even though they knew about the exaggerated and unreasonable power and status of celestial dragons, they never thought about going so deep. But when Huo Lun introduced it like this, they immediately had a clear concept. It's terrifying to think about it carefully, and I feel a little shuddering for no reason. There's actually devil fruit. Woo. Karina's eyes lit up. Grabbed a box from the treasure house. After opening it, there was actually a devil fruit inside. Everyone was a little surprised. I don't know what kind of ability it is. Chapter 137. Saint Rosewater. Capture that pirate captain and make me a slave. Peninsula number 66, on the port. A world government ship came slowly. Several figures wearing space suits and bubble hoods with arrogant faces walked up and down from there, leading groups of slaves. All the world government personnel were a little nervous and suppressed their uneasiness. They all immediately knelt down to greet him. A marine ensign turned pale and tremblingly stepped forward to report the situation. In his heart, he directly regarded himself as an outcast. He came over to explain to Celestial Dragon's boss Jimmy Rear Admiral, whose ancestors had extended greetings to him for 18 generations. What? There are pirates plundering our mansion. I heard that the villa and manor that I and other world nobles ordered to build in the Sabaody archipelago to facilitate vacations from Mariajoy, the Holy Land, were openly invaded and robbed by pirates. The leader, who was leaning on crutches, had a big belly and a sinister face, was furious. A-hole. What do you Marines do for food? Damn it, what's going on? Then why don't you take them down quickly? What a useless piece of trash. A few pirates can't even make it. Marine is becoming more and more useless. Several other celestial dragons. Saint Marquez, who is about 40 or 50 years old. As well as the 3 members of the family of Saints Rosewater, Saint Charlos, and Palace Cherulia. They are all extremely angry and extremely dissatisfied. He looked at these Marines with evil eyes and scolded them. I was somewhat looking forward to it when I heard that Sabaody Archipelago was going to auction mermaids. It hit rock bottom in an instant. Restless. Please rest assured, adults, our headquarters has sent a fleet to support you. Ensign was sweating profusely and bowed cautiously. Boom. Ah, there was a gunshot. The ensign screamed. A blood flower bloomed on his chest, and he fell directly into a pool of blood. His face was distorted and he was struggling in pain. Fick Rear Admiral, several Marine personnel accompanying him were startled, and their expressions changed drastically. Some were sweating, at a loss, because it was no one else who shot the gun. Astonishingly, it was the noble celestial dragons in front of him, Saint Charma. I don't have time to listen to your explanation. You losers. The grumpy Saint Charmico had a sinister look on his face and put away his steaming pistol. Humph, we have to rush to attend the auction. Advertisement. Looking at several Marine personnel who were trembling and kneeling there, Saint Malgus said coldly, listen, before the auction ends, you Marines must deal with those pirates. By the way, catch that reckless pirate captain. Saint Roswald leaned on a cane and said angrily, I want him to be my slave. Ah, several Marine soldiers from Ensign who were hurriedly helping up Fike Ensign, who had been shot and fell to the ground, couldn't help but be startled. Want to capture. Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, whose bounty exceeds 200 million belly, as a slave. Is this a little too dangerous? Huh, do you have any opinions? Saint Malgas has an evil eye. No, no, I'm very sorry, not at all. Next, up for auction is item number 13. The beautiful dancer from South Blue, Passia. Look, that peerless appearance, devilish figure, and outrageously exaggerated proportions, are no less than the previous world-famous model, Hitler Elizabeth. What are you waiting for? Pick up your bid, the starting price is 800,000 Baileys. And at this moment, inside the auction house on Peninsula number 1. A graceful and beautiful figure wearing a slave collar was pulled onto the stage by the guards. The beautiful face was extremely pale, and her eyes were looking at the pair of green wolf-like eyes below in horror. Personally, I couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were full of despair. 900,000 Baileys. 1 million Baileys. 1.08 million Baileys. 1.1 million Baileys. For a while, inside the auction house. Looking at the beautiful and graceful dancers on the stage. The businessmen and nobles all couldn't help but have blazing eyes. Start bidding first. However, not surprisingly. These people had just started bidding and competing, and they were very angry. Robin, who was looking forward to it with Manchili's big, tearful eyes, raised the sign again and bid with a smile. 1.8 million Baileys. There was silence, staring at Robin and Ren blankly. Even the auctioneer on the auction table couldn't help but be stunned. Except for those inhumane nobles of the world, they rarely see such luxurious guests. What are you doing? Time after time, all the slaves were taken away by them. Advertisement. As this auction for them. Does that guy understand the rules? Damn, being rich is awesome. Damn it, I was robbed again. Isn't this too much? Well, are those guys here? Suddenly, Ren raised his eyebrows. It seems there are quite a few people coming. He sensed that several celestial dragons were coming towards the port. For celestial dragons, he wasn't surprised. After all, this island is so close to the red line, it is completely equivalent to the garden at the door of celestial dragon's home. It is not surprising that you can come over and take a stroll at any time on a whim. But the more people come, the better. The corners of Ren's mouth rose. Showing a playful smile. I'm very sorry, something unexpected happened. At this time, the manager of the auction house hurried onto the stage. 660 was sweating profusely and announced loudly, "We have received news that several distinguished celestial dragons have just arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, are on their way. In order to welcome the world's nobles, the auction has to be suspended for half an hour. Please bear with me." What? Celestial dragons? What are you doing? Why, just for a few. A-hole, shut up now. Don't you want to live anymore? Don't bother us. Hey, are the celestial dragons here? That would be interesting. I want to see which family dares to compete with the world's nobles. Joke, do they have the guts? Secret, mysterious. You can tell at a glance that it's not something good. Suddenly, inside the auction house, there was an uproar and a lot of noise. The vast majority of the merchant nobles, although somewhat dissatisfied, did not dare to say anything. In addition, there has been no mermaid auction in Sabaody Archipelago for a long time, so many people came just to watch the excitement. Few people were willing to leave the table, but instead waited patiently. I want to meet the legendary mermaid. Is it as beautiful as the legend says? Some people even got robbed repeatedly because they wanted to bid for slaves. They all couldn't help but gloat a little, looking at Ren and his group with amusement. Chapter 138 Huge Harvest, Super Soldier. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Call. It's really tiring. Hey, Karina, I've got it done here. Gia hee hee, the harvest is really good. I also found 2 devil fruits, one of which belongs to Zone. I only found one here, I don't know what its power is. Dr. Brian, please put the Capone Beige into the castle space. It wouldn't be good to avoid being affected by the fierce battle later. No problem. Peninsula 67. In a magnificent manner. Luo, Holland, Karina, Babo, et al. Officially reunited with Pato, Brian Tunney, and Khalifa, who were hiding in the dark and started searching for the celestial dragon's treasure. Everyone was smiling and excited. Because the harvest is really great. Bulu, Bolo, Moses, I'm Dr. Brian. Brian Tunney answered the phone bug. Surprisingly, his image changed drastically at this moment. The face didn't change much. But on the chest, there is a huge rat head. And it's still very lively, grinning from time to time. Also dragging a slender rat tail. Yes, this guy really let this upgraded mouse eat the paramesha fruit recovered from Capone Beige. Then with the power of Munch fruit, let it merge with itself. By giving instructions to it, the power of the fortress fruit was controlled in disguise. Marine's fleet has arrived, and at this moment, a coastal area, in a hidden forest. Wearing masks, Lucci, Kaku and others were hiding there. Looking at the distant sea through the monocular telescope, observing secretly. The encrypted phone bug, which was specially modified by Dr. Brian to prevent eavesdropping, reported the relevant situation to Luo, Holland, Brian Tunney and others. I found pacifists, there are 6 of them in total. Accompanying us are 2 naval headquarters vice admirals, namely Doro Vice Admiral and Geisha Vice Admiral. In addition, the estimated strength of the fleet consisting of 10 warships of different sizes should not exceed 4. Advertisement. Pacifist. Far away in the Celestial Dragon's estate on Peninsula 67. After receiving the notice from Lu Chi, Brian Tunney was surprised and happy. Jia hee, are you really here? Lord Ren is still awesome. Did they actually send 2 naval headquarters vice admirals? Luo couldn't help but frown. It's a bit troublesome. Doro vice admiral and Geisha vice admiral, I've heard of them. Greg Holland crossed his arms and said calmly, the strength is not outstanding among the many vice admirals in naval headquarters. Even I was sure to defeat them. At the beginning, he was just the rear admiral of naval headquarters. But he has mastered all 6 styles, and can even use the 2-color hockey proficiently. He fully possesses the strength of the vice admiral. The only difference between obtaining the vice admiral rank is merit. Otherwise, he would not be hailed as a star with a bright future. Moreover, because he is good at fighting enemies at close quarters with his bare hands, he rarely uses swords and guns to fight. Once consider the next, Black Arm, Zephyr. Not to mention, he is no better than before. Due to the powerful recovery ability of Paramesha Healing Fruit. His physical functions have returned to their peak state, and the hardships of the past 3 years have made his strength increase instead of decreasing. Observation hockey has been greatly improved. Although armament hockey has not been greatly enhanced, it has become more concise and skillful to use. Even against some veteran elite vice admiral, I am confident that I will not lose to the opponent easily. Even if it hadn't been too long without fighting. The body is somewhat rusty and the combat awareness has declined, so it will take time to adapt. It may not be impossible to fight and win. Then get ready for action. We're responsible for attracting fire. Khalifa, use the power of the transparent fruit to coordinate with Dr. Brian. No problem. Soon, under the command of Guy Sand Vice Admiral and Doro Vice Admiral, the fleet arrived at the port of Peninsula No. 66. A large number of marine personnel landed directly from there and quickly surrounded the Celestial Dragon's residential area on Peninsula 67. Quick, search carefully for me. The criminals are in this area. Damn it, it's definitely hidden in that villa. Throw smoke bombs to force them out. Don't let them get away. Advertisement. However, Celestial Dragons involved, even if Marine is coming with force. After all, my hands and feet are somewhat tied up, and I cannot fully let go of my hands and feet. He didn't even dare to rush into the Celestial Dragon's mansion to search, so he could only throw smoke bombs inside in frustration. Trying to force people out. Quote. At the same time, accompanied by heavy footsteps, one after another, there were huge figures with expressionless faces, wearing clothes with bear patterns on them. One after another, moving there, and around them. Followed by a bloated and fat figure, wearing a red bellyband with 3 Magatama patterns, and an extremely fierce figure. There he loudly ordered, the criminals are the Heart Pirates, pacifists, search their whereabouts immediately. Remember, this is the mansion of the Celestial Dragons, try not to damage the buildings here. Didi. A red light shines in the eyes of Taiwanese pacifists. He rushed out towards the residential area at a fairly slow speed. Is that the legendary pacifist? It's unbelievable. In a gorgeous manner, looking at those tall figures who looked exactly like Bartholomew Bear, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the tyrant, from afar, whose authenticity was difficult to distinguish, Luo couldn't help but marvel. He turned around, Lita, and reminded Brian Tunney, be careful. Dr. Brian, don't get hurt. Jia hee, don't underestimate me, Luo. Brian Tunney bared his teeth and Jia said with a strange smile, a scientist who can't fight is not a good scientist. Wait a minute, you will be surprised. Let me show you what a true super king of war is. Oh, hear Brian say that. Luo, Wappa, Huolin, Karina and others were on the side. They all looked at this confident mad scientist with some surprise, and couldn't help but be full of curiosity. Super soldier. Is it what we imagined? Shachi and Pajan's eyes lit up. His eyes were burning, looking straight at Brian Tunney with great expectation. Brian Tunney licked his lips and smiled strangely. Jia hee, just wait and see. Chapter 139 Hulk. The Crushed Pacifist, 4th update. Found it. Here. Yes, they are the pirates of the Heart Pirates. Quick, surround them. Don't let these criminals get away. Bang bang. Boom boom. Outside a manor, there were constant sounds of gunfire and shouts of killing. Scattered bullets rained continuously. Luo, Wappa, Huolin, Karina and others rushed out one after another. Fighting with those marines. Clang. Mars splash. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Guy Sand, wielding the blade. Luo, who was holding the field sword Ghost Cry, was constantly shaking there. However, even it is not as good as Vice Admiral, the veteran elite of the Ghost Spider Kingdom. Geisa is also a real Vice Admiral. He has mastered armament hockey and observation hockey, and easily suppressed Luo, who was good at using the field sword and Devil's Cry combination ability to fight enemies, but strictly speaking his sword skills are not strong. Room Slaughterhouse. A hemispherical barrier opened there. Field sword Ghost Cry, cold light shines, drink it directly. But the blade of armament hockey was entangled. Blocked by life and death. It's useless. Regarding Op Fruit's ability, we Marine have already figured it out. As long as hockey is strong enough, he can block your all-seeking cutting ability. Guy held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Luo in front of him indifferently. Trafalgar Law, you are really brave. I'm sorry to tell you that your journey has come to an end. That's not necessarily the case. Luo's face was full of arrogance. He smiled and pointed to the side, indicating to the other party to take a look. Are you trying to distract me with this trick? A somewhat surprised Geisha. Subconsciously he glanced to the side, but his whole body froze instantly. His pupils shrank sharply and he shouted, "What? I'm so damn. I don't deserve to be a human being. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be a waterweed. I'm sorry for living in this world." A marine soldier who had high morale and murderous intent just now. One by one, they were depressed and fell to their knees one after another. Many people even laid down their weapons. Throw away the swords and guns in his hands. No intention to fight at all. Hee hee. Perona holds an umbrella. The whole person was floating in the air, with a smile full of pride. In the end, you still have to look at me. You're awesome. Luo's eyelids twitched, but he still curled his lips. Look at these dejected Marines. I can't help but think of the unbearable experience I had a few days ago. I couldn't help but shudder. The ghost of negativity. All of a sudden, Perona releases several negative ghosts. They all rushed towards Geisha, the naval headquarters vice admiral. What? Geisha's expression changed. My heart felt inexplicably cold. Shave. He stepped hard and dodged decisively. But just stormed out. Haven't had time to breathe yet. Room. Slaughterhouse. In an instant, Luo took action directly. Advertisement. However, he did not attack Shaw. Instead, Perona will be the whole person, with Guy sanding the stone at his feet. Changed position instantly. Nani. Looking at the sudden appearance of Perona, Geisha's eyes narrowed. But the naval headquarters vice admiral had no time to dodge, and was directly released by the negative ghost from Perona's hand, which penetrated his body like lightning. Thump. Guy lay there. He said extremely depressed. I want to be a dung beetle. Guy Shaw vice admiral, seeing Geisha suddenly collapsed. Each marine soldier was shocked. But Luo took action decisively. The marine vice admiral was not given a chance to recover. The field sword struck out brazenly, directly cutting the unsuspecting Guy in half. The bodies are separated. Brush. For a moment. Guy sand head. It fell into Luo's hands. Sorry, it seems that you, the naval headquarters vice admiral, have stopped here. Luo Pao played with Guy's head and chuckled teasingly. A-hole. Geisha, who had recovered, was furious and aggrieved. But there is nothing to do. The body without its head. Just tried to charge forward with the blade. Cut. Luo's eyes flashed, and he slashed hard again. Just cut him into pieces. The broken pieces of the body were flying and pieced together haphazardly. There simply can no longer be effective coordination. Burning cannon. At this time, Wappa rushed over with combat boots on. He suddenly pulled the trigger towards the marine soldiers who fell to the ground in depression and lost the power to resist. Boom boom. Ah. There was a loud bang. Eye-catching gas burning cannon. The marines were instantly overwhelmed. The fire was soaring into the sky, the flames were blazing, and the smoke was billowing. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* lightning and he rushed over. The extremely angry Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, who was carrying a rare fire-breathing device, aimed it at Wappa in front and directly pressed the switch. In an instant, extremely blazing tongues of fire spurted out, rushing towards Wappa, but I have already awakened to seeing and hearing. Wappa is getting more and more skilled these days. The hair on his whole body stood up, and he rushed out immediately, dodging narrowly. Bang! At this moment, before Duolujong Afei could continue to show his voice, Wu's hair stood on end, giving rise to a strong sense of crisis. His hand suddenly wrapped around Haki, blocking him there. Bang! Came with a fierce punch mark. The powerful force caught him off guard. Jen flew out. Vice Admiral Doro, long time no see. Huo Lun looked at each other with a calm expression. Greg Holland, I didn't expect you to really recover. The somewhat embarrassed Doro Vice Admiral can hope to stabilize his figure. Obviously recognizing this former Marine colleague, he couldn't help but sarcastically said, it seems that you have betrayed Marine and become a pirate. Are you willing to fall for yourself? That's right. Advertisement. Horan didn't care. At this point, it is useless to say more. Only those guys, he will never forgive. Not to mention taking refuge in a pirate like Copper's Ren. Even if he made a deal with the devil, he vowed to drag those high-ranking trash into the darkest hell. Shoo shoo, woo. Several dazzling laser beams shot out like lightning. But Greg Holland's expression remained unchanged. His body swayed and he instantly dodged the incoming laser beam. Boom boom. A blazing beam of light. A violent explosion was immediately triggered. Everyone present could not help but look over subconsciously. Some are shocked. B. Laser. So cool. Babo, Shachi, and Pei Jin's eyes shone. A diamond-shaped light appeared in his eyes. Tisk, tisk, it's really amazingly powerful. Although Luo was equally shocked. But because I had heard general information about the pacifists from Ren, I was mentally prepared. Seeing Babo and the others' unbearable looks, they couldn't help but have black lines on their heads. They bared their teeth and roared. You guys, please make it clear to me, this is a battlefield. The laser of the Admiral of Porosalino. Huo Lun raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Is this the human weapon developed by the Marine Science Corps? It's really exaggerated. Only a few tall pacifists were seen, either holding out their palms or opening their mouths, facing him. The exposed gun barrel was emitting wisps of steam. Pirates, give up your resistance. Zon Momomaru was full of confidence. There he swore solemnly and said loudly, you will never stand in front of the pacifists. Jia hee hee, right. Woo. A strange laugh echoed. A tall and thin figure suddenly appeared behind those huge pacifists. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Dr. Brian laughed and swallowed a bottle of green potion, Super Soldier Hulk. Clenched fists. The entire human body size moves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unimaginable changes took place there. Roar. His body, which was not particularly strong at first and was only about 2 meters tall, suddenly grew to no less than 6 meters tall. Moreover, the skin all over the body is green. The blue veins popped out and the bulging muscle lines made people break out in cold sweat. Like a humanoid monster. Incredibly strong. Bang. Bang. A green violent figure. The muscles all over his body bulged, and he suddenly punched out boldly. The huge fist seal directly crushed the atmosphere, shockingly fast. The size of the two machines was comparable to that of him after his transformation, but the pacifist, who had no time to turn around, felt like he was hit hard, and his back collapsed. It was like a cannonball in an instant. Both flew out. Boom boom. Gluttonous devouring. At the same time. A big mouth, enlarged at an exaggerated speed, so unbelievable. It was instantly enveloped by another pacifist who had just turned around. Don't give it a chance to react at all. Swallowed it alive. Kaka. What? Chapter 140 Dr. Brian. This is the real human weapon. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. What? That rascal. Is this his trump card? Tisk, tisk, I'm really shocked. A sudden scene. Jean Luo, Huo Lun, Wappa, Karina, Perona and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. He looked at the Hulk in disbelief at the huge, outrageously violent Hulk who swallowed up the pacifists alive. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the other party was Brian Tunney, a mad scientist who was only 2 meters tall and of mediocre strength. What kind of monster is that guy? Even Zon Taomaru was shocked. 2 pacifists were blown away. A giant pacifist was eaten. But he was shocked, and he didn't hesitate at all. He picked up a huge axe and struck hard. You guy. Jia hee hee, I got it. Brian Tunney, whose skin turned green and looked like a monster, was full of excitement and his voice was hoarse. A step under his feet. He immediately retreated. Let Zon Momomaru's chop that entangled hockey fail. That rascal, where did he come from? Gulu, he ate the pacifist. It's like a monster. Is it another weird ability user? A marine who could barely react could not help but be a little stunned. He looked at the huge, monster-like Brian Tunney in disbelief, making his scalp numb. Marine, just keep your eyes open and watch. Brian Tunney smiled arrogantly. Jia hee hee, this is the real human weapon. The words have not yet finished. In the somewhat horrified looks of Zon Momomaru and those marines. Brian Tunney's body, which swelled like a muscle balloon and was frighteningly strong, changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Part of the body became more swollen, and actually merged directly with the pacifist. Buzz, buzz, the 2 palms directly showed 2 gun barrels, shining with dazzling brilliance. He aimed directly at Zon, who was holding an axe and was about to hit him again. Jia hee hee, laser cannon. Brian Tunney smiled strangely. What? Zon Taowen's hair stood on end and his expression changed drastically. Whoosh. A loud roar broke through the air. A bunch of blazing laser beams were blasting towards him like lightning. The whole person had to dodge in a hurry. Boom boom. The heat is rolling. An astonishing explosion wave appeared. Transformation. Laser. As expected of you, Dr. Brian. Is this a super soldier? It's so cool. Far away. Advertisement. Witnessed this scene. Shachi, Paijin, Babo and the others couldn't help but their eyes lit up and they were a little excited. Full of admiration for Brian Tunney. The ability of Munch Munch fruit is really incredible. Luo marveled there. That rascal. Zon Taowen broke into a cold sweat and his face turned livid. He was busy pointing at Brian Tunney and shouting orders to the other pacifists. PX4, PX5, PX6, he is the enemy, kill him. Didi. For a while, in addition to the 2 pacifists that were blown away at the beginning, there was also the one that was directly swallowed. The other 3 pacifists began to take action after receiving the order. Or raised his palms, or opened his mouth. The barrel was pointed at Brian Tunney in front, condensing a dazzling light. However, in an instant, Brian Tunney was smiling strangely. Jia hee hee, shave. He stepped hard. The huge figure showed terrifying speed and flashed suddenly. He actually appeared in front of PX4 in an instant. Call. The sound of breaking wind is harsh. The violent and huge fist was instantly transformed into a morphological memory alloy, and it hit its head fiercely. Super heavy punch alloy bomb. Boom. Sparks flickered. Parts splashed, accompanied by traces of blood. Bang. Bang. PX4 flew out in an instant, severely breaking huge tree trunks and raising large amounts of smoke and dust. Immediately afterwards. Don't wait for PX5 and PX6 to start aiming. He stepped down again and disappeared instantly. Appeared between two pacifists. He aimed his palms at their heads, and the light was dazzling. Buzz, buzz. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, two dazzling laser beams blasted out. It instantly hit the heads of the two pacifists, PX5 and PX6. Boom, boom, triggered a violent explosion. Thick smoke billowed and parts flew. The heavy body fell to the ground. All this happened only in the flash of lightning. It was too late for people to react. How can it be? The pacifist was killed instantly. What kind of monster is that guy? For a while, Marine present was a little panicked. Advertisement. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he broke into a cold sweat. PX5, PX6. Zon Taowen opened his mouth wide. He looked at Brian Tunney in shock, who remained in the Hulk form, but part of his body took on the appearance of a pacifist. Such a huge body, fused with a pacifist, can actually have such speed. Quote. Are you kidding me? Even Doro Vice Admiral couldn't help being shocked. Idiots, don't be scared. Although he was shocked, he quickly came to his senses in a state of shock and anger. He was busy there and ordered to other panicked Marine personnel, fire. Kill him. Yes, Doro Vice Admiral. Don't be afraid, everyone, open fire. Kill this monster. Use Seastone net gun. Bang bang. Boom boom. A well-trained and armed Marine came to his senses. They all raised their guns, pointed them at Brian Tunney, and opened fire there. There are even many Seastone net guns specifically designed to target ability users. Oh oh. Clang. The sound of gunfire continued. Smoke and dust billowed. However, what makes those Marines horrified is that countless bullets rained down on Briani. It actually seemed like it was shot on steel, making the sound of metal clashing. One by one, deformed bullets fell to the ground. What? The bullet deformed. It is also directly integrated with the pacifist whose body has been transformed into an alloy and is indestructible. After transforming into a super soldier, with his exaggerated physical fitness, he can even use 6 physical skills such as shaving and moonwalk easily. After he took the genetic medicine, even Brian Tangzu, who already knew the relevant principles of the 6 forms from Ren, Lucci and others. 110. Now he is more like a real human weapon. The Marines couldn't help but change their colors. The exaggerated and huge Brian Tunney bared his teeth, feeling his powerful strength, and exclaimed, as expected of a thing developed by Dr. Vegapunk, the laser weapon is really surprisingly easy to use. Easily dodge the Seastone nets coming one after another. Not to mention, as that guy's body harder than steel. Gia hee hee, this level of attack is just tickling me. No matter how severe the blow or injury is, you will not feel any pain. How could those ordinary guns and cannons hurt him? They all felt chilly and frightened. This horrifying scene. It can perfectly absorb the power of those medicines through the ability of munch fruit, and transform into an invulnerable and powerful genetic warrior. Cannonballs can't hurt him. Chapter 141 The Power of Thunder Fruit Update 1. Hiss. An invulnerable monster. This guy, why did he suddenly become so strong? On the messy battlefield, see Brian Tunney's amazing performance. Rao Shaluo, Wappa, Perona and others couldn't help but be a little stunned. Is it because of that genetic medicine? They knew the opponent's previous strength very well. To be honest, they were not as strong as Junshi and Peijin. The result has changed so much in the blink of an eye. It felt like he suddenly became completely stronger than them. Gia hee hee. Brian Tunney laughed. The violent figure was menacing. He rushed towards the 2 pacifists that were initially blown away by him who had just transformed. Although they were damaged, they were not completely damaged. But Zon Taomaru on the side would not sit idly by and rushed forward suddenly. Wrapped around Hockey's palm, he slapped directly. You can walk alone in the air. Super Punch Alloy Bomb. Boom. Woo hoo hoo. A fierce wave of air swept across. Even Zon Taowen was knocked back more than 10 meters and kept stumbling. He looked at Brian Tunney in disbelief, who was still safe and sound even though he also fell backwards. But all he felt was that his palms were numb and he was shaking violently. Full of shock. This guy. Wah wah GG. God's judgment. Woo. Lightning flashed. Dazzling electric light. The entire battlefield was reflected palely. Everyone couldn't help but change their color and looked over in shock. Call out. In an instant, a huge beam of lightning swept across. The target is clearly the only remaining Doro midfielder. The hair on my hair stood up, and I subconsciously wanted to rush out. Boom boom. Ah, astonishing lightning swept across. One big tree after another was blown down. Countless Marines who had no time to dodge and were shrouded in lightning screamed in agony. It's scary. Lightning kick. Immediately afterwards. A loud roar broke through the air, accompanied by strong electric light. Violent kicks, fierce weather attacks. One mark. Advertisement. Boom. Between the electric light and Flint, Vice Admiral's hair stood on end in a somewhat embarrassed Doro. Relying on observation Hockey's prediction, covering Hockey's arms, barely blocked Karina's kick. Quote. Astonishing currents couldn't help but flow out. Even Duo Luo, Vice Admiral, felt numb all over. A capable person. His expression changed. He immediately retreated, looking at the figure shining with electricity in front of him. His eyes were fierce, flamethrower in hand, aiming directly at the opponent. Damn woman, go to hell. Flame jet, call, the heat is rolling. Incomparably blazing fire, he spurted towards Karina in front of him without mercy. Crackling, the fire surged into the sky. The sky was dyed red. But Doro Vice Admiral's attack, completely easily avoided by Horan. Boo-hoo. What? However, at this moment, there was a flash of light. In the chilly Doro Vice Admiral's somewhat horrified eyes, a figure shrouded in electric light instantly passed through the blazing fire and appeared in front of him. Karina's palm, which was flashing with arcs of electricity, pressed directly on the flamethrower she was holding tightly, without giving it a chance to attack or dodge. Discharge 60 million volts. Wah wah GG. Ah, no surprises. Doro Vice Admiral screamed miserably. He was directly electrocuted until his whole body was blackened. He fell there, paralyzed and twitching all over. Wisps of electricity kept flowing, destroying his body functions. Damn it, it's Logia. Doro Vice Admiral gritted his teeth and tried to struggle. But as soon as he raised his body, he fell to the ground again. His bloodshot eyes stared at the impossibly young Karina in front of him, full of unwillingness and resentment. It's Logia's ability again, it's Sabaody Archipelago, it's a young pirate. He thought back to 3 years ago. It was also on this island that he was defeated by Fire Fist Ace, who had the ability of Logia Mera Mera Fruit and rose to become the supernova of the year. One by one, they are all Logia's ability users. Are these young pirates really so favored by God? What? Dolo Vice Admiral. Advertisement. That woman, her manipulation of lightning. A marine was shocked by the sudden change. Some of them were sweating coldly and were at a loss. Never thought of it. First, Guy Shaw, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, was defeated by Trafalgar Law and others. Now it was Doro Vice Admiral again, who was defeated easily. You're right, that's the same Logia ability as Mr. Kizaru. Even Zon Momoan, who was confronting Brian Tunney, couldn't help but open his mouth wide and stared at the beautiful figure that suddenly appeared and was surrounded by thunder. That guy, is it thunder and lightning? The opponent just used a move similar to Admiral Kizaru's light speed kick. It can even directly ignore the flames released by Vice Admiral Doro, and instantly cross such a long distance, flash in front of it and electrocute it to the D. No doubt. In all likelihood, he is Logia's Esper. And it is also the awesome thunder and lightning in nature. This is definitely one of the top abilities on the ocean. Hiss. Killed a Vice Admiral so easily. Huo Lun looked at Karina, a little dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Although the strength of Doro Vice Admiral is mediocre, it is not even a bit inferior to the old elite Vice Admirals such as Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, and Ghost Spider. I heard that 3 years ago, he had a conflict with Fire Fist Ace, who had not officially entered the New World at that time, and was defeated by the opponent. But after all, he is also the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. He was defeated so easily by Karina. It's unbelievable. The key is, he knows very well that Carly doesn't even have control over hockey. This is the true power of Logia Thunder Fruit. Wappa sighed there. He once fought against God Enel, the previous Thunder Fruit user. I have personally experienced the terrifying power and the despairing feeling of powerlessness. Thunder Fruit's abilities gives Karina the power to fight enemies across levels. Ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, even if it has mastered hockey's power area. In terms of hard power, it can easily suppress Karina, whose current strength is still lacking in tempering. With his powerful ability, he easily defeated Duo 2 Vice Admiral. Use electric current to stimulate one's own nerve cells, thus greatly improving one's own speed, strength and reaction ability, and greatly strengthening one's basic combat effectiveness. Gia hee hee, it's time to go. But if you are a little careless, it's still possible to get crushed directly. Karina, who was glowing with electricity, smiled and clapped her hands. But after all, it can't completely block the terrifying high-voltage electricity 3.8 flow. This is the huge advantage brought by top-notch fruit abilities. Of course it can withstand the invasion of partial current. Coupled with Thunder Fruit's ridiculously powerful ability, she underwent an unimaginable transformation and became a completely different person from before. She was no longer the fifth scum of Zon. He directly shouted to Luo, Wappa, Holland, Brian Tunney and others. Everyone, the plan has been successfully completed, you must run away quickly. Although she has not yet mastered hockey's power, she has begun to continuously try to develop the fruit's abilities. Hockey has a strong body that has been exercised for many years, and Hockey is not weak in his own right. Hockey, in the final analysis, just gave Doro Vice Admiral the means to hurt Karina's entity, but it does not mean that he can directly defeat her. After all, even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is still a normal body of flesh and blood. We, at Ren's suggestion. Chapter 142 Internal Sabotage. Celestial Dragon Slave. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. The next item to be auctioned is item number 18. A mermaid from the Fishman Island. The starting price is 80 million Baileys, and each bid increase must not be less than 100,000 Baileys. The highest bidder gets it. And this time, inside the auction house on Peninsula number 1. The auction is drawing to a close. A hemispherical glass ball with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters was carefully pushed onto the exhibition stand. It instantly caused a lot of exclamations. It's filled with water. Suddenly there was a beautiful figure with a human body and a fish tail. Green short hair, delicate appearance, fair skin, beautiful fish tail. But at this moment, her face was full of panic and despair, and she kept the *******G on the glass container, but nothing could shake it. Really a mermaid. Tisk, tisk, it's so beautiful. Gia hee, what a perfect masterpiece. Unfortunately, the opponent is too strong, and there is a high probability that there is no hope. After all, even those guys don't dare to bid anymore. Although very tempting. But the nobles and business travelers present. Subconsciously, he glanced at the figure wearing a bubble hood sitting in the middle row of seats. They all couldn't help but shake their heads in despair. 5 billion Baileys. The bloated St. Charles stood up directly and spread his palms. Hey, nephew Charles, I have no intention of giving it to you. St. Charles raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, 600 million Baileys. Haha, brother Charos, Uncle Charmick, then I will join in the fun, 700 million Baileys. Angelia Pallas, who had blonde hair and was veiled, chuckled and raised the sign directly. Hey, Angelia, you're spending money randomly again. Father, I want to make her into a mermaid specimen and keep her for collection. You're really capricious, whatever you want. Gulu. The whole place was sluggish. A normal beautiful mermaid. The starting price is generally only around 50 million. Today, just because there has been no mermaid auction in Sabaody archipelago for too long, the price is a little higher. But normally, if it can be sold for 200 million Baileys, it is already a sky-high price. No one expected that celestial dragons would directly raise the price to 1 billion belly. But listening to the conversations of these celestial dragons, many people felt chilly. Spending such a huge amount of money just to turn this mermaid girl into a mermaid specimen. Sir Ren, Dr. Brian and the others have succeeded and have successfully retreated. A masked figure bowed his head in Ren's ear. Have you brought what I wanted? Brought it here. Kaku's voice was trembling. He had already guessed what the other party wanted to do. That's actually kind of crazy. Okay, it's almost time to start. Advertisement. Ren chuckled. He took off his cloak and stood up directly. For a while, in the auction house, many people looked over subconsciously. Those who reacted quickly couldn't help but shrink their pupils when looking at the young and handsome figure, as if they recognized something, and screamed out in surprise. But there was no time to say anything. Buzz. All of a sudden. His eyes sharpened suddenly. The extremely violent conqueror's hockey spread out in all directions. Thump, thump. One after another figures were knocked unconscious one after another. Only the celestial dragons on the middle seat and the mermaid trapped in a glass container on the exhibition stand. Safe and sound. What? I almost fainted. What happened? Saint Charmick, Saint Rosewater and others in the middle could not help but be shocked. Looking around at the bodyguards with their eyes turned white and foaming at the mouth. Everyone can't help but feel a little confused. Did you do it, human? Saint Malgas looked at Ren angrily. Yes. Looking at these celestial dragons, Ren said with a smile. Next, it's your turn. Do you know why I let you retain consciousness? A-hole. You're just a pariah, how dare you talk to me like this? The celestial dragons, who had always been arrogant, were immediately angered. The angry Saints Charmick and Charlos pulled out their pistols and fired directly at Ren. Bang bang. Ren easily dodged the incoming bullets and said calmly, leave it to you, Lu Chi, do you know what to do? Clear. On the side, Lu Chi's eyes flashed with excitement. Looking at the celestial dragons, swinging the slave collar in his hand, he smiled. It's really crazy, Enyan people. Kaku, Jabra and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They never expected that Ren would dare to attack the celestial dragons. Moreover, it was still in this humiliating way. They can fully imagine how angry the world government will be next. If it were before, they CP9 would never dare to think about such a thing. But now, they have been abandoned by the world government and have boarded the pirate ship. It is obvious that they cannot get off. You can only follow the opponent all the way to the dark side. Do you want to rebel? Damn untouchable. Do you know the consequences of offending the great nobles of the world? Come here, call the Marine Admiral and give these guys some color. I'm sorry, you idiots have already fainted. Bang bang W. No surprises. Advertisement. These celestial dragons, which had little fighting power, were easily knocked to the ground by Lu Chi, Kaku and the others. Robin also directly used the ability of flower fruit to forcibly search out the phone bugs they carried and destroyed them. Slave collars were put on them and their mouths were gagged. Brush. Ren paid no more attention to the celestial dragons. He stepped directly onto the exhibition stand. He looked at the container filled with frightened and disturbed mermaids. Bang. With a stroke of his right hand. The huge glass container was cut in half. But it didn't hurt the mermaid girl inside at all. Don't be afraid, I have some connection with the Fishman Island, and I'm here to save you. What's your name? Ren looked at the mermaid girl and asked with a smile. Really? The somewhat frightened mermaid girl. A glimmer of hope flashed through his eyes, and he was both surprised and happy. Busy there responded with a trembling voice, my name is Guy. Kami. Really? Ren was convinced. Without the intervention of Straw Hat crew, after the other party left the Fishmen Island, he was accidentally caught by the Flying Fish Knights and sent directly here. Ren, I heard that if the slave collar is opened without a key, it will explode. Robin reminded there. No problem. Ren waved his hand. He grabbed the slave collar directly. In the incredible eyes of Lu Chi, Kaku, Robin and others. In an instant, 930 scratched the slave collar to pieces. Throw it out. Boom. There was an explosion and thick smoke filled the air. The mermaid girl, who turned pale with fear and closed her eyes, was safe and sound. As this, internal destruction. Lu Chi's pupils shrank sharply. These days, they did see each other training a special chi technique. It is said that it is a more advanced technique than armament hockey's external release. Hockey can penetrate the surface of the target and destroy it directly from the inside. No problem. Robin smiled. There were quite a few in there, which she had just bought. Unexpectedly, the other party has succeeded. Just let them untie the mermaid girl Kami's slave collar. Kaku, Jabra and others couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect to do it so quickly. Except for this girl from the mermaid tribe who has some connections, Ren is not prepared to care about the others at all. Tisk tisk, you really deserve to be Lord Ren. After all, he is not the kind of person who is particularly sympathetic. She took Violet and Mangziri and rushed towards the slaves who were imprisoned in the background. Ren said directly to Robin, Violet and others, Robin, the slaves in the back will be left to you. However, what Luo and Mangzili said, Ren once introduced them to them in detail about hockey's various advanced techniques and related functions. Only such monsters are worthy of their following. She also thought that it might take some time for the other party to master the skills of armed internal destruction. Ah, has it been possible to do this? Ronan was surprised. Originally among these slaves. Chapter 143 Shalulia Palace. Master. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Ooh, damn pariah. My father has never beaten me like this. Damn it. How dare you treat the descendants of the creator like this? Damn it. First must let Marine Admiral teach you a lesson. Inside the auction house, several celestial dragons were frightened and angry, trying to resist. Lu Chi, Kaku and others directly blocked his mouth and gave him a severe lesson. He was beaten until his head was bleeding, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, so he begged for mercy one after another with trembling eyes. He was directly put into a slave collar. His face was full of horror, humiliation and anger, but he was unable to resist. But more of it was fear and uneasiness. These untouchables really dare to hurt them. Not afraid to attract the Marine Admiral. Kong dang dang. Leading several celestial dragons who were covered in blood and trembling. Ren crossed his legs and sat relaxedly on the bodies of Saint Malgas and Saint Rosewater. He stepped on the head of Charma Kushung with his right foot, looked down at him, and asked with a sneer, Ah, you seem to be very unconvinced. Damnable pariah. Charmachus was furious, but the next moment, the chain connected to the slave collar around his neck yanked hard. Ah, the whole person cried out in pain, and was almost strangled to death. His face turned red and he couldn't help coughing. Ren looked at him arrogantly and said indifferently, I want to call you master. Untouchable, B************************ D. I must kill you. Let you die without a burial place. Kong dang dang. What did you say? Ren stepped on his right hand with his right foot and smiled. I didn't hear clearly. Say it again, how should you call me? Untouchable. Ah. Ren's shiny black leather shoes were being rubbed hard there. All of a sudden, Charma Kushung's right hand became bloody and bloody. His face was distorted and he kept screaming. Advertisement. Stop. Don't torture me anymore. His face was pale and his head was covered in cold sweat. Finally gave in. Lord. Master. What about you? Ren smiled and looked at Saint Malgas, Saint Roswad, Saint Charlos and others who were full of fright and turned pale. Lord. Master. The faces of these celestial dragons are blue and purple, constantly changing. However, in the end, he lowered his proud head in humiliation and kept cursing this demonic blasphemer in his heart. I urgently hope that Marine or world government personnel can discover the abnormality here as soon as possible and come to rescue them quickly. Then, what should you call me? Ren was full of arrogance and gently raised the chins of two young and beautiful female dragon Kais, Angelia and Lunarian. The veil was lifted from their faces. He patted the two beautiful, delicate, but somewhat pale faces. They each have their own characteristics, and their looks are no less than those of Elizabeth, a world-famous model who was previously auctioned, and Pacia, a beautiful dancer who was popular in South Blue. In particular, the noble temperament is even better. I have to say that it is indeed easy to arouse men's desire to conquer. Master. Shalulia Palace and Angelia Palace's faces turned blue and purple, but they were really frightened by the cruelty of Ren just now, so they spoke tremblingly. Yes, this is my good slave. Ren nodded with satisfaction. Holding the chain, he patted their pretty faces. And Kaku in front of them. Holding a camera phone bug, keep pressing the shutter button. Taking photos of Ren who was holding these celestial dragons in high spirits and sitting directly on them. He wiped the cold sweat from his head and said to Ren, Master Ren, we have taken the pictures. This is to offend the world government to death. However, they don't seem to be much better. As an agent who used to belong to CP9, I would hit these celestial dragons if I were caught. Being executed directly is already the best outcome. Soon, Robin, Manchili, Violet and others came with a large number of newly rescued slaves. Watching Ren sit on the celestial dragons, holding these guys. Many slaves were startled, gasping for air, and some had numb scalps. Because they recognized the slaves who were being led. It seems like the celestial dragons just sat in the middle seats. Karina and the others have already sailed over. If these guys are willing to leave with them, just take them. Ren threw the chains of Shalulia Palace and Angelia Palace to Robin. That's right. Give them away. Robin couldn't help rolling his eyes and chuckled. Ren, do you want to be a slave master? Advertisement. I haven't tried what it's like to tame a celestial dragon's slave. In front of Robin, Ren doesn't hide his intentions. He has such a character, he is an out-and-out evil party. That's why he doesn't fit in with the Straw Hats. There is no need to be secretive. Gulu, want to train the celestial dragons into slaves. Not to mention those trembling slaves full of fear. Even Violet couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, being frightened by Ren's bold behavior. Even if it is a member country of the world government, if any short-sighted royal family offends these superior celestial dragons, the country may be destroyed. But Ren actually wants to train the celestial dragons into slaves. Ah, what a bad taste. Robin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ren. But there was no objection. Whether this man is a devil or an angel, she no longer cares. She only knew that the other party had pulled her out of the dark abyss time and time again, constantly encouraging her to work hard to live, and illuminating the only light in her dark life. Anyway, these celestial dragons are usually aloof, treating other races as slaves and doing all kinds of evil. This Shalulia Palace used to be arrogant and domineering, with a bad temper. It is estimated that similar things have been done frequently, and this is regarded as retribution. To be honest, at least I can survive. With her knowledge of Ren. Next, the celestial dragons such as Saint Roswald and Saint Charmico. In all likelihood, Zhao Hao is dead. Especially Street Charlemagne. I just had bad luck and bumped into him. I'm afraid that even if you want to die quickly, it won't be that easy. Greg Holland, who hates him so much, hasn't come over yet. Kaku, go and send these photos to the World Economic News branch. Ren directly directed Kaku. Tell them, let that guy Morgan's report as beautifully as possible for me. Give me nicknames like, God's natural enemy, and, God killer. No matter how loud it is. Anyway, in tomorrow's newspaper, I want to see my heroic demeanor of being wise and powerful, not afraid of power, and daring to be the first in the world. Hiss. Understood, I'll go to Banfang right away. Kaku, Jabra, Fukuro and others heard this. While some were stunned, they could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths. The two girls, Robin and Violet, couldn't help laughing and chuckled. 5 BP Chapter 144 Ren. Just celestial dragons, do you think I dare not kill them? Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Ah. That day. It's blood prison Ren. Wait a minute, what he's holding isn't. Gulu. Oh my god. Celestial dragons are attacked. Quick. Run. The Marine Admiral is coming. A moment later, outside the auction house. When Ren made no secret, just strutted around and tried to resist, but he unceremoniously grabbed the chains, and almost strangled him half to death. When Charles Rawson, Roz Waldwidge, Charles Mark and others came out. Those in the outside world have already noticed that something is wrong, and are a little surprised by the celestial dragon's slaves, noble traders, and pedestrians coming and going. Everyone stared at the young and handsome figure with their eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was stunned. After reacting, they were all horrified. There he fled in panic. Quick, notify me Marine immediately. Untouchables, why don't you all come to my rescue? Call me the Marine Admiral right away, otherwise I will kill all of you untouchables. I saw those noble business travelers and bounty hunters. These bruised and swollen celestial dragons seem to have seen hope of escape. Saints Charmic, Malgas, and Rosewade, who had temporarily surrendered and endured great humiliation, immediately struggled and screamed ferociously inside. Did I let you speak? Ren yanked the chain hard. 550. Damn untouchable, you are dead. Marine Admiral will be here soon. I will cut you to pieces with 1,000 knives. Saint Charmic, Saint Rosewader and others struggled violently. In their hearts, as the aristocrats of the world, they are arrogant in their bones, making them unwilling to surrender in front of others. Instead, as if his blood was aroused, he stared at Ren with splitting eyes, yelling and cursing viciously. Very good. Ren smiled there. In an instant, his right foot kicked out suddenly. Saint Charles screamed and flew out directly. Moreover, the slave collar around the neck began to trigger, and the tick, tick, tick echoed there. Oh no! Saint Charles shouted in horror. The expressions of Saint Rosewader, Saint Charmic, and Saint Marges changed even more. That is. No way. Many merchant nobles, bounty hunters, and pirate gangsters were all shocked. Advertisement. He opened his mouth wide and looked at this in disbelief. Cold sweat. Boom, there was a roar, accompanied by shrill screams. The fire was dazzling and the smoke was billowing. Agche. In an instant, the entire body of Saint Charos was blown beyond recognition and his flesh and blood were mutilated. He fell directly there, completely lost the breath of life. Charos. Saint Rosewater's eyes widened, and Saint Charmic and Saint Margai's both had a nervous fight. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale and terrified. Shivering, no longer daring to shout, this terrifying demon really dared to kill them. Can you give me more? Ren looked down at them with a smile on his face. A hole. Damn untouchable, you dared to kill my son. Holy Roswald's eyes were split, his face was ferocious, and he rushed forward like a vicious dog. I will fight with you. Gululu. A cold light flashed. A bloody human head fell directly to the ground. Blood splashed on the faces of Saint Chalmac and Saint Marges. Let them stay there, trembling all over, terrifying and unsettling. Rodswaiter Saint. It's just celestial dragons, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Ren shook off the blood beads on the sharp blade with an indifferent expression. Although I have been mentally prepared, but when he saw Ren, he didn't even frown and cut off the heads of celestial dragons. Lucci, Jabra, Fukuru and others on the side were all shocked. There was some chill. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Master, I can give you whatever you want. Yes, yes, I am a world noble. I have endless money and countless beautiful slaves, all of which I can give to you. Please, please spare me. For a while, Saint Chalmers, Saint Marguez, and Palace of Angelia were all frightened. It was Shalulia Palace, where I witnessed the tragic death of my father and brother, who were mercilessly killed by Ren. But the sadness in my heart was instantly overwhelmed by endless fear and anxiety. The pretty face with pear blossoms and raindrops is extremely pale. There he trembled and begged for mercy. Ah, ah. The celestial dragons have been killed, quick, everyone run. The Marine Admiral is coming, advertisement, damn it, it's over. Blood Prison Ren, that man who was like a natural disaster. He actually dared to kill celestial dragons, countless people were frightened. Whether they are businessmen, nobles, bounty hunters, civilian gangsters, etc., they are all scrambling there and fleeing in panic. No one thought that Ren would actually dare to kill the Wylong people directly. The world's nobles enjoy all privileges, and as long as they are offended, the Marine Admiral must take action. They simply couldn't imagine how furious the world government was when they heard that the celestial dragons had been killed. Peninsula No. 1 immediately began to become chaotic. The news continued to spread to other peninsulas at an alarming speed. The entire Sabaody archipelago fell into endless panic and unprecedented chaos in a short period of time. These are the slaves who were just rescued by Robin. Many people turned pale and ran away in fear. Luo and the others are already here. Far away. I saw two ships, one big and one small, coming across the sky. Ren said directly to Robin and the others, Robin, you evacuate here first. Good, of course Robin understands. How serious is the situation of killing celestial dragons? Once the news is received, the Admiral of Headquarters will definitely rush over soon. Without any delay, he and Lucci, Jabra, Violet and others took a few slaves who were willing to leave with them because they had nowhere to go, as well as the two women from Shalulia Palace and Angelia Palace whom Ren named to take away, celestial dragons. Just ready to leave. Wait, please, take me away. Suddenly, among the celestial dragon slaves on the side who were a little numb and a little frightened, but did not dare to escape. A tall slave with a tattoo on his forehead suddenly shouted to Ren, as long as I am not a slave, I am willing to do anything. Oh, Ren raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Finally, someone has the courage to speak? He stepped forward directly and grabbed the other party's slave collar. Wrapped around Hoki's palm, he grabbed it with all his strength without being polite. He destroyed it instantly and threw it out. Sir, my name is Jambaloo, and I used to be a pirate captain. Jambaroo was filled with excitement. Looking at Ren in front of me with great gratitude, he knelt there and grabbed the ground with his head. Ren nodded carelessly. No need to talk nonsense, just follow them and leave first. He still had some impression of Jambaloo. Although his current strength is mediocre, it is not particularly outstanding. But it's not completely without potential, and I believe he is very loyal. It's worth cultivating. Yes, Chapter 145. Cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts? The Desperate St. Chalmers, 5th update? St. Charma, far away, the ark came across the sky. A tall figure rushed to the fields impatiently, stepping on the moonwalk, running wildly. Brush. Greg Holland fell to the ground. The eyes were filled with frightening bloodshot eyes, and his gaze seemed to choose and devour anyone. He glared at Saint Chalmac angrily. Do you still recognize me? Gulu. Charma Kushung, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, was suddenly frightened by Hullion's ferocious face, and looked at him tremblingly. But some frightened and uneasy eyes were full of confusion. Use up all your energy to drink milk and remember with all your strength. Still no impression at all. You, who are you? Very good. Greg Holland laughed in anger. He tried his best to suppress the anger and murderous intent in his heart, and gritted his teeth and said, Do you remember Greg Holland from 3 years ago? Obviously. Whether it was his own experience or the inhuman abuse that his childhood sweetheart fiancé had suffered. In the other person's mind, it doesn't count at all. These are the nobles of the world who are aloof, cruel, and do all kinds of evil. Didn't you have my hands and feet cut off, my eyes gouged out, my tongue pulled out, and I was thrown into Port 66 as a dog? He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging out. My teeth are almost broken. He sneered and said, What? Did you forget? What? it's you." Saint Chalmac and Saint Margaz next to him could not help but widen their eyes. Even Shalulia Palace and Angelia Palace, who were led by Robin, couldn't help but open their mouths and looked at each other in disbelief. They had all heard that Charmako Saint was almost attacked by a Marine Rear Admiral 3 years ago, but was stopped by Marine Admiral Akainu. Later, he was so angry that he ordered his limbs to be chopped off, his eyes to be dug out, his tongue to be pulled out, and he was thrown into Port 66. And, from time to time they visit the Sabaody archipelago. I did notice it. Your hands and feet. Ah, thanks to you, I crawled out of hell just to take revenge on you. Greg Holland looked down at Saint Charmaine who was kneeling there, and sneered. But you are just from the beginning. I will drag all of you high-ranking trash into the darkest hell. Advertisement. No, you can't treat me like this. Saint Charmako's face changed drastically, and he shouted in horror. I am a world noble. If you kill me, the world government will be outraged. The Marine Admiral will not let you go. Then, I'll leave him to you. Ren directly threw the Charma sacred chain in his hand to the opponent. Killing him like this is too easy for him. Grasping the slave chain, Greg Holland resisted the urge to kill Chalmac Saint directly, and asked Ren directly. Can I take him to the ship? I will chop off his limbs, cut him into pieces and bleed him continuously, and use it to catch sea kings every day. Hiss, Lu Chi, Kaku, Violet and others on the side couldn't help but feel a little chilly. But he understands Greg Holland's cruel revenge very well. I don't even think there is anything excessive about what the other party did. And those slaves were all stunned, looking at Greg Holland in disbelief. How much does this hate celestial dragons? Ah, no, please, don't. Saint Chalmac shouted in horror. You can't do this, I am a descendant of the Creator. I can compensate you. It's just a woman. I can compensate you any amount you want, and I guarantee you will be younger and more beautiful. Ha 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 ha. Greg Holland covered his head and laughed wildly. Sure enough, in the eyes of you trash, human beings are just mortals, and you are really aloof gods. No matter how many people die, how you humiliate, how you torture, how you don't care at all about playing around, and you don't regard anyone except yourself as a human being at all. Thinking back to his childhood sweetheart, his fiancé. His tears kept flowing there, and the anger in his heart kept surging. He stared at Charma Kushung with extremely cold eyes. What descendants of the Creator? They're just the descendants of 20 more ambitious kings. Do you really think that if you live on top of Mariajoy and wear a bubblehood, you're really a god? Well said. Ren on the side chuckled. Saint Marges, who was shocked and angry but did not dare to resist at all, looked down at the other party and sneered disdainfully. Creator? Are they worthy? Descendants of God? Are you worthy too? Hullion, your suggestion is good. I originally wanted to kill this scumbag directly. He turned his head, smiled and said to Greg Holland, but I suddenly changed my mind. I really can't let them die too happily. 0. Please give me flowers. Oh. I believe that the Sea Kings will prefer the celestial dragon's flesh that is rotten to the core and exudes stench. Just what the world government has done to the Lulia tribe for hundreds of years. It's impossible for people to let these guys go so easily. This is just some interest. Advertisement now that the Lunaria tribe is almost extinct. So, no matter what happens, we have to return it in equal measure first, and let the celestial dragons be wiped out quickly first. Not to mention anything else, my cheap Uncle Jin once suffered various so-called endurance experiments in the research base of Punk Hazard. You can imagine what kind of inhuman torture it was. Only then did Jin's mind become twisted to the point where he liked to torture others. You devils. 0. Hear the words Saint Malgas was frightened and angry, with despair on his face. Trying desperately to struggle and escape from here. But in a blink of an eye, Ren pulled the chain mercilessly and pulled him back hard. The slave collar strangled his neck so hard that he almost rolled his eyes and went into shock on the spot. Next moment, a cold light flashed, blood splattered. The limbs were cut off without mercy. Ah! Saint Malgas fell there, covered in blood, screaming. But his neck was still tightly locked by the slave collar. Angelia Palace and Shalulia Palace on the side couldn't help but turn pale with fright, collapsed on the ground, and trembled. You devils, the world government will not let you go. Saint Chalmac was extremely frightened, but he also knew that he would definitely not be able to escape, so he cursed resentfully. In the end, you will all die a bad death, along with everyone related to you. Even everyone on this island. To be executed. Demon. Greg Holland's face twisted. He grabbed the head of Charmakeshan fiercely and laughed maniacally. Compared to what you celestial dragons have done to this world in the past 800 years, compared to what my fiancée Lilith suffered during her lifetime. The pain and suffering. What is this trivial punishment? Where did this happen? Said. He looked ferocious. He grabbed Charmakushung's hands and pulled hard. Go to hell and repent, you beasts. Chapter 146. The Furious Five Elders, Chasing to the End of Hell, First Update. Now, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. What? Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku suddenly stood up, shocked and angry. That B*********** D Ren in the blood prison not only appeared in the Sabaody archipelago, but also kidnapped the Wylong people? Originally, I received a battle report that Zon Momomaru and others were defeated. He had just ordered Admiral Candidate Momosagi, who was on standby at Naval Headquarters, to lead people there to hunt down the reckless pirates like the Heart Pirates. The result was unexpected. In the blink of an eye, such shocking bad news came again. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, The other end of the phone bug. Jimmy Rear Admiral, who was far away in Sabaody Archipelago, was sweating profusely and reported in a panic. Moreover, he directly locked St. Rosewater, St. Charmico and others with slave collars, treating them as become a slave, 237. Even the father and son of Saints Rosewater and St. Charlos have been confirmed to have been killed. In addition, we saw Trafalgar Law and their ships flying towards Peninsula No. 1. They may have been conquered by Copper's Ren. The previous massive plunder of the Celestial Dragon's mansion was probably his order. Moreover, Rob Lucci and other expelled CP9 members have been confirmed to have joined Blood Prison Ren's command. Jimmy Rear Admiral turned pale. His eyes were full of despair and fear. The Celestial Dragons were killed. Such an unprecedented and terrible thing was tantamount to the sky falling. He knew very well that he, the Marine Rear Admiral who was responsible for garrisoning the Sabaody Archipelago Marine Base, was already escaping the blame. I just hope that the world government can let my family go. What? Buddha Sengoku's complexion changed drastically and he was furious. It's simply lawless. He didn't expect that Copper's Ren not only kidnapped the Celestial Dragons. And he humiliated them as if they were slaves. He actually dared to kill Celestial Dragons. How terrible. Perusalino on the side couldn't help but tilt at his mouth. Now, we are in big trouble. He could imagine. How angry will the world government be? Advertisement when the time comes, all the blame will still fall on Marine. Damn it, Perusalino, you rush over to Sabaody Archipelago right away. Buddha Sengoku said with a solemn face and loudly ordered. Be sure to catch the B************ D Blood Prison Ren, don't let them escape. Momoshage will be there to support you soon. I will rush there with the fleet myself later. Not only the world's nobles were kidnapped, moreover, more than one Celestial Dragons were killed. This is much more serious than the previous incident that destroyed Buster Call. The point is, while the hero Garp is on standby at Naval Headquarters. But when it comes to Celestial Dragons, that guy has never had any good impressions of Celestial Dragons. He just doesn't want to be a direct subordinate of Celestial Dragons, so he has been reluctant to be promoted to Admiral. I really don't want to go there. He, the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, did not want to take action personally. I'm afraid it won't work anymore. Learn, Kizaru looked solemn. There was no further delay, it instantly turned into a dazzling light. Skimming toward the sky outside the window, Bulu, Bolo. Perusalino had just left. One of the phone bugs on Buddha Sengoku's desk, which rarely received calls on weekdays, started to ring. Looking at the color of the phone bug, Sengoku's eyelids twitched. Moses, I am Sengoku of the Buddha. Sengoku, you should have received the message, right? Phone bug. There was a majestic and old voice. Yes, Your Excellency 5 Elders. Sengoku said in a deep voice. I have received the report and asked Kizaru to rush there immediately, and Taoyu is already on the way. I will take people there myself later. Advertisement. We must catch the culprit of Blood Prison Ren. On the Red Line, which is not particularly far from the naval headquarters, is the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The majestic Pongal Castle, the highest power center of the world government, stands majestically, which makes people shocked and incomprehensible. Spotless, magnificent and luxurious, it symbolizes the highest power of the world government. 5 old men of different shapes and gloomy faces sat there, full of anger. They are the 5 elders who have the highest power in the world government. They're in charge of the 5 major fields of environment, finance, agriculture, legal affairs, and science. They have the title of God of War. In broad daylight, the Celestial Dragons were kidnapped, humiliated and killed in front of the naval headquarters. It is simply lawless. The 5 elders, who have long white beards, wear suits and leather shoes, and are meticulously groomed, environmental God of War, Marcus Saint is extremely angry. Listen, even if it means destroying the Sabaody Archipelago. Use the blood of Copper's Ren to tell the world clearly that any foolish attempt to offend the world's nobility will lead to self-destruction. Shepherd Pitt, the god of agriculture and war, with short blonde hair, said coldly. No matter what, the descendants of the Creator must not be violated. This is the majesty and bottom line of world government. Scientific Defense Marshal God. Jago Lucia Satan's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice. This matter must be shocked with thunderous means, and will never be tolerated. Anyone who dares to offend the Celestial Dragons will be hunted to the end of hell. After all, under normal circumstances, anyone who offends the Celestial Dragons will be dispatched by the Admiral of Headquarters. Buddha Sengoku's pupils shrank sharply. Legal Marshal God, Topman Voshuli, who has a big mustache and wears a black suit, is sitting on the sofa with his fingers crossed. He said to the phone bug in front of him in a cold tone, no matter the cost, we must catch him. Yes, I understand. Prevent anyone from following Bloodhell Ren's crazy behavior and attacking Celestial Dragons again. Holding his beloved sword, first-generation Kitetsu, he pushed up his round glasses and said with a sinister look, when the time comes, he will be publicly executed at Naval Headquarters and broadcast live to the world. Financial God of War. Izambalen v Nashao Langsheng. The other end of the phone bug. Demonstrate the sacred and inviolable majesty of the descendants of the Creator. This kind of unscrupulous killing of Celestial Dragons can be said to be extremely bad. It is necessary to kill the chickens to scare the monkeys, in order to 2.4 be enough to scare other people on the sea. We have decided. It is not surprising that the 5 elders ordered his public execution. However, considering what Bloodhell Ren did, Chapter 147 Kazarov's Blood Prison. The mysterious mirror open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Run. The world's nobles were killed. The Marine Admiral is coming. It's Blood Prison Ren, the walking Kai disaster. That guy is so crazy that he dares to attack and kill celestial dragons. Damn it, don't bother us. Hateful, Sabaody archipelago. It was now a mess. Countless people were frightened and anxious because of this. The port was crowded with people fleeing in panic, and the scene was unprecedented chaos. No matter they are pirates, businessmen, nobles, etc., they no longer want to wait for the coding to go to the Fishman Island on the seabed, or wait for the world government to issue permission to pass through the Holy Land Mariajoy. They rush to go to sea for fear of being implicated. And at this moment, Peninsula Number 1, near the auction house. A large number of marine personnel have surrounded the outside of the auction house. But all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Didn't dare to step forward at all, outside the auction. A young and heroic figure. Crossing his legs, the old god is there, leaning on a seat, 08. There seemed to be no worries at all, just waiting for the arrival of Marine Admiral. Astonishingly, the bounty exceeds 1 billion belly. The culprit who once destroyed Buster Call and today kidnapped and killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody archipelago, Blood Prison Ren. What's a little strange is that there was a 2-meter high mirror standing behind him. This is really crazy. The dazzling golden light gathered into a human form. Looking at the figure sitting there, Kizaru recognized him. This is the target he wants to capture, Copper's Ren. But looking at the bloodline that had not completely dried up all over the ground, as well as the father and son of Saints Rosewater and St. Charles, they saw the bloody heads that had been cut off directly and inserted into the trunk of the tree. The unique upturned hairstyle is barely identifiable as celestial dragons. There were also broken bodies and limbs all over the ground. Among them, a pair of hands and feet were obviously not chopped off, but torn from the human body. Hiss. Even if it was Perusalino, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. He knew that he was in big trouble now, such a humiliating way. Those celestial dragons are absolutely going to rock the boat. World government will never give up, Perusalino Admiral. Advertisement recognized the person. Many Marines were greatly boosted in morale. This is one of the highest combat capabilities of Naval Headquarters. Jimmy Rear Admiral, who looked pale and a little frightened, stepped forward and said, "I'm very sorry, when we arrived, all the other criminals ran away." That would be a headache. Kizaru scratched his head helplessly. Looking at Ren in front of him, a look of solemnity flashed in his eyes. However, it's not so bad since the main criminal is still there. Finally, there is still an explanation. It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. His normally carefree expression became solemn. Perusalino sat directly facing forward, with no intention of escaping, as if he was deliberately waiting for the arrival of Marine Admiral. Ren said, "It's too much, Coppers." "Kindness. Has it passed?" Ren chuckled. "I think it's not enough. The attack on the celestial dragons itself is already a heinous crime. If you do this, everyone related to you may not be able to survive." Perusalino tilted his mouth and said slowly, "Everyone related to me?" Ren looked at Kizaru with some amusement and sarcasm. "Haven't the Lunarian tribe been almost wiped out by the world government? It seems that the only ones related to me are the Straw Hat crew, if you have the guts to kill them." Perusalino. "So, is this an act of revenge?" He looked at Ren and couldn't help but tilted his lips. "You're such a vengeful guy. Go tell those guys in the world government for me." Ren smiled and stood up directly. Looking directly at Perusalino, he sneered and said, "From now on, I will kill every celestial dragons on sight. Let them hide in Mariajoy and linger, trembling in the fear of death all the time, waiting. The end is coming. Even if their ancestor, the 20 kings, crawls out of the coffin, he can't save them." I said, "Ah, what a brain." Perusalino narrowed his eyes. "So, are you ready?" He raised his right foot, shining with dazzling golden light. It's a bit hard to look at, speed is weight. All of a sudden, a bright light flashed. He appeared in front of Ren instantly. With lightning speed, his right foot kicked towards Ren Ruo. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Boom. However, between the electric light and flint, people seem to predict the future. His arms wrapped around Hockey, blocking him firmly. Advertisement, but the whole person, still overwhelmed by that exaggerated power. It was so shocked that it flew out, almost at the same time. A flash of scarlet flashed across Kizaru's eyes, as if he had sensed something. What? Damn. His expression changed. The whole body is shining with light, so he must step forward to stop it. But it's too late. Next moment in Kizaru's somewhat disbelieving eyes. With a smile on his face, Ren just disappeared into the room behind him. "Thank you for sending me." Ren 07's figure appeared on the mirror. "Goodbye, Kizaru Admiral." Whoosh, 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 Perusalino's expression changed. Raising his hand, several laser beams shot out, however. His beam just hit the mirror. It bounced back in an instant. The astonishing laser beam directly triggered a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant loud noises and flames shooting into the sky. Witnessing that proud figure gradually disappearing in that mirror. Bang! The huge mirror flew out like a cannonball. Perusalino's eyes narrowed. It is an alloy with extremely high hardness. Call out. Trouble. but the entire mirror did not shatter directly. The Marines who originally surrounded this area let out shrill screams. A light speed kick kicked out suddenly. Instead, it deformed and twisted in an instant. The Marine Admiral couldn't help but turn dark. The exaggerated force crashed through the wall of the auction house. It's unbelievable. A large number of people were overwhelmed by the rolling heat wave, and many people were violently thrown away like paper figures. On the mirror, there is still the figure of Ren playing. Its material is actually not common glass. Next moment. Chapter 148. Leave the chickens and dogs alone? Angry Sengoku open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. What? Did someone run away? Or did he run away in front of you? Sengoku, who was far away in naval headquarters, received the report from Admiral Kizaru and couldn't believe his ears. Frightened and angry, his face turned black with anger, and he gnashed his teeth. Perusalino, are you kidding me? Not long ago, the 5 elders had just issued a death order. We must capture Bloodhell Ren, the lawless culprit who dared to kill the celestial dragons. He should be executed publicly to shock the world. I'm very sorry, Mr. Sengoku. Perusalino was also a little helpless, scratching his head and saying, that guy Copper's Ren is so cunning. He didn't know what kind of strange ability he borrowed, but he actually walked directly through a huge mirror and escaped from inside. That should be a special kind of alien space. Not only can it bounce my laser beam back, but it can't even enter even if the mirror is destroyed. This time, he really wasn't prepared to fish, but in the end, I couldn't prevent it. Let the other party run away. What, do you still have such ability? Sengoku suppressed his anger and frowned. Did you escape through the mirror? That should be the ability of Paramecia Mirror Fruit. Vice Admiral, the Chief Staff Officer of Naval Headquarters, came here after hearing the news. Recalling the information in the Devil Fruit illustrated book in his mind, he quickly determined that Ren should have escaped using the ability of the Paramecia Mirror Fruit. She frowned and said, however, according to the information from our Marine and CP, this ability should be in the hands of Charlotte Bray, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family. Big Mom Pirates, one of the New World 4 emperors, Marine has always paid a lot of attention to them. Therefore, Crane Vice Admiral is not completely ignorant of the information about the Charlotte family. Apparently, that's the ability of that quality Buddha's Sengoku said in a deep voice. The summoned clone can be transformed through the ability of its dog fruit, phantom beast species, and raccoon form, and can even directly use the fruit ability of the original body. No wonder he was so confident. He killed the celestial dragons blatantly, and he still dared to stay there and wait for Kizaru to arrive. He had a headache. It's such a troublesome ability. The phantom beast species, the raccoon form, has such a special ability, but it is precisely in the hands of Bloodhell Ren. Can summon all kinds of strange ability users at will, using their abilities as assistants. They can even create people with abilities like Golden Lion, and use the ability of Lion Fruit to make ships fly. It's obviously not easy to catch the other person. Advertisement. Besides, that guy deliberately stayed there. I'm afraid that I also want to delay some time, and I'm worried that the ape will directly catch up and search. Bulu, Bolo, suddenly. The phone buzzed on the desk. Sengoku looked at the color of the phone bug, his eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he had a headache. But he still answered the call bravely. Moses, this is Marine Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku, you Marines are too useless, aren't you? You actually let that be ********** D blood prison Ren escape? Far in the Holy Land Mariajoy, the 5 elders, who learned about the situation from CP, were naturally very angry. Terribly sorry, Sengoku had a headache, we don't want to hear your explanation. The cold and tough voice of the 5 elders came from the phone bug. The majesty of the world government must not be challenged, and the descendants of the creator must not be violated. Since Blood Prison Ren has escaped, there's nothing left to say, kill me. Sabaody Archipelago, leave no chickens or dogs behind. What? Buddha Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Wait a minute, there are business travelers and princes and nobles from all over the world. Didn't you understand our order? Can those mortals compare to the blood of the creator? Endless blood and human heads must be used to shock the world and warn those lawless untouchables to let them know that Abby, who is unwilling to save the descendants of the creator who enjoys all privileges. Buddha's Sengoku felt a chill in his heart. I couldn't help but feel a little chilly all over. Vice Admiral Crane beside him couldn't help but pursed his lips and became somewhat silent. Because they could not catch the Bloodhell Ren, the 5 elders were undoubtedly determined to maintain the face of the celestial dragons and their supreme authority that could not be offended and could not be disobeyed. Originally, we were planning to launch a buster call directly to the Sabaody Archipelago. Holy Land Mariajoy. In the Room of Power, Environmental Martial God, Mo Sheng, who was standing there, said coldly. But after all, it is a popular vacation spot for the world's nobles, so let's keep this island as a special case. On the sea, the most indispensable thing is population. Advertisement, Martial God of Scientific Defense. Satan Saint said indifferently, afterwards, just immigrate again. It will soon be back to its former glory, but... Buddha's Sengoku's eyelids twitched. In the bottom of my heart, endless anger surged out. On the Sabaody Archipelago, although there are many lawless elements and quite a few corrupt princes and nobles who always want to imitate the celestial dragons and raise slaves, there are more innocent ones. Marshal, don't you want to do this? Don't be too presumptuous, Sengoku. You Marines are just the superficial image of world government. Listen to the five elders scolding you mercilessly. Buddha's Sengoku's face was ashen, and the veins on his forehead popped out. His whole body couldn't help but tremble, as if he was about to explode. But the crane next to him, Vice Admiral, had a serious look on his face and reminded him, Sengoku. Damn. Blood Prison Ren. Buddha Sengoku's face turned black with anger. Qianwang Zhao punched the desk in front of him hard. The desk made of precious wood suddenly disintegrated. The whole person was clenching his fists tightly, full of frustration and unwillingness. Grasping the phone bug, he gritted his teeth and said, I will immediately arrange a fleet to block the Sabaody archipelago. Finished. He doesn't care how the five elders respond. He hung up the phone immediately. Plop. He closed his eyes and sat weakly on the chair. He, the Marine Marshal, chose to compromise after all. Ping ping pong pong. A long time, the sound of things being thrown kept coming. What do those bastards think of human life? Toilet. An angry roar echoed in the Marshal's office. The Marine generals outside could not help but turn pale and frightened. Somewhat frightened. Chapter 149. Heads rolling, blood flowing like rivers, 4th update. Click. Holy place Mariajoy among the powers. Looking at the phone call bug that was hung up, the five elders looked gloomy. What a Buddha, Sengoku, you just wanted to scold us, right? The legal martial god, Washuli, who had a big mustache, had a livid face and was a little annoyed and snorted coldly. How dare you just hang up on us? Scientific defense martial god. Saint Satan's eyes were cold and faint. It seems that he no longer wants to be a marshal. The marine he leads has suffered consecutive defeats in recent days. It has been led by a brat and has suffered heavy losses. It has made no achievements against the big pirates in the New World. It's time to change it. Leaning on first-generation Kitetsu, the round-framed glasses reflected the cold light. The financial martial god, Nashao Langsheng, said indifferently with a somewhat sinister look. It's true that I'm a little disobedient. Stroking his long white beard, environmental martial god, Moshe Sheng frowned. He paced there and said to the others in a deep voice, as the admiral of headquarters, Akainu, Sakazuki is pretty good. You can consider him as the next marshal. Akainu. Farming martial god. Peter Saint crossed his arms and nodded. That guy's character is indeed much more decisive when performing tasks than the indecisive Sengoku. Then wait until this matter is over and get in touch with him. Seconded, at the same time, Sabaody Archipelago. It's not so nice anymore, following the orders of Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku. Dao 433 Rabbit, who had just arrived with his fleet, directly let the warships blockade the Sabaody Archipelago. But, for that ridiculous order, as a Marine, he has always been a relatively moderate dove general. Momosagi, who didn't want to do it but couldn't stop it, took the ship and left. Out of sight out of mind, it was handed over to Vice Admiral Doberman, the hawkish general who arrived later. Compared to Momosagi, Doberman did appear to be much more decisive and ruthless, and directly ordered the sinking of all ships that were about to set sail. And let a large number of Marine soldiers begin to land, except for Marine and World Government-related personnel. The rest of the people were all killed without mercy. Bang. 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 Boom boom. Ah. Why? Damn Marine. Why are you shooting at us? It's not us who killed the celestial dragons, damn World Government. Damn bloody hell Ren, it's all his fault, advertisement. One naval gun after another, constantly bombarding the coast. Artillery fire roared and smoke billowed. Countless people cried and begged for mercy, while others cursed and cursed. But the Marine soldiers who received the death order opened fire without any expression on their faces. Facing the ferocious artillery fire, the pirates, businessmen, nobles, and civilians who wanted to escape. Everyone retreated to the SE with trembling fear and panic. However, with the landing of Marine, a bloody massacre began like this. After receiving the order, the Marines went crazy and killed 4 of them. At the same time, a large number of Marines, who were already a mixed bag of good and bad, naturally ignored military discipline and, like wolves among sheep, began to take advantage of the opportunity to plunder and make money crazily. Fires shot into the sky and smoke filled the air. One tragedy after another is brewing. The entire Sabaody archipelago turned directly into purgatory. Is the subordinate a commoner or a noble, not a pirate with bad deeds like Madara or an innocent business traveler? Heads were rolling and blood was flowing like rivers. No one is exempt. Peninsula 13, inside a bar called Shaki's Ripoff. An old man with white hair and beard, wearing glasses, and a woman with short black hair and sexy clothes were packing their things and getting ready to leave. Those Marine guys, are they crazy? Looking at the smoke filling the air, and the constant sounds of gunfire, shouts of killing, and cries, it's like the Sabaody archipelago of hell on earth. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, who was living in seclusion here, couldn't help frowning. For a few celestial dragons, they were so unscrupulous and massacred on this island. Although there is some compassion for those innocent people. But he didn't feel any sadness or anger, and he had no intention of going out to stop it. After all, the former Pluton Rayleigh was a notorious pirate who killed countless people, and he had seen many such things. Compassion is not so widespread, it's even less possible for those who have nothing to do with it. Just rush out and have a head-on confrontation with Marine or something. That young man from Blood Prison, Ren, was so crazy. Not only did he attack the celestial dragons, but the key thing was that he killed the celestial dragons in such an almost humiliating way. Unfortunately, even Admiral Kizaru couldn't stop him. Let him run away. Shaki puffed out the smoke lightly, threw away the cigarette in his hand, and said helplessly, "The world government is trying to save its own face, and at the same time maintain the sacred and inviolable authority of the celestial dragons, so that no one will follow suit like Blood Prison Ren. He does not hesitate to use other people on this island to scare the monkeys, and also, AIFH, to shock the world." Copper's Ren. I actually quite admired him. What about now? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow and looked at Truth. I appreciate it even more now. Shaki smiled slightly and spread his hands. To dare to slaughter the world's nobles in such a humiliating way, to trample the face of the world government under your feet, and to escape unscathed, is not something ordinary people can do. It's just that that guy was really unexpected. Just after he destroyed Buster Call, he went to Sabaody Archipelago to cause trouble again. Quick, there's something moving here, don't let anyone go. Advertisement at this time. A dozen or so red-eyed Marines burst in with murderous intent, holding swords and guns in their hands. But before he could fire, Pluton Rayleigh's eyes suddenly froze. An invisible wave struck. Thump, thump. I saw these Marines, all with their eyes turned white and foaming at the mouth. Fell there. Let's go. If we get blocked by that Kizaru guy, we'll be in trouble. Let's go to Amazon Lily to avoid the limelight. Shaki said there. The fact that Marines' naval guns did not fire blindly proves that the world government does not want to destroy this island. Come back after a while. Tisk tisk, this is indeed Marines' highest combat power. And at this moment, in the unknown alien space and mirror world. As the instigator, Ren, who did not know that Sabaody Archipelago had turned into hell on Earth, chuckled. 3 admirals, none of them are simple. Although he has conceded, he is not truly crazy. If you dare to stay alone in Sabaody Archipelago, you must be fully prepared. Brian Tunney was specially asked to use the Munch Munch Fruit's ability to fuse and strengthen a huge mirror 2 to 3 meters high with morphological memory alloy. Make sure it is not easily destroyed in advance, and, just in case. He actually kept more than one such mirror. There are 2 or 3 such huge mirrors in different hidden corners of the Sabaody Archipelago. While serving as insurance, they also serve as transmission channels, for direct shuttle back in the future. Then, let the Civet Cat Pato use his transformation leaves to transform Charlotte Bray, the Paramecia Mirror Fruit ability user of the Charlotte family. Find the mirror connected to Arc Proverbs and take us back to it. Ren gave the order directly. If there are other members of the Charlotte family here. A woman with long light purple hair, who looked like an old witch, a big, red-hooked nose, and a hideous scar on her face, stood there with no expression on her face. Astonishingly, it is the 8th daughter of their Charlotte family, Charlotte Bray. Using the ability of the mirror fruit, the mirror world was opened. The ability of the phantom beast species to transform into a raccoon form is indeed too buggy. You will definitely cry out in shock, but it's quite practical. There he bared his teeth and puffed up his chest proudly. Lee hee, Boss Ren, I must be awesome. Pato on the side stood on Burr's shoulders. It is convenient for you to get out at any time. Because, this old witch-like figure is not someone else. Let's go, it's time to join them, with Burr leading the way. Although the abilities of these summoned copies are not as strong as the original body itself. Beside Ren. Learn. Of course, thanks to you. Ren touched Pato's little head and did not hesitate to praise him. Chapter 150 Godkiller. The world is shaken. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket world government announces. Execute all. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Twilight of the Gods. The murder of Sabaody Archipelago. Close black lens bracket. Shocked. Blood Prison Ren openly kidnapped and killed celestial dragons. The Godslayer of Sabaody Archipelago's darkest hour, Copper's Ren. The natural enemy of God. The lawless monster, the God Killer with a bounty of 1.5 billion belly, Blood Prison Ren. The 5 elders, the highest power in the world, made an angry statement. The descendants of the Creator are inviolable. Any act that provokes the world government is seeking death. The Blood Prison. Copper's Ren will be hunted down to the end of hell. Close black lens bracket. The world government is furious. It declares that all those present who witnessed the bloodshed of the gods are guilty and sentenced to death. Close black lens bracket. New regulations in the Celestial Dragon Code stipulate that the blood of the Creator is sacred and inviolable and enjoys all privileges. Anyone who sees the celestial dragons in trouble must give them all their help, otherwise it will be a capital offense. Justice or evil? Unable to catch the real culprit, world government orders, Marine massacres civilians. Open black lens bracket the land of Sabaody where heads are rolling in and rivers of blood are flowing, close black lens bracket. The next day, countless newsbirds, carrying brand new newspapers, spread across the sea. The sea was in an uproar and the world was shaking. No one could believe that someone dared to openly attack and kill the world's nobles. Enjoy all privileges and never be offended. Once offended, Marine must spare no effort to protect it, and even the Admiral of Headquarters will personally dispatch it. This is the common understanding of everyone on the sea about the celestial dragons, who are the descendants of the 20 kings and are known as the nobles of the world. But no one expected that someone would dare to ignore the world government, which has firmly ruled the world for 800 years, and the naval headquarters, which is the overlord of the sea, kidnap the celestial dragons, and even directly register them. It's simply terrifying. Moreover, the world government was furious. He actually ordered that all the people who were in the Sabaody archipelago that day, whether nobles, business travelers, bounty hunters, human traffickers, etc., be executed. Scenes of rivers of blood and mountains of heads. The picture is horrifying and makes people shudder. Let the people on this sea deeply feel the ruthless and ruthless side of the behemoth world government, whose majesty cannot be offended. With the blood of countless people, it shocked the world. The blood of the creator cannot be violated. God killer. Gulu. Is this true? Advertisement? Blood prison Ren, is he really a madman? Who knows? It doesn't stop all the time. I just destroyed Buster Call, and I wantonly killed the world's nobles. It's unbelievable. Someone actually dares to kill celestial dragons. Gulu. Have you seen those photos? Blood prison Ren is completely riding on the celestial dragons. That guy took the celestial dragons as slaves. No wonder the world government is so angry and wants to order a killing spree. Great, finally someone dares to resist the celestial dragons. Blood prison, Copper's Ren is simply our savior. Creatures like celestial dragons should have died long ago. Those biggest pieces of garbage in the sea, die well. Countless people. They all couldn't help but lost their voices and were inexplicably shocked. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as I stared blankly at the attached pictures in the World Economic News. Although the World Economic News Agency did not dare to confront the world government head-on, it published the photo of Ren being sent away on the headlines. Those scenes where the celestial dragons are like slaves, shackled by slave collars, and led by Bloodhell Ren. It severely impacted the hearts of countless people. It turns out that this is what the aloof world nobles look like. It turns out that this is what the descendants of the creator who enjoy supreme privileges look like. What God's bloodline? After all, they're just ordinary human beings. They will be afraid, they will bleed, and they will be killed. On the sea, there are countless people who have been persecuted by celestial dragons. They all cried with joy, sang and danced. Some people even directly enshrined Copper's Ren's photo and avatar. Serve as a god. Hiss. That's too cruel. Were all the people on the Sabaody archipelago massacred? Damn it. As long as the celestial dragons are killed, everyone in this land will be guilty, right? Advertisement 0. Please give me flowers. What kind of B*********** D logic is this? Isn't it too much? Have those marine guys completely become the lackeys of celestial dragons? Hey, you don't really think marine shouting a few justice slogans really represents justice, do you? Stop joking, those guys are just lackeys to maintain the powerful rule of the world government. If world government really stood for justice, there would be no existence like celestial dragons. That's right. Just paying the huge amount of heavenly gold for the enjoyment of the celestial dragons every year is already overwhelming for us civilians. There are new laws and regulations in the Dragon Code, isn't that what was just added? Damn it, the more garbage like celestial dragons dies, the better. What are you going to give us? The cruel world government and the incompetent marine will only vent their anger on innocent people because they cannot catch the murderer. However, one at the same time. I saw the on-site photos and related reports that the world government directly angered everyone in Sabaody archipelago because they couldn't catch the real culprit, and ordered marine to massacre them. Most people only feel a chill rising from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. Their whole bodies feel chill. Some are furious, filled with grief and anger. At the same time, everyone was panicked and terrified. For such a ridiculous reason, the world government declared everyone in the Sabaody archipelago guilty and ordered the massacre of tens of millions of people. Marine, who usually kept shouting slogans of justice, turned into an executioner, raising his butcher knife towards innocent civilians. Regardless of whether young and strong laborers, old, weak, women and children were killed for no reason, it was simply inhumane. What he did completely tarnished the word justice. Chilling. Panic, depression, anger, unwillingness, resentment and other complex emotions. It is constantly brewing in the hearts of the world. Perhaps, it will become a shackles in the hearts of the world. Let the world become more and more afraid and awe of the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. But maybe, one day, it will happen because of an opportunity. Completely ignite and detonate. A spark ignites a prairie fire. Chapter 151. Ren's dissatisfaction. Shijingshe was targeted. First update. Crash. The waves rise and fall. Arc Proverbs above. Two figures were sitting there fishing. The bait tied to the huge fishhook were two figures covered in blood with no limbs, howling miserably. Hanging in midair, dangling there. From time to time, blood dripped into the sea. It attracted many big fish and sea beasts, but they were all easily solved. Damn, what's the big news, Morgans, you eggless coward? Copper's Ren, who was the initiator of this major incident, was leisurely fishing with a fishing rod and Celestial Dragon's brand bait. I took the newspaper from Robin and my eyelids jumped. I felt a little unhappy for a moment. I couldn't help but yell out loud. But it's not about criticizing world government and marine. Instead, he scolded the president of World Economic News, Big News, Morgans. Fortunately, he thought that guy had some backbone, but in the end he just beat around the bush and made some mocking remarks, both overt and covert. Most of them are clickbait. They dare not confront the world government head-on. However, even though I am a little timid, I dare not provoke the world government head-on. But the General, 840, finally published the photo he gave to the World Economic News Agency. Not too much of his hard work was wasted. Gee hee hee, I didn't expect the world government to be so crazy. Brian Tunney looked at the newspaper and sighed. Marine, who prides himself on being righteous, is more ruthless than we imagined. Even a mad scientist like him, who is inhumane, cannot do such a cruel and inhumane thing. But Marine, who shouted slogans of justice, did it. Perfectly safeguarding the majesty of their master, the world government. With countless blood and bones, Wolf shocked the world. Because of the world government's order, I did not hesitate to raise the butcher knife towards Sabaody archipelago. Violet gasped, a little unbelievable. Even though Dressrosa has experienced such darkness, the throne of the Riku clan was usurped by Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea. It made her disillusioned with world government, but Violet obviously didn't expect that the world government would be so crazy just because a few celestial dragons died. Marine, who shouted slogans of justice, did not hesitate to carry out the orders of the world government and do such a cruel thing. Simply outrageous. Those guys, in order to maintain the inviolable authority of celestial dragons and prevent future troubles, they really go to any lengths. Luo was silent for a moment, holding the newspaper tightly in his right hand, and said sarcastically. This is the true face of world government. Robin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. As early as O'Hara, she had already seen the true face of world government in Marine. However, this time the incident at Sabaody archipelago undoubtedly shocked her again. I have a deeper understanding of what does human life mean to the superior world government. That's really an ant. They claim to be superior gods, so why would they care about ants in the world? Lu Chi on the side couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As a member of CP9, he used methods for world government. Advertisement he was not surprised by such a thing. It can even be said that if there is no way out, even he is not willing to betray such a behemoth easily. I have already seen through them. Greg Holland on the side is holding a fishing rod. Looking at Charma Kushung who was howling miserably below, his eyes showed pleasure. Looking through the headlines in the newspaper, he said sarcastically, the so-called justice is just a false slogan, and it only deceives those passionate young people. Just like he used to be. If that didn't happen, as time goes by, they will gradually be suppressed and influenced by power. Compromising and tolerating again and again, constantly breaking through one's own bottom line, eventually the passion completely cooled down. Lose yourself, become numb, and go with the flow. It has completely become a knife in the hands of the world government. Even if he has not lost himself, Tien Yubaju will still be incompatible with the marine environment. Either sit on the bench or leave sadly. He believed that former Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku and others were also full of enthusiasm when they were young. But now they are undoubtedly just hawks raised by the world government. He is no longer the righteous and passionate young man. When justice begins to compromise with power, it is no longer justice. Tisk tisk, Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku. Ren looked at the report and sneered disdainfully. It seems that I still think highly of these guys. Obviously, the bottom line for these Marine executives. Much lower than he imagined. Although Ren was a little surprised by world government's actions, he didn't care at all. He killed celestial dragons, those civilians were massacred by Marine, and the orders were given by the world government. What does it have to do with him? Even if it were to be counted, it would be impossible to blame it on him. Hey, this method of massacre can certainly effectively shock the world. But if they encounter failures again and their prestige continues to be undermined, then the world government will eventually be counterattacked, and this fire will even burn more fiercely than they imagined. They claim to be gods, are superior, can control everything, and ignore all threats. They're digging their own grave. Ren's eyes were full of ridicule, and he sneered. After this wave of operations, it can be said that Marine's reputation for justice exists in name only. He would like to wait until the next storm arrives and a new era begins. In the future world, not many people will respond to the military conscription. Of course, it is undeniable that there are still speculators, it just depends on how many. After all, if you are eclectic and make special promotions, you only look at your strength, regardless of your character. I believe there are not many people who are willing to let Marine join. On the contrary, he is the kind of person who is powerful and truly righteous. It can be said that there are very few in this sea. But then again, we still have to have our own news media. Ren turned his head and said directly to Robin, public opinion can easily be swayed by others alone. There are many constraints, it's too passive. Although, the most important thing in this sea is strength. However, if public opinion is completely controlled by others, there will be many disadvantages. At the very least, it's really unpleasant, advertisement. Moreover, it is impossible for them to really rely on just a few people like themselves to fight against the world government with deep foundation and huge power. By the time his initial preparations were complete, he truly took full control of the Beast's pirates. At that time, he was no longer an ordinary pirate. But there are warlords who have money, guns and artillery. When the time comes, he, the God Killer, who dares to be the first in the world. We must hold high the banner of justice, with the goal of overthrowing the corrupt and cruel world government, and call on all people of insight in this sea to participate in this grand event. Otherwise, I really thought he had worked so hard to kill the celestial dragons. It does not hesitate to attract hostility and suppression from the world government and naval headquarters. Is it really just because those guys are unhappy? You have to admit it, regardless of any era, fame is a good thing. Especially when doing big things, it doesn't matter what you think in your heart. All in all, regardless of whether it is hypocritical or not, whether the promise can be fulfilled depends on shouting the slogan loud enough. As long as you really have a trend of gaining momentum, there will naturally be a lot of followers. It doesn't matter if most of them are speculators. Anyway, as long as you have the ability, you can use it for yourself. After all, you can't expect that with just a wave of your arms, everyone will be truly loyal to you from the bottom of their hearts, willing to ride for you and charge into battle without asking for anything in return. Besides, whatever, naturally, the more, the merrier. Controlling a newspaper? It's not an easy thing. Robin frowned and said bluntly, newspapers published through regular channels will be shut down immediately by the world government as soon as any unfavorable news appears. After all, unless we can tame our own newsbirds like the Morgans. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but spread her hands and said with some helplessness, but that can't be done in a short time. Large-scale breeding and domestication will probably take 2.15 to 10 years to develop into the World Economic News Agency the size of a factory. The reason why the World Economic News Agency can report some dirty information about the world government from time to time is that sometimes even the world government cannot do anything about them and has to pinch its nose and compromise. It makes one's scalp tingle. Don't wait for anyone to take action. Newspapers can be bought and sold for them, and extremely ferocious and huge sea kings rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Even these newsbirds possess considerable intelligence. Roar. Suddenly, a beam of extremely terrifying lightning came with a blast. Because of the bloody smell of Malga's street looking at the size, it's at least several hundred meters long. God's judgment, he has already thought of what method to use. Boom boom. Snatched, the Shijing newspaper. Wah wah gg. Mainly because they mastered the method of domesticating newsbirds, these newsbirds can fly to all parts of the world. Newsbird? Ren's eyes flashed and he sneered, there will be one soon. The dazzling electric light shines violently, far more than arc proverbs. Chapter 152 Logia such a fruit? Amazing reward open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Crash. The waves are crashing. The huge corpse of sea kings fell to the sea. Not only was it scorched black by the electricity, there were also shockingly large holes in his head that were transparent from front to back. Saint Marguez was hung there bleeding and moaning endlessly. He was even frightened and fainted. Not far away, Karina, who was sweating profusely from training, bared her teeth and lowered her right hand. That's right. I can react immediately even if I'm immersed in training there. Observation hockey is showing signs of awakening. Ren chuckled and nodded with satisfaction. Of course, I am a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million Baileys. Karina's face was filled with pride and she held her head high. He glanced at Lan Chi next to him and said with a smile, it's not as good as someone's 10 million Baileys. Because of this incident, Naval Headquarters obtained a lot of information through investigations. The information on those members of Ren's command has been roughly confirmed, and rewards have been issued one after another. Even Lan Chi, who had not made any move that day, was rewarded 10 million Baileys by Marine Island. And she, the Logia Thunder Fruit ability user, received even more attention. The bounty is as high as 200 million Baileys. HMPH, what are you so proud of? Isn't it just relying on Thunder Fruit's ability? Lan Chi, who was also training there, was so angry that her teeth itched. The whole person instantly turned into a white cloud and floated in front of Karina. Xing Xing's eyes widened, and he said with some displeasure, I have also gained new abilities now, and I am no worse than you. Let's wait and see when your bounty will reach 200 million Baileys. 10 million, Karina smiled, and when she mentioned 10 million, she deliberately emphasized her tone. Tisk, tisk, I really didn't expect that. Seeing the two bickering there, Robin smiled and said, yesterday Ren made your decision on a whim, and the rewards will be amazing. Yesterday, Luo, Karina, Brian Tunney and others brought back 3 devil fruit from the Celestial Dragon's mansion. Except for the ability of one zone, cat fruit, and black cat form, the related appearance is recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book and can be directly confirmed. The other 2 have unknown devil fruit abilities. However, Brian Tunney, who has the ability to recycle the fruit, doesn't need to take the risk at all. The ability was directly verified using 2 mice. One of them turned out to be a rare Logia ability. They are Paramecia steel fruit and Logia Yunyan fruit. Now, under Ren's approval, Lan Chi has become a user with the ability of Logia Yunyan fruit. Coming from Sky Island, she is good at sky warfare and knows all kinds of special craftsmen on Sky Island. Using the ability of the Logia Yunyan fruit, it is even possible to create various Sky Island clouds such as iron clouds and rope clouds that would not exist under the natural conditions of Qinghai. Even after repeated attempts, it can also easily create thunderclouds, generate astonishing high voltage currents and control them. The combat effectiveness can be said to have skyrocketed because it is a cloud itself without mastering hockey. Karina's thunder fruit can't do anything to Lan Chi, who is also a Logia. Logia Yunyan fruit is indeed a pretty good ability. Advertisement Ren smiled and nodded, feeling a little emotional. He had to wonder whether his ability to take the form of a phantom beast, the unicorn, really brought with it auspiciousness. Invisibly, his luck became particularly good. Everything seems to be unexpected. In this case, including Karina's Logia Thunderfruit. Wappa was a little surprised. 2 Logia abilities that can discharge are already in our team. Even if it were him, he wouldn't have gained so much this time. Suddenly, there were 2 Logia ability users in their team. Moreover, they all have quite amazing Logia abilities. Indeed. Babo raised the reward list in his hand. The captain's bounty has also been directly increased to 300 million shellfish. And Lucci's bounty is actually higher than the captain's, reaching 345 million Baileys. Sha-Chi was a little surprised. Of course, Lucci is the strongest genius in CP9 in 800 years. Fukuru unzipped his mouth and said, however, Kaku's bounty is higher than Jobra's. It's 272.2 million Baileys. Jobra's bounty is 210 million belly, which is less than Kaku's, so when he just went to the toilet, he peed on Kaku's bounty list. A-hole, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Jobra's face turned red and he was furious. He stepped forward and grabbed Fukuru's collar. His eyelids twitched. Wait, how did you know? He was already a little dissatisfied that his bounty was lower than Kaku's. But he didn't expect that what he did in private would be exposed by Fukuru. This B************* D actually peeped on himself going to the toilet. It was too much. Who is Jobra? You are so sneaky. Fukuru said plausibly. When I go to the toilet, I have to look around at the door. Naturally, I am a little curious, chirping. He's not a voyeur, mainly because I saw Jobra looking forward and backward, acting suspiciously. So I looked at it curiously. As a result, I found out that the other party did such a childish thing. Hey, Jobra, you guy. Kaku's head is full of black lines. Jobra guy is jealous of himself, so just secretly pee on his reward list? How stupid are you? Khalifa raised her forehead speechlessly. Hey, Jobra, as the saying goes, a small amount of money is not a gentleman. You can't do this. Kumadori shook his head and said. It's not just Lucci, Kaku and others. The bounty for all members of CP9 has exceeded 100 million. Except for Lucci, Jobra, and Kaku, everyone else has a bounty of 100 million belly. Tisk, tisk. I really didn't expect that your bounty, Ren, would be raised to 1.5 billion Baileys all of a sudden. It's like riding a rocket. Violet flipped through the bounty sheets there and said with a smile. Even Robin's bounty has become 200 million Baileys. Dr. Bryan has even been offered a bounty of 2Z9800. Where's Juan Bailey? She is the same as Lan Chi. Because he didn't take any action during the whole process, he was only offered a reward of 10 million Baileys. However, his identity as a former cadre of the Don Quixote family was discovered. However, this time the incident of attacking, killing and kidnapping celestial dragons was too big. She really had to cut off all contact with Dressrosa from now on. Advertisement otherwise, it will only bring disaster to Dressrosa and the Liku family. After all, Violet has seen the cruelty of world government with her own eyes. Gia hee hee, it's just a joke. Brian Tunney smiled strangely. He directly crushed the pacifists that the world government and naval headquarters attached great importance to and regarded as their secret weapons. Manchelli stood on Violet's shoulder and said, Lord Huo Lun has also been offered a reward of 300 million Baileys. After all, I am the former naval headquarters rear admiral, and I also attacked the celestial dragons. Greg Holland chuckled and said nonchalantly, this bounty is normal. However, what really shocked me was Dr. Bryan. Luo crossed his arms, looked directly at Brian Tunney, and asked with interest. That transformation is because of the genetic medicine you developed. Are there any restrictions? Hear the words. Ren, Robin, Lucci, Kaku and others on the side all looked over. They also heard from Karina, Khalifa and others that Brian actually transformed into a Hulk form after swimming. It easily crushed the world government and invested countless funds and resources to develop the human weapon pacifist developed by Dr. Vegapunk, a genius scientist. Gia hee hee, to a certain extent, that is a failed product. Brian Tunney was full of pride and said with a strange smile, I have done human experiments on prisoners in prisons before. Even if the concentration is diluted 10 times, if ordinary people take it, they will not be able to bear it at all. They will immediately the gene chain will break, muscles will dissolve, and the body will collapse. Even if you are very powerful, like Lucci and Kaku, you probably won't be able to last 3 minutes. He spread his hands. Because I am a person with the ability of munch fruit, and I can perfectly integrate swallowing everything with myself, so I can easily obtain such power. Moreover, I directly increased the concentration of this special genetic medicine by 810 times to have such a powerful power. Hiss, hear the words. Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Wappa and others present could not help but gasp. Even if a strong person like Lucci or Kaku takes a potion that is diluted 10 times, they may not be able to last for 3 minutes before their entire genetic chain collapses and they die. One can imagine how exaggerated it is to directly increase the concentration of this genetic agent by dozens of times. Speaking of which, he has been in this field for many years and has experienced countless human experiments. Then I'm looking forward to it. Ren smiled. Brian Tunney shrugged with regret. As far as I'm concerned, if you transform into the Hulk form, the effect of the medicine can only last for 2 or 3 hours at most. It can be said that if it weren't for Brian Soup's ability as munch munch fruit. Brian Tunney was full of excitement, licking his lips and said to Ren, "Gia hee hee, wait for me to study in depth for some time. I believe I will develop a truly perfect genetic medicine by then." Similar to Master Ren's blue wave ball, considering the burden this powerful medicine has on the body, in order not to affect one's own lifespan, it cannot be taken too many times in a row. At that time, our super soldier plan will be successfully completed. But unfortunately, because it is a failure, this change is not permanent. The theory of blood factors was like a master key, opening the door directly from his mind. Brian Tunney believed that if he gave himself some more time, he would soon be able to develop a truly perfect genetic evolution potion. By then, the super war plan will be successfully completed. I'm afraid that I can't die anymore if I have already died. It solved the problem that he had been unable to overcome. Not a problem at all. 1. I have to say that Vegapunk is really an admirable genius. The blood factor, or life design, can be said to involve the realm of gods. From leaving Sabaody archipelago yesterday to early this morning, he studied some information overnight. The theory related to bloodline factors simply enlightened him. Chapter 153 Son of the Devil. Excited Kaido opened black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. At this time, the first half of the Grand Line in a certain sea area. Oh, hey, Jin, let me tell you, that kid is really planning some big move. Looking at the newspaper he just bought from Newsbird, Kaido laughed loudly. That guy Ren is really capable of making trouble. He actually dares to run directly to kill celestial dragons. Tisk, God Killer. This name is really loud. Oh. He finally understood. Why is that guy Ren unwilling to disclose his relationship with Beast's pirates so early? Kaido naturally didn't think that Ren had lied to him before and had no intention of joining Beast's pirates or anything. But the purpose of doing this is obviously to prevent the world government and naval headquarters from viewing the other party's bold and crazy behavior as a provocation from the Beast's pirates. At the same time, he doesn't want Beast's pirates to constrain his next actions. Because Ren knew very well that he, the governor of the Beast's pirates, would most likely not allow him to act so randomly. After all, even with the world government and the naval headquarters as hostile forces, the Beast's pirates are not ready to directly go to war with the naval headquarters. If the fuss goes too far, naturally, Kaido of the Beasts would not allow it. After all, I seem a bit reckless, but I'm not really the kind of fool who can't assess the situation. But things are different now. The outside world has no idea that Ren has joined the Beast's pirates, there are only some speculations. In other words, no matter what people do now, it is all personal behavior. Nothing to do with Beast's pirates, and wait until it is announced later. The outside world will only think that Ren was facing pressure from the naval headquarters and world government and had to join the Beast's pirates. In that case, no matter how angry the naval headquarters is, it is impossible to easily make up your mind to go to war with the Beast's pirates. He, Kaido of the Beasts, will naturally not restrict the opponent. Well, Mr. Kaido, I was really shocked. There he was flipping through the newspapers. Yan Calamity Jin nodded, sighing with emotion. Advertisement. Even if it was him, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. I never expected that this nephew would be so bold as to go directly to the Sabaody archipelago and kill the celestial dragons. He had never seen anyone like this. In just over half a month, such an exaggerated movement occurred. The bounty has continuously increased from 200 million belly to the current 1.5 billion belly. It's incredible, but at the same time, I am a little proud. This is his nephew, with the blood of Lunarian flowing in his body. Speaking of which, those guys from the world government are at their wits' end. Watching reports of Sabaody archipelago being massacred by Marine, Kaido couldn't help but sneered, and said sarcastically, in order to establish authority, I have to kill in the Sabaody archipelago. However, I didn't expect that he really recruited a lot of people in such a short period of time. Jin on the opposite side. On the face under the mask, the corners of the mouth were slightly raised. Kaido raised the stack of bounty lists in his hand towards Baijuju. Even Nico Robin, the survivor of Ohara, is among them. Those were apparently just announced by Marine, about Blood Prison Ren himself, and the bounties on those he accepted. With Nico Robin, you can translate the historical text. As long as you collect the other 3 pieces of Red Road Sign historical text, Kaido-sama, you will be able to become the Pirate King. Although there are many historical texts scattered on this sea. But what actually records the road sign of Raftel, the legendary island, are only 4 red historical texts. One of the pieces, located in Wanokuni, has been acquired by the Beast's pirates. If we collect the other 3 historical texts, the throne of the Pirate King belongs to Kaido, the governor of the Beast's pirates. Oh, I really didn't expect that he actually recruited Nico Robin, the son of the devil, from the Strawhat Pirates. Kaido, the Beast, grinned. It seems that this natural disaster is really my lucky star. I'm looking forward to what kind of surprises he can give me next. He was really excited. Unexpectedly, Ren actually recruited Nico Robin, an archaeologist. Advertisement: if you can take advantage of the opponent and find the ancient weapon, you can defeat the other 4 emperors such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Red Hair, and even the naval headquarters as the overlord of the sea. It's all out of the question. Mr. Kaido, I think I still need to remind him. Jin put down the newspaper. With a solemn look on his face, he looked at Kaido, the beast, and said in a deep voice. That guy Ren is young and energetic, acts recklessly, and is too anxious. If this continues, it will not be a trivial matter. We, the beast's pirates, are not ready for a full-scale war with the world government after all. It's not that he doesn't want to be on Ren's side. It is precisely because Ren is most likely his only clansman and relative in this sea. He really didn't want his nephew to be too impulsive at a young age and cause suicide. World government has a profound foundation, but it is not as simple as it appears. If the provocation continues like this without end, even Kaido, the strongest creature of sea, land and air, neither can protect the other. Well, that's good. Kaido, the beast, took a sip of wine, nodded and said, seeking death and being brave are not the same thing. Just because the commotion is so big now, I'm afraid the world government won't let him go so easily. Jin, please contact him immediately and ask him if he wants to come back to Wano Kuni with us. Oh okay. It's been several days, and I can't even find the shadow of Blackbeard. Moreover, New World still needs us to go back and take charge. Kaido, the beast, is a little depressed. I originally heard Ren say that Blackbeard should be near this route. They have searched it inside and out in the past few days. None were found. However, that boy did such a thing. Carrying the wine gourd, Kaido stood up. Now that he is the fourth natural disaster of Beast's pirates, it is too early to reveal his identity. He is not a fool without a brain. Some words may not sound good when spoken. But Kaido had to admit that at this juncture, it would not be a wise choice to overly anger the world government guys. Unless he is really ready and wants to go to war with the world government at all costs. Chapter 154 Breaking News. The Decision of the Beast's Fourth Update. Bolo, at the same time, it is also the first half of the Grand Line, an unknown sea. Arc Proverbs and the Polar Submarine were sailing across the sky there. Ren took the phone from Robin and answered the call. I'm Ren. Ren, this is Jin. The phone bug imitated Jin's outline and asked, this time, you really made a lot of noise. Where are you now? Oh, Ren, we are getting ready to go back to the New World. Are you really not going to come back to Wano Kuni with us? The rough voice of Miyamon Kaido came from the phone bug. Don't worry, we are safe. Those guys from the world government can't catch me. Ren chuckled. He remembered something and asked directly, by the way, Boss Kaido, have you not caught Blackbeard yet? Forget it, damn it. It's like he disappeared, no one can be found at all. Kaido said angrily. Down these days, he and Jin Bing split into two groups and searched almost all the islands in the nearby routes, but unfortunately they couldn't find Blackbeard's whereabouts. If he hadn't found some clues about the Blackbeard pirates' past, Kaido would have thought that Ren had lied to him. Consider the situation in New World. Prepare to go back first and finish the current round 273. Then slowly activate the intelligence power of Beast's pirates. Go search for the whereabouts of that guy Marshall D. Teach. Over in the New World, Marine's retaliatory action is also underway because of the previous interception and killing of Admiral Aokiji. I'm worried that Jack and the others will withstand the pressure. Mr. Kaido and I are already preparing to return to the New World. Jin added there, however, Ren, you should keep a low profile these days and don't make too big a fuss. He heard what Ren meant. The other party is not ready to go to Wano Kuni yet. Although I was a little helpless, I didn't mean to force it. After all, Ren is making such a big fuss right now. If the opponent turns around, it will become the fourth biggest drawcard of Beast's pirates. At that time, the world government will definitely be angry and think that they have premeditated it. Advertisement directly ordering an all-out war between the naval headquarters and the Beast's pirates would be quite a hassle. We still have to wait for a while and wait for the limelight to pass. I was just about to tell you some news. Ren said directly. You should already know, a few days ago I rescued those CP9 members who were expelled from the world government and hunted by Marine, BCBE. In order to gain my trust, they specially sneaked into Eni's lobby, one of the three major agencies under the world government, and stole devil fruit for me as a surrender certificate. They accidentally investigated some secret information. Of course, it is impossible for him to directly disclose the information between himself and Spandam, the top executive of CP9. Who knows whether their phone calls are currently being monitored by world government or naval headquarters. Oh, hear Ren say that Kaido and Jin couldn't help but be a little surprised. What kind of reward? I heard that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, had a fight with Blackbeard on Bonero Island. Ren raised the corner of his mouth and spoke bluntly. Fire Fist was defeated and has been captured by Blackbeard. Got it. It is said that it is planned to be handed over to the world government in exchange for the throne of the 7 warlords of the sea. What? Hear the words the other end of the phone bug. Kaido and Jin were both a little shocked. He never expected that Ren would actually find out such news. Fire Fist Ace, as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was captured by Blackbeard and was to be handed over to the world government. Next, I'm afraid the Whitebeard Pirates will go crazy. In addition, world government has confirmed that Fire Fist Ace is the bloodline of Pirate King Roger. Ren sat on the side of the boat with his legs crossed and showed a playful smile. Right now, it happened that I attacked and killed the celestial dragons, which made the world government lose face. Boss Kaido, uncle. In this case, with a trump card like Fire Fist Ace in hand, what do you think the world government will make next? What did you say? Fire Fist Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger. Kaido and Jin were stunned. Some couldn't believe their ears. Advertisement, you can rest assured that the news is confirmed. Ren responded with a smile. In this case, in order to save face, eliminate the impact of the Sabaody archipelago incident, and let Marine regain the hearts and prestige of the people. Jin's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, the world government may directly issue an order to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. It seems that a war is inevitable. Kaido frowned and smiled. This is getting more and more interesting, oh ha 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 ha. If we use Fire Fist Ace as bait to lure the Whitebeard pirates to come in full force, and then deploy heavy troops and set many traps, we might really be able to defeat the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. If the Whitebeard pirates don't come, the reputation of that old fellow in Newgate will be ruined. His boasts every day that he will never allow anyone to harm their families, companions, etc. will naturally become empty words. Slowly the hearts of the people are scattered. One day the Whitebeard pirates will fall apart. Others don't know. Kaido knows it very well. Whitebeard's health was in bad shape and he was no longer what he once was. Even if Whitebeard really doesn't come, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for a few more years. The Whitebeard pirates also face a bad situation. Although Phoenix Marco is good in strength, compared to a real monster, he is still not good enough. There is no way he can carry the banner of the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace, who has amazing talent and inherited the bloodline of Pirate King Roger. As long as you give him time, he is indeed the perfect candidate for the captain of the second generation of the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, ha 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 ha, Fire Fist Ace's identity is so special, that old guy must have made up his mind to train him as the next Pirate King. 100 Beasts. Kaido laughed. From what I know about that guy Whitebeard, he will never remain indifferent. He was certain. Next, Whitebeard will definitely try his best to save Fire Fist Ace. Even if they come out in full force and start a full-scale war with the naval headquarters. No matter what. So, Boss Kaido, what are you going to do next? Ren asked on the other end of the phone with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Of course. Kaido's aura was astonishing. The whole person was full of bloodthirsty and excitement, and he was full of fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, looked up to the sky and laughed and said, how can this huge war be without me, Kaido? Oh, giggle. Chapter 155. Annoyed Sengoku, Public Execution? Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Damn Morgans, you really don't want the world to be in chaos. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, in the Marshal's office. Looking at the world economic news that was just delivered. The above report about Marine's massive massacre in Sabaody Archipelago made Buddha Sengoku's face livid and angry. Marshal Marine seemed to have aged several years overnight and no longer had the same high spirits as before. Damn blood prison Ren, wouldn't it be better to just roll into the new world? It's so frustrating. He put down the newspaper heavily, sighed in annoyance, and asked directly to the Crane Vice Admiral in front of him. Said, where's that guy Garp? In a fit of anger, he went to sea on a warship. Do you think I did something wrong, Xiaohei? Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. The voice was a little low, and he asked with a wry smile. In the position of Marshal Marine, you did nothing wrong. Crane Vice Admiral pursed his lips and said directly, because, even if you don't accept the order, they will overstep the command and even let Akainu pass directly. Doberman and other generals will definitely obey the orders of the world government. Even you, Marshal Marine, can't stop it. Marine has never been one of Marshal Marine's words. Over a long period of time, the world government has quietly inserted countless chess pieces. Even if Sengoku had directly disobeyed yesterday, the 5 elders were able to depose him as Marine Marshal immediately. Kong Air Conditioner, the former Marine Marshal and current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army, will come over to stabilize the situation. As the largest violent organization under the world government, the Marine force is huge, with large and small bases, strongholds, and military fortresses spread all over the world. In total, there are millions of troops and various types of warships. Such data can make any force feel numb. But why is the world government never afraid of Marine directly rebelling? It is because Marine's military expenditure has been firmly controlled by the world government, which has a tight grip on Marine's neck. Even whether it is the production of weapons and ammunition or the construction of warships. The control of these industrial chains has never been in the hands of Marine. They are all produced by world government itself or ordered from other channels, and then uniformly deployed and allocated to Marine. Even Marine's warship orders in the Water City are allocated a corresponding share by the world government to Marine every year, and are then settled uniformly by the financial department under the world government. If the budget exceeds, you need to apply separately. And it is likely to be directly rejected by the above. Advertisement at the same time, Marine is not monolithic inside, and various forces and factions are intertwined. The inside and outside have already been penetrated by CP like sand. Not to mention those hawkish generals, even some important generals who are dovish. Suddenly it was discovered that he was a CP agent directly under the world government. Neither Crane nor Vice Admiral will have any surprises. In fact, she, the Marine's chief staff officer, had secretly discovered that many Marine generals were related to CP. Just stay silent and pretend you don't know. Even Marshal Marine is usually very impressive and always speaks his mind. But facing the 5 elders, who are the highest power controllers in the world government, they have no ability to resist. There are very big constraints inside and outside. Would Marshal Marine be deposed or something else? Buddha's Sengoku put his hands on the desk and said quietly, "Once I disobey, the world government will be furious, and not just 1 or 2 Marines will be purged." He was somewhat disheartened by the cruelty and tyranny of the world government. But he knew very well that if he, the Marine Marshal, tried to directly disobey orders, by then, Marine will be cleaned by the furious 5 elders, from top to bottom, inside and out. Marine will definitely be severely weakened by then. A single move affects the whole body. After years of hard work, the situation in the sea, which has finally been suppressed and stabilized, may once again fall into the turmoil and chaos at the beginning of the Great Pirate Age. The ambitious pirates of New World are even more unlikely to let go of such an opportunity, and are bound to expand. How many innocent people will die by then? The justice of Sengoku, the Buddha, comes back to the justice of the majority. Just like the Buster Call incident in West Blue O'Hara. In this case of Sabaody Archipelago, although he was extremely conflicted in his heart, he finally made up his mind. A trade-off was made. Furthermore, the Buddha's Sengoku is very clear. Although he is an old subordinate of Marshal Kong. But the other person is not childless and carefree like him. Although the position of World Government Army Chief is nominally in charge of the Marine, Holy Land Guards and other armies. But relatively speaking, it is just a false title and a sinecure specially established by the world government for high-level military officials like Kong who have made outstanding contributions and worked hard to provide them with honors and preferential treatment. However, Kong's children were granted hereditary noble status by the world government. In this case, it's hard to say what weight Marshal Marine holds in the other person's heart. Advertisement, please give me flowers. I have to say that world government is really good at winning people's hearts. Blood prison, not to mention that B*************** D Ren. Buddha Sengoku frowned and asked directly, "What do you think about the Blackbeard thing?" Just this morning, Blackbeard, Marshal D Teach's subordinate Lafitte suddenly came to Mariajoy, claiming that they captured Firefist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and were willing to hand it over to the world government as a gift for Blackbeard to join the 7 warlords of the sea sequence. The Admiral Alternate of Naval Headquarters, Momosagi, has already gone to hand over. This allowed Buddha Sengoku to see an opportunity. An opportunity to minimize the negative impact of the Sabaody Archipelago incident, restore the just image of Naval Headquarters, and re-establish its prestige. Bolo, Crane Vice Admiral has not spoken yet. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. "Haven't you Marines been preparing for a long time? The location should be at Naval Headquarters?" "At Your Excellency 5 Elders, may I have any instructions?" Obviously, the other party had the same idea as him. Glancing at the color of the phone bug, Crane Vice Admiral straightened his mouth and said, "Well, I think someone is thinking the same thing as us. Sengoku, it's us. It's time to show Marines' powerful force and heritage, and severely shock these ambitious guys who want to challenge the majesty of the world government, and let them know who is the real overlord of the sea." Since the beginning of the so-called Great Pirate Era, those pirates who are like locusts, constantly making trouble everywhere, have indeed become more and more arrogant. Buddha Sengoku's expression perked up. Moses, First Marine Marshal Sengoku. It's best to attract the Whitebeard Pirates and take the opportunity to completely annihilate them in one fell swoop. Although there was a lot of unpleasantness yesterday because of the Sabaody Archipelago incident. About Blackbeard, Marshal D Teach's gift, then where is the public execution place? Buddha Sengoku said with a stern look. "What do you mean by the 5 lords?" The majestic voice of the 5 elders came out from the phone bug. "The world government has just made a decision to publicly execute the Firefist, Portgas D Ace, who has been confirmed to be the son of Pirate King Roger and has the blood of the devil flowing in his body. Live broadcast around the world, this time, don't let us down again." But Buddha Sengoku still sorted out his emotions, suppressed his inner dissatisfaction, and restored his former calmness and composure. Chapter 156. Deep Sea Prison, Transvestite Paradise, Open Black Lens Bracket First Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Nobody knows. Just when the world government made up its mind. When Fire Fist Ace is about to be publicly executed. Located in the Calm Belt, it is a deep-sea prison that is one of the 3 major agencies of the world government. Guarded by a large number of warships in the center, the airtight Impel was down. An uninvited guest was welcomed. Yuahuhu, a huge falcon, invisible to the naked eye, fluttered its wings. Several figures jumped down from above and landed quietly in a corner of Impel Down. The falcon turned directly into smoke and disappeared. Gia hee hee, it's really crazy. Looking around, Brian Tunney smiled strangely. The world's largest deep-sea prison, known as the Iron Wall, will exist in name only today. A bold idea indeed. Next to him, Lu Chi crossed his arms and exclaimed, "However, if 823 can control this place, those prisoners alone can be said to be a very powerful fighting force. Due to the harsh climate and special environment of the freezing hell on the 5th floor, there are no other prison personnel to guard it. Let's go to the freezing hell on the 5th underground floor first." Ren said directly. Bluno, this time he didn't bring many people. People like Robin, Lanchi, Babo, Karina and others did not follow. Currently they are all staying on some uninhabited island. Understand. The air door. A strange portal opens. The hands on each other's shoulders were transparent, and several people walked directly in. Disappear there. Soon in a strange green space. Several people have gone through Crimson Hell, Warcraft hell, starvation hell, blazing hell. The situation in the outside world appeared in front of their eyes. Unobstructed view. Tisk, tisk, what an incredible ability. Luo exclaimed while carrying the field sword Gui Cry. The ability of the Menman fruit is indeed too special. In terms of infiltration ability, it can be said to be second to none. Soon, several people came directly to the freezing hell where the ice, snow and wind were biting. Bluno directly opened an air door. A group of people walked out of the different space. Woohoo! A cold wind blew. Rao Shi had already prepared a warm coat under Ren's reminder. Luo, Kaku, Wappa, Huali Pato, Violet, Brian Tunney and others couldn't help but shudder. It's really cold. Advertisement, no wonder there are no guards here. Tisk tisk, even the phone bug is frozen. It is indeed the world's largest deep-sea prison. Looking around freezing hell. Looking at the prisoners who were already frozen in the cells. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little inexplicable. The powerful observation hockey spread out. In an instant, he locked onto the 5.5th floor through the mixed aura, and Ren sneered. He is not just preparing to take away the prisoners of the deep-sea prison, but is also preparing to take complete control of this prison. Naturally, it is impossible to allow the power of the Revolutionary Army getting in the way here. What's wrong, Lord Ren? Luo, Lu Chi, Wappa, Horan and others. They all looked at Ren walking forward in surprise. But I followed subconsciously. Ah Wu. A group of extremely ferocious snow-white ice wolves, the three kings surrounded them. But Conqueror's Hockey, who was released directly by Ren, fainted. Soon, in the incredible eyes of Lucci, Wappa, Brian Tunney and others. They passed a hidden passage, suddenly enlightened, and broke into a huge cave. Faintly, bursts of carnival sounds could be heard. It turned out to be a group of strangely dressed ******** prisoners having a carnival there. Here it is. My eyes are contaminated. Hey, I didn't expect that the legendary Impel Down with its iron-walled walls would actually have a place like this. If the world government knew about it, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood, right? Lucci, Kaku, Huo Lun and others couldn't help but feel a little dull. The deep-sea prison known as the world's largest, is this it? Look at those she-males wearing stockings and dressed up extremely sexy. They almost vomited out the last night's meal in disgust. Ren, who had expected it and was not surprised, looked calm and said indifferently. It seems that before taking control of this place, it is necessary to clear it up. Who are you? The intrusion of Ren and others, naturally, it quickly attracted attention. On the stage, the prisoners were having a carnival. Emporio Ivankov, the ugly-looking ladyboy king with a blue afro, widened his eyes. Blood Prison Ren. Lightning, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, recognized Ren. Advertisement. Although they are trapped here, they are well informed. He even obtained the latest newspapers from the prison guards through various hidden passages connecting the various levels of Impel Down prison, so he naturally knew what was going on in the outside world. What? He is the Blood Prison Ren who killed the celestial dragons. Why are they here? Did it come in through the giant vortex current controlled by the world government? Looking at the sudden arrival of Ren and others, the transsexual prisoners present could not help but open their mouths in disbelief. Why did the Godkiller, who was attacking the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago yesterday suddenly appear in the deep-sea prison today? You guys step back. The man's face was grim. He doesn't have any good impressions of these transvestites. He spoke to Lu Chi, Violet and others without looking back. Raised right hand. A fierce flame burst out directly. Crackling. The crimson flames burned and distorted the atmosphere. The astonishing heatwave made Luo, Lu Chi, Huo Lun and others change their colors. He immediately retreated. Stay far away. Wait, Blood Prison. The hair on my head stood up. Ivankov's expression changed. Busy there shouting loudly. Fire punch, the heat is rolling. The terrifying red lotus flames expanded violently, 3.5. Transformed into a huge flaming fist, a huge cave filled with 5.5 stars. Ren didn't talk nonsense, and mercilessly attacked the transsexual prisoners who were shocked. Boom boom. The temperature was exaggeratedly high, and the flames were extremely blazing. The entire cave on the 5.5th floor was flooded in an instant. Countless human beings screamed there and were burned to ashes. In this seemingly empty but actually small space, they had no way to hide or escape. Gurgling. The ground, walls, and even the ceiling were all burned into boiling magma, where it kept dripping and bubbling with heat. In the blink of an eye, this is an unknown, transvestite paradise in the deep-sea prison. It has become like purgatory. It's scary. Advertisement Chapter 157. Mind Transplantation. The Frightened and Angry Revolutionary Long, second update. Hiss. The earth has been burned into magma. Tisk, tisk, what a terrifying temperature. Even if you were far away, but under the heat wave that couldn't help but hit them, Luo, Lu Chi, Huo Lun, Violet and others couldn't help but change their faces in shock, and stayed away from here again. They joined later. So far, I have never seen Ren actually take action. I only know that the opponent is terrifyingly strong and can even compete with the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. But when I saw with my own eyes the flames that burned even the rock walls into magma, everyone couldn't help but feel a little chilly, scalp numbness. Hell's eyes. an extremely violent blast of wind swept out. Ren, who was blocking the entrance, had a flash of scarlet in his eyes. He predicted the crisis immediately and directly avoided the opponent's attack. Boom! A large swath of flames was blown away. In a vaguely visible passage, the blazing fire Poseidon appeared. Haki is wrapped around his body, his face is exaggeratedly large, his flesh and blood are burned to pieces, and he is an extremely ferocious figure. That terrifying high temperature, even the armament Haki of this ****** king. It can't be completely prevented, just rush out directly. 12. Have you left? Ren's eyes are stern and ruthless. With his right hand, he shook his hand violently. Boom! The ground rumbled and there was a loud roar. The entire cave was shaking violently. Chi! One has a huge thorn, and the ends are wrapped with dark Haki, coming from all directions. Lunging hard at Ivankov, it also carries a large amount of magma and red lotus flames. Horrifying, this is simply a killer. What? Ivankov's hair stood on end as he screamed in horror. Rumble, in the blink of an eye. The ground seemed to have a sense of life of its own, crushing it mercilessly. His whole body was completely submerged. Bang! Bang! Soon under Ren's intentional control. Two corpses that were almost burnt to coke, blurry, but barely preserved. Thrown in front of Brian Tunney. Although Ivankov's strength is not weak, it is in such a small space as the 5.5th floor. The strength cannot be fully unleashed at all. Advertisement. Even though Ren didn't transform into a human animal form at all, he was completely in an animal form. With the red lotus flames that are even more exaggerated than magma and the powerful power of the earth, he can still easily crush him. Mr. Ren, you are testing my appetite. Brian Tunney's mouth twitched. Although he is not a vegetarian, he does not feel too much psychological burden when he eats the corpse. But this is too exaggerated, right? Tisk, it's all burned to coke. Luo raised his eyebrows. Uncle Tony, can you tell me? Hualipato asked, baring his teeth. Let's see if we can peel it off. If not, it's okay. Ren said nonchalantly. Anyway, it's not particularly important to us. Ivankov with the ability of lightning. They are Paramecia hormone fruit and Paramecia scissor fruit. Basic abilities that are more useful to others, including Potonabug's raccoon form ability, can be easily copied. Kaka no procrastination. Brian Tunney opened his mouth. He directly swallowed Ivankov's body first. Lucci, Khalifa, Violet and others twitched their mouths. Dr. Brian, how does ***** smell? Luo asked with a dark smile. Chicken flavor, crunchy and crunchy. Brian Tunney didn't take it seriously and said with a strange smile, Brother, do you want a bite? No, I can't say it. Luo shrugged and said there. Soon, 2 devil fruits. They were stripped out of the body one after another by Brian Tunney. Violet, find out the location of the control room and archives room and control them first. Ren ordered directly to Violet. Learn. Violet nodded. She faced downwards and closed her eyes. The ability of Paramecia glare fruit was activated in an instant. Scene after scene of clear images appeared in her mind. For normal people, the range that is out of sight seemed extremely clear to her. The thick wall did not obstruct her sight at all, and was penetrated directly. Soon, on the first floor. A room with a large number of electronic screens and several prison staff watching at all times. Presented in her mind. Immediately afterwards, the archives are densely packed with various documents and files. She was also found quickly. Found it. Violet looked directly at Ren and said there. The control room is on the first floor. If you go straight up, it is 3 o'clock, 120 meters away. The archives room is also on the first floor, at the 5 o'clock direction from the control room, about 200 meters away. Advertisement. That's good. Ren nodded. He looked at Luo and said with a smile. Luo, it will be up to you whether the plan can be successfully completed or not. Understood. Luo nodded. Jia Op Fruit's ability is really exaggerated. Brian Tunney smiled strangely and said, Can you actually exchange the hearts of 2 people? Such an unreasonable ability is indeed incredible. Lucci, Wappa, Huo Lun and others on the side couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Early this morning, Ren made up his mind and prepared to sneak directly in front of Impel Down. I once specifically asked Luo whether he could exchange the target's mind. Although Luo was full of surprise, he nodded directly. It really shocked them. Op Fruit actually has such ability. It's simply unreasonable. Beyond imagination. Mind transplantation can be done, but at present my strength is still too weak, the success rate is not high, and it will occasionally fail. Luo shrugged. So, it must be done when the other party has no defense, and it consumes more energy. Since getting the Op Fruit, over the years, he has indeed developed many moves based on his talents. But Op Fruit 360's ability is too energy consuming. Limited by personal strength and physical strength. Many corresponding abilities cannot be used in combat. Ren does not want to directly use weak subordinates. Let his mind enter the strong man's body, control his body, and enhance his own combat power. In fact, this kind of thing is not as easy as imagined. Op Fruit's ability is not omnipotent after all. If it is not your own body, it is not your own after all. Even if the souls are exchanged, the abilities and strengths that can be exerted are quite limited. And for those who are truly talented and have considerable potential, there is no need to waste time and energy on this. He just wants to use this method to control the management of Impel Down. It's just a disguised form of controlling this deep-sea prison. And at this moment at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, far away in an unknown sea area in the New World, the White Earth Island, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was discussing something there with Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, and other important cadres of the Revolutionary Army. "Chief, it's not good." A member of the Revolutionary Army hurried in. Sweating profusely, he loudly reported, Ivankov and Lightning's lifeguards were suddenly burned to ashes. "What?" The Revolutionary Long Huron emerged. Sabo, Crawl and others on the side couldn't help but change their colors. His face was ashen and extremely ugly. Damn it. Ivankov and the others, was it exposed in Impel Down? Chapter 158. Acquaintance. Clown Buggy and Bentham open black lens bracket. Third update close black lens bracket. Next, I'll just take Pato, Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, Bluno and you guys up first. Impel Down 5.5 floors underground. Ren was talking there and stamped his feet. Let the others stay here for now. Rumble. The earth is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thick smoke billowed, and even the ground where a large amount of magma accumulated was directly submerged by land. In the somewhat shocked eyes of Luo, Kaku, Huolun and others, it turned into a huge and spacious cave again, soon. Under the leadership of Bluno, the group of people passed directly through the different space and finally arrived here. In the monitoring room on the first floor, 4 prison officers who were responsible for monitoring the situation in case anything unusual happened were chatting and laughing there. Unconsciously, there is an air door, connected to a strange space behind him, appearing there. Several figures appeared silently. Buzz. Ren's eyes narrowed. An invisible wave suddenly spread out. Several prison guards rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground. Conqueror's hockey is so convenient, Lu Chi sighed. Hailed as a genius since childhood, he prided himself on being as talented as anyone else. But Conqueror's hockey's qualifications are innate. No means no matter how hard you try, it is impossible to obtain it the day after tomorrow. Pato. Ren looked at Pato on his shoulder. Lishishishi, leave it to me, God, Pat said with a toothy smile. A few leaves flew out directly. In the blink of an eye, the smoke filled the air. One after another, figures appeared there. Advertisement. They were exactly the same as those prison guards, even their clothes were exactly the same. Although they do not have the memory of the rightful owner, they still have a certain degree of self-awareness and will not directly arouse suspicion in a short period of time. Enough to help people complete their plans step by step. Looking at the rows of heavily guarded surveillance screens with no blind spots. Soon, they saw Chief Warden Domino, Chief Warden Sadie Chan and others on the surveillance camera on the first floor, too. We even saw Magellan, the director of Impel Down, in the surveillance of Blazing Hell on the 4th underground floor. Ren smiled lightly and directly ordered Bluno, Lu Chi and others. Bluno, take them back to the stronghold on the 5.5th floor and lock them up. Not long. After taking the prison guards in charge of the monitoring room to the 5.5th floor and locking them up, Bluno and others returned. Bluno once again used the power of the gate fruit to lead Ren and others. Under Violet's guidance, we came to the archives room. He followed the same pattern and easily stunned the clerks and prison guards who were responsible for recording files. Using Pato's ability, several identical substitutes were created again. Tisk tisk, it's better than expected. Looking at the dense archives around him, Kaku said there. Searching for information should be your strength as intelligence officers. Let's get started. Ren sat on an armchair, tapped his fingers on the desk, and said with a smile, look up the files of all the prisoners with abilities in this prison. I believe that the prison authorities should have summarized this aspect and recorded it in the books. In addition, it depends on the agents who find CP among the prisoners and whether they can control this world's largest deep-sea prison. Originally, Ren planned to select some smart prisoners and let Rob Lucci and other CP9 members spend some time to urgently train them into qualified agents. But according to Rob Lucci's introduction, he found that there was no such need. Over the years, due to failed missions, they have been punished by the world government one after another, and there are many CP agents imprisoned in Impel Down. They themselves are qualified agents, but due to various reasons such as bad luck or negligence, the mission failed and was abandoned. As long as they can be conquered, a lot of things can be saved. As for loyalty, you can directly use Violet's ability to confirm it. Screen out those CP agents who have completely given up hope on the world government and can be used by them. Understood. Lu Chi, Kaku, Bluno, Khalifa and other former CP9 members couldn't help but smile confidently. This aspect is indeed their strength. No longer procrastinating, I started rummaging there. Advertisement, Sir Ren, these are the archives of prisoners with abilities on each floor. It looks like they've sorted it out, soon. Kaku came over with a few folders and handed them to Ren who was sitting there waiting. Not surprisingly, in the Crimson Hell on the first level, people with basically no abilities are imprisoned there. The second underground floor, Warcraft Hell, has a total of 13 people with abilities. On the third underground floor, Starvation Hell, there are a total of 15 people with abilities. The 4th underground floor Blazing Hell, a total of 21 people with abilities. 5 underground floors Freezing Hell, a total of 29 people with abilities. 6th underground floor Eternal Hell, a total of 68 people with abilities. Max Jar, prisoner number AC 54554, Zone Rat Fruit Squirrel Form Power User. As a member of Baroque Company, limited under Sand Crocodile, Plan Bentham has the ability of Paramecia Clone Fruit. Clown Buggy, prisoner number AC 56153 Paramecia Chop Fruit ability user. Apparently, he was caught by Marine later. Considering this guy's special ability, if the Fruit of Rebirth were to be obtained by other forces, it might indeed cause him a lot of trouble, so he didn't kill him. Augustine, prisoner number AC 55147, Zone Dogfruit Hyena Form ability user. In Alabasta, after Sanji defeated him, he was originally going to hit him directly, but Luffy unexpectedly got along with this guy and interceded for him. I don't know if it's due to Conqueror's luck. Dix O's, prisoner number AC 53245, Paramecia Paper Fruit user. Felt Bach, prisoner number AC 56155 Paramecia Beyblade Fruit user. Bentham, prisoner number AC 56541, Paramecia Clone Fruit ability user. Buggy, the clown, is certainly no stranger to him. I spared that guy's life, but now it comes in handy. When I was in Logue Town, I didn't have time to finish the last hit. Ren kept flipping through the information about ability users. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and chuckled. Do you have a few Hao Wong Hao acquaintances? I didn't expect to survive. This guy had already been blasted into the sea by Luffy's rubber rocket launcher. Chapter 159 Cross Union? Phantom Beast Species? Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. What's wrong? Ren. In the archives room, Violet looked at Ren in surprise. Nothing, I found an interesting guy. Looking at the message from Buggy the Clown, Ren showed a playful smile. Obviously, it is different from the original trajectory. The fact that this guy is registered means that Impel Down has discovered that he is an Esper. Therefore, it is impossible to jailbreak easily. Sand Crocodile was killed by him. There are currently only 2 or 3 kittens left in Baroque works. Without Sand Crocodile, the King's Matchmaker, the future Cross Union will obviously not appear again. Buggy the Clown. Ren's gaze, it keeps flickering there. Maybe a Cross Union can appear, but the person behind the scenes will need to be replaced. The legendary pirate group, a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirate Group, a disciple of Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, a brother-in-law of red-haired Shanks, and once, challenge, Whitebeard, was able to escape unscathed, close black lens bracket. Such people do not hesitate to hide their strength, stay low-key for more than 20 years, and even pretend to be defeated and Impel Down. Just to recruit powerful combat power from the world's largest deep-sea prison. Taking advantage of the special opportunity of the war between naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, this man finally showed his strong ambition 670. He used the wire hidden in his body to unlock Seastone's handcuffs, released a large number of prisoners, and led them escape from Impel Down, which is known as the Iron Wall, and start to attack the top of the world, close black lens bracket. The ability of Paramecia Chop Fruit has been developed to the level of awakening. It can even split the targets it comes into contact with, and even like Whitebeard, it often breaks the atmosphere and triggers tsunamis. It has a history like a natural disaster. Think of this. The corner of Ren's mouth slightly raised. Isn't this script very interesting? It's okay to be weak. As long as he hides behind the scenes and creates some shocking scenes for him, plus this guy's own Conqueror's luck. Those prisoners who were originally trapped in this dark deep-sea prison with no hope of escaping had no hope of escaping. After being rescued by the clown Buggy, the prisoners who were all grateful to him were afraid that they would surrender immediately. It just so happens that such white gloves can allow him to hide himself. Dual-line or even multi-line development can avoid fear and suppression from all forces to the greatest extent. Just perfect. Bluno, take this guy to the 5.5th floor later. Ren pointed to the information about Buggy the Clown and ordered directly to Bluno. Advertisement Ren has not yet completely made up his mind whether to implement such a plan. Moreover, we still have to see if Buggy the Clown is willing to cooperate with us. Of course, this guy is very greedy for life and afraid of death, because the probability is no problem. Just let Luo take out this guy's heart, don't be afraid that he won't be obedient. Master Ren. Soon, Kaku, Khalifa and others copied and wrote there. He handed a document to Ren's hand. This is the compiled list of CP espionage personnel, from the Crimson Hell on the 1st floor to the Freezing Hell on the 5th floor. Well, then they will leave it to you, CP9, to take charge. Then I will ask Violet to assist you and be responsible for screening candidates. Ren glanced at it and nodded slightly. The number of people is not particularly large, but after screening, it should be enough. Anyway, the most important thing is to control the high-level officials of the deep-sea prison. The other thing is to control some middle-level captains and the like. Then delete some prisoner information that has a weak sense of existence. Disfigure their appearance, or have Law try to give them a makeover using Op Fruit's ability. Transform them into Impel Down prison guards, then slowly be promoted to middle and senior level managers. By then, this world's largest deep-sea prison will be built. It became his private place. Clear, do not worry. Lucci, Kaku, Bluno and others nodded in agreement. In this regard, they, CP9, are professionals, not to mention Violet's ability to see into people's hearts. At first, when they knew that the other party had this ability, they were shocked and broke into a cold sweat. BCAI. It is conceivable that if they had any evil thoughts and ideas at the beginning. I'm afraid that the fruit power has been recycled long ago and perished in the sea. Tisk tisk, there are countless prisoners in eternal hell who have been imprisoned in frozen death and other methods for a long time. Advertisement. Ren carefully flipped through the prisoner information on the 6th floor of Impel Down, eternal hell, and said with a chuckle. The ability users are far superior to the prisons in other buildings. It's not just that, Lord Ren. Lu Chi on the side heard this and smiled at Ren and said, I think you must have discovered it, right? Compared with other floors, the quality of those devil fruit abilities is relatively high. Some special abilities can be said to be quite amazing. He licked his lips, full of excitement. He felt that his choice to follow Ren was definitely the right choice. This man who is ridiculously young, but has unlimited potential, and is extremely ambitious and arrogant, might really be able to achieve success in the future. Those prisoners in eternal hell. You can imagine what a powerful fighting force it is. Even some extremely powerful and unruly guys cannot be subdued so easily. But there are always some speculators or weaklings who are unwilling to be ordinary, and even less willing to spend the rest of their lives in this dark place, and are willing to give in. It can definitely be said to be one of the top abilities in this ocean. However, what really surprised me was, among them is the World Destroyer, Burn World, which attacked the world government ship many times 28 years ago. Even the celestial dragons were attacked by it. It can multiply the speed, volume, size, etc. of itself and even the targets it comes into contact with, up to 100 times. Ren stood up directly and smiled. Eternal Hell not only has rare zone ancient species ability users, but also has rare zone fantasy beast species abilities, and there are more than one. This is normal. In order to prevent the overly powerful fruit ability from randomly regenerating after the death of the Esper. At the same time, it is also a disguised attempt to delay his death as much as possible. Prevent devil fruit from regenerating prematurely and being obtained by some villains who can use its power to cause trouble. He saw a lot of amazing abilities inside. Let's go, keep a low profile and find some prison guard uniforms to change into. It's time for Eternal Hell. It's Paramecia Momo fruit ability, as punishment for the crimes he had committed. Some people have even been imprisoned in ice for tens or hundreds of years, and they don't even know whether they are dead or not. Ren shrugged and said with a chuckle, after all, there are very few people in this sea who can truly rely on their own strength. Most of them still rely on their fruit abilities to show off their power. Let these extremely dangerous prisoners, who are full of crimes, continue to suffer in endless loneliness and despair, unable to survive or die. Yes, and just those powerful fruit abilities can cultivate many strong people. Advertisement Chapter 169 Tails Fox? Quetzalcoatl? Ashura? Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. The 6th floor. Eternal Hell. An air door suddenly opened. A group of figures wearing prison guard uniforms walked directly out of it. Looking around. Dark, damp, rancid, dead, depressing. A series of negative words directly echoed in the minds of Lu Chi, Kaku, Bluno and others. The atmosphere was extremely dull and depressing. Inexplicably, people can't help but go crazy. Kaku sighed there. It's really a depressing place. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called Eternal Hell. Lu Chi crossed his arms and said calmly. Lifting his prison guard's cap and looking at the dark cells, Ren chuckled. Stop being so emotional, it's more important to do business. Is anyone coming? Hey, are these some timid prison guards? Gia, there's no movement at the elevator entrance. How did these guys get in? Hey, I've never seen this before. Is this the new Esper recruited by Impel Down? The new one, crawl over here and take it into your mouth. I've been holding it in for so long, I'm almost going to explode. Soon. The arrival of several people broke the silence. Some prisoners noticed them and were a little surprised. Waves of fierce murderous intent and terrifying aura came over one after another. Kaku, Bluno and others couldn't help but change their colors. Some hairs stand on end, breaking into a cold sweat. But Ren looked calm. He ignored the prisoners. He led Lu Chi, Kaku, Bluno and others straight into the passage. Go through the control room on the 1st floor. Their terrain distribution of Eternal Hell. I already had a general understanding and quickly confirmed the direction. Hey, aren't you Magellan's subordinates? Suddenly. Advertisement in a dark cell. Suddenly there was a deep voice. Oh. Ren and others stopped and looked at the cell next to them with raised eyebrows. In that dark room. A tall figure, all limbs bound by thick chains. Wearing prisoner clothes, he sat there calmly, looking at them expressionlessly. You are the Impel Down warden. No, you are the former warden. Shiryu of the Rain. People looked at each other. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and he said with a smile. We are new here, please give us your advice. As he said that, he stopped talking nonsense to him and walked forward casually. Haha, are you new here? Rain Shiryu's eyes are dark. Looking at these figures leaving directly, he showed a playful sneer and whispered to himself, Magellan, you are in big trouble. Although he is a death row prisoner detained here. But his former identity was the warden of Impel Down. The guards in the prison know a lot about them, and there are only a few who dare to break into this place without being affected. Moreover, not everyone can come in here casually. Shiryu of Rain can be sure that the other party will definitely not be some new prison guard. This is it. In front of a cell. People stop there. This is a women's cell. Looking at the cell number in front of him, he looked at the figures of several women imprisoned inside. Finally, his eyes settled on one of them. Xuanyue Hunter, Katarina Daipeng, Dogfruit, Phantom Beast Species, Nine Tails Fox Form Ability User. The first one, Ran said calmly. Clear, Bluno nodded. He opened the cell directly with the stolen key. Muluhuhu, interesting, a tall, plump, but ugly figure raised his head there. Looking at Ren and others, he laughed strangely. Xuanyue Hunter, cooperate honestly and follow us, and you will suffer less, Lu Chi said indifferently. Young handsome guy, I like you very much, Luluhuhu. Looking at the leader Ren, Katarina Depen stood up with a strange smile. After Bluno untied the chains tied to the wall, leaving only a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. He followed Ren and others obediently. Advertisement. The second, they came to a dark cell again. Ren stared at the old figure inside, his face expressionless. Please give me flowers, quadded serpent, Balder Chris, snake fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Quetzalcoatl form. An old and frail Zone who has been imprisoned in Impel Down for more than 50 years. When he was 20 years old, he was lucky enough to gain the ability to take the form of Quetzalcoatl, a species of phantom beast. Unfortunately, he was captured by Kong, who was still a marine admiral at the time, just after he made his mark on the sea. I have been locked up in the dark Impel Down ever since. He is getting old and his body functions have deteriorated greatly. Simply worse than the prisoners on the second level. Obviously no longer suitable as a companion. Follow us. Bluno takes the opponent out. Although, Feathered Serpent, Balder Chris was confused, he still followed obediently. For 50 years in this dark eternal hell, he suffered in endless loneliness and deathly silence, and from time to time he had to face severe torture by the jailer beast. He had already lost his spirit and blood, become numb. Muluhuhu, he nodded. The third one. This place is different from the cells outside. Inside are cells sealed with ice. Several people kept moving forward there, turning left and right, and came to the end of eternal hell. In a dark, deserted passage, Ren brought Lu Chi, Kaku, Bluno and others to a cell. Katarina Depen, who was wearing sea-stone handcuffs and following Ren obediently, had a flash in her eyes. A powerful man with a bounty of over 100 million has been imprisoned in a frozen state of suspended animation for 70 or 80 years. Clang. He didn't say much, and he didn't try to resist. Looking at the cell number, he looked at a blurry figure wrapped in chains and completely frozen. It seems it's not too late, there is still a faint breath, bring him out. Seeing this, however, although being frozen in suspended animation will make him look immortal, his lifespan will not be completely preserved and will basically be wasted. The air temperature keeps dropping. Just a weird smile followed. Shira, Barbarossa Jax, Human Fruit Phantom Beast Species Ashura Form Ability User. Ta. Chapter 161. The Strong Man Frozen in Ice, the Lunaria Tribe, Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. On Ren's right hand, a cluster of flames condensed. It illuminates the dark passage and emits billowing heat waves. The Hunter of the Black Moon, Catalina Deepon and the aging, Feathered Serpent, Balder Chris couldn't help but change their colors. A large number of ice cubes were melting ruthlessly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The figure imprisoned in ice was revealed. Bang dang. Kaku stepped forward and untied the tightly entangled chains. But still retains a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. Brought out, Shira, Barbarossa Jax. The fourth. Ren's face was calm. Soon he came to another cell. Looking at the blurry figure that was frozen inside. Open Black Lens Bracket, World Destroyer, Burndy World, Paramecia Momo Fruit Power User, Close Black Lens Bracket. With 310, Ren directly used the terrifying flames to easily melt the ice. Kaku and others followed suit and brought Burndy World out. Finally, I followed Ren to the end of the dark passage. The fifth. Aazil, Lunaria Tribe. Ren looked at the tall figure inside, with a pair of black wings vaguely visible, his eyes seemed calm. At first, he really didn't expect it. Inside Impel Down, you can also see strong men from the Lunaria Tribe. Aazil. He once heard the late Lunarian father mention that this man was known as a fallen angel and demon. A powerful man from the Lunaria Tribe who lived in the same era as Blue Ogre, Dory and Red Ogre, Brogy, the leaders of the giant soldier pirates 100 years ago. Same as him. The other party once attacked the Celestial Dragons. He fought against the then Admiral of Headquarters for 3 days and 3 nights, but was unfortunately defeated in the end. Imprisoned in the deep-sea prison Impel Down, he never thought that he would be frozen in suspended animation and detained till now. Wait until the ice melts. Kaku, Bluno and others could not help but shrink their pupils. Advertisement as agents of CP9, they naturally know that that is not an ability. But the Lunaria clan, the legendary clan of gods. Muluhuhu, it's really strange. Katarina Depen's eyes widened and she was a little surprised. If you are a person with abilities, you should be cuffed with a sea stone. Even though the world government once issued a long-term effective bounty, only a few people really paid attention to it. The Lunaria tribe is an unheard of race for many people. Even some of the big pirates imprisoned in the deepest part of the deep-sea prison, the Eternal Hell, may not have heard of the existence of this race. Kaku opened his mouth wide and looked at Ren. I remember Master Ren, aren't you? He had heard that Ren was a member of the Lunaria tribe. However, the wings were removed. As for why the other party's skin color is not the same brown as the Lunarian prisoner in front of him, they are not particularly clear. Well, he is a senior of the Lunaria clan. He stepped forward directly and personally picked up the opponent's figure, which was no less than 4 or 5 meters tall, although not as exaggerated as Jin. Counting: Xuanyue Hunter, Catalina Deepon, Quadded Serpent, Balder Chris, Shira, Barbarossa Jax, World Destroyer, Burn World. Ren was not prepared to take away too many people at once. In addition, the ancestor of the Lunaria tribe who has been imprisoned here for hundreds of years and is still breathing a sigh of relief. A total of 5 people were taken away. Air door. Soon, Bluno opened the air door. Dai Peng and others looked at Chen with disbelief. He took them into an alien space and left Eternal Hell. Soon we arrived at the stronghold on the 5.5th floor. Ren, Sir, and Luo, Wappa, Huo Lun, Violet and others stepped forward one after another. When they noticed Ren carrying the figure, they couldn't help but shrink their eyes. Some were surprised. Jia Hee Hee. Brian Tunney was surprised. Are there any members of the Lunaria tribe like you, Lord Ren, who are being held here? This is really amazing. Luo was filled with wonder. There he looked at the tall figure with wings on his back, brown skin, and gray-white hair. Because Ren is a special hybrid after all, and is still a little different from the real purebred Lunaria. Advertisement. This is here. Katarina Depend looked around and laughed strangely. Hey, you guys are not from the world government. Ah, it's really not. Put down that strong man from the Lunaria clan. Ren took off his prison guard hat and shrugged nonchalantly. The rest is up to you, Tony. As he said that, he pointed at Catalina Depend. Keep her first, don't get rid of her in a hurry. Jia Hee Hee. Don't worry. Brian Tunney licked his lips and nodded with a smile. Finished explaining. Ren stops talking nonsense. With that strong man from the Lunaria tribe, he went straight to a relatively spacious compartment. Brush. A flame appeared from the back of the neck. Because he was imprisoned in ice, he still maintained his appearance before he was imprisoned. He looked about 30 years old and had several ferocious scars on his face. He looked a bit astonishingly strong from the Lunaria tribe. There he slowly opened his eyes. Ahem, I heard everything you just said. A pair of vicissitudes of life but slightly sharp eyes stared at Ren with surprise and suspicion. He asked in a hoarse voice and a little weakly, are you also from the Lunaria tribe, young descendant? Ah, it's true. Ren admitted generously. However, my mother is from the mermaid tribe, so her skin color is slightly different from yours. Senior Aazil, I have heard my father mention your deeds since I was a child. He looked at the strong man from the Lunaria tribe in front of him and sighed with emotion. Unexpectedly, you have been frozen in the eternal hell of the deep sea prison, and you are still alive. He really didn't expect it. The other party is still alive. Counting 3.6, it is at least hundreds of years old. Being able to survive to this day, in addition to the strong strength of the other party, is probably also related to the tenacious vitality of the Lunaria tribe. Although their family does not live as long as the giants, their vitality is obviously far beyond that of normal humans. Oh, I must have been detained for a long time, right? Aazil leaned against the wall weakly and said helplessly, I can feel that my life is like a candle that may be extinguished at any time. Looks very young. But he only felt very weak. Like a dying old man, it is difficult to even take a few steps. I'm not sure exactly how long it will take, but it's Sea Circle Calendar 1520, at least 100 years have passed since you were imprisoned. Chapter 162 Vampire? Fallen Angel? Demon? Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket? It turns out that it's been so long, a long time. After listening to Ren's introduction, after gaining a general understanding of the outside world, and knowing better that Ren had done the same thing as him, attacking and killing celestial dragons, Aazil couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the junior in front of me, his eyes were filled with admiration. You are much better than I was back then. At that time, he was young and energetic. After killing the celestial dragons, he directly fought with the Marine Admiral to the death, hoping to defeat each other. Otherwise, as a Lunarian who can fly, he would have a chance to leave. Otherwise, he would not have been imprisoned in the dark Impel Down and wasted his time until now. Ren is obviously smarter than him and knows how to assess the situation. What amazed him even more, the other party is really bold. He actually wants to take direct control of this deep-sea prison. However, according to Ren's plan, it might actually succeed. I just didn't expect that there are only 2 or 3 people left in our Lunaria clan. But when I think about the current situation of the Lunaria tribe, his eyes couldn't help but be filled with anger, and he clenched his fists tightly, revealing a murderous intention. Damn world government, those despicable and shameless invaders. Not only did they take away their hometown of Lunaria, they also expelled their people. In fact, he has been wanted and hunted for hundreds of years. As a result, their Lunaria clan was about to be exterminated. He himself has been frozen and imprisoned for hundreds of years, suffering in endless darkness and silence till now. How can he not hate it? Unfortunately, I am old and can no longer fight. The whole person staggered to his feet. Feeling how weak his body was, Azazel was filled with unwillingness. Otherwise, I have to kill Mariajoy, and I have to kill some Kailong people to my death. It can be said, if not for the tenacious vitality of the Lunaria tribe. It can survive in any harsh natural environment. For him as a Lunarian, frozen suspended animation made him unable to move, but to a certain extent, it greatly delayed the passage of life. I'm afraid that he is already dead now. No matter how many celestial dragons you kill, you will only be able to vent your anger temporarily. Ren looked calm and said our real enemy is the giant world government. Unless they are completely destroyed, our family will never have peace. Advertisement. Even if one day the world government's conscience is revealed in the future, or it is forced to cancel the bounty on the Lunaria tribe due to pressure, so what? Cancellation means it can be restored. I will never place my hope on others. You are ambitious and very capable. Azazel looked at the young junior in surprise, and couldn't help but chuckle with relief. Maybe you are the legendary Joy Boy our clan is waiting for, the person who can change the destiny of our clan. No, I never believe in prophecies or fate. Ren shook his head. Looking at Azazel, a strong man from the Lunaria tribe. He spoke bluntly and said in a deep voice, it is useless to rely on others' charity and mercy. Your own destiny can only be controlled by your own hands. Said, he stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. His tone was full of determination, and he said sonorously, one day, I will pull those damn garbage off the altar, return to the place where the race of gods should live, and put the whole world under my feet. Senior Azazel, are you willing to help me? It doesn't matter to me, but now my body has decayed in the long years of ice. Azazel said with a wry smile, even a marine soldier can easily kill me. To this day, he has nothing to worry about in this sea. The once high-spirited spirit has long been lost in the years. If I can help this descendant of the Lunaria tribe, I will fight against the world government to the end in order to change the fate of the Lunaria tribe. Naturally, he does not hesitate to do his part, but now, with his rotten body, what else can he do? Senior Azazel shouldn't be an esper, right? Ren asked with a smile. Well, when I was young, I once got a devil fruit, but because it was an unknown devil fruit, there was no record of it in the devil fruit illustrated book, so I didn't eat it. Azazel shrugged. For him, the disadvantages of the unknown devil fruit are too great, and he doesn't want to gamble. After all, the Lunarian race's racial talent is equivalent to a powerful devil fruit. And it's the kind that can ignore the curse of the sea. Rain. At this time, Violet came in with a fruit and nodded slightly towards Ren. That's good, people understood, and a smile appeared on their faces. Directly delivered the dark purple, apple-shaped strange fruit in front of Azazel. Advertisement, Azazel, who was a little weak, stared at him in surprise. Is this devil fruit? This is the ability of the bat fruit, phantom beast species, and vampire form. It should be able to restore you, senior, to your youthful posture. Ren smiled and said, however, as a compatriot of the Lunaria tribe, I hope you, senior, can help me when the time comes. This fruit. He was originally planning to find a strong man who was strong but also a bit old. Use this as a condition to allow the other party to use it for yourself. But I didn't expect that in the deep sea prison, I would meet a strong man from the Lunaria tribe who had been imprisoned for hundreds of years and was still alive. Naturally, I changed my mind. When the opponent was young, he once fought against the Admiral of Headquarters for 3 days and 3 nights without losing. If you can obtain the ability of a fantasy beast species in a vampire form, by then, it will undoubtedly reach a higher level. Moreover, the other party had just turned 30 at the time. His strength is far from reaching its peak, and there is still some potential. 173. The future is promising. It means that the other party really recognizes and is willing to help him from the bottom of his heart, but is unable to do anything because his body is already decaying. Of course, this is only a reflection of part of its capabilities. But it is expected that it will not be a problem for Azazel, a strong man from the Lunaria tribe, to live at his peak for a few decades. If he could survive as a young man, how could he be willing to die like this? Without hesitation, he took a bite and said, as long as we can overthrow the world government, kill all those bastards, and change the fate of our family, what does this mean? Can I help you? He grabbed the purple-red fruit. Certainly. Well, I got this with great difficulty. Ren introduced with a smile. It can rob others of their youth by sucking blood and restore itself to the state of its prime. Hey, then I'm really lucky. That was certainly enough for him. Azazel's eyes lit up. People are not completely defenseless. Phantom beast-type vampire form. Azazel couldn't help shrinking when he heard this. Violet nodded to him just now. That's why he was so generous and didn't hesitate to directly give away the ability of the phantom beast vampire form. Although I don't know if it can really give people eternal life. I never expected that Ren would have such an ability in his hand. Chapter 163 Conquerors, Momo Fruit, 4th update. Thump. 10 minutes later, inside a slightly dark cave. The body of a prison guard was thrown there. He looked like a corpse, old and shriveled, and his death looked frightening. It's a bit scary. How? Ren crossed his arms. He looked at the fallen angel, Azazel, who had become a phantom beast and a vampire form user, who had just drained the blood of a prison guard, robbed his youth, and replenished his own vitality. Wiping the bloodline on the corners of his lips. The man with black wings on his back, gray-white hair, and purple-black hair all over his body, with an extremely ferocious face, clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes and felt the long-lost youthful vitality. Ah, this is great. Woo! He opened his eyes. The momentum could not help but rise, and it was terrifying. His extremely sharp eyes suddenly froze. Buzz! A violent conqueror's haki spread out. Rumble! Huge underground cave, they all seemed to tremble. If not for human protection, Violet, who was slightly weaker, and Brian Tunney, who was not very strong under normal conditions, were probably knocked unconscious by the violent fluctuations. Gulu, Luo, Lucci, Kaku and others couldn't help but change their colors in shock. Somewhat shocked and inexplicably, he looked at the tall figure in front of him, with wings on his back, like a ferocious demon. It created a lot of pressure, some sweat broke out. Conquerors? Ren chuckled. He wasn't too surprised that Aazil owned the Conqueror's haki. After all, the other party is a well-known and remembered strong man among the Lunaria clan. I just don't know if I have mastered Conqueror's entanglement. Gia hee hee, that's great. Brian Tunney wiped cold sweat. At the same time, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. In this way, we will have one more person who can rival Admiral in combat power. I never expected that it would go so smoothly and recruit another strong person. After all, he is a compatriot of Lord Ren's Lunaria tribe. I believe he is much more reliable than trying to subdue other rebellious strong men. Advertisement, it's indeed a pretty good ability. A moment's work. Behind his head, a ball of flame burned. Azazel's body returned to its original shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. He said with some regret, "It's a pity that the old guy August is dead, otherwise, I would have to go and get the interest back from him." Augustus was the admiral of headquarters more than 100 years ago. He is a user of the Paramecia teleportation fruit, and the fruit's ability has already been awakened. At that time, he was just in his early 30s, and he attacked the celestial dragons in anger because he could not bear the atrocities committed by the world government against the Lunarian tribe. This attracted Augustus Admiral, who was in his early 50s and could be said to be still in his prime, to come to attack him. In the end, after fighting fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, they unfortunately lost. Azazel, who has always been proud and arrogant, still feels resentful. After all, it has been more than 100 years. He is not a giant. He has long been reduced to a handful of Lois. Ren shrugged a little. Without fruit ability, at the age of 33, he could fight the Admiral of Headquarters for 3 days and 3 nights. This senior of the Lunaria tribe undoubtedly has a lot of room for improvement in strength. He believed in giving the other party some more time. The strength will definitely be improved to the next level. So, what needs to be done next? Azazel took a deep breath. Looking at Ren, the ridiculously young descendant of the Lunaria tribe, he asked with a smile. Although the opponent's current strength may not be stronger than his potential is unlimited. Regardless of his character or ability, he is indeed far beyond himself. He had to accept it. First wait for Lucci and the others to select the imprisoned CP agents, and let Bluno or Khalifa take them to observe them in secret for a few days to ensure that they can imitate the words and deeds of these high-level officials and will not expose their flaws easily. Ren leaned against the wall and said with a smile, "Find a way to quickly and calmly subdue the Impel Down director Magellan and imprison him. But you can't kill it directly, otherwise the world government or Marine will definitely find out immediately." As the director of the world's largest deep-sea prison, he believes that Marine or world government must have Magellan's lifecard and be able to observe its ecological status. Therefore, not only cannot they be killed, but they can even be tried not to be seriously injured. To catch them by surprise and subdue them. You don't need to worry about this. As a phantom beast and a user with unicorn form ability, I am invulnerable to all poisons. I just happen to be able to restrain Magellan's poison. Ren clenched his right fist tightly and said confidently, "That guy is extremely confident in his abilities. Even because of the characteristics of the poison fruit, he relies heavily on the fruit's ability. His physical skills are not particularly strong. He has mental arithmetic but not care. I believe it should be easy to subdue him. Think of Magellan besides eating and sleeping. I only work 4 hours a day, and I basically have diarrhea the rest of the time." His eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but sneer. And, to be honest, there may not even be a need to go to war. As long as you plan well, it probably doesn't require any effort. Advertisement that Guy Magellan can be subdued. Tony, have all those powers been recovered? Ren looked directly at Brian Tunney. World Destroyer, Brandy World was originally a good combat force. But this kind of person is cruel and unruly, and cannot be easily subdued. With such a powerful fruit ability, it would be a pity if it was not recycled. Gia hee hee, except for Catalina de Pen, everyone else's abilities have been recovered. A flower in his hand. Directly from the castle space where he controlled the Paramecia strong city fruit in disguise, he took out the main fruits. Paramecia Momo fruit, Ren fruit phantom beast species Ashura form, snake fruit phantasmal beast species quadried serpent form. 3 in total. Oh, Azazel was surprised. I didn't expect that you can actually seize other people's fruit abilities. It's incredible. He really didn't expect that Ren and others would be able to plunder other people's fruit abilities. In this way, he became more confident in the future plans of this descendant of the Lunaria clan. Paramecia Momo fruit. Ren directly threw the ability to Wappa. "Wappa, this is for you." Originally, he was planning to leave the ability of the man-made fantasy beast species and dragon form to the other party. But consider giving it to Dr. Brian for some time to study. Paramecia Momo's fruit's abilities are also quite good. No matter how the version is updated, it's the top series. After all, what he is best at currently is sky combat using thermal weapons. Caught the devil fruit thrown by Ren. Is Momoguo really good? Thank you so much. The ability of the Ren fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Ashura form, I have another use for. Wappa couldn't help but smile, a little excited. Of course, the daily training of Haki and Taijutsu must not be left behind. But his swordsmanship is only incidental, weighing the fruit in the form of the Phantom Beast Quetzalcoatl. Ren looked at Kaku and Hulian, whose eyes were a little fiery, and said directly, this Phantom Beast, Quetzalcoatl form, will be given to Kaku first, and Hulian, just wait a little longer. On weekdays, I am more accustomed to using thermal weapons for long-range combat. Although Kaku is also good at swordsmanship, for the vast majority of physical experts, Zone's ability is undoubtedly the best match. Moreover, relatively speaking, Wappa itself is good at sky combat. Just like what Ren once said to him, strictly speaking, the real talent is physical skills. It can be said that it is more consistent with Momo fruit. Compared to the abilities of Zone, he is indeed more inclined to this Paramecia Momo fruit. A truly strong person must be a hexagonal warrior with no major weaknesses or shortcomings. Chapter 164. Replacing a shotgun with a cannon, revealing the first glimpse of success, 5th update. Although there are strong and weak differences in fruit abilities, I believe that those Phantom Beast species will not be any worse in all likelihood. See Ren to make a decision. Greg Holland had no problem with that. He crossed his arms, smiled and said to Ren, Master Ren, if I really can't find a suitable one, I will choose the artificial Phantom Beast Dragon Form ability in Brian's hand. Because Ren had no intention of hiding it before. They all already know that this adult took out a devil fruit in the form of a dragon, an artificial fantasy beast species created by Dr. Vegapunk by extracting the blood factor of Kaido from Punk Hazard's experimental base. Gave it to Brian Tunney to study. It is said that except for the different color, all aspects of abilities are no less than those of the real Phantom Beast, the blue dragon form. That is indeed a good choice. Lu Chi raised his eyebrows and smiled. If he hadn't already been demon fruit power, he would have no choice. If he were to choose, he might actually choose the artificial Phantom Beast species and dragon form ability created by using the Kaido blood factor. After all, if it is true, it is basically the same as the original version. Then, it must be no less capable than any Phantom Beast species. If you like it, IO67 have no problem with it, but Tony still needs some time to study the artificial devil fruit, so we have to wait for now. Ren nodded. Smiling, he threw the ability of the Phantom Beast Quetzalcoatl to Kaku. Then I'll leave it to you, Kaku. With Brian Tunney's ability, strictly speaking, what they lack is time, not fruitful ability. If another year or two passes, even Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku's ability of the human fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Big Buddha form may not be impossible to capture directly. Well, thank you very much, Lord Ren. Catch the fruit. Kaku was filled with joy. I thanked Ren and couldn't wait to take a bite of the fruit. His face instantly turned purple, but I still suppressed my nausea. Swallow the jujube in one gulp and finish the fruit. Just one bite is enough, Bluno reminded from the side. I know, but if there are any flaws in just one bite, wouldn't it be a small gain for a small gain? Kaku said there after regaining his composure. Not long after, everyone came outside, under everyone's curious, BCCB, eyes. Kaku roared, and his whole person changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuahuhu. In the ice world, a giant snake with a green body and feathery wings appeared there with an astonishing momentum. Its body is no less than 20 meters long, and its whole body is surrounded by astonishing electric light. Advertisement. It's a bit surprising. Is this the legendary Quetzalcoatl? Azazel held his arms in surprise. I don't know if it's because of Kaku's nose. After transformation, the snake's head is actually square. Some inexplicable joy. Yuahuhu. The feathered serpent transformed by Kaku flapped its wings. A violent hurricane blew up. The huge figure flew out like lightning. Shockingly fast. Whoosh. Next moment, the huge wings flapped. Wind blades struck out one after another. Boom, boom. There were constant loud noises, ice and snow flying all over the sky, and smoke and dust billowing. One after another, the extremely strong cells were torn apart, and the doctor cut them in half. It makes one's scalp tingle. Wah wah GG. The next moment, the huge feathered snake opened its bloody mouth. Dazzling lightning gathered in his mouth, he blasted out fiercely. Boom boom. A huge iceberg. It was directly blasted open, and countless gravels were splashed along with ice and snow. It's shocking. It's really an exaggeration to be strong. Lu Chi was amazed. I have to admit that the ability of the Phantom Beast Quetzalcoatl, a rare Phantom Beast, is really amazing. In particular, Yinwu's combat power plummeted after eating it. When he is fully adaptable, he may be no less powerful than him. It may even surpass it directly. It looks like I have to step up my training. Think of this. Lu Chi clenched his fists. I can't help but feel a sense of urgency in my heart, and I want to urgently improve my strength area. Although he is already an esper with the cat fruit and leopard form, he can no longer acquire new abilities. But if he is easily surpassed by Kaku, advertisement. He couldn't accept it. Thank you so much, Master Ren. The huge feathered serpent fluttered its wings and came. Kaku, who returned to his human form, clenched his fists. Feeling the invisible power in his body, it seemed that it had surged a lot, and he was full of excitement. The Phantom Beast Quetzalcoatl form is indeed a great ability. Then let me give it a try too. Wappa chuckled. He took out a Tony revolver and pointed it into the distance. Momo 30 times gun. Bang, 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 all of a sudden, 3 shots were fired. Boom, boom. Bullets one after another continued to enlarge at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became as big as a cannonball. It blasted out. Boom boom. Cell blocks, directly blasted through without mercy. Large amounts of dust and flying snow were thrown up. Wappa said with a smile. Momo Fruit, what an incredible ability. Luo marveled there. If combined with the power of Momo Fruit, laser gun? There is also, Fallen Angel, Aazil, a strong man from the Lunarian tribe, who is willing to help him. He knew how powerful the pacifist's laser beam was. The power is simply unimaginable. After all, I have just become an Esper. At present, I can only do it 3,000 times. Brian Tunney smiled strangely and said to Wappa, coupled with the ability of Momo Fruit, the power will definitely be even more amazing. That's almost enough. The ability of Momo's Fruit is too special. Please leave here and try it again slowly. Wappa's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but be full of expectation. Then it's all up to you, Dr. Brian. As he said that, he immediately took off the incendiary cannon from his back. Ren stopped Wappa and said with a smile, although this is freezing hell where no one is visiting, it's better not to make too much noise, so as not to attract Magellan's attention. It was unimaginable that this was an attack carried out with an ordinary pistol. Along with Kaku and Wappa, they became ability users one after another. Gia hee hee, when will I thoroughly study the laser system in the pacifist's body and get you a laser gun or a high-power laser cannon? This exaggerated scene makes people a little stunned. The team under his command has undoubtedly changed from shotgun to cannon, and has shown its strength for the first time. Chapter 165 Luo. Plastic surgery, I'm a professional, open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Muluhuhu, I am willing to join and serve you, Lord Ren. Ren, Luo, Wappa, Horan, Aazil and others returned to the 5.5th floor from freezing hell. Catalina de Pen, who was locked up in a temporary cell and Brian Tunney and others had previously explained some situations to her, had already made a decision without hesitation. Just kidding, I witnessed, World Destroyer, Burndy World, Quadded Serpent, Boulder Chris and others being stripped of devil fruit. If she doesn't know how to advance or retreat, she will be really stupid. Most importantly, Katarina Depon felt added to each other. Maybe we can really achieve great things in the future. Oh. Ren raised an eyebrow, looking at Violet coming in from the outside world. When he saw the other party nodding towards him, he smiled, wise decision. Bluno stepped forward. Take out the key that Pato copied earlier with Morphleaf. The handcuffs were removed for Katarina Depon. Muluhuhu, so about that surgery. Katarina Depon licked her lips. That ugly face looked a bit ferocious. Small problem, I'm professional in plastic surgery. Luo was full of confidence and chuckled. He had heard about Xuanyue Hunter. The other party was born in a noble family in South Blue. Because she was ugly since she was a child, she was often laughed at by others around her. Even her brother despised her and fell in love with her. Over time, the mind becomes somewhat distorted. At the age of 17, just after completing the rite of passage, he killed his brother and went to sea. After that, he often hunted beauties on the sea and collected the heads of some beautiful women. It makes countless women change their colors after hearing it. Therefore, he directly proposed that if the other party joins them, you can directly use the ability of Op Fruit to change its face with Yi Rong. Things like changing one's appearance are just a trivial matter for him. But for Xuanyue hunters, it is no less than the gospel of heaven. Advertisement Katarina de Pen couldn't wait and was full of excitement. Hululuhuhu, then I'll leave it to you. No problem. Come with me, seeing Ren nodding towards him. Luo then left directly with Katarina de Pen. When Brian Tunney saw that nothing happened without him, he went directly into the castle space and immersed himself in research. Let's not talk about the ability of the man-made Phantom Beast Dragon form, whether it is the theory related to the blood factor or the technology of the pacifist. These are all things that he can't wait to transform and master. The time is too busy at all, and the whole person can't wait to be divided into two. It's just that Ren needs to use the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, and there is really no way. Next, just wait patiently. Ren sat on a sofa. He smiled at Fallen Angel, Aazil, a strong man from the Lunarian tribe. Although the caves here are simple and crude, and the previous, paradise, has been destroyed by him long ago, there are 10 castles in Brian Tangkang's body. In particular, I got a lot of good things from the Celestial Dragon's mansion. Gorgeous sofas, exquisite coffee tables, expensive red wine. Not lacking at all. Come, Senior Aazil, have a few drinks. Wine? It's been a long time, Aazil smiled. He didn't refuse, and sat there drinking with others. Both are from the Lunarian clan, but the other party is also his savior. He has a natural affinity for people. As the toasts continued, the two chatted and laughed. We are becoming more and more familiar with each other, and are no longer as polite and unfamiliar as before. Even, unknowingly, people's address to him has changed from Senior to Uncle. Sir Ren, these were all agents of CP, not long after. One after another, there were prisoners, both male and female, looking sallow and in a mess. They were brought here one after another by Luki, Kaku, Wappa, Hullion, Bluno and others. These agents who once belonged to CP Cipher Pol were punished for failing their mission and were imprisoned in the deep sea prison. I can't believe there is such a place in Impel Down. Advertisement looking at Ren sitting there, and Aazil, a strong man from the Lunarian tribe. All of them couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Somewhat shocked. Apparently, he has brown skin, black wings on his back, gray hair, and a flame on the back of his head. They had recognized Aazil as the legendary Lunarian. Excuse me, are you the Lord Ren whom Rob Lucci and others call you? A tall, thin, ordinary-looking CP agent who was about 40 years old and seemed somewhat calm couldn't help but bravely stepped forward and asked. He is CP8 Agent Fried. He was sent by Spandam to the Revolutionary Army in South Blue 3 years ago to act as a spy. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed. He luckily escaped from the Revolutionary Army, but unexpectedly he was captured by World after he came back. Government accountability is locked up here. Next to him, Bluno introduced. The crime was that after he was exposed, most of the spies planted by the CP in the South Blue Revolutionary Army were purged, causing heavy losses to the world government. The opponent's strength is not too weak, about the same level as Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Although he has mastered the two-color hockey, he has not mastered all 6 forms, only one of them. I was once a squad leader in CP8, husband. Not to mention the meager remuneration on weekdays. I believe everyone knows the fate of those agents who are disabled and retired. They have sacrificed their lives to make contributions and forget about the rewards. In the end, all the credit belongs to those above, let alone eating meat. It's gone, not even a mouthful of soup. Even Rob Lucci, a senior agent of CP9 and known as the strongest CP9 genius in the past 800 years, was also dominated by the top officer of CP9, Spandam, a playboy who has no talent at all and relies entirely on his father's power to rise to power, superior. In a dark place like Impel Down, we suffer in endless pain and torture day and night, and are tortured. There is no hope at all. But those officials and gentlemen who randomly ordered us to be thrown here are enjoying fine clothes and fine food every day, red wine and beautiful women, playing music every night, and are very happy. How have these bastards ever cared about our life and death? Are you willing to work for them again? Those officials in the world government are obviously just idlers, but they rely on the power of their fathers and families to hold high positions. Low-level agents like me who were born as civilians have no chance of getting ahead at all. The status is not low. Even because of a failed mission, all members of CP9 were treated as outcasts. They were pushed out as scapegoats by that useless officer Spandam, and even ordered to be wiped out by the world government. Of course, as long as I can get my freedom, I am willing to serve you, Lord Ren. The whole person was full of excitement, and he loudly said to the other prisoners who were former CP agents present, "Everyone, how much contribution have we made for the world government through life and death?" Ren looked down at these CP agents and said calmly, "Why do you continue to be loyal to the world government that ignores your past achievements and abandons you as pawns without hesitation? Or cooperate with me and gain a new life, chance?" With that said, he turned around directly. "If you ask me, we might as well follow all the CP9 lords and take refuge with Lord Ren." Freed's eyes were intense, in exchange for freedom and new life. Now that things have happened, those of us who have been thrown into hell like garbage, why should we be loyal to that damn world government? That's all. No matter how dedicated we are, working hard, risking our lives, and working hard to carry out the mission, we still give up when the world government tells us to give up. Can we be completely blamed for the failure of the mission? It's not those damn big men who are holding us back. Lucci and the others have already told you. Chapter 166. The New Daipeng, The Confused Magellan, Second Update. Time flies. A week went by in the blink of an eye. After Violet's identification, among the CP agents, those who were willing to work for Ren were kept and began to be taken by Bluno or Khalifa to the control room controlled by them, and even observed their words and deeds at close range. There is a ghost in his heart, and he even tried to lurk here as an undercover agent, dreaming of spreading information about Ren and others to please the world government and be pardoned or even rewarded and promoted. Directly under Ren's instruction, Lucci and others took him out and disposed of him quietly on the pretext of a special mission. "Lord Ren, we are almost ready. With Freed's help, the people around Magellan have been completely infiltrated." Lucci looked solemn and said sternly to Ren, "The plan can be started at any time. After all, these CP agents are professionals themselves. Eliminate some who have different intentions, and those whose talents as spies are really poor and whose professional abilities are unqualified. The rest are elite talents once trained by CP, but they just boarded the rotten ship of world government and ended up in this situation. Now, after a short training, they quickly showed their professional qualities and performed extremely well. They even arranged imitation targets based on their body shapes and sizes, and observed and imitated the movements, personalities, and expressions of those high-ranking Impel Down figures, and were able to achieve a lifelike imitation that looked real. In fact, Ilona Op Fruit's bug ability, not to mention changing their appearance, even their appearance can be directly modified to make them look 70 to 80% similar. It can be said that except for people with abilities like Magellan, a considerable number of people do not need to go out of their way to replace the other party's mind. It's also enough to confuse the fake with the real thing. It's just that blood types cannot be changed. There is no big mistake in being careful. To be cautious, you still have to exchange hearts in the early stages, so as not to expose the truth and arouse suspicion. Well, let's get started, Ren chuckled. He had been waiting for a whole week. Indeed, if it were delayed any longer, flaws might be revealed and suspicion would be aroused. The fried that Lu Chi mentioned was the CP-18 leader who first took refuge in him. He directly asked Brian Tunney to take away Mr. 2 Bentham's ability, making him a Paramecia clone fruit user. Although the strength is not strong, as an espionage officer, it is undoubtedly very useful. He had already been made silent, lurking next to Magellan, the Impel Down director. Even Magellan might not know, even the other prison guards around him. The body, though, is still them, but the mind has been replaced by CP agents. Hey, is it finally going to start? Katerina Depend on the side showed an excited smile. At this moment, she was completely different from her original embarrassed and ugly appearance. Wearing a gorgeous and decent long dress, carrying a western sword, wearing a pirate hat, bright lipstick, and nail polish. Her face is no longer as ferocious and ugly as before, but has become more beautiful. Coupled with her already outstanding figure, she can indeed be called a rare beauty. A true makeover. He looks heroic and has an unusual temperament, which makes people's hearts beat. The key is that the plastic surgery performed by Luo himself will not have any so-called sequelae. Op Fruit's ability is indeed impeccable in this regard. Katerina Depend was extremely satisfied. Advertisement. I was so excited that I almost couldn't help but want to give Luo an unforgettable reward on the spot. But Luo, who had already seen its original appearance, he decisively refused. This is a wonderful performance. Sitting on the sofa with legs crossed, swirled the bright red wine in the goblet. Fallen angel, Aazil, who was sipping red wine there, said sarcastically, if those guys in the world government find out then, they will be so angry that they will vomit blood, right? I don't know if it's because of the ability of the phantom species in vampire form, or if the quality of the wine collected by celestial dragons is too good. Or maybe he has been imprisoned for too long and is enjoying the lost life with some revenge. He is not bloodthirsty, but rather calm. In recent days, he has gradually become a little thirsty for blood. Even red wine is no exception. I am becoming more and more fond of these bright red liquids. Even the steak has changed from medium rare to medium rare or even medium rare. If he hadn't controlled himself forcefully, try not to let the fruit's ability influence your will as much as possible. Don't say medium rare, I'll accept even medium rare. Ren naturally treated this Lunarian compatriot with monster-like power quite favorably. This kind of precious red wine was specially supplied to celestial dragons, and Brian Tunney sent him a dozen boxes full of it from the castle. If you manage enough, the emperor will be satisfied. Where? Ren looked at Katerina Depend in front of him and said directly, I will leave Magellan to you and freed. Katerina Depend is an esper in the form of the Inu dog fruit, phantom beast species, and nine-tails fox. She has perfect transformation abilities. Even without contact, it can become exactly like the target. It's not just about clothes, body shape, etc. Even the voice, personality, expression, etc. can be imitated so vividly that it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. In addition, his own strength is not bad, and he can be said to be a perfect spy talent. This is one of the reasons why Ren did not take away the fruit and kept the other party. By the way, that guy's poison is very troublesome. Even if you accidentally get it, it will be fatal. There may be a lot of toxin residue in his office and toilet, so you must prepare the poison in advance. Thinking of something, Ren was there to remind me. The ability of Paramecia poison fruit is indeed very powerful. However, the cost is also exaggerated, although Magellan itself will not be poisoned. But because he is a poisoner, the gas he exhales is poisonous, causing him to often have diarrhea. All day long, I have to spend half of my time in the toilet. It is indeed very tortuous. Muluhuhu, please don't worry, Lord Ren. Katerina Depend licked her red lips and said with a strange smile, whether it's an antidote or a tranquilizer developed by Dr. Brian specifically for sea kings, I'm ready. If you disguise yourself as a Magellan for a short period of time, you won't have any flaws. It's just that the inside of his sedan is too smelly. Someone needs to be ready to replace me as soon as possible. Half an hour later, the fourth underground floor blazing hell. In the sweltering prison, a large number of prisoners were barefoot and carrying thick and heavy pieces of wood. It was difficult to carry it there. From time to time, he was whipped with whips by the fierce-looking prison guards. Advertisement: the flesh was broken open, leaving shocking blood marks. Screaming. What's even more terrifying is, the bottom of the passage is actually filled with extremely red magma that bubbles with electric heat. There are no protective measures at all, and it may fall if you are not careful. It makes one's scalp tingle, and at the end of the passage. Not so hot anymore. Impel Down Director Magellan, the workshop of Paramecia poison fruit ability user is located there. At this moment, the director of Impel Down, because of the side effects caused by the fruit's ability. I am having diarrhea in the workshop, that is, in a sedan chair. Director Magellan, prison officers all around. Wearing a gas mask there, they looked at each other there and nodded secretly. They lined up directly between each other and became a human wall. Intentionally or unintentionally, he blocked the sight of other guards and prisoners. There is no toilet paper, bring me toilet paper quickly. Magellan was cursing there. What's the matter, today's toilet paper was not prepared in advance. I'm very sorry, Director, I forgot to add it today. A prison guard pretended to be shocked and hurried away, saying, I'll get it right away. Soon. Two figures in prison guard uniforms hurried over. Toilet paper is here, Director. Give it to me. 4.6. Magellan is undoubtedly there in the sedan. Can't wait to pass through the curtain and reach out. For a moment, a prison guard suddenly took out a pair of handcuffs from behind his back. It was cuffed to the wrist of Magellan, the Impel Down director. At the same time, another prison guard had secretly prepared a sedative. Magellan was injected directly. What? Sea stone, you. Magellan was shocked and angry. He struggled violently, but his whole body was filled with powerlessness due to the sea stone, and he was tightly held down. But no matter how much he yelled, the sound seemed to be completely isolated. The prisoners and prison staff outside seemed not to hear it all and were indifferent. Soon, the sedative took effect, and Magellan's eyes turned white in the sedan. Fainted. Muluhuhu, I'm sorry, please be quiet. Smoke filled the air. A prison guard smiled strangely and suddenly transformed into a Magellan. Even the voice changed. Leave it to you, Bluno. Chapter 167 Sadi-chan and Domino, Ren's hobby, stamp collecting. Click in the air. A portal opens. Two figures walked out of it. Magellan, who was already wearing a gas mask, would exude a foul odor. He got out of the sedan chair. It looks like the plan is great. Bluno smiled. Ahaha, it's a piece of cake. Magellan stood there smiling strangely, paramecia fruit of silence. Lu Chi looked at one of the prison guards and chuckled. A seemingly ordinary ability is unexpectedly useful at a moment like this. That's right, there is a CP agent imprisoned here. He is a user with the ability of the paramecia fruit of silence. Previously, he had already been lurking among the prison guards, quietly using his ability to block out sounds. At first, no one could help but be surprised when they saw the person with the ability of the silence fruit. And Trafalgar Law was even more emotional and a little out of sorts. Unexpectedly, after the death of Mr. Corzone, paramecia silence fruit was actually obtained by an agent of the world government. However, considering that the other party was already one of his own, Luo had no intention of asking Brian Tunney to peel off his fruit power and keep it as a souvenir. Lord Luki, you are so complimentary. A plain-looking prison guard was there smiling. Luki said to Katarina de Pen, who transformed into Magellan, with the ability of the phantom species Nine-Tails Fox form. The next target is Hanayabel, the deputy director of Impel Down. Hey, no problem, I'll have someone call him into the office right away. Get Luo and the replacement agent ready. No procrastination. Lucci and Bluno carry Magellan, who is unconscious in seastone handcuffs. Disappear there through the different space channel. Magellan folded his arms, full of majesty, and directly ordered, come here, call Hanayabel to my calendar office. Yes, there is no blind spot and the surveillance phone bug works around the clock. These pictures, without any errors or omissions, were transmitted to the Screen King in the control room. But the surveillance personnel who witnessed this scene were completely indifferent. It was as if he didn't see anything, not long after. Magellan. Director, why did you call me here? A figure with a big belly, an ugly appearance like an evil spirit, and a figure decorated like an Egyptian pharaoh walked carelessly into Magellan's office. Get him. The old god Magellan is sitting there. Several prison guards who were already on standby rushed over. The deputy director, Han Zhongshang, was easily stunned and defenseless, or in other words, he didn't even think about resisting, and he didn't dare to resist. Director, what's going on? Hanayabel was shocked. Advertisement he struggled desperately, but was suppressed. There was no way to break free. Bang, no nonsense. A CP agent disguised himself as a prison guard, with considerable strength, and struck him in the back of the head with a knife. Hanayabel rolled his eyes and fainted. Brush, in the air. A portal opens. In the passage, the Dao figure, stand over. Luo carries the field sword ghost cry. He nodded to a CP agent beside him who had already been handcuffed and wearing a suit. Room slaughterhouse. Chaotic space, all of a sudden. The hemispherical barrier opened. Under the surprised eyes of Katarina de Pen, Lu Chi, Bluno and others. The ghost cry with cold light shot out towards the agent and the Hanala people. 2. Heart-shaped substances flew out, and after the exchange, they were thrown into the bodies of the two people. Using the ability of Op Fruit, the two people directly swap personalities, which consumes a lot of physical strength. Luo Chong let out a breath. This is really tiring. Bang dang. The suit agent suddenly woke up and struggled desperately. What are you going to do? But he was quickly subdued by Lu Chi. You're welcome to knock him out. Lord Luki, please be more gentle on my body. Hanayabel woke up. There he looked at his body, full of surprise. Looking at the suited agent, who was knocked unconscious, he said helplessly. Don't worry, we will entertain him well and take good care of your body, Bluno said there. After the mission is completed, you will naturally benefit. Master Ren is now at the time of employing people. As long as you perform well, he will not be stingy with rewards. Do your best. Kaku on the side patted the other party's shoulder and said calmly. Yes, I understand Lord. Hanayabel perked up. He had heard that most of the people in CP9 were not ability users before. But now, they have all become ability users, especially Lord Kaku, who has obtained the powerful Zone Fantasy Beast ability. Even Fried, the team leader of CP8, performed outstandingly because he was well aware of current affairs. All were given Paramecia clone fruit, although it is not a combat ability. But for agents like them, this ability is simply not very useful. It is tantamount to having the opportunity to achieve great success. At the same time, it also represents the importance of Mr. Ren. What an incredible ability, I can even change my personality. Magellan looked at Hannibal in front of him, then looked at the suit agent who fainted there, and looked at Lucci with a strange smile. So, what's the next target? Prison Chief Saludes. Time passes. Advertisement. One morning. From the Impel Down Director Magellan, to the Deputy Director Hannibal, to the Deputy Warden Domino, the Warden Chief Sadi-chan, the Prison Chief Saludes. Impel Down directly changes the blood. The top brass were all quietly controlled. The entire deep sea prison has fallen into Ren's hands. Hateful. Let me go, a hole. Wait until Domino and Sadi-chan wake up from coma. Then he realized that he had appeared in a cave that looked simple but was luxuriously decorated. Looking at the figure in front of them in inexplicable shock, they all couldn't help but be a little frightened. Moreover, they were all tied up and struggling desperately. But apparently to no avail. Are you, Blood Prison Ren? Domino, who was wearing a guard uniform, had wavy golden hair and was beautiful, recognized Ren, and his pupils shrank sharply. He couldn't help but his expression changed drastically. Cold sweat broke out immediately. What? He is the criminal who fought against Admiral Aokiji, destroyed Buster Call, and killed the Celestial Dragons? Sadi-chan's eyes widened, looking at the ridiculously young and handsome figure in front of him in disbelief. As the most sensational figure in recent days, of course she has heard of the other party's deeds. Compared to Domino, the Deputy 440 Warden, as the Chief Jailer, Sadi-chan, whose beauty is technically comparable to him, is much bolder in dress. She has curly blonde hair, bangs covering her eyes, candle-shaped white earrings, a pink tight leather jacket and spiked high-heeled shoes. The body proportions are indeed a bit exaggerated. Do you recognize it? Ren chuckled, after the effects of Magellan wear off. Luo had directly replaced his personality with a CP agent who had been observing and imitating him for several days. Ren replaced Domino with a female agent whose figure was similar to Domino's. After Rona's miraculous makeover surgery, she became almost the same as Domino. And had Katarina Depend disguise herself as Sadi-chan, the head warden. Brought them here themselves. For ordinary women, no matter how beautiful they are, Ren is not particularly interested. But for women like Domino and Sadi-chan, who have their own character, aura and are very beautiful, they are somewhat impressive to me. Ren is quite interested and has an inexplicable desire to conquer. In other words, I can't help but have the urge to collect stamps. I heard that you have a serious sadistic habit. As long as you hear the screams of others, you will be particularly excited. People come forward, picked up the whip next to him. Lifting Sadi-chan's chin, he looked at her. With a smile on his face, he said playfully, I wonder if you would be more excited if you heard your own screams? In Domino's discolored gaze, a whip was thrown at Sadi-chan, and the wolf swung it. Snapped. Chapter 168 Fire Fist Ace. 2 fruits open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. A blink of an eye. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Impel Down outside this deep sea prison. As the grand door of justice opens, a large warship came slowly and docked there. The director of Impel Down, Magellan, was already there to greet him, along with Domino, the deputy warden, and Sadi-chan, the chief warden. Because, Fire Fist, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was personally escorted to the deep sea prison by Momosagi, who was the admiral candidate. Momosagi Vice Admiral, thank you for your hard work. Magellan said politely there. Where, then I will leave the criminal to you, Director Magellan. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momosagi, who is tall, beautiful and wearing a cloak of justice, said with a smile. Said. She snapped her fingers. Several Marines escorted a gray-faced figure covered in blood and surrounded him. Don't worry, I will be in charge personally. This place is an iron wall, Magellan said, patting his chest. With the handover of Fire Fist, Ace, Momosagi didn't stay any longer and left on the warship. Follow the process, create a file, and after disinfection, send it to the eternal hell on the 6th floor underground. Back to Impel Down. Domino said expressionlessly there. Of course. Magellan nodded. He knew that the deputy warden in front of him was not a replacement like him, but the real person. But it seems that he has been instigated by Lord Ren. It even seems that the two have a special relationship. It must not be offended. I'm really afraid that they will suddenly make some bold move. At this moment, inside the surveillance room, watch Momosagi's warship depart. After all, the opponent is the admiral candidate of naval headquarters. Inevitably, Khalifa, who was worried, breathed a sigh of relief. Subconsciously looking at Ren next to him, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Master Ren, how did you convince them? No one knows. What exactly happened to Domino and Sadi-chan in the past 3 days? All I know is that after Ren brought out the 2 Impel Down wardens and jailers, he boldly sent them back. However, everyone is doing their own job cautiously. But after Violet's test, there seemed to be no problem with their loyalty. Even though he had just met Momosagi, the admiral candidate, he had no intention of reporting the news of Impel Down. Do you want to know too? Advertisement. Ren did not respond directly. With a playful smile in his eyes, he looked at Wei Guarangade next to him. Although they were both on the 5.5th floor, the private space where he was located was 2 to 3 kilometers away from where Lu Chi and others stayed. Only Violet could not restrain herself and used her ability to peek. He had already discovered it, it's just that I didn't pay attention. Thinking back to the scenes I accidentally glimpsed in those days. Violet's face paled slightly and her body trembled unnaturally. No, I'm not interested. She had never seen such a violent, crazy, and scary side to the usually personable Ren. When she faced the other party, she couldn't help but feel some psychological shadow subconsciously. It can be said that if it weren't for Mangsali's healing tears, Domino and Sadie-chan were probably tortured to death long ago. Two women who were originally proud and arrogant. He was trained into a little sheep who obeyed orders. This is a small lesson. Don't use your abilities to look around in the future. Ren glanced at her. He tapped Violet's forehead lightly and said nonchalantly, I'm not willing to mess around with you like that. They're in a special situation. I'm sorry, Ren. Violet looked ashamed. He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. She really shouldn't doubt Ren, after all, she had already traded herself as a chip. But from beginning to end, this man never treated himself harshly. Even if he is a user with Paramesh's staring fruit ability. If the other party really wants to do something, there is no need to pretend in front of yourself at all. At worst, you can find someone obedient to replace her. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. Ren looked at her and chuckled. Violet blushed. I don't understand what Ren means. There were only 3 of them in the monitoring room. He glanced at the surprised and confused Khalifa next to him. She blushed and bowed her head. Well, Khalifa was a little stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. His face turned red to his ears, his body trembled, and he turned his head unnaturally. Master Ren, you are sexually harassing. So, do you want to reject me? Ren hugged her gently, biting her ear, and asked with a chuckle. Advertisement. He was not prepared to let go of this beautiful secretary of CP9. Otherwise, the ability originally given to the other party would not be the transparent fruit of Paramecia. But it's the fruit of Zone. Well, Khalifa's pretty face turned red and her body went limp. I can only let people taste the fragrance. Half an hour later. Wait until Domino and Sadichan finished dealing with Fire Fist Ace, an important criminal. He was imprisoned to the 6th level of eternal hell by Magellan himself. Walking in from the outside, looking at Violet and Khalifa, who were finishing up with unnatural expressions on their faces, they couldn't help but blush. Well, Lord Ren, you are really messing around. Looking at this man who completely conquered her from body to mind, she was both frightened and fascinated. Sadie-chan licked her red lips and her eyes watered. Ren. Sir. Domino looked at Ren. There, you subconsciously tighten your legs. Under the brown glasses, there is awe and fear in the watery beautiful eyes. There is also unspeakable fanaticism and obsession. This is a gift for you. Ren threw the 2 fruits to the 2 of them. This is devil fruit. Domino and Sadie-chan's eyes widened as they both caught the fruit. What ability is it? Domino couldn't help but ask softly. And it's more practical. What's for you, Domino, is Paramecia hormone fruit. Ren smiled. What's for Sadie-chan is Paramecia pet fruit itself. They already knew about Ren's arrangement. I never expected that the other party would give such a thing to them. He looked at Ren with some shock. This was his special choice. Ren smiled and said, Don't look so surprised, Wang Zhao. I am very generous to my own people. But it is enough to greatly improve the strength of the 2 of them. After all, it's impossible to really expect everyone to become a monster like 4 Emperor's Admiral. But for Ren, there is an inexplicable obsession and fanaticism. She was terrified and awed by the man in front of her, fearful to the core of her bones. It's just that he was saved by that magical potion. Especially, seeing with my own eyes that Sadie-chan was ruined in the first place. As soon as the body sees the other person, it will unknowingly produce a strange reaction, and it can't help but desire to gain the other person's favor. He stood there calmly, seemingly not surprised. Violet and Khalifa on the side have recovered. Although they are not particularly powerful, it can be said that their abilities are more suitable for the 2 of them. Chapter 169 Shiryu of Rain, Ashura Form, 5th update. Jia ha ha. Are there new people here? Huh? Fire Fist Ace? Hey, is it true? This is a big shot. Ah, captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Is that damn guy Whitebeard so angry that he vomited blood? Magellan, you pooping guy every day, here you go again. Jia, you peeing shit guy, go and squat in your toilet. Useless trash. Ta, the 6th underground level, eternal hell. In a dark, damp, rancid passage. Quiet down, you trash. The director of Impel Down, Magellan, had an expressionless face. Looking at the agitated prisoners, he said coldly, Don't forget, I have the power to execute you on the spot. After letting Jailerman imprison Fire Fist Ace, he went straight to a cell. There, he calmly asked Shiryu of the Rain inside, How are you thinking about it, Shiryu? I didn't expect you guys to be able to do this. Shiryu of Rain looked at the Magellan in front of him and showed a playful smile. If I continue to stay here, I can already see my future. Of course I am very happy. Wise choice. Magellan smiled. He took out a telephone bug and whispered something there. Not long after, an air door opens. Luki, Kaku, Bluno and others wearing prison guard uniforms walked out. I brought you all your things. 660 at Ren's signal. Bluno unshackles Shiryu of Rain. He even returned the famous sword thunderstorm that had been prepared by Shiryu of the Rain to the other party. Knife. Rain. Shiryu lit a cigar. Touching his beloved knife, he slowly pulled it out. There was a trace of bloodlust in his eyes. It's been such a long time. A touch of blood-red cold light was a bit dazzling. It makes one's scalp tingle. Want to take a gamble? Maybe you can kill us. With a smile, Lu Chi chuckled and said, with great achievements, I will naturally become the new director of Impel Down. From now on, I will have great power. No, I never thought of doing that. Rain. Shiryu shook his head. Advertisement staring at Lu Chi in front of him. Glancing at the alien space that had not yet been closed, he said calmly, I've had enough of being their dog. I don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment anymore. With that said, he walked towards the different space channel opened by Bluno. A powerful breath came from inside. The hair on his body stood up inexplicably, and he had a fatal sense of crisis. These people can quietly control the world's largest deep-sea prison, which is obviously not as simple as imagined. He is eligible to join Shiryu of Rain, 5.5 floors. I was full of doubts. Shiryu of the Rain was brought here. He looked at Ren, Aazil and others sitting on the sofa in surprise, looking down at them. Tisk, tisk, the legendary Lunarian clan. He looked at Aazil, who had huge black wings and looked like a fallen angel, and his eyes couldn't help but shuddered. Hey, I heard that as long as you discover the whereabouts of this clan and report it to the world government, you can get a reward of 100 million belly. Here's gold. Shiryu of Rain judged instantly. The passage through the different space previously caused great pressure on myself, and the inexplicable and terrifying aura with a sense of crisis belonged to the mysterious man in front of me. However, Aazil was frozen and imprisoned for hundreds of years after all. Although Shiryu of Rain is the warden of Impel Down, but because he doesn't care much about these things on weekdays, he doesn't know that he is actually a prisoner of eternal hell. Shiryu, welcome. Ren looked at Shiryu of Rain and said with a smile. Introduction, I am Copper's Ren, the boss behind the entire team. This is my deputy, the fallen angel Aazil. This is really surprising. Rain. Shiryu's eyes shrank, a little shocked. He looked at the figure in front of him who was too young to be true, but could not be underestimated. Although he could vaguely sense that the other party was not simple, he never expected that the other party was actually the real boss. Master Ren, I am Shiryu of Rain. He suppressed his inner surprise. He smiled and bowed slightly. Then, please give me more advice in the future. Can such a strong man be willing to be driven by him? Obviously, the other party is definitely not as simple as it seems. Maybe you have been imprisoned for too long and have never heard of Lord Ren. Khalifa on the side pushed up his glasses and handed a stack of newspapers directly to Shiryu Aim. But it doesn't matter, these are recent newspapers, you can take your time to read about them. Oh, Shiryu raised his eyebrows. Nor refuse, he took the newspaper and flipped through it. Ben, BCDE, looked at him casually and couldn't help but shrink. Evenly matched with Admiral Aokiji, the duel between the two permanently changed the climate of the battlefield, turning an island into an island of ice and fire, known as a walking natural disaster. He single-handedly destroyed the Buster Call, and all 10 warships were wiped out. Tens of thousands of marine elites were wiped out. The 5 naval headquarters vice admirals responsible for executing the Buster Call left only the admiral candidate, Shaw. 12 days ago, the celestial dragons were attacked and kidnapped in the Sabaody archipelago. Blood prison Ren. Shiryu of Rain was amazed. Advertisement. He looked at Ren in front of him in disbelief, never expecting that the other person had just turned 17. Tisk, tisk, this is really exaggerated. Such potential. It's simply unimaginable. Our opponent is the world government. Lu Chi crossed his arms and said calmly, if you are afraid, it is still too late to quit now, just go back to eternal hell and continue to be your prisoner. No, I couldn't ask for it. Bloodlust flashed in Shiryu's eyes. Looking at Ren and others in front of me, his eyes were a little fiery and crazy. I can't stand this unchanging, boring life for a long time. Ren. Violet walked in. In his hand, he held a black treasure box. After seeing Ren nodding, he sent it to Shiryu of the Rain. Huh? This is. Shiryu of Rain took the treasure box. After subconsciously opening up, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. His heart skipped a beat and he looked at Ren in surprise. I still treat strong people very favorably. This is a meeting gift for you. Ren crossed his arms, looked at Shiryu of the Rain, and said with a smile, the human fruit, phantom beast species, Ashura form, I think you won't dislike it, right? This fruit. From the very beginning, he was prepared to leave Shiryu of Rain, the Impel Down warden. With the opponent's strength, if he can obtain the ability of the zone phantom beast species, I believe he will be able to reach a higher level. There is hope that he can become a monster with the highest combat power in naval headquarters. Originally, considering that his strength was still in the period of rapid growth, after all, he was no better than a monster like Na. Even if you can directly suppress the opponent, you may not be able to truly convince these rebellious guys. If he didn't have the fighting power of Fallen Angel, Aazil, in order to control Shiryu of Rain, he might just let Law take out the opponent's heart. Hold on tight to that devil fruit, Phantom Beast Ashura form? After all, give yourself 2 more years. He licked his lips and said excitedly, it seems that I really made a pretty right choice and joined an incredible team. But now, in the rain, Shiryu is more aware of current affairs, passed Violet's inspection, and confirmed that there is no problem. Can't wait. Ren is confident that he can completely convince these guys. I never expected that Ren, the new boss, would be so generous. He dared to swing the knife directly. This is a very rare thing. How could I dislike it? Why are you still following the decadent world government? Rain Shiryu's eyes narrowed sharply, surprised and happy. Just give yourself such an amazing welcome gift to yourself who just joined. Even the 5 elders are here. There's no need to do that. It might not even take as long as 2 years. Just this courage, this treatment. Chapter 170 Ashura vs. Vampire, Invulnerable. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Woo hoo hoo the cold wind is biting, in the freezing hell. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing can be heard endlessly. 2 figures, one large and one small, were having a fierce confrontation there. The fire was dazzling and the heat was rolling. The shocking murderous intention makes people feel terrified. Shockingly, it's Shiryu of Rain, the Warden of Impel Down, and the Fallen Angel, Aazil. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on. Not giving in to each other. Every move is fatal. Dangerous and unpredictable. Whoosh, amazing slash. It keeps pouring out. The sky is full of ice and snow flying. One iceberg after another, and even a prison cell covered with ice and snow. Being mercilessly split open, on the messy ground. It also left criss-crossing cracks. It makes one's scalp tingle. Tisk, tisk, it's really amazing. Luo watched the battle from a distance. His eyes were burning and full of heat. There he stared intently at the battlefield. I hope I can gain something from it and learn 1.5 moves. His mastery of swordsmanship is only half-baked, except for learning a little bit from Diamante, the top leader of the Don Quixote family. When he was young, he basically relies on his own imagination and exploration. Naturally, he is full of longing and desire for the powerful swordsmanship of Shiryu of Rain. Kaku sighed with emotion. As expected of Lord Aazil, his strength can definitely overwhelm Shiryu. Well, there is indeed a big gap between the two. Ren, who was watching the battle with his arms folded, chuckled. It seems that under the influence of the phantom species vampire form ability, after several fierce battles, Uncle Azazil's unfamiliar body has become I'm gradually recovering. This battle seems evenly matched, but Azazil's momentum was steady and he seemed to be at ease from beginning to end. Although this once famous, fallen angel, has been frozen for too long and hasn't fought with anyone for a long time, his nerves and sword skills are a bit rusty. But these days, I often discuss with Ren himself. In the high-intensity battles again and again, the instinct that was deeply rooted in the bones of the past has gradually adapted and recovered. It is undeniable that Shiryu of Rain is indeed very powerful. In terms of swordsmanship alone, it can be said that he is better than the current Ren, and he is worthy of being one of the 2 trump cards of Impel Down. But compared with monsters like Aazil, it is obviously still far behind. Kang, sparks sputter. The blazing flame is burning brightly. The ice and snow all over the sky were ruthlessly evaporated by the terrible high temperature. The ice on the ground was also melting away, like a vast ocean, boiling and filled with mist. One large and one small, completely unequal figures. There they collided. Advertisement the two are instantly separated. But Shiryu's expression changed. The palm holding the famous sword Leiyu trembled, and the tiger's mouth felt numb. The whole person was shaken away, looking at each other with stern eyes. It's a feeling I haven't seen in a long time. My body is finally getting used to it. The dark wings behind him spread out. On the back of his head and neck, a ball of flames burned. The tall, fallen angel, Aazil, no less than 5 meters tall, was covered in flames. The whole person was full of pride, looking down at Shiryu of the Rain who was only 3 meters tall. Shiryu, if you are only this small, you can't force me to use all my strength. Let me see the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Ashura form. Ability. Then as you wish. Rain Shiryu's eyes are intense. His eyes were filled with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Licking his lips, he showed a bloodthirsty smile. In the blink of an eye, his whole body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3-meter-tall body expanded and turned into a height of 4 or 5 meters, and the skin color of the whole body became extremely red, shining like gold. Moreover, horns and fangs grew. With a ferocious face, it transformed into a form with 3 heads and 6 arms. It looks like an evil Shira ghost, which makes people feel a little creepy. Brush. Swipe. The famous sword Leiyu waved. It turned into one blade after another strangely, and was held on the blood-red arms. Moreover, the 3 ferocious mouths directly bite 3 knives. Murderous. 9 swordsman-style Ashura Purgatory Demon Slash. All of a sudden, he stepped down. The whole person rushed out like lightning. Killed in front of fallen angel, Aazil. In this form, he showed monster-like strength and extremely exaggerated speed, and attacked fiercely. Clang. As expected of the Ashura form of the Phantom Beast, that murderous posture is really chilling. the power and speed are greatly increased in an instant. Rao is Azazel. He couldn't help but look at it with awe-inspiring eyes and became serious. Shiryu of the Rain transforms into the form of Ashura with 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems that it is not just a 1-star improvement at all. Instead, he directly became infinitely powerful and invulnerable. The fist seal that entangled Haki couldn't resist the impact of the blade. It was so shocking that his fists were slightly numb. The strength is completely different from before. Brush. The body became extremely ferocious at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pair of huge fleshy wings covered with purple-black hair, like devil's wings, emerged from behind. His hands turned into claws with sharp nails, and his ears became sharp, and even grew fierce fangs, making his face ferocious. Please give me flowers, but as a vampire, I am faster than you. Azazel, who looks like a demon. The figure is like a ghost, out of reach. Advertisement faced with Shiryu's fierce attack, it caught people off guard. Every time there was a scare, he dodged and passed by. What was penetrated and torn apart was completely his afterimage. The battle between the two is said to be a confrontation between the strongest human beings. It's more like a duel between 2 demons, it makes people stunned. You are not the only one who can control flames. Woo! Shiryu of Rain has an astonishing aura and murderous intent. The eyes were covered with terrifying bloodshot eyes, full of bloodthirsty and audacious fighting spirit. 3 ferocious faces with green faces and fangs spit out blood from their mouths. Huh, huh, red flames spurred out. The blades of each blade were actually filled with astonishing flames, extremely hot. The whole person attacked with lightning speed and turned into an afterimage invisible to the naked eye. 9 swordsman-style Ashura Crimson Hell. Like one bloody red lotus after another, they keep blooming inside. It is extremely beautiful, but also has endless murderous potential. Dazzling. Hard to guard against. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye, blossoming red lotuses are blooming there. Fallen angel, Azazel, who seemed unable to dodge, was torn into pieces. It exploded directly and turned into a large gray mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, it has spread continuously. Covered the entire battlefield. Squeak, squeak. The next moment, in the horrified eyes of Luo, Kaku, Lucci and others who were watching the battle from a distance. One after another, the bloody bats were burning with blazing flames. Appear there, flying. Pu Ling Ling, and, like a hail of bullets, it carries endless fire. With extremely fast speed, it continuously tore apart the atmosphere and attacked Shiryu of Rain. Baring his teeth and claws, he came to bite. It seems as if it is not only going to be burned to ashes. More importantly, he must drain the opponent's blood. Chi. Cold light flashed. The blade waved. Shiryu of Rain can't stop slashing. The pair of extremely sharp bat fangs that could easily bite through steel were unable to bite through his bright red blood like sheer body defense that shone like metallic luster, and was sent flying away. One after another, the bloody bats were mercilessly killed and turned into blood mist. However, they gathered together again in the blink of an eye. It seems endless and the killing is endless, it's annoying. Is this the ability of the Phantom Beast in vampire form? There is no end? Chapter 171. Immortal Body. Domineering Flame Demon. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Squeak, squeak. Countless bats come to bite you without mercy. Shiryu, who couldn't help waving the blade, frowned in annoyance. What an annoying thing. But as long as these bats and the blood mist are burned dry, they won't be able to regenerate, right? Notice the blood mist that enveloped the battlefield. He did not hesitate and shouted angrily, Shira's wrath, Red Lotus Karmic Fire. The words have not yet finished. The faces of the 3 evil Shira ghosts opened their bloody mouths. It sprayed out extremely powerful tongues of fire towards the bats and blood mist in all directions. All of a sudden, the entire battlefield was dyed extremely red. Crackling. The fire surged into the sky, the heat is rolling. The crimson fire was extremely hot, but it directly burned and distorted the atmosphere, trying to completely evaporate the bloody mist in the sky. However, not only were the bats unharmed in the blazing flames, even the bloody mist remained completely unchanged. The burning flames could not be dispelled at all. Obviously, although it is also called Red Lotus Fire. But Shiryu's Red Lotus Karma Fire, 780, is completely different from Ren's Red Lotus Karma Fire. The power of the two is not even the slightest difference. Hey, it's no use. As expected, Azazel's hoarse voice continued to echo in the blood mist. If other people have obtained the ability of the Phantom Beast species in vampire form, your flames may be able to restrain them. But for me, as a Lunarian, I can survive in any harsh natural environment, and my body can produce fire. It has no effect at all. In a sense, only Ren's flame is so powerful and controllable that it can easily melt or even evaporate the earth. Only then can he restrain the blood mist he released. Brush, say so. But Azazel is obviously not ready to waste time with Shiryu of Rain. A large number of bloody bats gathered there. It transformed into a tall figure. Yuahuhu. In the blood mist, Azazel was unscathed. Showing ghostly speed, he appeared in front of Shiryu of the Rain in an instant. The extremely sharp claws are wrapped in dark energy. The cold light flashed, and he came hard. Kang, Yuji Shiryu's hair stood on end, barely able to react. Danger blocks. but before Rain Shiryu could launch a counterattack. The next moment, Azazel flashed. Like an afterimage, it instantly appeared on his right side. Covering Haki's right foot, it tore the air violently and kicked violently. Kang. Relying on observation Haki's prediction and the advantages of 3 heads and 6 arms, Shiryu of the Rain had a stern look and defended once again. Ah, it seems that 3 heads and 6 arms still have advantages, and the defense is indeed impeccable. Azazel jumped up in an instant. The huge fleshy wings and the black wings suddenly spread out. The flames on the back of the head suddenly spread, instantly igniting them and burning. Without waiting for the rain, Shiryu comes in pursuit. He had already shouted, "Meteor and fire shower. Boohoo endless fire." Advertisement like a shooting star. Extremely fast as a bullet. It carries terrible high temperatures and distorts the atmosphere. Densely packed and overwhelming, they poured crazily towards the Shiryu of rain, which changed color in horror. It's really like an endless meteor shower. The scene is extremely gorgeous. Dazzling and dazzling. Hiss, such an overwhelming attack. Tisk, tisk. There's no way to avoid this. Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Wappa, Hullian and others were watching the battle from a distance. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils, some scalp tingling. Boom, boom. The ground rumbled, loud noises continued. Smoke and dust filled the air, and thick smoke billowed. The land was in disarray and was ravaged into a state of disrepair. The ground was scorched black, with burn marks and pits everywhere. Shocking. It is simply impossible to recognize it anymore. This is actually the previous freezing hell. Woo-hoo-hoo. At this time, the blood mist that filled the sky was ruthlessly torn open. A bloody whirlwind swept over like lightning. The fierce wind pressure makes it difficult to open one's eyes. Directly at an astonishing speed, it enveloped Fallen Angel, Azazel. Ghost Energy, 9 Sword Style, Ashura, Rashomon. Chi, between the electric light and flint. A dark black aura permeates Shiryu of the Rain, making people shudder. 9 frightening cold lights, carrying the powerful armament Haki and another strange power, attacked from different directions. Azazel's body was torn apart in an instant. It's so fast that people can't react. However, Azazel looked calm. Blood splattered and the whole person exploded. Turned into bats all over the sky, Pu Ling Ling. In the blink of an eye, countless bats, then they gathered into a human shape in midair. This move is very powerful. It is indeed a very interesting Li Huang. Looking down at Shiryu of the Rain, who looked like a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Although he was a little embarrassed, but with amazing momentum, he smiled strangely and said, "But it's useless, I am immortal." The ability of the phantom species and vampire form. In addition to being able to rob others of their youth by sucking blood. Summoning blood mist, transforming into a large number of bats. Of course, it's not that he doesn't have other abilities. Superimpose the special racial abilities of Lunaria. Although in terms of damage and defense, they are not as good as Ren, who is a phantom beast and a unicorn form user who can easily turn the entire battlefield into lava, just like a humanoid natural disaster. But Azazel is not without other advantages. After all, the vampire form of the fantasy beast species has the characteristic of immortality. Because of this, he gained an even more exaggerated level of immortality than Ren. Before the last drop of Azazel's own blood was shed. Even without firing, defense, advertisement penetrate his chest and destroy his heart. Still can't kill him. That's really a headache. Shiryu of Rain can't help baring his teeth. No matter how hard he kills, he can't be killed. Facing such an opponent, he is really at a loss. Brush. Azazel's eyes narrowed. It flapped its wings and flew into the air. The whole person's momentum is constantly on. The next moment, the flames on the back of his head and neck went out. Looking down from a high position, Shiryu of the Rain rushed into the air on the moonwalk and pursued relentlessly. It's almost time to end. Crackling. The right fist was clenched and wrapped around the powerful Haki. It was surrounded by magma-like, scalp-numbing bloody flames. It is even more intertwined with strands of black and red lightning that makes people feel a little frightened. Blatantly blasted out. Balrog, rolling heatwave. Coming at you. The atmosphere was distorted by the burning. The endless ice and snow melted directly. The whole freezing hell, the heatwave surged to the sky in an instant. It makes people feel a little unbearably hot, the terrifying flaming fist seal. It was exaggeratedly big and filled up the space. Unstoppable. What? Shiryu of the Rain changes color and the hair on his hair stands up. But his face was ferocious, and his eyes revealed madness and bloodlust. Cells all over the body couldn't help but be excited. High fighting spirit. Ghost Chi -9 Swordsman Lucian. The 9 blades shone with a scarlet cold light, entwined with the dark Haki and the strange blue aura. At an astonishing speed, it turned into a bloody whirlwind, like thunder and lightning, out of reach. Waving the blade crazily, he launched a violent offensive. Don't show any weakness and attack us head-on, Ashura Wushuang Purgatory Ghost Slayer. Boom boom. The fire was soaring into the sky, dazzling. The violent collision was shocking and inexplicable. But there was no accident. Shiryu of the Rain was blasted away. The whole person's face was distorted, and he vomited blood, flying out like a cannonball. He crashed straight through cells one after another covered in ice and snow. Crack. Bang. 0.9. The flames were raging and the smoke was billowing. Rain Shiryu's embarrassed figure rushed out. Conquerors entangled? The whole person was staggering, and blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The blade of the knife was propped on the ground, and he couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. He stared at the figure high in the sky and exclaimed, "What a terrifying monster, I'm convinced." Although somewhat reluctant, but this is the gap in strength. At least, he has just obtained the Ren fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Ashura form ability, and he is not yet qualified to challenge the opponent. At least take some time to develop your abilities in depth. Tisk, tisk. The defense of Shira's body is really powerful. Azazel looked at Shiryu of the Rain in surprise. If it were anyone else, even if they were not burned to ashes, they would still be bombarded, seriously injured. Because we know how amazing the ability of Rona Op fruit is, and Ren has a special healing elixir, healing oil. Although he didn't say that he had the idea of killing the other party just now, he didn't mean to hold back on purpose. It has to be said that each Phantom Beast species has unique abilities. The opponent's defense is indeed amazingly strong. Chapter 172. Killing makes you stronger. Exaggerated abilities open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Pa. What a wonderful showdown, see the battle end. Ren came over with Luo, Lucci, Wappa and others. Then, Shiryu. With a smile, he threw a small bottle directly towards Shiryu of the Rain who had returned to human form. Inside, there is a drop of healing tears. Is this the legendary healing tear? Shiryu was not polite. After opening it, swallow the liquid inside. Brush. Suddenly, the whole person shines with divine brilliance. The injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was back to his original state in the blink of an eye. Feeling that he was in the same state as usual, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Incredible. Uncle Azazel, do you want one?" Ren looked at Azazel and asked with a smile. When he came this time, he specially told Manchili some tragic stories that made people cry. This little human princess made enough tears and shed a lot of healing tears. This level is still affordable. 12 For this reason, Robin, Karina and others once complained speechlessly. Are you a devil? It's not necessary and I didn't get hurt at all. Fallen angel, Azazel said with a smile, it's better to keep such good things. A few days ago, shortly after becoming an Esper in the form of a fantasy beast and a vampire, he had taken a few drops of healing tears. The effect was indeed surprisingly good, allowing all aspects of his physical functions to completely return to their former heyday. Even because of the ability of the Phantom Beast species and vampire form, his condition has improved to a higher level and is better than ever. That's why his strength was able to recover so quickly. It seems that after you transform, Shiryu, you will be able to acquire a body of Shura that is almost the same as the golden body of the great Buddha like Sengoku, who is the Phantom Beast species and the great Buddha. You will be extremely powerful and invulnerable. Ren smiled directly at Yuji Shiryu and said, in addition to the three-headed and six-armed form, you can also transform the weapons you want, as well as the corresponding fire control ability. But I think the limit of the human fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Ashura form, is more than that. Previously, Angliu showed 50,000 flow. The transformed weapons are tangible. This is one of the abilities of Ashura, the Phantom Beast species. Advertisement however, the other party has just obtained this ability, and it still needs time to develop it in depth before it can be fully mastered. It's a really great ability. Rain Shiryu is all smiles. He clenched his fists tightly, licked his lips with excitement, and said with some bloodthirsty, I feel that the Phantom Beast Ashura's form also has a special ability. That is to follow my personal the more you kill, the more murderous aura you accumulate, and a ghostly aura similar to Haki will form. By then, the combat power I can unleash will be stronger. The ability of this fruit is really suitable for him. Shiryu of the Rain can feel the power of the human fruit Phantom Beast Ashura's form. That is to say, I have just gained the ability, if I give myself some more time. He believes that his strength can definitely reach a higher level. Oh, Ren raised an eyebrow. Luo, Lucci, Kaku and others on the side were shocked. The more you kill, the stronger you become? What kind of unreasonable ability is this? Is it ghost energy? In the confrontation just now, I did feel a power different from Haki. Fallen angel, Azazel nodded and had to warn. This method can indeed make you stronger quickly, but I think there should be a limit. Don't be too immersed in killing and get lost. Lost myself. I don't care what your enemy wants. Patting the other party neither lightly nor hard, Ren shrugged nonchalantly. But just don't kill your own people indiscriminately. Ruoyu's Shiryu refuses to be restrained. I really lost myself in the killing. He could only regretfully recycle the fruit and choose another ability user. Don't worry, I know what to do and what not to do. Shiryu of the Rain nodded and smiled. Even before, he never targeted his own people. He just killed some prisoners indiscriminately and was imprisoned by that B********* D Magellan. When he was young, he was already a guard in the deep sea prison in his early 20s. He has worked hard here for more than 20 years, and together with Director Magellan, he is the trump card of Impel Down, giving this deep sea prison the title of Iron Wall. It can be regarded as conscientious, but world government has never been so generous. I have applied countless times to be transferred to naval headquarters. As a result, he was repeatedly rejected ruthlessly by Marshal Buddha Sengoku of the naval headquarters. Instead, because he killed some trash prisoners, he was sentenced to death by that B***************** D Magellan and imprisoned in eternal hell. But in a pirate team like Ren, he received such great preferential treatment. Advertisement. How is it possible to say that there is no resentment in my heart? He couldn't wait to run and kill some Marines. Let me vent out the frustration and resentment I have felt over the years. Lord Ren. The group had just returned to the cave on the 5.5th floor. Khalifa had already directly delivered a newspaper. This is the World Economic News just released today. The world government has publicly announced that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, will be publicly executed at Naval Headquarters Marineford in half a month. And live broadcast to the whole world. Oh. Ren raised an eyebrow. A slight smile appeared on his face. Those guys, are you finally ready? He knows it very well. Marine had already arrested Fire Fist Ace from Blackbeard. We are also preparing to broadcast live to the whole world. It was obvious that they had already been secretly arranging to mobilize the elite combat power of the major branches in advance to prepare for war. Buddha's Sengoku knows it very well, given the character of Whitebeard. The possibility of coming to save people at all costs is very high. Because the true identity of Fire Fist Ace is not known. In their view, the world government is trying to restore Marine's prestige, which has plummeted due to successive losses and even the killing of celestial dragons in recent days. Now, it's going to be interesting. Shiryu of Rain's eyes flashed with bloodlust, and he laughed with some excitement. Those guys in world government really do anything to establish their authority. After all, as Whitebeard's old rival for decades. It happened that they had suppressed it until now before announcing that they would publicly execute the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates, who have never allowed anyone to harm their comrades, value their comrades so much, will they cause a scene? Immediately they all sneered. Public execution? As the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he was publicly executed like this. You can't catch us, so you decided to attack Fire Fist Ace? Their eyes couldn't help but shrink. Only then did he specifically make up his mind to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. Luo, Lu Chi, Huo Lun, Yuji Shiryu and others were on the side. Chapter 173 The Clown King. Shocked Straw Hat opened black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. In half a month, on the gorgeous sofa, Ren crossed his legs. Sitting there, flipping through the newspaper, he touched his chin and said, then, it's time for us to start the next plan. He could imagine. Now, how shocking is the outside world? After all, a person's name is the shadow of his cause. For many people, Whitebeard, the legendary king of the sea, is a mountain that cannot be crossed. Marines plan to attack Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is undoubtedly targeting Yuhu, who always values his companions and is extremely protective of his calf. Over there, Buddy the Clown, have you given in? Ren looked directly at Kaku and the others. After waiting for that guy for so long, he believed it was almost done. That guy is just a weakling, of course it's impossible to refuse. Lu Chi crossed his arms and asked with some confusion. But Lord Ren, why do you keep such a waste? Of course it is of great use. Ren put down the newspaper. He showed a playful smile. He is the future 4 emperors. After all, he wouldn't be able to give Blackbeard a chance to rise again. Until he truly gains the power to challenge the 4 emperors, head on, the pattern of New World cannot be broken so easily by Marine. Then, the throne of the 4 emperors left vacant after Whitebeard's death, and there must be a new successor. It is this kind of guy who has terrifying qualifications, origins, and background, but is mediocre in strength, who is easy to control. With the help of strong men such as Fallen Angel, Azazel and Reign of Rain, it will be difficult for the opponent to become the 4 emperors. What? 4 emperors? Hey, are you kidding me? Is it possible that that guy is hiding something secret? You don't look like a strong person no matter how you look at it. Luo, Lu Chi, Kaku, Horan, Wappa and others. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes, thinking that they heard wrongly. It's not like they haven't seen Buddy the Clown before. He is just a piece of trash with no strength at all. At most, there is just a paramecia chop fruit that is not afraid of slashing. Ren told them that the other party could become the Pirate Emperor in the future. Just that kind of trash? Is he worthy? The wave of the new era is coming. There is no intention to explain directly, under the confused gaze of others. Ren stood up and said with a smile, let's go meet the future Pirate Emperor, the Clown Emperor. He was clear from the beginning. Advertisement this public execution seems to have been caused by the Black Beard, Marshal D. Teach. But in fact, the real driving force behind the scenes. In the final analysis, it is the naval headquarters, the undisputed overlord of the sea, with huge power and profound foundation, or the world government behind it. About 22 years ago, the publicly executed Pirate King Gold D. Roger was on his deathbed. That extremely inflammatory declaration about the legendary One Piece kicked off the era of great pirates. The number of pirates around the world continues to increase exponentially and rise crazily. And under the banner of freedom, adventure, dreams and so on. There were riots and chaos everywhere, burning, killing and looting. This caused unprecedented turmoil in the sea. Over the years, in order to suppress the increasing number of pirate forces, they have been causing chaos everywhere. Marine, whose troops are stretched thin, can be said to be extremely busy and overwhelmed. So much so that in order to mobilize as many troops as possible to maintain the stability of the four seas in the first half of the Grand Line, except for retaining a limited marine base, they almost gave up the dominance of the New World Sea area. There is no time to pay attention to the second half of the Grand Line, this New World Sea area with treacherous weather, harsh environment, and sparse population. I can only sit back and watch as the powerful and ambitious pirates in the New World segregate themselves into kings, and their power continues to grow like a snowball. Even the world government had to introduce the policy of 7 warlords of the sea, to recruit those silver medal players, who are powerful and have a certain influence on this sea. On the condition that Marine no longer wants them, and can even acquiesce to their legal robbery, let them serve the world government. In order to balance the situation in the Grand Line, a pattern of checks and balances between the 3 major forces of naval headquarters, 7 warlords of the sea, and New World 4 emperors was formed. But as time goes by, Marine, who has been so busy over the years, has gradually regained his composure, and is now at its peak since the Great Pirates era, and has accumulated enough strength. Sooner or later you have to start turning your guns. They are separatist in the New World, and they dominate the sea like an emperor, and their power is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the rule of the world government has been faintly threatened, and the pirate emperors have gradually formed a powerful force. In New World's 4 emperors, he was once known as the world's strongest man, the legendary pirate, the Great Poseidon, and the uncrowned king. The Great Pirate, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who has a series of famous titles, is the oldest. In recent years, it has been rumored that due to constant fighting and fighting with others, the hidden diseases accumulated over the years have broken out, and his health has been deteriorating and he is not as good as before. Even on weekdays, potions must be hung to maintain it. Shoot the first bird. Pick the persimmons that are soft and pinch them. In this case, in order to serve as a warning to the monkeys. The Whitebeard pirates, known as the uncrowned king of the sea and with a huge pirate force under their command, have naturally become the primary target of the world government and naval headquarters. Even Fire Fist, Ace wasn't captured by Blackbeard and given to the world government. According to Ren's speculation, naval headquarters will most likely attack the Whitebeard pirates as well. In fact, Whitebeard values his family, has always been extremely domineering, and will never forgive anyone who attempts to harm his companions. If naval headquarters makes up its mind, it will go to war with the Whitebeard pirates. There is a high probability that similar methods will be used. Lure the Whitebeard pirates to naval headquarters Marineford. After all, in Marineford's Crescent Bay, there are those siege devices that are so thick and indestructible that even Paramecia Shock Fruit's ability cannot easily destroy them. It can't be built in a day or two. Now, advertisement. Located in the first half of the Grand Line, in unknown waters. Originally surrounded by the Buster Call fleet in the Water City, he broke through the marine blockade. Escaped to the Food City near the route, Frankie, the newly joined Straw Hat's shipwright, spent a lot of money to take photos of Baoshu Adams' materials. Because he was constantly being chased by Marine, a lot of time was wasted, and Frankie was the only one who knew how to build a ship. It wasn't until yesterday that the Straw Hat's new ship was nearly completed. The group was in high spirits and prepared to go to the water capital. A formal farewell to their partner, going merry, then continue your adventure. Standing on the observation platform, Usopp, who is responsible for patrolling the sea surface, has just bought a newspaper. After taking a quick glance, his pupils suddenly widened. The whole person ran down from the observation platform in a hurry. There they were holding up newspapers and shouting at Luffy, Nami and others. Everyone, something bad is going to happen. Luffy, your brother Ace, he was captured by Marine. After Luffy, Nami, Chopper and others looked over, Usopp said with swaying profusely. We are still preparing to be publicly executed at naval headquarters in half a month. What? Luffy's brother Ace was caught. Isn't he very strong? How could? Hear the words. Everyone in the Straw Hats, they all couldn't help but be shocked. Some couldn't believe it. It's true. Look, it's been published in the newspapers. Usopp spread out the newspaper and signaled to everyone. Above, Wang Qianhao, is a scene of Fire Fist Ace being arrested and his hands and feet bound in chains. Ace. Luffy was shocked and his expression changed drastically. He stepped forward and grabbed the newspaper, staring at it with some disbelief at the scene of Fire Fist Ace being imprisoned. Cold sweat broke out immediately. How could this happen? He held his head, a little panicked. Although I don't know what happened, if the location is naval headquarters, it is impossible to save people. Sanji threw the cigarette butt, took a deep breath, and said there. Sanji. Luffy jumped right at him. He grabbed Sanji tightly with both hands, his whole body was trembling, and he said loudly with great excitement. Ace. Ace, he is my only brother. No matter what, I have to save him, neighbor, Luffy. Everyone in the Straw Hats present. Seeing Luffy, who was full of emotion and extremely determined, he couldn't help but trembled all over. I know. Sanji took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, but we must take a long-term view. Of course he knows Luffy's character very well. I never thought about leaving Luffy's brother until death. Chapter 174. Horrifying Buggy, Cross Union, First Update. I'm willing to cooperate, please, let me out. 5.5 floors deep, there are some dark cells one after another. These people were moved directly from the 5th floor freezing hell through the power of the earth. Now, a figure with a red nose was holding on to the cell door, shouting. Stop fighting, in the cell next to it. A tall figure, whose hands and feet were tightly bound by chains, lay there in a large shape, and said coldly. Buddy the Clown, those guys won't let you go. Yes, the director is right. Otherwise, why would these guys bring you here instead of letting you go directly, in another cell? A figure wearing a suit and bound by chains also said loudly there. Damn Magellan. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่*******่**********่****************่****************************************************************** You are too useless, aren't you? The director and deputy director who were so impelled down were actually caught so easily that they even lost their souls, replaced. You guys want to die, but I don't want to die, those guys are too despicable. Damn pirates, using such despicable methods, hear Buggy the Clown taunt. Magellan and Hannibal both gritted their teeth angrily. If the enemy hadn't been too despicable and they had been carelessly tricked, how could they have been replaced so easily by someone else's mind? 073, taking control of this deep-sea prison. At this time, several figures walked in slowly. Buggy the Clown. Ren looked at Buggy the Clown and chuckled. It seems like you have already made your choice. It's you? Buggy's eyes widened, looking at the other party in disbelief. Aren't you the swordsman of the Straw Hats? In his mind, the ridiculously young man in front of me once showed powerful swordsmanship in Logue Town and killed many Marines. Later, he was invited by Strawhat Luffy to join the Strawhat Pirates. This time, that time, I have quit the Strawhat Chanyu now, Ren said calmly. Tell me, you, a trainee pirate of the Roger Pirates, once became brothers with the red-haired Shanks, and you challenged Whitebeard head-on and still escaped unharmed. Ren looked down at Buggy the Clown, his eyes full of amusement. You deliberately tried to hide your strength and lurked low-key in East Blue. However, you were defeated on purpose not long ago and was escorted to the deep-sea prison by Marine. What was the purpose? Advertisement. What? This guy was once an apprentice pirate of the Roger Pirates, BFFG. And he was once a brother-in-law with the 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks? Have you ever challenged Whitebeard head-on and still escaped unscathed? Not to mention Lucci, Kaku, Shiryu, Khalifa and others who were following Ren. Even Magellan and Hannibal opened their mouths when they heard this. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked at Buggy the Clown in disbelief. This clown guy, does it have such a big background? Buggy the Clown's eyes popped out. Breaking into a cold sweat, he looked at Ren in disbelief. I never expected that the other party actually knew his past so well. Wait, I really don't do it for any ambition. As for the second half of Ren's words, he felt more and more uncomfortable the more he heard them, so he hurriedly said loudly, I just want to hide in East Blue, away from the sight of that B************ D Shanks. No need to quibble, we have investigated clearly. Ren crossed his arms and said with a sneer, You are a man who once fought on the ship of Roger Pirates with the young red-haired Shanks, and is on par. I believe in your paramecia the ability of Chop Chop Fruit has already been developed to the awakening stage. Not only can it split any target it comes into contact with, it can even easily split the sea, and even directly trigger a huge tsunami. What? Lucci, Kaku, Shiryu and others who were following Ren couldn't help but be a little shocked. Looking at Buggy the Clown, he once fought on a par with the red-haired Shanks. Is the other party that powerful? Buggy the Clown was dumbfounded. Am I that powerful? When did his fruit power awaken? And it can tear any target apart. Even able to split the ocean and cause a tsunami like Whitebeard? For a moment, he was thinking about it, touched his chin and laughed strangely, not to mention, if it can be done, even if it is for. No, maybe I can be the Pirate King. Look at Buggy the YY Clown over there. Looking at the serious Ren again, Lucci twitched the corner of his mouth. He was certain. Advertisement the other party is definitely not pretending. Although his previous experience may have been rich, he was just a scumbag. A man like you, who has been lying low and dormant for so long, but is willing to be imprisoned in the world's largest deep-sea prison, Impel Down, can only have one purpose. Ren's eyes were full of smiles. Looking at the clown Buggy, he said with certainty. That's why you want to get powerful partners and subordinates from here, charge towards the throne of the Pirate King, and reach the top of the world. Am I right? He looked at the clown Buggy with wide eyes and a bit of cold sweat on his face, and said with a smile. The future founder of the Cross Union, the 4 Emperors of the New World, Buggy the Clown? Yes, you are right. Clown Buggy was sweating coldly. Still haven't realized what the other party meant. I just felt a little numb on my scalp and was very frightened. Why stay low-key, get powerful partners from Impel Down, and launch an impact towards the top of the world? What future, Cross Union, founders, future New World 4 Emperors? Isn't this what Blood Prison Ren himself is doing? Coupled with these forces developed secretly, let this guy stand in front to attract the attention of all forces. Cross Union? This is indeed a good strategy, have to admit. I'm afraid it will change hands directly. Lucci, Shiryu, Kaku, Aazil and others on the side also woke up after hearing this. If Dr. Brun's research makes a breakthrough, I see. The overlord of this sea. At that time, when Ren masters the beast's pirates, the 4 emperors will become one in 2 days. Somewhat speechless, he looked at Ren who was seriously exposing the clown Buggy's conspiracy. When Ren, a boss with great potential, has not really grown up and is not ready to step from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. This way, it will be more interesting. My heart was shaken severely. But at the same time, my eyes can't help but light up. At the same time, it can blatantly develop a force of 4 emperors. Do you want him to take the lead and hold up the banner? Chapter 175 The Villains of Eternal Hell, Second Update. Gulu. Gulu. In a simple but luxurious hall. There are a large number of exquisite desserts, dishes, barbecue and other delicious dishes on display, which are so dazzling that people can't help but spread their fingers. The eyes of Buggy, the clown who had just been released, were shining. The whole person seemed to be reincarnated by a starving ghost, devouring the food there. Half a month later, the Whitebeard Pirates must rescue Fire Fist Ace, who was publicly executed by Marine, and fight with the naval headquarters, which has already begun to mobilize elite troops from all over the world and prepare for the battle. On the sofa, Ren sat there with his legs crossed and said nonchalantly, "No matter whether they win or lose, the Whitebeard Pirates can't be the real winner in this war. It's impossible for Marine to set up such a big battle. Let the old and frail Whitebeard go. Before the war begins, you will act as a savior, and use your absolute strength to defeat the Impel Down director, Magellan. Release the pirates on the 1st to 5th floors and conquer those guys. Led them to escape from Impel Down, which is known as the Iron Wall, and no one has ever been able to successfully escape from here. At the same time, Uncle Azazel and Shiryu, these powerful men who were once imprisoned in eternal hell, will also follow you directly to protect you, the future Clown King. First go to Naval Headquarters Marineford to fish in the troubled waters, seize the opportunity to seize more warships, and then slowly make your public debut. Announce to the world the official establishment of the Cross Union. The future will be your era of the Clown Emperor. Then, based on those warships, we began to lead the prisoners into the new world, occupy the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, and continue to develop power and accumulate strength. Become the 4 emperors in the shortest possible time. That's pretty much the plan. Do you have any objections? Ren briefly described the plan of the Cross Union, and asked the clown Buggy. Buggy. No problem, listen to Ren's audacious plan. The clown Buggy broke into a cold sweat and nodded hurriedly. I promise to listen to you, Lord Ren. Although he is just a puppet, Ren has also promised that his status in the team is equivalent to that of a cadre. No fool would do it, especially within the entire Cross Union. Only a few senior cadres will know the true identity of his white glove. In other words, the low-level prisoners under his command can all be said to be his subordinates. As long as he does not disobey Ren, the big boss who lives behind the scenes, he, the titular 4 emperors, can still have a lot of power. Anyway, when it comes to actually fighting against the strong, he just needs to put on a show there and shout majestically a few times. Soon, advertisement under the leadership of Magellan. The group of people brought out several prisoners one after another. Of course, they don't have the same treatment as Shiryu of Rain, and are still bound by Seastone. Big Barrel Bacchus Choate, King of Evil, Abaro Pizarro, Giant Battleship, San Juan Wolf, Speed Shooter Vasily Simon, Poison Hand Medicine Gongda Rockrud, The Navigator of Evil, Upton Boris, Crusher Ellis Seth, Black Bear Rickson Ed, Sun Shark Locke. Look at these selected prisoners. Rain's Shiryu looked sharply and couldn't help but exclaimed, Tisk, Tisk, they are all guys with great reputations. As the warden of Impel Down, he didn't understand a strong man like Azazel who had been frozen and imprisoned for hundreds of years. But like big wine barrels, evil kings, huge battleships. We still know some information about these important prisoners. Each one of them was a strong man with great reputation and great strength in the past. Moreover, except for Megalodon, Locke, a tall and powerful fishman with Megalodon bloodline. They are all fruit ability users. Surprisingly, some of these prisoners were missing arms and legs and were almost useless. Such as Swift Shooter, Vasily Simon, he even lost a leg directly. But he was still chosen. Gulu. Looking at these big pirates who he had seen on the bounty list, the clown Buggy could not help but break into a cold sweat. Are these the elected cadres? The thought of working with these guys for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder. Scalp numbness, please give me flowers. Hey, am I dazzled? Shiryu of Rain, you are here too. Magellan, what's going on? Ah ha ha ha, so interesting. Advertisement These prisoners of eternal hell were brought here. Looking at Ren, Azazel, Shiryu and others sitting at the top, they all couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. Some were surprised. Mr. Huhu, this deep-sea prison has been controlled by Master Ren. Xuanyue Hunter, Katarina Deepon said with a strange smile. I hope everyone will be more aware of current affairs. I was really shocked. The evil king stroked his beard, smiled and asked Shiryu of Rain. Shiryu of Rain, you, the warden of Impel Down, did you defect to the other party because of this? Meow. 0. This is a promising team. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Shiryu of the Rain smiled and said without hesitation. Now, I have joined Lord Ren's command. If it was before, he was still skeptical, so now, he really believes it. Copper's Ren is a man who is too young, has unlimited potential, and is ambitious. Maybe it's really possible to become the king of the world. Looking forward to the future, I want to witness it. Can the other party lead them? What a height to reach. You villains of eternal hell. Looking at the criminals on the 6th floor of Impel Down, Ren smiled and said, First time we meet, I am Copper's Ren. From now on, everyone will work for me. How about I give everyone their freedom? He cannot expose the connection between the cross-union and himself prematurely, so as not to arouse Marine's suspicion. In addition to specially selecting a giant-toothed sharkman Locke who is good at naval warfare and is also a shipwright. These selected strong people are basically capable people. Hey, if that's the case, I have no objection. Anyway, in this dark place, there is no other hope. Jia haha, please give me some advice, Gudong, freedom? It's been such a long time. 9. Chapter 176 Blackbeard. Kaido, if you dare, challenge me, open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. Now, far away in the first half of the Grand Line, on a small island. In a village with flames and smoke billowing into the sky. Several fierce-looking figures walked out of it with great satisfaction, carrying large and small bags that they had just plundered. Ha ha ha, Marine's movements are really fast, look at the report in World Economic News. Blackbeard bared his teeth and laughed. In this way, Neezy can take the opportunity to complete his plan. As long as Marine and the Whitebeard pirates go into full-scale war, they will have no time to worry about the deep-sea prison. He can directly take advantage of the opportunity and use the identity of 7 warlords of the sea to break into Impel Down through the Gate of Justice. Choose your powerful companions from eternal hell. I have fulfilled my ambition, Captain. We have to thank Blood Prison Ren and the others. Lafitte, who was playing May 17th, and dressed like a mime, raised the brim of his hat. There he swung his cane and said with a chuckle, if they hadn't put too much pressure on the world government, those guys might not have made up their minds so quickly and risked a war with the Whitebeard pirates who might come to rescue them. The risk is to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Why ha ha ha, it's really exciting. Champion. Badgers raised his thick arms and said with a smile. This is also destiny. Fan Oka looked into the distance and smiled. But the next moment, the smile froze, cold sweat came out immediately. Because, with excellent eyesight, he relied on the sight in his right eye. Seen from a distance, miles away in the sky, a huge cyan dragon is flying into the sky. Captain. There is a giant green dragon approaching, it's Lu Kaido, Van Oka said to Blackbeard hurriedly. What? Blackbeard, who was smiling and high-spirited just now, suddenly changed his color. Quick, get out of here, he said without hesitation, now is not the time to fight that monster. No, I'm afraid it's too late, Van Oka broke into a cold sweat. Looking up at the sky, I couldn't help but swallow. A huge pterosaur was circling back and forth, looking down at them. Advertisement, pterodactyl. Lafitte's eyes widened, and a medical voice called out. Is it the Beast's Pirate's signature fire disaster? The face that was already pale with powder became even paler. Sweat broke out on his head, somewhat panicked, it's really easy for us to find. The pteranodon spiraled down, he turned into a human form and landed in front of Blackbeard and others. The tall figure stopped there, looking down at Blackbeard and others indifferently. Blackbeard Pirates. Oh, hey, I finally got you, at the same time. The cyan dragon. At an astonishing speed, it soared from the sky. He was hovering there, looking down at Marshal D. Teach and his group below. Are you the Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach? You were like a stinky rat in the ditch. It took a lot of effort from Lousy. Ha 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 ha, then you are not here just for me, are you? Blackbeard was sweating, it created a lot of pressure. Looking at the giant green dragon in the sky, he smiled dryly and said, I don't remember when I have ever provoked a big shot like you. Logi, a dark fruit, can take away other people's abilities, right? Kaido of the Beasts stared at Blackbeard and asked directly. What? Blackbeard's expression changed. He never expected that the other party would reveal the secret of his ability. How is that possible? His heart was pounding violently, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. He was busy denying it. Where did you hear that? It must be a misunderstanding. You don't have to quibble. If it's not verified, will we look for you back and forth in the first half of the Grand Line? Jin said, looking down at Blackbeard. He believes it. Ren said so. 9 times out of 10, it has been confirmed. Stop talking nonsense. It shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a tall human form. An extremely strong, demon-like, and intimidating body stood there. Looking down at the Blackbeard pirates who were shocked and sweating, Marshal D. Teach, right? Oh. Advertisement. He was carrying a mace that was so big that it was covered with ferocious barbs. He bared his teeth and said with a sinister smile, Lousy gives you 2 options. Should you join Lousy's Beasts Pirates obediently, or should Lousy break your legs and take you away by force? What? The expressions of all members of the Blackbeard pirates changed drastically. Cold sweat couldn't help breaking out, and I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. Tremblingly, he looked at the leader, Blackbeard, whose face was ashen and extremely ugly. Then there's only one fight left. Blackbeard's expression changed and finally became ferocious. Finally, I won the coveted dark fruit. Seeing the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters approaching, it will be even more difficult to recruit powerful companions if we cannot seize the opportunity. By now, how could he still be willing to give in to others and give up his own plans? Made up my mind. Blackbeard, who had been a bit withdrawn. The whole person instantly became high-spirited and arrogant. After gaining the ability of Logia Dark Fruit, want to fight one-on-one? Lousy will help you? In Blackbeard's ugly face, he smiled strangely and said, but it's Lousy who challenges you all, so come on together. Oh, 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 oh. Thick black smoke was rising all over his body. Kaido looked at Blackbeard, who was covered in black smoke and full of weirdness, and couldn't help but show a playful look. I heard that you were the one who scratched that red-haired B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e Oh, hey, interesting guy, is this Dark Fruit's ability? 2.1 is awesome, just pretend to be a grandson and agree to join Beast's pirates. The ambition he once suppressed completely exploded, and his heart was extremely swollen and full of pride. Blackbeard laughed confidently, looked directly at Kaido of the beasts in front of him, and said loudly, "You are here for me, right? If you have the guts, let my subordinates go and let them go." The huge mace was stamped on the ground. Ha 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 ha, the 4 emperors of the New World, the governor of the beasts' pirates. Kaido. Looking at the black smoke filled with strange things, Blackbeard sneered with some disdain. Do you think this low-level provoking method is useful to us? There was cunning in his eyes. As long as Lafitte and the others left safely, he would be sure to escape. Challenge me to a duel. Jin crossed his arms. Carrying black wings on his back, flames were rising from the back of his head. Chapter 177 Thunder 8 Trigrams? The Disappearing Blackbeard, Open Black Lens Bracket 4th Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Wait, a big shot like you. Blackbeard's eyelids twitched. He was busy talking loudly, trying to make a last-ditch effort to bargain. Thunder 8 Trigrams, however, don't wait for him to finish speaking. In an instant, the hairs on his hair stood up and his complexion changed drastically. Kaido, the beast, has a ferocious smile and his figure is as fast as thunder. The ferocious mace is intertwined with black and red lightning. He waved it over brazenly. Boom boom. Destroy the ancients. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates. Without reacting at all, it was already blown away like a cannonball by the aftermath. Every one of them was dripping with blood, and they fell there without knowing whether they were alive or dead. And Blackbeard, who was already the focus of attention, flew out. The whole person's face was distorted because of the blood in his mouth. The eyes are convex and somewhat pale, embarrassing figure. The impact caused the ground to crack and collapse, raising large amounts of smoke and dust. It hurts me to death, damn, Marshal D. Teach screamed. His whole body was covered in blood, and he was so painful that he burst into tears, and he kept rolling there without any image. His expression was in agony, and he couldn't help but struggle. Oh, giggling, you took my blow and you didn't lose consciousness? Carrying a thick mace, Kaido laughed loudly. As expected of the guy who once left scars on the red-haired body, he is really durable. Double pain is really exaggerated. Jin on the side looked at Blackbeard who couldn't help but moan in pain, and sighed with emotion. No matter how strong a man is, he has become like this. Ren once said, although the Dark Fruit ability user has gained the power to restrain other ability users. But it cannot be elementalized on its own, even because of the overly strong dark gravity. As a result, once injured, the pain will be doubled, making the capable person miserable. Jin believes that a man who was able to leave scars on red-haired shanks is by no means a weak and incompetent coward. Even if he is injured, the pain is so painful that it is unbearable. He wouldn't cry in such an unbearable manner. Advertisement. It's obviously the result of Dark Fruit. Damn it. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Blackbeard finally regained his composure. There I was sweating profusely, with lingering fear in my heart, and I couldn't help but gasp for breath. Hoo-hoo. Hey, Blackbeard. Jin asked Blackbeard coldly. Let me ask again, have you considered Mr. Kaido's proposal just now? It is indeed a terrifying power. He is worthy of being known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Blackbeard stumbled to his feet. He looked at the demon like an invincible Kaido of the beasts in front of him. Endless darkness was released from his whole body, and he laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, thief, next, let me show you the power of darkness, Kaido. Oh, giggle, then you can use it to your heart's content. Kaido raised his eyebrows and laughed nonchalantly. Just treat it as an entertainment show. Dark cave path. In an instant, the billowing darkness kept pouring out. Completely submerged Blackbeard himself and his surroundings. The entire sky dimmed, as if even the light was attracted. At the same time, endless darkness spread there, covering the entire land in the blink of an eye. Countless houses, rocks, vegetation, all sinking bit by bit. Even Jin and Kaido felt their feet light up. It's like being in a swamp, descending at a speed visible to the naked eye. Interesting ability. Kaido's feet stamped hard. The extremely violent body rushed up, however, just relying on this trick to deal with me is not enough. Oh, ha 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 ha. A huge mace, wrapped around the mighty Haki, he fiercely faced Blackbeard, who was submerged in darkness and reappeared. Coming with a bang. Jong Sanchi, Yin Nai Luo. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky, smoke and dust billowed. Darkness surges and the earth collapses, however. In Kaido of the Beast's disbelieving gaze, submerged in the darkness, with his stick hitting his body from top to bottom, Blackbeard, who was supposed to be peeling off his skin without dying, turned into endless black smoke. Advertisement, but the main body actually disappeared. On the messy battlefield, the endless darkness that shrouded the earth gradually disappeared from the island. The entire area has been reduced to ruins. The crew of the Blackbeard Pirates. Everyone fell there covered in blood, unable to move. But Blackbeard was nowhere to be seen. That was a clone just now? Kaido was a little surprised and looked around. The aura has completely disappeared. Does Dark Fruit still have such an ability? Observation Haki, who is powerful himself, cannot detect the opponent's aura at all, and Kaido of the Beasts can't help but frown. He is really an insidious guy. Not long, without hesitation, Jin transformed into a pteranodon and patrolled the entire island in the nearby sea, but returned without success. He fell in front of Kaido, the beast, and said helplessly, "I pretended to have a fight with you, Mr. Kaido, but when I saw that the situation was not going well, I immediately abandoned my subordinates and ran away." "Oh, hey, damn, I was tricked by that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* angrily. If he really agreed to the other party's one-on-one 770 proposal just now. When you think you are sure of winning, you are careless. Obviously much better than the other trash in the Blackbeard Pirates, otherwise it would be impossible to maintain a clear consciousness. The kind that made them all run away from him, the 4 emperors. Hey, your name is Lafitte, right? You're also Zone's ability user. The key is that he is a rare flying Zone ability user. Please let me give them a ride myself, hear the words. It does have the value of solicitation. He lowered his head to show his submission. Please give me more advice, Your Excellency, the governor of the 100 Beasts group. Oh, hey, let's throw the other guys into the sea and feed them to the fish. It's no pity. Lafitte couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Most likely, we will still face the same result. Moreover, I still couldn't catch a single fish. Looking at Lafitte, who was barely conscious, Kaido asked directly and loudly with an expressionless face, your captain gave up on you and ran away. Do you want to join us? He knelt down on one knee in front of Kaido of the Beasts. Ahem. It seems like I have no choice. With a bruised nose and swollen face, Lafitte, who was extremely weak, leaned on his staff and knife and managed to stand up. Some chills all over the body. Although the opponent's strength is a bit weak, it is not too bad. Chapter 178, Empress, Boa Hancock, 5th update, time flies. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, located in the calm belt. A huge island is located there. If anyone observes carefully, they will be shocked to find out. There seemed to be no man at all on the island, no matter young or old, they are all women. Here is the legendary, Daughters Island. The Aborigines on the island are a fighting nation called the 9 Snakes. This is a country formed entirely by women, Amazon Lily. It is said that no matter whether a woman from the 9 Snakes fighting nation marries anyone, the child born after pregnancy will definitely be a girl, without exception. And on the sea several miles away, an antique red ship, hanging a pirate flag with a hydra on it, was pulled by 2 huge sea snakes and stopped on the sea. The way was blocked by a large warship. Marine, what's going on? A female warrior of the 9 Snakes Pirates who was boldly dressed and full of heroic spirit asked with an evil look. According to the agreement signed by Our Lady Snake and the world government, you should not come here. I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, and I have been ordered to come to issue a mandatory summons to the world government to Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress. We have not violated the agreement. The warship is currently on the sea 3 kilometers away from 9 Snake Island. An upright Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral with a punk head and a white striped suit said loudly, this distance is just about the same distance from your Amazon.com store. Where is your captain, Boa Hancock? Lord Snake Princess, you are not someone you can just meet if you want to. The female warriors of the Kuja Pirates. Each one of them was dressed boldly, holding guns, bows and arrows and other weapons, and they were extremely tough. He was full of hostility and contempt for the Marine in front of him. Stop talking nonsense, I'm here with the important task of world government, let Boa Hancock come out. And at this moment, gorgeous yet elegant cabin. As the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, the Emperor of Amazon Lily, and the female emperor, known as the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock. He was sitting on a huge python that was coiled into a seat. Advertisement, Rayleigh, Shaggy, it's been so long. Looking at the 2 figures in front of him, Boa Hancock was full of emotion. I didn't expect that on the way back from the expedition just now. I just met you 2. Her flawless and beautiful face is embellished with exquisite facial features. Her glossy black hair spreads naturally and falls to her waist. Wearing a gorgeous red cheongsam, the proud figure is highlighted and beautiful. It makes people reluctant to look away, and they can't help but subconsciously feel jealous of the big flowered python that serves as their seat. Shaky, Rayleigh, you are our great benefactors, we finally see you again. Yes, thanks to you and Granny Nu. We 3 sisters were able to reach 9 Snakes Island safely. 2 ugly female warriors, one fat and one thin, also said with joy. These 2 people are none other than Boa Hancock's 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. And across from them, surprisingly, it was Pluton, Rayleigh and Shaggy who left Sabaody Archipelago a few days ago. It's been a long time indeed, looking at everyone except Hancock as the older sister. As if the 2 sisters were completely different from each other, Rayleigh said with a smile. Unconsciously, you have become strong female warriors. It seems a little noisy outside. Shaggy sat there casually with his legs crossed. Holding the cigarette elegantly, he pointed outside and said with a smile. Hancock, Why don't you go out and take a look? Hancock frowned and said nonchalantly. It seems that Marine has sent someone here. Leave those guys alone for now, don't worry about them. This time, we have to come here to take refuge. Shaggy said directly. Maybe I'll excuse you, we've been staying in Nine Snakes for a while. What happened? Hancock was surprised. Looking at Rayleigh and Shaggy, he asked in confusion. Based on your strength, is it possible that Marine Wu is chasing you? She knew the strength of the two people in front of her very well. One is the deputy of Pirate King Roger, with the nickname, Pluton, a great pirate who once made countless people afraid of him. Although Shaggy is not famous, he has retired long ago and lives in the Sabaody archipelago incognito. But his true identity is equally astonishing. He was once the previous emperor of the Nine Snakes Pirates, and his real name was Xiaoyao. Considering the strength of these two people, I want them to take the initiative to take refuge. I'm afraid it won't be possible unless the highest combat power of naval headquarters is dispatched in person. That's not. Shaggy exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile, but I think Hancock, you should be happy to hear such news. Advertisement? Oh. Stop being so pretentious, I really want to. What exactly is going on? Hancock raised his eyebrows. The two sisters Sandersonia and Marigold are full of curiosity. It seems like you really don't know anything. The three Hancock sisters looked at them in surprise and confusion. Shaggy raised his forehead helplessly and said, the outside world is already in turmoil. As the Emperor of Nine Snakes, if you don't pay attention to the situation in the sea and don't understand current affairs news, the river is not qualified, Hancock. She was indeed speechless. As the Emperor of Nine Snakes. Although the calm belt is not well informed, newsbirds will not fly to such a place. But Hancock has been away from home the past few days. You can't even get a newspaper, right? It can only be that the other party doesn't care about this at all. When I read the newspaper, there was often a conflict between the Beast's Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, a conflict between the Beast's Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates, or a new pirate who was very powerful and attracted much attention. Hancock was unimpressed. Zhao S. leaned on the seat lazily. After all, it's all about stinky men. What's there to care about? What exactly happened? For those pirates in New World, they're fighting for territory and so on. She wasn't interested at all. Over time, I became more and more interested in it. Rayleigh, no doubt, he is also one of the bad guys. You are really. Shaggy was helpless. He took out a newspaper from his lower back. He handed it to Hancock and others and briefly introduced. 10 days ago, someone had the audacity to kill the celestial dragons, which caused the world government to be furious. Because the real culprit could not be caught, the world government, which was furious, was obviously worried that someone would follow suit. In order to establish its prestige and shock the world, it did not hesitate to order everyone in Sabaody archipelago to be executed in 3E. Now the residents on Sabaody archipelago have been slaughtered by Marine. What? Chapter 179 Hancock. I want to see that man. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. What? The three Hancock sisters were shaken all over. He could no longer remain calm and looked horrified. Looking at Shaggy in front of him in disbelief. Sandersonia on the side subconsciously took the newspaper. I read there intently. Is this? Really? Hancock was trembling all over and his face turned a little pale. How dare someone attack and kill celestial dragons? How can there be such an idiot in this world? Marigold covered her mouth and said in a trembling voice. As long as the celestial dragons are offended, the Admiral of Headquarters will personally go out to protect them. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the world government? Ah, it's a man named Coppers Ren with the title of Blood Prison. He has just turned 17. He is an incredibly young and handsome boy. Shaggy was not surprised by the performance of the three Hancock sisters. She flicked the cigarette butt and said softly, it is said that he is a phantom beast with the ability of Kirin Form. He can easily turn the earth into lava. He once fought with Marine Admiral Aokiji evenly. The battle between the two permanently changed the battlefield. The climate has turned a summer island into an island of ice and fire, known as a walking natural disaster. At first, I thought the reports were a bit exaggerated. Rayleigh touched his chin, where 293 added with amazement. But just a few days before the attack on the Celestial Dragons, he destroyed Marine's Buster Call alone, and the 5 vice admirals were left with only T, who was the admiral candidate. One person, 10 warships were burned to ashes, and not a single one of the tens of thousands of Marine elites were left alive. This age, this strength, and this potential, it's absolutely terrifying. Blood Prison? Coppers Ren? Hancock muttered absently. Subconsciously, he looked at a reward list that fell out of the newspaper. It was a young figure with gray-white hair, a resolute face, and an unbelievably handsome figure. The bounty amount shown above, jaw-dropping, awe. However suddenly, Sandersonia on the side covered her head and screamed in horror. It was like recalling something unbearable. His face was in pain and full of fear, and he held his head and screamed. His whole body was shaking and crying. Sandersonia. Hancock, Shaggy, Rayleigh and others on the side changed their colors. Advertisement Marigold quickly helped her up and persuaded her. Sister Sandersonia, it's all over, don't think about it anymore. Lord Sandersonia. Lord Snake Princess, what's wrong? The female warriors outside heard the movement. They all couldn't help but change their expressions. In a hurry and worried, he had to rush in. Get out of here. Hancock's tone was cold and he reprimanded loudly. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Ah, Lord Snake Lady. Yes, a female warrior named Nine Snakes heard this and looked at her. But no one dared to disobey the will of the Nine Snakes Emperor. I could only suppress my inner worries, withdrew. It's Saint Marquez. Suppress the emotions that can't help but pour out of your heart. Sandersonia, who was pale and trembling, pointed at the fallen newspaper in horror, and said with a trembling cry, "That demonic celestial dragons." What? Hearing this, Hancock and Marigold were shocked. He picked up the newspaper in disbelief and stared wide-eyed. I just saw it in the newspaper, a young, majestic and handsome man. Holding metal rings, they led a number of figures wearing slave collars and gorgeous spacesuits, with bruised noses and swollen faces, and were in a miserable state. More bold and grandiose sat on one of the tall slaves. And that tall middle-aged slave made the two sisters blush. His face was full of horror, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. I couldn't help but tremble. Marquez Saint? Shaw, Bifac, Chi and Rayleigh on the side couldn't help but widen their eyes, a little shocked. Could it be? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Advertisement. It's him. Holding the newspaper firmly in both hands. Marigold looked pale and said in a trembling voice, "That brutal celestial dragons, it was he who bought the three of us from the Sabaody archipelago. People have branded us with the mark of slavery that will be a lifelong shame and stain, the hoof of the sky-soaring dragon. This man." Hancock opened his beautiful eyes. Suppressing the fear and anxiety in his heart, I looked at the photos published in the newspaper in disbelief. She pursed her lips tightly, and her pretty pale face was full of shock. How dare you treat celestial dragons like Saint Malgas as slaves? She couldn't imagine it. On this sea, how dare someone actually directly offend the celestial dragons? Even teasing and humiliating celestial dragons as slaves. It seems like it's really fate. Shaki took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "However, what that little brother Ren did is not just that. I heard that they even cut off the heads of Saint Rosewater and his son and stuck them on the branches. Even the hands and feet of other celestial dragons were chopped off by him, and this Saint of Malgas is probably no exception. But it's still unclear whether he was killed or not." Rayleigh pushed up her glasses and said with some helplessness, "It is precisely because of this that the world government was so angry that in order to show the superiority of the world's nobles and the authority that should not be offended, they directly ordered Marine to start a massacre in the Sabaody archipelago. No chickens or dogs were spared. That's why we had to leave the Sabaody archipelago to escape the limelight for a while. After all, with my status, it would not be a good idea if the world government discovered me." At this point, Rayleigh spread her hands helplessly. "Those guys are like angry mad dogs now. They will do anything to establish their authority. If he dares to stay in Sabaody archipelago, he will attract the attention of marine and world government. It is estimated that those guys are really likely to bite him at all costs and try to capture him, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. There is even a high probability that he will be publicly executed like his Captain Roger, the Pirate King, was executed in the first place to restore the lost majesty and establish prestige of the world government and naval headquarters. I want to see him. That copper's Ren." Hancock pursed his lips. "Suppressing the fear of celestial dragons in my heart." The initially panicked look gradually became firm. He clenched his pink fist tightly, filled with awe-inspiring murderous intent, and gritted his teeth and said with full of resentment, "Only that Saint Marquez, I will never forgive him for what he did to Sandersonia, ta-ta." 6 BP Chapter 180 Ruskina, Restore Your Wings, Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. However, Empress, Boa Hancock didn't know. At this time, it was also on the Beast Island Ruskina, also located in the calm belt, adjacent to the Amazon Lily. 2 boats, one big and one small, were docked on the coast. And in the center of the island, one after another, figures are training sweating profusely. Astonishingly, it was Robin, Lan Shi, Bibo, Janbalu, Karina and others under the guidance of Fukuru and the members of the Grand Army's CP. There, he practiced 6 practical physical skills such as shaving, moonwalk, and tempest kick, as well as related practices in hockey aspects of seeing and hearing color and armed color. Even Manchelli is no exception, although Ren and others don't need her to fight. But no matter how powerful the ability is, it also requires sufficient physical strength to be able to be used better. Therefore, she must follow the training every day to exercise her physical fitness. It's just not as hard as everyone else. Pa. Robin stepped hard. Accompanied by bursts of white smoke, her whole body was in midair, constantly rising into the sky. Running, there. Phew. Finally got it, land smoothly. Robin, who was sweating a little, smiled. After these days of hard work, she mastered the physical skill of moonwalk, after shaving. Robin, congratulations. Karina wiped the sweat from her head. It's really amazing. Lan Shi on the side also said in amazement. I wonder when we will be able to master these 6 postures. Come on. Robin rolled his eyes. He looked at Karina and Lan Shi speechlessly. I know your abilities very well. You can fly by yourself. There is no need to waste time and deliberately learn how to fly. Moves like that, as long as your own strength is in place, you will naturally master it in the future. Now, whether it's Karina or Lancy, in addition to basic physical training and developing their own abilities, the two have begun to focus on training hockey. Especially Karina, after all these days of hard work. Observation hockey has officially awakened, but has not yet mastered it well. Advertisement combining distance with radio waves. You can control the heart with a large range like the god Enel. It may take some time, however, the beasts on this island are really exaggerated. On the side, Jabra, who was doing push-ups with his naked upper body and was sweating profusely, won the training. Shaking the sweat off his head, he sighed with emotion. Except Lord Ren and the others, none of us can defeat the bosses on this island. Well said. Kumadori shook his head and said, a few days ago, their group had just separated from Ren and others. Following Ren's prompts, relying on Pato's deformed leaves and Violet's ability to stare at fruits, we found this place. As a user with the elephant fruit ability, he went out of his way to confront a huge mammoth head-on, but unexpectedly, he was completely tortured. Who would have thought that these beasts could be so powerful? In particular, those boss-level beasts are so exaggerated that even Haki can master them. Even Karina and Lan Chi could only frighten those ferocious beasts by relying on the abilities of Logia Thunderfruit and Logia Yenyan Fruit. However, the blue wave ball given by Lord Ren is really powerful. Fukuru on the side said loudly, we actually added a few more transformations to our 3-stage transformation form, Shiba. Now, he looked ferocious, it's like a vulture in human form. And behind it, there is of course a pair of huge eagle wings. The hands are directly in the shape of sharp claws. Zhou Yan 10-finger pistol. Chi all of a sudden, he punched out. The several-meter-high boulder in front of him looked like soft tofu. The steel-like claws easily penetrated him, makes your scalp numb. It's really incredible. Jabra nodded seriously. It's a pity that it can only last for a few minutes, and it can only be taken every 6 hours. The newly added transformation form can even greatly enhance their strength, speed, jumping ability, etc. after transformation. Their combat power has been greatly improved, but it just lasted too short. Hey, Lord Ren said, the blue wave ball is just the key to unlock the potential. Kumadori said loudly, as long as we work hard enough, we can still be like Master Ren in the future, and can maintain multiple transformation forms without using the blue wave ball. He saw it with his own eyes. Please give me flowers. Advertisement people don't need to borrow the power of blue wave ball. It can also easily transform into various animal forms. It can be said that it is an exaggeration to be strong. That's right. Janbalu, who was immersed in training in a muffled voice and already sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and persisted. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and gratitude, and he said loudly and unswervingly, all we can do is to continue to become stronger and strive to keep up with Master Ren. This freed Celestial Dragon's slave. Because his own strength is not bad, and his body is strong, he can defeat ordinary people. The abilities, strength, and endurance of those who were directly given the dragon fruit, ancient species, and Tyrannosaurus Rex form have all been greatly increased, and their strength has made a huge leap. I vowed to work hard to become stronger and repay the kindness of Lord Ren. At the same time, it also made Jabra, Fukuru, Kumadori and others a little envious. It's a pity that they have already become capable people. It is impossible to exchange the fruit, call it this time. A fiery red figure fluttered its wings from the sky. Observation Haki has awakened. Although she is still unable to control it skillfully, with the blessing of Logia Thunderfruit, Karina, who is becoming more and more keen in this regard, quickly discovered the person coming. Well, did you really find this place? Ren said with a smile. Robin, Lan Chi, Bebo, Jabra, Fukuru and others. Ren, sir. His eyes lit up and he jumped with joy. As for the world government's bounty on the Lunaria clan? By the way, please ask Manchili, the healing fruit user, for a favor and prepare to restore the wings that were once plucked out. Waving hands with joy. Now that things have happened, does he still need to care? Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw people coming. So I deliberately took the time to leave Impel Down, followed the guidance of the lifeguard, and came here. That will give him a more mobile air combat capability. What he holds in his hand is a lifeguard. Ren. Now inside Impel Down, Aazil, a strong man from the Lunaria tribe, is sitting in charge, and is assisted by Shiryu of Rain, Rob Lucci and others. There is a big difference between wings condensed by flames and real wings. There is no need for him to keep an eye on it all the time. Chapter 181 Reborn Wings, King of the Sky, 3rd update. Is everything going well with the plan? Ren, Ruskajina Island. The central area where wild beasts dare not set foot. Robin looked at Ren with beautiful eyes, full of concern. Because Impel Down is the world's largest deep-sea prison, it is quite special. I am worried that even if I use an encrypted phone bug, there is still a certain risk of being monitored by Marine. They didn't communicate via phone beforehand, therefore, Robin doesn't know what the current situation is. Don't worry, Impel Down is completely under our control now. Ren didn't mean to hide it. He took out a few newspapers, handed them to Robin, and said directly. However, Blackbeard handed over the Fire Fist Ace he captured to the world government in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Marine just announced a few days ago, Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed. What? Robin's pupils shrank sharply. She took a deep breath and said, this is really surprising. Because this situation is basically no different from what people had speculated with her before. As expected, Blackbeard gave the Fire Fist to the world government as a gift for joining the 7 warlords of the sea. And Marine did not hesitate to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist was caught? Are you still going to be publicly executed? He is the captain of the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Isn't Marine afraid of angering Whitebeard, the king of the sea? Jabra, Fukuru, Karina and others on the side couldn't help but widen their eyes. They all looked at Ren in disbelief and were shocked. Fire Fist Ace, they naturally know who he is. Captain of the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the New World 4 emperors. If such a person is caught by Marine and announced that he will be publicly executed, it will inevitably cause huge waves. This is all within our expectations, after the pleasantries. Ren looked directly at Manchili. Straight to the point. By the way, Manchili, I have something to do and I want to trouble you. Yeah? Manchili's eyes widened and she said hurriedly, Sir Ren, do you need help with anything? Please tell me. It's like this. I am a member of the Lunarian tribe. I was born with a pair of wings, but my wings were removed when I was born. Ren asked, can you use the healing power of the healing fruit to restore my wings? In order to take his air combat capabilities to the next level. He has always had the idea of recovering his wings. Previously, considering that the other party had just used the power of recovery for Greg Holland, he had to pay a price and was a little weak. That's why Ren has delayed it until now, compared to Greg Holland, who spent at least 1 or 2 years of his life. He just restored a pair of wings, it shouldn't consume much. Advertisement, wings. Manchili blinked. Although he was a little confused, he naturally would not refuse. Of course this is no problem. Perona on the side was surprised. Wings? Are they the same wings as Lanchi and Waba? Sky Island human wings. It's small, can't fly, and is no different from a decoration. What's the use of that thing after it's restored? Idiot, of course not. The Lunarian tribe's wings are very big and can really fly. Karina rolled her eyes and knocked Perona on the head. Didn't we see the fire disaster from Beast's Pirates in the newspaper? Said. Karina's eyes sparkled. Looking at the handsome Ren, he rested his little hands on his head and looked forward to it. Those black wings, aren't they super cool? So, Ren, are you going to become an angel? Robin looked at Ren with a smile, and she couldn't help but look forward to it. Even if you are an angel, you are also a fallen angel living in hell. Ren shrugged and said with a chuckle. Also, the ability of the healing fruit is mainly about recovery. Can I turn my wings into those of other adults? I'm not sure if the Lunarian tribe is like that. Maybe he would be restored to the state he was in when he was born, with only a pair of wings smaller than those of Sky Islanders. It is also necessary to borrow the ability of Wanakuna's female ninja Paramecia ripe fruit, or the special ability of Supernova Jewelry Bonnie to catalyze it. Then Sir Ren, can we begin? Manchili jumped into Robin's hand. Well, please. Ren took off his coat, revealing his broad back. The back with perfect muscle lines has a black wing tattoo. But faint old scars can be seen on both sides, the ultimate healing and restoration. Manchili put her hands on it, the pure white brilliance keeps shining. Ren's whole body is filled with divine light. Brush. A pair of black wings appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, at a speed visible to the naked eye, keep amplifying. In the blink of an eye, a pair of huge black wings appeared behind Ren. Coupled with that handsome appearance and perfect figure, it made him look like a fallen angel from heaven. Call, huge wings spread. In an instant, there was a burst of wind pressure. Black feathers, lined up in rows, are black and shiny. On the back of the head and neck, a ball of flames rose into the sky. Let Ren's whole person feel inexplicably sacred. As if invisibly, there was suddenly a layer of mystery and coldness. Advertisement. It's just like in a fairy tale, in order to resist the corrupt gods, he chose to fall into the mortal world and fall into heaven. Hiss, is this the Lunarian clan? The wings are completely different from those of Sky Islanders. At that moment, Beppo, Jabra, Fukuru and others were present. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes, feeling an inexplicable urge to worship him. He has indeed become more handsome. Looking at the handsome and mysterious Ren in front of him, Robin's eyes were filled with brilliance and he said with a smile. It's true. Perona blinked her eyes. Curiously, he reached out and touched the black wings. Finding it to be extremely smooth and supple, she had the urge to rub her whole body into it. So cool, Karina couldn't help but her eyes lit up. I couldn't help but throw myself at Ren. So handsome, Ren. Damn Karina, you took advantage of Ren again. Lan Chi was so angry that her teeth itched. Reluctantly, he also rushed forward. He hugged the other side tightly, unwilling to let go. Okay, stop making trouble. Ren helplessly pulled the two women off his body. He tried to flap his black wings, and found that there was nothing stagnant or unfamiliar, and it was as easy as using his arms and fingers. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seems that the effect is better than expected, and it saves a lot of trouble. Said. He looked at Manchili who was sweating profusely and touched her little head. Thank you for your hard work, Manchili. The whole person took Manchili with him and soared into the sky. Like the king in the sky, he streaked across the sky like black lightning. Hold Manchili in the palm of your hand. Although he rescued it from the Don Quixote family, he did have his own purpose. Wings suddenly flapped. Black wings. Yuahuhu. Brush. Just like a peacock opening its tail, it unfolded there. This is what I should do. As long as you are satisfied with it, Lord Ren. 2.8 Manchili squinted her crescent eyes. The next moment, So far, it has only used its recovery ability to help Greg Holland and himself, and has not regarded it as a tool that can be thrown away after use. Obviously enjoying Ren's touch, he said happily, soaring towards the distant sky. Accompanied by violent hurricanes, then let me take you on a test flight. But Ren still dotes on this little human princess who is pure-hearted, innocent and kind. Under the envious eyes of Lan Shi, Karina, Perona and other women. Chapter 182 Nine Snake Island, the most beautiful woman in the world, 4th update. Woo-hoo-hoo above the sky, the dark wings kept vibrating. Ren took Manchili, the little human princess, soaring and hovering like a black stream of light. It's not bad, it's much more perfect than I imagined. My body is gradually getting used to it naturally. Looking down at the blue sea below, Ren chuckled. At first, he was worried that the sudden recovery of his wings might make it a little uncoordinated to control. But not at all. Sir Ren, where is that place? A somewhat excited Manchili asked, pointing forward. Oh, there, looking at the palm-sized, black spot, in the distance. It can be vaguely recognized that it is the shape of an island. Ren raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, that should be the legendary daughter island, Amazon Lily. It is said that all the citizens on the island are women, and the emperor of their country is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress, Boa Hancock, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Girl Island? The most beautiful woman in the world? Manchili is full of wonder. He was born on the Greenbit Peninsula next to Dressrosa. The most she could do was quietly visit the Dressrosa next door, and was later captured and imprisoned by the Don Quixote family. Originally, when she saw the dreamy Sabaody Islands, she already thought it was incredible. I never thought that the sea could be so magical. There is actually a country composed entirely of female, adults. She looked at Ren, full of expectation. Master Ren, can we go and have a look? Although they may be a little exclusive, but if you want to take a look, I can take you to see them, Ren said with a chuckle. Not to mention Manchili, as a normal man, for the legendary daughter island. How could it be possible not to be curious and yearning? Moreover, he really wanted to meet the most beautiful woman in the world. Ready. Yuahuhu. All of a sudden, the wings flapped. Ren accelerated suddenly. Taking Manchili, he rushed towards Amazon Lily at an astonishing speed. Soon, an island grew larger and larger, appearing in front of the two of them. Advertisement in the blink of an eye, Ren had already landed on a huge mountain wearing Manchili. And not far away, on a steep and rugged mountain. There is actually a huge palace located there. Is this the land of girls? Blinking big eyes. Manchili is full of wonder. Huh? Ren looked at the sea in the distance, his eyes focused. Some were surprised. Marine warship? With his excellent eyesight, he noticed everything at a glance. There was actually a warship parked on the sea 3 or 4 kilometers away from Nine Snake Island. Ren thought thoughtfully and roughly guessed what was going on. Most likely because of the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, the Empress was recruited to drive Shichibukai. Hey, little brother, it's not polite to trespass into another person's country without permission. Huh? A figure rushed out of the palace not far away. Came to Ren. But after seeing that excessively young figure, his pupils could not help but shrink. Are you, blood prison Ren? Isn't the other party an esper in the form of a phantom beast, a unicorn? When did you get an extra pair of black wings, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh? Looking at the person coming, Ren chuckled, when he approached the island before. That powerful observation hockey did sense 2 or 3 very powerful auras. I was a little confused at first, but I didn't expect it to be Pluton Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. But it's normal, because the Sabaody archipelago was slaughtered by Marine. Even if Pluton Rayleigh and his old sweetheart Shaki want to stay in Sabaody archipelago, they have to avoid the limelight first. Go back after some time. Who? At this time, several figures rushed out one after another. Immediately, everyone couldn't help but shrink their eyes, looking at the unbelievably handsome figure with black wings in front of them in shock. Ah, what a rare visitor, Shaki was surprised. Staring at Ren in front of him, he also noticed the raging flames on the back of his head and neck. She suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she was able to escape from a head-on confrontation with the Admiral of Headquarters at such a young age. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. I see. Are you the legendary Lunaria tribe? Advertisement she was in the Sabaody archipelago, ostensibly running a bar. In fact, he is responsible for selling information, so he has naturally heard of the Lunaria clan. The legendary clan of gods? Pluton Rayleigh raised his eyebrows. He just said how could there be such an exaggerated monster in such a sea? However, even with that special racial ability, such amazing talent and potential, it's still ridiculously strong. You're the blood prison who attacked the celestial dragons. Copper's Ren. Hancock, who looked beautiful in a red cheongsam, looked at the man in front of him in surprise. I can't calm down in my heart. Obviously, she recognized the other person. Although it is different from the wanted poster, with a pair of black wings, the face is exactly the same. Is this the man who dares to challenge the world government and kill the celestial dragons? Wow, what a beautiful big sister. His eyes lit up. Ren's eyes widened as he held the Manchuri. He stared blankly at Boa Hancock, who was so bright and beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. Hiss. Even if it was Ren, he couldn't help but shrink his eyes at 067. There is such a beautiful woman on this sea. That kind of silent temptation made him unable to restrain his beating heart. I'm afraid it's the ability of Paramecia's sweet fruit. At the same time, my heart couldn't help but feel awe-inspiring. Rayleigh, Shaki et al. That absolutely beautiful appearance is certainly indescribably beautiful. So that's it. I took my crew to practice on the nearby Beast Island, and I happened to pass by here, so I came up to take a look. I took the liberty of disturbing you, Ren said with a shrug. There is no doubt that this should be the world's most beautiful, Empress, Boa Hancock. Rayleigh suddenly realized, putting aside the exaggerated figure, just in terms of her beauty. But strictly speaking, it is at best comparable to Robin, Nami, and Karina. Seeing the three Hancock sisters who were a little excited, they smiled and extended an invitation. Brother Ren, do you want to sit down and have a chat? However, the temperament that is so charming that people can't help but be attracted to it and fall in love with it without control is not on the same level at all. Ruskina. Looking at the Manchuli in Ren's hand, everyone was a little surprised. Eh? A small human race? He touched his chin and said with a smile. That is indeed a good place to practice? Somewhat inexplicably heart-pounding, Shaki puffed out smoke. Chapter 183. Pluton Rayleigh's bargaining chip, Phantom Beast Titan Form? Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Inside the gorgeous palace, several figures were sitting there. The maids were all dismissed directly. There are only the three Hancock sisters, Pluton Rayleigh, Shaki and Ren, Manchuli. There is also Amazon Lily, who is full of wrinkles, short in stature, and uses a cane. The former emperor is now called Granny Nu. In addition, there is a large flowered python, Samaro, which is coiled into a seat and is seated by its owner, Boa Hancock. Tisk tisk, I really didn't mention it. Looking at Ren in front of him, Shaki chuckled and said, the man who caused a series of commotions and was known as the Blood Prison, God Killer, Walking Scourge, and other titles. Actually, you came to calm Belt quietly, no wonder the world government can't catch you. Brother, may I ask, I heard that you used to be the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates? Rayleigh looked at the young man in front of him, full of curiosity. The red-haired Shanks, who was once a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates and is now one of the New World 4 emperors, once mentioned Strawhat Luffy to him. Therefore, he always wanted to meet the boy who made the red-haired man willing to bet his hand. That's all in the past, everyone has their own ambitions. No one takes it seriously, I don't want to say any more about this. He looked at the ordinary silver-haired old man wearing glasses and asked, but, I think you should have received the news, right? Fire Fist, Portgas d'Ace will be publicly executed at naval headquarters in the near future. You, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, aren't you going to take action? I don't believe you don't know his identity. Hear what Ren said. Rayleigh's face was slightly moved. Unexpectedly, the other party knew Ace's true identity. Roger's son? He clenched his fists tightly and was silent for a long time. After all, he spread his hands and said helplessly, it's better to spare my old bones. As of now, I am just a retired coding craftsman. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, has Whitebeard to worry about. He knows it very well. Fire Fist Ace was publicly executed. What does it mean for the world government that is eager to establish its authority in order to restore its prestige at this moment? Especially since the naval headquarters has so many combat forces, if he intervenes directly, not only is it unlikely to save people, but he may get himself involved. After all, he was old and hadn't fought for a long time. Whether it's physical strength or swordsmanship, it has already regressed significantly. Moreover, he has a special status. Once you go, it means announcing to Marine that the Roger Pirates are officially back. By then, once the tacit understanding with the world government is broken, even the other retired Roger Pirates members will not be able to live in peace. Advertisement: all members who once belonged to the Roger Pirates are bound to be hunted down by the world government without sparing any effort. It is estimated that by then, even the red-haired face will not be of any use. Really, Ren didn't take it seriously. A pirate is a pirate. The Roger Pirates believe in free adventure. They're partners with Roger, but they are not his people. No matter what concerns Pluton Rayleigh has, the Roger Pirates have been disbanded today, and the other party really has no obligation to break his hard-won peaceful life for Ace. Hancock on the side did not interrupt. The Nine Snakes Emperor rested his fair and slender legs lightly on Samaro's body elegantly. With his right hand holding his chin, a pair of beautiful jewel-like eyes stared at Ren intently. He seemed full of curiosity, but also seemed to be struggling. What are you hesitating about? Asterisk, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Glancing at Shaki next to him, Ren looked at Pluton Rayleigh and showed a playful smile. If you are willing to sell your old bones to me, I can help you save Fire Fist Ace and kill your and Roger's brothers. Feelings. Rayleigh, naval headquarters is like a dragon in a tiger's den. Shaki looked at Ren and chuckled. Are you so confident, little? For me, saving people doesn't necessarily mean going to naval headquarters to save people. Ren smiled and was full of confidence. If he wanted to, he could have released Fire Fist Ace. You can even ask Luo to use his miraculous plastic surgery skills combined with op fruit abilities to find a prisoner with a similar face shape and figure to replace him. Even to avoid revealing the truth as much as possible. You can definitely use hypnosis to give you some psychological hints like Beiji Crow did. Let him mistakenly think that he is Fire Fist Ace, confusing the real one with the fake one. But there is no good thing, he won't do it, oh? Hear the words. Rayleigh's heart moved. with the other party's ridiculously powerful ability. If it were unexpected, there might be hope of rescuing Ace. Hey, brother Ren, I've already retired, and I still want to enjoy my old age, but I don't have the energy to spend time with you young people. Said, advertisement. His face straightened. Looking at Ren, he asked directly, would you like to change the conditions? Rayleigh was a little helpless. The other party really took advantage of his weak spot. This ambitious young man actually wanted to take him under his wing. Then it depends on how much bargaining chips you, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, can offer to win my heart. Ren crossed his legs. Caressing the golden hair of Manchili sitting there, the little girl covered her face in shame and chuckled nonchalantly. For example, 10 or 8 rare Logia zone devil fruits, etc. of. Maybe, I might be tempted, to know. Firefist Ace is dead. He is also able to obtain a Logia Mera Mera fruit. If the other party wants him to save people, the chips he pays must really make him excited. Rayleigh couldn't help rolling her eyes. Opening and closing his mouth is Logia, the phantom beast species, and there are still 8 out of 10. Are these abilities bad? I can teach you all my swordsmanship, and Rogers. Is this bargaining chip enough? Rayleigh asked directly with a solemn face. Ren glanced at him. Of course I'm very interested in the swordsmanship of you legendary strong men. Good money is good. I originally wanted to give it to Shanks, but he was not interested in becoming an Esper. Oh, what ability? Therefore it remains to this day. Looking directly at Ren, he said in a deep voice, this is all the bargaining chip I can offer. Everyone fruit phantom beast species Titan form. That was what he got accidentally after the Roger Pirates were disbanded. However, it didn't completely impress him. He couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. The swordsmanship of such a strong man really moved his heart. Then, plus a phantom beast species, he didn't expect that Pluton Rayleigh could actually use the ability of the phantom beast. Rayleigh took a deep breath. Without even hearing him explain clearly what his ability was, he refused to eat it. What? Ren shook his head slightly and said with a smile, but it's not enough. Both Roger and Pluton Rayleigh were once famous swordsmen. Chapter 184. Transaction, Hancock's request, first update. Phantom beast species. Titan form, inside the palace. The 3 Hancock sisters, Gloriosa and others were all surprised. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh was willing to use such a rare ability to make a deal with Ren. Is it the form of a fantasy beast? Titan form? It is indeed a good ability? Looking directly at the solemn Pluton Rayleigh, Ren smiled and said unceremoniously, plus you, the Banquet King, and Roger's swordsmanship. And the supreme sharp sword of Pirate King Roger, it should be in your hand, right? Hey, you're too greedy. Rayleigh's eyelids twitched. But he hesitated for a moment and said decisively, however, as long as you can rescue Ace, I can teach you. Talk about it. Ace is the translation of Roger's favorite knife, Ace. Therefore, when he first made a name for himself in Firefist Ace, he had already confirmed the opponent's identity. If you use that, Ace, you can get Ace's life back. He believed that his brother Roger would be very happy in another world. No, don't misunderstand. Ren shook his head and said with a smile, it's not that I'm greedy, but that Firefist is dead, and my gain is also not small. To put it bluntly, it can also reduce a potential competition. Opponent, I am taking certain risks by doing this. Strictly speaking, I'm just selling you, the king of banquets, a favor. Logia Mera Mera fruit value. Not necessarily worse than the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and Titan form. But the swordsmanship between Rayleigh, Pluton, and Roger, the Pirate King, really made him a little excited. Oh, Rayleigh almost laughed angrily. The ability of a phantom beast, his own and Roger's sword skills. This can be said to be a treasure of immeasurable value to anyone. Of course, he did not deny Ace's top qualifications inherited from Roger, otherwise Whitebeard would not have been prepared to train him as his successor. There are some things that I can't say more about, you may understand them later. Ren shrugged. Naturally, he couldn't put all his secrets in front of Pluton Rayleigh. Later, the other party will naturally understand. Those chips exchanged for Firefist Ace are certainly not bad. But it's not as precious as imagined, Pluton Rayleigh. Advertisement Shaki on the side also looked at Ren speechlessly. BGCH. Isn't this guy entertaining Rayleigh? Okay, whether it's devil fruit, I still have Roger's swordsmanship, or even Roger's knife, I can give it to you. Rayleigh took a deep breath. Looking directly at Ren, he said in a deep voice, but the premise is that you can rescue Ace intact. After all, I can't just listen to your words and believe you for no reason. Then, deal? Ren held out his palm and chuckled. On the day of public execution, I will hand it over to you completely. He could leave it to Pluton, but the Whitebeard Pirates have nothing to do with him. Even if the Whitebeard Pirates fall, it will have great benefits for the 4 emperors who are targeting the future in the Cross-Union, who are destined to seize Whitebeard's territory next. He has no obligation to save the other party. As for Firefist Ace, the opponent's qualifications are indeed good. But his ability is so powerful that he can overpower his opponent, whether it is talent or strength, he can firmly dominate them. If you dare to go against him, you are destined to die. At best, it's just a delayed recycling of Logia Mera Mera fruit. In this way, he can gain the swordsmanship of the 2 legendary masters of the Roger Pirates for nothing, and he can also gain the ability of a fantasy beast species, the form of a titan. Plus a sword once used by Pirate King Roger, the supreme sword ace. Why not? Then I'm waiting for your good news. Hear the words. Rayleigh was doubtful, looked deeply at Ren and give him a high five. Where did the confidence come from, thinking that he could easily rescue people from Marine? But the young man in front of him made a series of noises along the way. Although he is crazy, he has a certain control over his advance and retreat, and he can always escape unscathed. It's not like he is such an arrogant and ignorant person. I'm looking forward to your performance, brother Ren. Shaki flicked the cigarette butt gracefully and said with a smile. He made no secret of his admiration for Ren. The inexplicable attitude made everyone a little surprised. I always feel like the other person has a bit of a mother-in-law look at her son-in-law. Is it an illusion? Are you done talking? At this time? Hancock, who had been listening quietly without interrupting, spoke up. Advertisement. The voice was clear and crisp, like beads falling on a jade plate, and extremely pleasant to the ear. Then, it's my turn. Copper's Ren. She took a deep breath. During the turbulent waves, the jade hands that had been placed casually on the armrest were subconsciously clenched into fists. He stared at Ren tightly, pursed his lips slightly, and couldn't help but ask. I heard that you also kidnapped other celestial dragons. Is that St. Malga's still in your hands? Oh. Ren raised his eyebrows and looked at Boa Hancock in surprise. See the strange look on the other side. In my heart, there was some speculation for a moment. I chopped off his hands and feet a few days ago and used to bleed him for fishing from time to time. Ren chuckled and said nonchalantly, but I'm too busy these days and have no time to pay attention to it, so I can barely breathe a sigh of relief. When he arrived at Ruskin Island, he had indeed sensed the auras of St. Malga's and St. Charmic. Because of the treatment provided by Manchili and Luo, I was indeed still breathing a sigh of relief. Lest they died too happily. In addition, I also have 2 young female celestial dragons in captivity, and I haven't had time to train them yet. He stared at Hancock, who seemed a little agitated, but tried his best to stay calm, as if he was afraid that he would notice something was wrong. Ren didn't mean to expose it, and said with a smile, if you want it, make a price, and I'll sell it to you. Speaking of which, Angelia Palace or Shalulia Palace are 2 people. Gulu. In this world, there are actually people who dare to treat celestial dragons like this. Marigold looked at Ren in disbelief and spoke tremblingly. Everyone present. His body was trembling slightly, his fists were clenched white, trying his best to suppress the fear in his heart. How dare you do this to celestial dragons? This is his only one. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Using celestial dragons like St. Malga's to do bloodletting fishing? Looking at Ren speechlessly, and beside her, Sandersonia turned pale. He hasn't even had time to train him yet, Ren said with a smile. He looked at this ridiculously young man in disbelief. Hancock pursed his lips. Looking at Ren, he said bluntly, if you can, just give me St. Malga's. As long as you can offer a price that makes my heart beat. This is really treating the celestial dragons as slaves. No, I'm not interested in those women. Chapter 185. Another fruit? The frightened Empress opened black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Hash. In the gorgeous hall, the previous arrogance suddenly seemed to disappear. Boa Hancock seemed to have suddenly changed. I really want to teach the celestial dragons a lesson. Can the price be cheaper? A pair of pink fists were held in front of him, and his watery gem eyes looked at Ren pitifully. The sound is soft and waxy. She looks so delicate and helpless, and I feel pity for her when I see her. So cute. It makes people feel excited and unable to resist. I wish I could nod my head immediately and agree to any request. So cute, as expected. Next to Sandersonia, Gloriosa, Shaki et al. They were all immediately attracted. Red eyes, so beautiful. Even Manchili directly rebelled. Holding her little hands, her eyes almost turned into red hearts. There he nodded repeatedly. Promise her, yes. My heart skipped a beat. Ren looked stern and secretly cursed, goblin. In this case, of course. The hands behind his back were clenched tightly, the nails almost dug into the flesh. Unable to take advantage of the pain that stimulated his nerves, he kept himself calm. He smiled and said word by word. No, can. What? Gloriosa and others present were all a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the other party was so calm and rejected Hancock directly. What a disgusting man, you don't understand anything about love and affection. Hancock looked at Ren. The pitiful and helpless expression before disappeared instantly. Just like changing his face, he immediately returned to his former arrogance. But it's not that surprising. The willpower of such a strong man is obviously not comparable to that of ordinary people. Advertisement. It is indeed impossible to be conquered by one's own charm so lightly. I can only take out an unknown devil fruit. For other treasures, you can ask for as much as you want. She frowned slightly, bit her lip, and said, that devil fruit. She accidentally snatched it from an enemy ship when she went on an expedition not long ago. I just don't know what the ability is. Celestial dragons are priceless. Even if I offer tens of billions to the world government for a few devil fruits, they will definitely pay. When the 3 Hancock sisters were a little disappointed, Ren suddenly chuckled. But I don't want them to be so happy, so, I'll give you a devil fruit as a friendship price. It's okay to keep that piece of trash anyway, all of a sudden. Sandersonia and Marigold's eyes lit up. Hancock also looked at Ren with some surprise. He didn't expect that the other party would be so cheerful. Devil fruit is known as the secret treasure of the sea. But an unknown devil fruit is only worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. For those celestial dragons who claim to be descendants of the Creator and enjoy all privileges, it is indeed nothing. It's just that devil fruit has always been relatively rare. There is often a price but no market. Thank you then. Hancock smiled. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. The celestial dragons who had the three sisters branded with the hooves of the celestial dragon, causing them to experience endless humiliation. It was finally going to fall into their hands. No, to be honest, I am indeed an out-and-out lustful person. Ren shook his head. Suddenly he stepped forward. In Boa Hancock's dull eyes, he reached out and touched her beautiful face, but immediately took a few steps back quietly, and said with a smile, "Your damn charm really made me have the urge to dedicate everything to you for a moment. But lustful and brainless are two different things. So, I still have to accept that devil fruit, it's not just Hancock." Even Shaki, Sandersonia, Marigold and others looked at Ren in surprise. "I didn't expect the other party to be so honest. Forget it, for the sake of this great gift. I will forgive your rudeness this time." Hancock looked at Ren, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Then everyone will be happy, please give me flowers." Advertisement. Shaki put out the cigarette butt and chuckled. "You really know how to do business." Rayleigh was speechless and said with a smile, "We easily got 2 devil fruits from our hands. Of course, this is just a joke. If it were someone else, such an opportunity would be in front of them. He can't do it either, be it kidnapping celestial dragons. Or save Fire Fist Ace who is about to be publicly executed. These are not something ordinary people can do. The person is on Ruskin Island. You can go there and take him away at any time." Ren shrugged. Holding Manchuli in hand as a gesture, he looked at Hancock and said with deep meaning, "In addition, Manchuli is a user with the ability of Paramecia healing fruit. It is still possible to use the ability to make some permanent scars or marks disappear. 0. If you need it, you can ask her for help." What? It wasn't just Hancock who was shocked. The 2 girls beside him, Sandersonia and Marigold, couldn't help but turn pale. The meaning behind what the other person just said. He also looked at Ren with surprise, looking at Ren in fear and trembling. What is her identity? Isn't she the most beautiful woman in the world and the Emperor of Amazon Lily, the daughter country? Although my observation hockey cannot directly listen to other people's voices, it can still roughly sense a person's emotions. Ren looked at the other person and said calmly, "No matter how much Amazon Lily rejects men, it is impossible for him to do so. Taking such a big risk for no reason to target the celestial dragons." All of a sudden, why did Mr. Hancock's face suddenly change after he was so fine? I don't understand what Ren, Hancock and others mean at all. He looked at Ren blankly, his face a little pale. You know our identities?" "It goes without saying." Manchili was confused. Shaki, Rayleigh, Gloriosa et al. Mountain. Sitting weakly on the ground. Although you hide it well, the hatred in your heart is unavoidable and it's easy to guess. Hancock pursed his lips. Chapter 186. A blow. The transformed Empress. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. "I really can't hide it." Inside the palace, Shaki was a little helpless. When it comes to the celestial dragons, Hancock, the Empress, loses her usual calmness. It was indeed a bit too obvious and too eager just now. Might as well make it up a little, half-truth and half-falsely claiming that their female warriors from 9 Snakes were captured as slaves, tortured to death, or committed suicide after escaping back. At least it wouldn't arouse Ren's suspicion. "Then, will you look down on us?" Hancock bit his lip and asked tremblingly. I looked at each other periodically, no longer as high-spirited and arrogant as before. "I am afraid that I will get looks of ridicule, disdain, contempt, and disgust." "Why do you ask?" Ren couldn't help but frowned. Looking at Boa Hancock in front of him, he said, "This is not the arrogant Empress just now. A truly strong person is not afraid of anything. Rumors, shame and stain. What is 797? He frowned, looked at the pale Boa Hancock with some disappointment, and said lightly, "I'm a little disappointed with your attitude. There are countless more tragic stories than yours in this sea. Do you want to pray for others' sympathy and mercy?" A long time ago, the Lunaria tribe was once the master of the Red Line, but was invaded and expelled by the world government, and it was openly occupied. For hundreds of years, the world government has never stopped hunting and persecuting our clan. It has even issued a long-term reward. As long as anyone sees the news about the Lunarian survivors and reports it to the world government, they can get a bounty of 100 million belly. Today, there are only 2 or 3 people left in the Lunaria clan. Speaking of which, he paused, looked at the somewhat shocked Hancock and others, and said indifferently, "As soon as I was born, my wings were removed by my parents, and I followed them to hide from the world government. My father, a member of the Lunarian tribe, also accumulated a lot of hidden injuries due to the continuous pursuit of the world government. Unfortunately, he died of a recurrence of his injuries while hunting the Sea Kings. My mother also died of depression not long after. When I was young, I was trapped alone on an uninhabited desert island. I survived for more than 10 years, with only endless loneliness and endless battles to keep me company. In order not to be trapped and die there, I controlled. He continued to practice and strive to become stronger, fought with those ferocious beasts, fought with the ferocious Sea Kings, struggled on the edge of life and death countless times, and crawled out of hell. Do you want to compare yourself to me?" Rayleigh, Shaki and others all looked at the expressionless and indifferent Ren in surprise. They had thought that the other party might show no concern at all about Hancock's past, or might be full of ridicule and contempt. But I didn't expect the other party to say such things. Hancock stared blankly at Ren, who looked completely different from before with a cold face. His face, which was already as pale as paper, couldn't help but turn a little pale. Advertisement. Press your lips tightly. Not a word was spoken. Blood prison. Demon. Natural disaster. God killer. So what if everyone regards me as a butcher? One day, I will personally pull those trash off the altar, and return the pain and blood they gave to the Lunarian tribe 100-fold. Those enemies who cannot kill me will eventually make me stronger. That unwavering, sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the hall. The man has a resolute face and a burning gaze. The whole person is filled with indescribable hockey. Buzz. Buzz, an extremely powerful momentum swept out. Outside the main hall, countless attendants and female warriors rolled their eyes one after another and fainted. Ping 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 pong. In the room, countless coffee tables and decorations were shaken to pieces. Even Samaro's exclusive chair was knocked unconscious. Let Hancock collapse and sit on the ground. Looking at that stalwart figure, I was a little stunned. Shocking. Conqueror's hockey. Sandersonia and Marigold stared at Ren blankly, sweating on their heads. I was shocked by Ren's terrifying courage. Gloriosa, Pluton, Rayleigh, Shaki and others couldn't help but be a little shocked. The other party is young, yet his appearance is so terrifying. Lord Ren. Manchili stared at Ren blankly. Some were trembling and in awe. She has never seen such a strong and terrible Master Ren. You may really be the most beautiful woman in the world, but in my eyes, you are no longer worthy of the title of Empress. Ren glanced at Hancock and turned away without hesitation with Manchili. Originally, I admired you very much, but now you can be said to be cowardly and incompetent. Apart from your proud beauty, you are nothing but a vase. What a true empress should do is not to feel inferior and give up on herself, nor to deliberately use false arrogance to disguise her fragile heart and pity herself in a corner where no one is around. But we should be confident and self-reliant, and we should stand at the top of the world, overlooking the scenery of the sea. Use the blood of all your enemies to wash away the honor and disgrace of your life. Yuahuhu. Looking at Yingwe's figure, it was like a black stream of light, rushing towards the sky. Advertisement. Shaki, Rayleigh, Gloriosa and others in the palace could not help but remain silent. Hancock's face changed and became extremely pale. What a terrible young man. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. From him, in addition to the ambition to dominate the world like the rocks and golden lions of the past, I felt a frightening, tenacious and unyielding strong will. This is an ambitious young monster, it's just too cruel. Shaki was a little helpless. He looked at Hancock, who was pale and silent. Look at how he beat Hancock. No, maybe he's right. Hancock staggered to his feet. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug into his flesh, and strands of blood kept dripping. She bit her lip and said in a self-deprecating tone, I am indeed too cowardly. I have always been playing house, playing the role of the emperor who enjoys being a matchmaker in everyone's compliments. An invisible momentum kept rising from her body, coming. That's when you can truly eliminate it from mind to body. Sink raised his head. Even Saint Malgas, the guy who has caused endless pain and humiliation to our three sisters, only tried to use the power of Copper's Ren to secretly punish and retaliate through shady trading methods without telling the world government. I don't dare to disclose even a little bit of it. Crack. Bang. As if breaking free from invisible shackles. Looking at Hancock in shock. Hey, Hancock, sister, you. She touched her back with her right hand, and seemed to feel the mark of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof that was hidden inside and always aching. Since becoming the emperor, he has gradually been immersed in the cheers around him. Relying on his powerful fruit ability, he has slacked off on his own practice. On the surface, he is arrogant, but in fact, he is cowardly in his heart and does not even challenge the world government head-on. I don't even have the courage, and I never thought about truly taking revenge on the celestial dragons. Here words 5.3. That beautiful face was full of coldness and determination. At this moment, I will always keep this slave mark and let it remind me of my humiliation and unwillingness all the time. Sandersonia, Marigold, and Gloriosa all couldn't help but change their colors in horror. Shaki and Rayleigh's pupils couldn't help but shrink. No wonder he looks down on me, even I look down on Boa Hancock. I really don't deserve to be the Emperor of Nine Snakes. Wait until the day when she will be upright, have the courage and strength, and be able to stand in Mariajoy again. Chapter 187 Renby's Thunder plus Yunyan, 4th update. Wawa GG, God's Judgment, Ruskajina Island, in a deserted empty space. The pale electric light shone violently, the huge and terrifying lightning was extremely dazzling. At an astonishing speed, a tall figure of Wolf came over. Ah la la, it's really dazzling, squint your eyes. Ren, who maintains his human form, looks relaxed. There is absolutely no intention of directly using the ability of the Kirin Form of the Phantom Beast to transform, or using the Lunarian tribe's innate ability to control fire. Since the return of Amazon Lily, he had no intention of leaving directly and returning to the deep-sea prison. Instead, he was very interested and prepared to test the strength of Karina and Lan Shi. Look at their progress these days. Rang, in the blink of an eye. A flash of cold light, unsheathed like lightning. Whoosh, The blade tore through the atmosphere. An astonishing blazing slash struck out like lightning. Ito Ryu Purgatory, call _ between the electric light and flint. The dazzling slash is unstoppable, directly with the huge thunderpillar that was coming at lightning speed. 16. They collided hard together. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky and the light engulfed the group. Terrible airwaves swept in all directions. The surrounding ground instantly became scorched black under the raging current that was constantly flowing. Ren's tall figure, unscathed, Taiyen Yamato no Orochi. Sudden. A loud roar broke through the air. Lan Chi's whole figure was erratic. The whole body continuously releases astonishing cloud energy. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a white, lifelike giant snake with 8 huge snake heads and ferocious fangs. Each ferocious snake head seems to have self-awareness, with its mouth wide open. All of them were crushing towards Ren. Keng Keng. Ren's eyes narrowed. The blade in his hand kept waving. The iron cloud was constantly colliding with the extremely sharp and hardness comparable to steel. Oh, Tai Yun? Ren smiled and dodged the attacks of several giant snake heads. Boom. Boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and gravel flew. The earth was shattered by the impact. It makes people break into cold sweat. The power is acceptable, but this level is not enough. Advertisement facing the Yama no Orochi that attacked relentlessly, he looked sternly. The sharp blade turned extremely dark. Wrapping around armament hockey, he swung out boldly. Chi. Chi. He cut off the huge and ferocious heads mercilessly as if they were devastating. Roar. Yamato no Orochi howled there. The huge fallen heads turned into a large amount of clouds and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, only the huge torso was left. But obviously, these snakeheads are not the body of Lan Chi. She herself was unharmed. Without waiting for Ren to pursue him, he slashed directly at the body of the Yamato no Orochi with his sword. He had already retreated immediately, at this moment. Without warning, a beautiful figure, bathed in astonishing thunder, rushed over. Boo! There was a flash of lightning. I saw Karina's whole body shining with lightning. The right leg is even intertwined with strong electric light, which is so dazzling that people can't look directly at it. Kicked over like lightning. Boom! Ren bathed in flames. As if predicting the future, the material machine chooses. Covered by hockey, his right arm turned as black as ink and easily blocked this terrible blow. In an instant, an astonishing current surged continuously. If it weren't for Ren's armament hockey, it would already be quite strong. Moreover, his body has begun to transform in the direction of a monster. Without relying on the amazing racial ability of the Lunarian tribe, a special flame appeared directly on the back of his head and neck, turning on the strongest defensive state. I'm afraid that now my whole body has been numbed by that terrible electric current. This is the scariest thing about Thunder Fruit. That terrifying current makes it impossible to guard against it. For those strong men who lack strength, it is completely crushing power and cannot be resisted at all. The warriors of the Fur tribe only use the static electricity generated by the friction of body hair, and then use the electric shock technique that is obviously not that amazing. It can give the powerful cadres of the 4 Emperors pirate group a headache. I don't dare to look down upon it at all. Not to mention the Thunder Fruit, which is completely different. The electric current it releases has a voltage of hundreds of millions of volts, or even hundreds of millions of volts. It is simply unbelievably powerful. Kai. The two were instantly separated. Ren retreated. But the next moment, the blade wrapped around armament hockey suddenly turned. Suddenly at an incredible angle, coming to kill. Boohoo. There was a flash of electricity. Karina's hair stands on end. He narrowly avoided Ren's attack by relying on his knowledge and color. The whole person suddenly retreated to a distance of more than 10 meters and distanced himself. It's so dangerous. Yuahuhu. Advertisement just then, the clouds and fog surge. A beautiful figure flew over with great speed. Half of the body assumes a human form. Thundercloud Swamp. Lan Chi shouted. Her eyes were stern, and her whole person was full of energy. The hands continuously release a large number of quagmire-like swamp clouds that can directly trap people. It couldn't help expanding and spreading, and in an instant it filled the sky. Falling towards Ren below at an alarming speed, surrounded from all directions. Wah wah gg. At the same time, the large swamp clouds turned into extremely dark thunderclouds at a speed visible to the naked eye, shining with dazzling electric light. A large amount of high-voltage current flows along the swamp cloud. It makes people feel a little scared. Yuahuhu. The dark wings suddenly flapped. Ren didn't hesitate and jumped into the air. Get out of the way. It's not that easy to avoid. Go ahead and explode the bomb. Lan Chi saw this. His hands suddenly lifted up. A large number of thunderclouds were raging. It turned into countless ball clouds and rushed out. Whoosh. Each one is about the size of a table tennis ball, a highly compressed material cloud of 007 balls. They are all extremely dark, intertwined with human light. Densely packed, overwhelming, one after another broke through the air and flew up. Towards Ren in midair, comes bombarded indiscriminately. Wah wah gg. Boom, boom, oh, is there such a move? The human figure is flying across the sky. Looking at the continuous and densely crushing thunderballs, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Unfortunately, the speed is too slow and has no weight, so it is easy to be targeted. Yuahuhu. The words just fell, his wings flapped violently. In an instant, violent wind pressure swept out. A large amount of highly compressed energy tried to explode at the moment of approach, releasing an astonishing high-voltage current, and the black ball cloud attacking the target was violently thrown away. Woo! There was a flash of electricity. Budu Yuhun, Karina rushed up directly. The electric light on his hand intertwined and condensed into a dazzling light sword that made people's hearts beat. Coming towards Ren. Unbelievably brave, 10-fist sword aid distinctive attack. At the same time, Lan Shi also flew high into the sky at an astonishing speed, unwilling to be outdone and take action. She holds a sword made of cloud energy, but in the blink of an eye, it meandered out as if there was no end. In one fell swoop, 8 swift cloud swords formed, shining with a frightening cold light and entwined with wisps of electric current, attacking like stripes of lion majesty. Wawa GG, Sonorous, Chapter 188 Thundercloud Giant Fist? Lan Shi's Strength, First Update. Wawa GG. Keng, boom boom high in the air. The blade and the lightning kept colliding. 3 figures were fighting fiercely there. Woohoo! Shocking waves of air kept coming. A large amount of current is sputtering like fireworks. The terrifying current blasted a large area of the earth with holes and was scorched black. Makes your scalp numb. Wawa GG, the lightning sword flashed with lightning. It's so intense that it's hard to look directly at. He actually had a head-to-head fight with Hong Shui Zuo Wenzi, who was the 21 great swordsman. Moreover, Karina's figure is extremely fast, constantly flashing there, fighting against Ren. Lan Shi condensed a cloud sword in her hand that was no different from Sky Island's Iron Cloud. It was extremely sharp and extremely tough, the 10-fist sword. It is as flexible as a whip, and as cunning as a lion majesty with a sense of life. It can be manipulated as it pleases, constantly changing angles, making it difficult to predict its trajectory, and attacking Ren one after another. It even carries traces of astonishing current, dazzling. Hard to guard against. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing is endless. Even if he deliberately restrained most of his strength in order to test the strength of the 2 women, Ren still seemed to be able to do it with ease. The sharp blade, the flashing lightning sword, and the extremely sharp cloud sword can be divided with every touch. Don't give the other party any chance at all, and launched a strong counterattack. Kai. A flash of cold light came. Hong Shui Zuo's words are as fast as lightning. The blade is wrapped around Hockey, black and shiny, and extremely breathtaking. Da-da. Karina's eyes narrowed. The blazing electric light flashed and disappeared. In an instant, he retreated several meters away, barely dodging Ren's blade. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Wawa GG, the pale lightning was extremely dazzling. Karina, who had distanced herself from the other party, was shining with astonishing electric light. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and aimed it at Ren, who was about to pursue him relentlessly, shining with an astonishing electric light. Roar. A huge, lifelike thunder dragon roared out with its fangs and claws. Murderous and shocking, extremely fast, came to kill. Call, however. A cold light flashed, oncoming. It was a huge slash. He collided with the fierce thunder dragon with its claws and teeth. Boom boom. Yuahuhu. Expanding iron cloud. At this time, don't wait for someone to stabilize your body. Lan Shi rushed forward reluctantly. Her right arm surged with clouds and she suddenly raised it. Advertisement. It continued to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a huge, dark fist mark. It makes people break into cold sweat. Hey, Lan Shi was full of toughness. The materialized giant cloud fist is no less powerful than the fists of the giants. It is as tough as steel and intertwined with Shuo Shuo Riba. Carrying fierce wind pressure, it actually stretched out from a distance of more than 10 meters. Crushing towards Ren without mercy, it makes people break into cold sweat. Gigantization Thundercloud Fist. Using the characteristics of clouds to expand the fist over a large area, and using the properties like iron clouds to strengthen the fists, and at the same time, combined with the electric current released by thunderclouds, the attack power is greatly increased. Looking at the exaggeratedly large thundercloud fist that flashed with lightning and came fiercely. Ren's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of admiration. It seems that it should be able to make the whole body huge, and directly transform into a giant. It's a very thoughtful idea, and the ability has been developed well. Said, he was not to be outdone. Veins popped out in his right arm. He waved his fist brazenly and charged forward. Boom. Yuahuhu. Strong collision. The fierce wind pressure couldn't help but sweep away. Big trees were blown around, making it difficult to open your eyes. Hiss, are you kidding me? Is Lan Shi's strength that strong? This is truly an astonishing scene. Beibo, Shachi, Peijin, Jabra, Perona and others who were watching the battle from a distance could not help but open their mouths in shock. Some couldn't believe it. They were not surprised by Karina's strength. After all, I had already seen it during the Sabaody archipelago. But Lan Shi is different. Is this really the Sandia female warrior they know? Although the other party does perform well on weekdays, it is not that powerful. But I never thought that after obtaining the ability of Logia Yanyan fruit, it was actually able to explode with such powerful fighting power. It's indeed a bit exaggerated to be strong, Even Robin, who often trains with Lan Shi and Karina, couldn't help but marvel. It seems that the ability of the Logia Yin fruit matches Lan Shi very well. Brush. Woo. People stepped hard. At the same time, the wings behind his back suddenly flapped. The whole person suddenly accelerated, and his body was as fast as lightning. Like a ghost, he instantly rushed in front of Karina, who was trying to rush up. It was so fast that the two women's eyes blurred. Boom. But in the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to react yet. Ren had already seized the opportunity and punched out in panic. A punch hit Karina, who was not expecting it and was a little off guard. Wow. Karina screamed. In the blink of an eye, he was blown away by the powerful impact. The whole person crashed into the forest in a panic. Next moment. Ren's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he turned to one side. He dodged several iron clouds that were extremely sharp and struck like lightning. Wrapping around Haki's right foot, it tore the air apart. Advertisement Lan Shi's pupils shrank sharply and she couldn't help but stand on end. Bang. Even for the first time, with the intertwined arms of Tai Yun's hardened nature, he was able to block it. He was still hit by that powerful and heavy blow. It was so heavy that it flew like cannonballs. Both hands were shaking and burning. Because of the severe pain that hit her, her beautiful face was slightly distorted. Fly straight out. There was a flash of electricity. A somewhat embarrassed Karina rushed out. There's a wisp of bloodline hanging from the corner of the mouth. Brush. The blazing electric light makes it difficult for people to look directly. In an instant, her body grew incredibly fast. ZZ. Lots of electrons, gathered together in an instant. He flashed directly to the side of Ren, who seemed to be somewhat unexpected. The moment he threw himself at Ren without hesitation, a dazzling and frightening electric light erupted all over his body. Discharge max 100 million volts. Hey, Shichi. Boom boom. Boom. In an instant, the figure surrounded by strong electric light was directly blasted away. Ren, who was uninjured and maintaining a kicking posture, slowly lowered his right leg that was wrapped around Haki. Looking at Karina, who looked a little embarrassed, she turned into a beam of lightning and flashed out again, with a bruised nose and face. He deliberately restrained his strength from beginning to end, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Not bad, I am becoming more and more proficient in controlling Thunderfruit. Karina, you really have qualifications that surpass Enel." Although from beginning to end, he was easily crushed. But Karina, who had just obtained the Logia Thunderfruit, seemed to be able to easily release hundreds of millions of volts of electricity. If it were another person, if armament Haki was too weak, he would not be able to guard against the terrifying and pervasive thunder and lightning. Even the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters will be instantly killed if he is careless. Even if Karina comes up and flies a kite, even the elite Vice Admiral with good strength will be slowly killed if he doesn't have the corresponding means. In such a short period of time, he could reach this level from a 5 scum. It can be said that it has exceeded his expectations. Such performance is indeed quite outstanding. It's still far behind compared to you, Ren. Looking at Ren in front of him, Karina, who had consumed a lot of energy, was panting. Of course she knows very well that Ren's strength is amazing, even when he doesn't have the fruit ability, good at making money. But even Enel, who was a previous generation Thunderfruit user and had developed extremely amazing abilities, was no match. It's far beyond what she can fight now. In particular, she had witnessed with her own eyes the stunning and shocking posture of Haki after Ren transformed into the majestic unicorn beast. That is the truly despairing, invincible monster. Lan Shi, you're doing well. You've developed your fruit's abilities more and more proficiently. Ren looked at the beautiful figure on the other side flying over in embarrassment, and he was not stingy with his appreciation. Although strictly speaking, Logia Yin fruit is indeed slightly inferior to Logia Thunder fruit. But under his advice, Lan Shi has done a very good job in developing such fruit abilities through her own efforts these days. And, compared to Karina, as a female warrior of the Sandia Gorillas, Chao, Lan Shi has been training rigorously since she was a child and often fights with the God's Guards. The combat experience is undoubtedly richer. I will continue to work hard and not let you down, Ren. Lan Shi smiled happily. Touching the pink fist, I am full of joy and determination. For her, being able to gain Ren's approval. I have been practicing hard day and night these past few days, and the hardship is nothing at all. Chapter 189 100 Years of Blank Time? The Mediocre Teacher Rayleigh is online. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Ranchi, Karina. You guys were just awesome. It's really awesome. Dusk. On the coast, everyone gathered around a bonfire. Delicious barbecue, filled with real meat aroma. After training for a long time, they were all hungry in a blink of an eye, and they were feasting there. On the Ark of Proverbs, Angelia Palace and Shalulia Palace were wearing slave collars, and they had long lost their original arrogance. In front of him, there were 2 plates. There was no image, gobbling. Currently, I come to Ruskina Island to practice. Except Robin, Lan Shi, Karina, and Perona. There are only some members of CP9 and members of the original Heart Pirates. Most of the slaves taken away from Sabaody Archipelago by Ren and others have been released on a certain island. Needless to say, the mermaid girl Kami was auctioned. During the Sabaody Archipelago, Ren let him go. After all, the Fishman Island is on the seabed not far from the Sabaody Archipelago. With the mermaid's excellent swimming ability, it can easily return. The female dancer Passia from South Blue, the world-famous model Elizabeth from the Kingdom of Grand Line Fuxies, and several other slaves with acceptable abilities. Because I had nowhere to go, I was left behind. These days, I have been practicing here with Robin and others. Gurgling. Ren sat next to Robin. Holding the wooden bucket cup, he drank the wine. Holding 647 pieces of meat with bones in his hand, he destroyed them all with meat and bones in 2 or 3 strokes. He suddenly felt something and looked at the sea in the distance. Oh, is it coming so soon? Crash. Water splashes. On a windless sea, a figure kept swimming over at an astonishing speed. Kai, a huge sea creature that was trying to bite, wailed. He fell directly there. There were several shocking bloody mouths on the beast's body. Makes your scalp numb. Swimming in the calm belt? Gulu. Who is this? Killed a large sea kings in an instant. Huge movement. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Robin, Babo, Karina and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Some people can't believe that someone actually dares to swim in the calm belt. Advertisement. It's really lively. An old figure with a naked upper body, white beard and hair, jumped onto the shore. I'm sorry, I originally just built a raft and paddled here, but there were too many sea kings and it fell apart halfway. A wet Rayleigh squeezed the water from her clothes. I have no choice but to swim here. Swim over? This is the calm belt. Oh, I'm better at water. Hey, is this a water-based problem? Babo, Karina, Perona and others were stunned. I couldn't help but show my teeth and couldn't help but complain. I haven't exercised so vigorously for a long time and I'm really hungry. Shaking the water drops from his glasses, Rayleigh looked at the barbecue on the campfire. He looked at the leader, Ren, and said with a smile, I wonder if I, an old man, can have a meal. It's better to come sooner than later, please feel free to do so. Naturally, Ren would not refuse. I'm not going to find him again in 2 days. After all, he has to take risks to save people next. At any rate, you have to pay some remuneration first. Let him increase his strength. Wait, you are? Hey, is it true? Gulu, Pluton Rayleigh? Why is such a person here? At this time, Jabra, Fukuru, Kumadori and other CP9 members looked at the visitor. Their pupils couldn't help shrinking, and they were a little shocked. As an elite agent of the secret cipher POLCP9 directly under the world government, how could they not recognize each other? Pluton Rayleigh. One Piece Roger's right wrist, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates? Hearing this, Robin, Karina, Perona and others. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. Does this humble old man have such a great origin? But if you think about it carefully, only such a big shot is qualified to easily swim through the calm belt without the help of a boat. This is deep in the calm belt. It can be said to be the lair of the large sea kings. Huge sea kings like the one they just took out. It is obviously impossible for the other party to meet just 1 or 2 heads. BG does not have great strength. It's really impossible to get here. Don't worry, I have retired. Advertisement. Rayleigh waved her hand. There, he said with a smile. If it hadn't been for Sabaody Archipelago, I would be an ordinary coding craftsman now. Everyone calls me Lao Lei. The future belongs to you young people. Pluton Rayleigh, since you are the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, you should all know the historical truth about the blank 100 years, right? Robin was a little excited. She locked eyes with Rayleigh. I desperately want to ask the other party about the 100 years blank. A blank 100 years? Hey, Pluton, is the legendary secret treasure One Piece real? Where is the final island, Raftel? What exactly is One Piece? I heard Robin ask suddenly. Babo, Jabra, Karina, Perona and others were on the side. They all couldn't help but have blazing eyes, and they all couldn't wait to ask. They believed that as the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, such a legendary figure definitely know the truth and whereabouts of One Piece. Are you Nico Robin? Rayleigh ignored the others. He looked at Robin, smiled and said, I heard about Ohara's affairs, Dr. Kloba and the scholars of Ohara. Their feats are indeed very admirable. We do know the entire history, but are you sure you want to know all of this directly from my mouth? There was a pause. He pushed up his glasses and asked, no one can tell whether the answer we got is the same as the answer you were seeking. Moreover, the truth of history is often more absurd than imagined. Do you really believe everything I say easily? Not to mention the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors of the New World, the naval headquarters as the overlord of the sea, and even the world government behind it, a behemoth with profound foundation and unknown strength. If we want to reach the top, it can be said that there are many obstacles. Now that the world government has become alert and prepared, it may be much more difficult than it was for us. What a confident guy. Ren looked calm and said with a smile. Adored endlessly, looking at the boundless blue sea. Ren, Sir Ren, I am grateful to you. The whole person invisibly reveals a power that makes people subconsciously convinced. He looked at Ren next to him and smiled. You're right. Anyway, we will know everything sooner or later. Forget about it, everyone couldn't help but see a diamond-shaped light. Who else would it be than me? Let Lanchi, Babo, Karina, Perona and others present. The calm tone was full of indescribable confidence, unparalleled hockey. Robin's expression changed. Seeing this, Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle. You know, your future opponents are not easy. Oh, are you so confident? He took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Chapter 190. God avoids me. Thunder 8 trigrams. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. Hey, brother Ren, is your request a little too much? Full of wine and food. I heard Ren directly and politely propose that he and Roger should learn the sword skills and pay some rewards in advance. Rayleigh's eyelids twitched and she looked at him speechlessly. After all, you didn't even rescue Ace. It is precisely because I have to take huge risks that I need to improve my strength. Ren shrugged. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he said bluntly, I can't bear all the risks. You, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, are watching the show and enjoying the benefits, right? Okay, let me teach you a trick. I saw someone shamelessly stalking me. Rayleigh looked at the setting sun. It should be an hour before it gets dark. His eyes under the lenses were full of playfulness. He looked at Ren and said with a smile, if you can learn that trick, I can stay here to teach you until the time for public execution arrives. Although he had experienced it personally in the palace on Nine Snake Island before. Clearly, Ren not only has Conqueror's qualifications, but Conqueror's hockey is quite strong. You should be able to use it freely, but he didn't believe that the other party was young. He even mastered techniques like Conqueror's entanglement. Moreover, even after mastering Conqueror's entangling skills, that move can't be learned just by wanting to learn it. And if you just master the skill of armament hockey's external release. So the power is exerted. After all, it's just half-baked. Then it's a deal. Ren smiled. Please give me more advice. Although Pluton Rayleigh is a mediocre teacher that people ridicule, he is not as famous as Teacher by G. But that was just teasing after all, as a famous and powerful man in the past. The man known as Pluton, with the title of Ancient Weapon. Obviously it's not simple. Then come with me, Rayleigh said nonchalantly as he grabbed the sword he placed next to him. On the side are Robin, Jabra, Karina and others. They couldn't help but become interested and followed him. Watch from afar, it's time to start. A clearing. Ren looked relaxed, in Rayleigh's somewhat surprised eyes. Advertisement. He took out a blue wave ball and swallowed it directly. Open black lens bracket. Brain power enhancement. Close black lens bracket. He looked sharply. There is no change in the appearance of the whole person. However, the brain was thinking more clearly than ever and began to operate at a high speed. This move, called Divine Avoidance, is Roger's special move. Rayleigh's face looked somewhat reminiscing and full of emotion. There he told Ren. First of all, this is what is needed. Secondly, we must pay attention to, need that. 10 minutes passed in a hurry. Rayleigh didn't completely fool Ren, and kept gesticulating seriously. With a straight face, he said to him, the main points are basically like this, do you remember it? Almost. Ren nodded. Remembering and learning are two different things. Rayleigh held the long sword in his hand and smiled. If you experience it personally, the effect may be better. Do you want to give it a try? Said. He looked at Ren teasingly, full of amusement. What a narrow-minded guy. If you want to take the opportunity to teach me a lesson, just say so. Ren rolled his eyes and said calmly. But, I really want to experience it for myself. Said. He threw another blue wave ball into his mouth. Bring it on. The red snow on the waist is unsheathed. Looking at Rayleigh in front of him, he stood ready. Huh, that knife. Rayleigh was a little surprised when she noticed another knife on Ren's waist. It seems to be Wanakuna's national treasure, black sword, Shu Shui, right? I heard it was stolen 20 years ago. The Kuri daimyo of Wanokuni, Kazuki Oden, was once a member of the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh once heard him mention the national treasure enshrined by Wanokuni for generations, the black sword Akishui left by the former dragon-slaying samurai, Shimotsuki Ryoma. This is the trophy I got from Gecko Moria, Ren said nonchalantly. I see. It looks like 2 warlords of the sea have fallen into your hands, Rayleigh suddenly realized, and couldn't help but look at Ren deeply, a little amazed. He didn't expect that. The other party actually remained silent. Killed Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Please give me flowers. If word spreads, I'm afraid it will cause quite a stir. As one of the 3 major forces of the Grand Line, along with the naval headquarters and the New World 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, who work together to maintain the balance of the sea, have lost their masters one after another at the hands of Arain. So, are you ready? Rayleigh's face was solemn and her eyes were stern. Advertisement. The whole person's momentum kept rising. I'm going to do it. The next moment, he stamped his feet. He ran out with lightning speed. The blade of the sword is intertwined with black and red lightning. He attacked Ren brazenly and slashed through the air. God avoids. Welcome. Ren's eyes were stern. A flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes. He had already predicted this scene, and the hair on his body could not help but stand up. But at the same time, the cells in the body can't help but cheer and cheer. It directly ignited the spirit of fighting, crackling. The blade in the hand, also intertwined with black and red lightning. Kai. He stepped on his feet and flapped his wings. Showing no weakness, he swept out at an astonishing speed. Swing out. Thunder 8 trigrams hyphenation point slash, Kang. Time, space. It seemed to be frozen, because although Rayleigh wanted Ren to suffer a little. But after all, there is no murderous intention, he deliberately restrains his strength and does not really go all out. At this moment, the two of them were evenly matched. One sword after another collided in the air. but there was a clear and harsh sound of gold and iron clashing. Crackling. The black and red lightnings kept intertwining and flashing, like dragons and snakes dancing. With the extremely violent shockwave, it hit in all directions. Boom. Boom, the earth was directly and ruthlessly torn apart. It was constantly being crushed at a speed visible to the naked eye, collapsing and collapsing there. Woo-hoo-hoo. Swoosh. The violent airwaves were like ripples, sweeping away layer by layer. The calm sea suddenly became boiling. An astonishing wave was set off. The scene was extremely shocking, righteous. Chapter 191. The Bereaved Dog Blackbeard, Changing Plans, 4th Update. That is. A collision in the air. The blade did not touch directly. What on earth is it? Distant coast. Looking at this incredible and shocking scene. Lan Chi, Robin, Jabra, Karina, Perona and others who were watching the battle couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide, some of them unable to close. I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What? Shocked. It's not just them. Rayleigh, who was confronting Ren there, was the first to bear the brunt. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face was full of astonishment, and he looked at Ren in disbelief. This move is... I stole the lesson from Kaido a while ago. The corner of Ren's mouth raised, and he looked at Rayleigh with some teasing. You don't think I can't control the entanglement of conquerors, do you? He believes it, with Rayleigh's 377, shrewdness. If only he had mastered Conqueror's entanglement. There was absolutely no way he could teach him the divine avoidance move so readily. After all, to be honest, although the two parties have reached an agreement on the transaction, it can be said that there is no basis for trust. No one is afraid of rabbits. Fire Fist Ace is nowhere to be seen. Rayleigh can't be stupid and put his swordsmanship at the bottom of the box. Taught him without reservation, and if he doesn't see real benefits. He also maintains a certain degree of suspicion and caution towards the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. What a terrible guy. Rayleigh's eyelids twitched and she felt helpless. I've been fooled by you. Who would have thought? A 17-year-old brat. He has actually mastered such advanced skills as Conqueror's entanglement. It's incredible. Not surprisingly, the opponent's move was Thunder 8 trigrams. It should have been stolen from him during the battle with Admiral Aokiji, Hero Garp and others on the Ice and Fire Island a few days ago. However, this talent is really frightening. Next moment. Both of them retreated violently. There was no further stalemate. I have generally understood the techniques and key points you just mentioned. Advertisement looking at Rayleigh in front of him, Ren's eyes were burning. Holding the blade, he rushed out like lightning. Now, let me give it a try. God avoids. The blade was surrounded by black and red lightning. At an incredible angle, it carries the terrifying Emperor Lee. The unimaginable Haki roared out, meal between the electric light and flint. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes were sharp. No longer restraining his strength, he swung his sword boldly. He collided with Ren again and pushed his wolf back. Boom boom. Yuahuhu. The light is dazzling. Amazing slashing wave. There was a fierce collision with Wong. On the sea, huge waves were raging. The strong wind pressure made it impossible to open one's eyes. Bang bang in the blink of an eye, Ren's whole body was flying like a cannonball. Several big trees were smashed in succession, raising large amounts of smoke and dust. Rayleigh took a long breath. Looking at Ren, who was knocked out but flew back again like nothing happened in the blink of an eye. What an incredible guy. As expected of Pluton. Staring at the old and strong figure in front of him, who could not be underestimated, Ren sighed. Even if you are old, you still have such terrifying power. You are the real monster, Rayleigh said speechlessly. Although he just said that he was not going all out. But he no longer deliberately held back his power as before. As a result, it just knocked the opponent away. It's obvious that Ren's Haki is not even remotely inferior to me. But it just relies on the racial ability of the Lunaria tribe. Ignore the damage. Anyway, please give me more advice in the coming days. Ren looked at Rayleigh and said with a smile, how careless. Rayleigh helplessly held up her forehead, but he is a dignified Pluton, and he still needs to be ashamed. Naturally, it is impossible to break one's word. By the way, what is that medicine you just took? Looking at Ren in front of me, Rayleigh couldn't help but ask curiously. The other party had taken that strange pill twice. Advertisement obviously not some candy snack. That's called a blue wave ball. It was developed by Chopper, the Straw Hat's ship's doctor. It can affect the transformation wavelength of zone users, and even gives them stronger power. Ren didn't mean to hide it, and said with a smile, so, I used it to strengthen my brain. Although it doesn't mean that I can reach the sky in one step, the effect is pretty good, which is better than nothing. Is there such a drug? Rayleigh touched her chin and exclaimed. It looks like the ship's doctor from the Straw Hats is really a genius. I am becoming more and more interested and want to meet them sooner. If it hadn't happened to Sabaody Archipelago, he should still be waiting there now, or in other words, he may have seen the Straw Hat crew. I think you should be able to see them soon, yeah? Damn Kaido. Now, far in the first half of the Grand Line. In a certain sea area, there is an uninhabited island. A somewhat embarrassed Blackbeard lay there like a bereaved dog. Looking at the sky, clenching his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Now we are in trouble. It was a good plan. it will unfold smoothly just by looking at it. By then, he will not only be able to gain powerful companions. Moreover, you can also directly obtain the power of Whitebeard's Paramecia shock fruit. With the dark fruit ability that can neutralize Esper and devour everything, and the shock fruit ability that can destroy everything, he believes that he can directly become the strongest man in the world. Without Laffitte's ability, even if I could rob the warship, I still wouldn't be able to pass through the Gate of Justice, so I wouldn't be able to reach Impel Down. Even if Impel is down, because the Gate of Justice will not be opened casually, there is no guarantee that it will come back as soon as possible and seize Whitebeard's ability in time. Blackbeard really has a headache. Originally, his plan was for Marine to start a war with the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't blame me, it's not that I gave up on you, it's that you were just unlucky and didn't get on the boat of the new era. In that case, do you want to participate in the war as 7 warlords of the sea? At most, it's just a change of plan, and development may be slower. It really doesn't work, I can only change the plan a little bit. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and he said to himself paranoidly, no matter what, I will seize Shockfruit's ability. Blackbeard, who has always been optimistic, smiled. Badges, Lafitte, Vanoka, Ray. Thief ha ha ha, then wait until they kill both of them first. As long as he gets the power of the Junjen 0.9 fruit, he can become the strongest in the world. In the past 20 years, he has already formulated more than one plan for hegemony based on his ability to obtain Logia dark fruit. It's not impossible to slowly consider recruiting people when the time comes. After all, compared to recruiting companions, a decision was made. There are other backup plans as well, even if such an accident happens. In this sea, strength is the most important thing. No, I killed the captain of Division 4, Thatch, and gave ace to Marine. If Marineford shows up too early, he will definitely be targeted by the Whitebeard Pirates. Paramecia Shockfruit is Paramesh's ability recognized as the strongest. He took the opportunity to use his identity as 7 warlords of the sea and Laffitte's outstanding hypnosis ability to break into the deep sea prison. But now, without Lafitte, he can no longer break into the deep sea prison to recruit his partners. Chapter 192 Robin. First come, first served. I'm obviously the first, open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. I'll go back and pack my things and come over early tomorrow morning to teach you. Rayleigh is willing to admit defeat. After leaving a word, he turned around and jumped into the sea. Swim in the direction of Amazon Lily again. Ren, you are so awesome. Karina swooped over. Holding Ren's right arm tightly, his eyes were filled with admiration. Damn it Karina, let Ren go. Lan Chi's eyelids twitched and she became furious. He stepped forward without hesitation and directly occupied Ren's left arm. Humph, aren't you the same? Karina stuck out her sweet tongue and made faces at Banshee. You. 2 little girls. There were tit-for-tat confrontations and constant bickering. Ah, Ren is really popular. Watch this scene. Robin on the side was smiling and had no intention of stopping him. Okay, you all just calm down. Ren had no choice but to pull the 2 women off his body. He directly said to Robin, take care of that Marquez saint, don't let him die. A customer has already booked him. Although it is an unknown devil fruit, it is better than nothing. However, he did feel it was a pity for the Empress. It's not about the other person's experience or anything. But I think its potential should not be limited to this level. In the future, there should be broader space, it happened to be restricted. For a long time, relying on the natural barrier of the Calm Belt, the 9-Snake Island has been isolated from the outside world. Today, because Dr. Vegapunk used Seastone Inlay technology to develop a new type of warship for Marine that can freely enter and exit the Calm Belt, the Calm Belt is no longer the safe place it once was. The situation can be said to be precarious, always facing the threat of Marine. Not only is it no longer a help, but it has become her own weakness. He had to join the 7 warlords of the sea in exchange for the agreement that Marine would not conquer or invade Amazon Lily. This also makes this woman with unlimited potential. Apart from the aging 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, who is addicted to gourmet food and snacks, the only strong female who should be qualified to compete for the throne of the 4 emperors, is trapped in the first half of line. If you don't get enough training, you will just waste your time. Oh, Robin, Jabra, Karina and others were a little surprised. What Ren means is obviously not world government. Anyone else dare to buy celestial dragons from them? We'll know when the time comes. Ren smiled. No need to explain the meaning. The night was hazy. Advertisement on the Beast Island. From time to time there are waves of scalp-numbing roars of beasts. As time went by, after practicing for a day, everyone who was already a little sleepy began to rest one after another. On the Ark, Proverbs and the polar submarine next to it gradually returned to tranquility. Are you all addicted? Ren, who had just finished taking a shower and was about to go to Robin to discuss something, was speechless when he looked at the beautiful figure that suddenly appeared in front of him and hung on his body. But, that exaggerated softness, he quickly became a little angry. This girl's figure is indeed no less than that of Karina. I don't care, at least there is a first come, first served basis, right? Lan Chi blushed. Holding Ren, he showed no intention of backing down. This Sandia female warrior who dared to love and hate boldly looked directly at Ren, gritted her teeth and said, why should we take advantage of the likes of Karina and Violet? She was a little excited, so she said, I'm not worse than them, am I? Or, Ren, you don't like me? She bit her lip, holding tightly to Ren's clothes. Looking at the handsome face so close, I felt a little uneasy. You think too much. That's all. Of course, it is impossible for Ren to express nothing. After all, his greatest advantage is that he is broad-minded and philanthropic. It may not be possible to treat everyone equally and be impartial. But like the new and hate the old, not quite yet. At the door, a beautiful figure came quietly. It turned into lightning and disappeared there. Damn it, it's too late. Brush. At the same time, in Ren's room, a hidden eye quietly turned into petals and disappeared. In the adjacent bedroom, a beautiful figure wearing a sexy halter top lowered her intertwined hands. Ren is really a carefree guy. He bit his lip lightly and said helplessly, it's a bit too popular. But, first come first served. It seems that I should be in the front anyway. She was obviously the first to meet Ren. Advertisement. The next day, Ri-In-Jo refreshed, Ren was warming up and training. Looking at Robin walking out, he smiled and said hello. Good morning, Robin. Morning. Robin smiled, looking straight at Ren. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty for no reason. I always feel that Robin's eyes seem a bit resentful. Good morning, everyone, and inside the cabin. The beautiful and rosy Lan Xian came out, and visibly, it exudes an indescribable charm, and seems to be a bit more beautiful than yesterday. She was in a very comfortable mood, without any abnormality or shyness. The weather is really nice, 400. Of course it's good, but there are always cats meowing in the middle of the night. A beautiful figure. He walked out unhurriedly and was sarcastic. He glanced at Lan Shi, who shamelessly stayed in Ren's room. It actually lasted longer than the first time she stayed. So shameless. Really? I thought it was the voice of some vixen with envy and hatred. Lan Shi was not to be outdone. Humph. They looked at each other. Then they all snorted and shook their heads proudly. At this time, on the distant sea, an antique ship came slowly. It immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they looked over subconsciously. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised, that is. The Nine Snakes Pirates? Gulu. That's not. Yes, I heard that the Empress, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is the captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates. Really? The legendary most beautiful woman in the world? I heard that not only the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates, but also the entire country are female. It's simply a man's paradise, ale? Is there a female bear? Idiot, she is a woman, do you understand, humanity? I'm sorry. Chapter 193 Rayleigh. Feeling like my body is being hollowed out, first update. Clang. Boom boom 10 days later, in the calm belt. Adjacent to Ruskina, it is an uninhabited desert island. Cold light roared, the swords struck each other, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. The two figures were like needles facing each other, fiercely confronting each other. One after another, shocking slashes continued to pour out. Makes your scalp numb. Brush, brush, weird. Almost at the same time, the two figures had stern looks in their eyes. The figure is like a ghost, as fast as thunder, extremely fast. The sword in his hand was intertwined with black and red lightning, and he swung it out boldly. God avoids. God avoids. Kang. The sound of gold and iron clashing. Deafening and shocking. The two blades collided suddenly in the air, without any direct contact. The shocking shockwave couldn't help but spread. Boom boom. It's like destroying the ancient world. The earth was directly torn and destroyed. Along with the violent airwaves, countless rocks and vegetation were violently lifted up. The originally calm sea was suddenly filled with waves and boiling. It's scary. Bang, there is no suspense. Ren was slightly behind. The figure was blown upside down there. Woo-hoo-hoo. The wings fluttered violently, stirring up astonishing wind pressure. He stepped hard, trying to stabilize his body. But Rayleigh looked sharply. He won't show mercy when he gains the upper hand, and his body will rush towards him. The blade of the sword in his right hand shone with black and red electric light. Wrapped around the powerful armament hockey, there's a thrilling atmosphere. Swing it out without mercy. Pluton, Kai, a terrifying slash. The ground was torn apart in an instant, and it was blasted straight towards him. It makes people feel chilly. Boom, boom. There was a loud noise and smoke billowing into the air. An exaggerated huge crack appeared right there. Like an impassable natural chasm, it cuts across the entire deserted island. It caused countless seawater to pour in. It makes one's scalp numb. Unspeakably shocking. Advertisement, tisk, tisk, ginger is still hotter than old. In the billowing smoke, a figure fluttered its wings and came out. Ren's majestic figure flew over. Flames were rising from behind. Unscathed. Off. Looking at Ren, who seems to be nothing. Rayleigh couldn't help panting, and her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Wiping the sweat on his head, he shook his head helplessly. No, I'm old. I can't compare to you young people. But having said that, the Lunarian race's racial talent, coupled with your monster-like physique, is really jaw-dropping. He looked Ren up and down, marveling. It stands to reason that no matter how talented the Lunaria clan is, they will be able to do it. Even if he didn't go all out just now, he was almost there. It shouldn't be completely ineffective. After all, the opponent did not use human animal or beast-type defense at all. No, even in the case of fire defense, if I did not use the fruit ability, you have indeed hurt me. There will be at least a dozen permanent scars here. Ren pointed to his torn clothes and said calmly. After all, although Pluton Rayleigh is old and frail, he is no longer in his prime. But these days, he writes about the constant sparring. The body that was once unfamiliar has gradually recovered. With strong strength, he can still firmly rise to the level of monster. He also mastered the power of Conqueror's entanglement. Of course it can hurt him. Oh, looking at Ren's exaggerated muscle lines and smooth chest, Rayleigh was surprised. You didn't transform just now, did you? If he remembered correctly, from the battle until now, the opponent seems to have never used the fruit ability. Who told you that you have to show a large area of animal transformation to be considered a transformation? The corners of Ren's mouth rose, in Rayleigh's shrinking gaze. He took off his shirt, and his body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Red scales emerged one after another, covering his entire upper body. But whether it's height, head, hands, etc., there are no changes. Does your whole body show indestructible scales? Rayleigh was full of surprise. Partial animal transformation? Is there such a transformation form? As the deputy captain of the Strawhat Pirates, when he was adventuring on the sea in the past, he had seen countless people with zone abilities. He has seen a lot of people with abilities from the fantasy beast species. But I have never seen someone like Ren while maintaining his human form. Let the body appear partially animalized, gain beast-like defense. The blue ball is like a key, opening the door to multiple transformations for me. Ren chuckled and said, even if I don't need it now, combined with the secret of life return, I can still use various transformation forms at will. If it's just a half-animal transformation with scales covering the body, it won't be difficult for me at all. Normally, whether it is a complete animal form or human animal form. Although the whole body's defense has been greatly strengthened. But relatively speaking, the defensive areas such as the abdomen, far inferior to places like the back, even the beast Kaido is no exception. This most powerful creature on land, sea, and air, even in its human animal and beast-like forms, does not have its chest completely covered with dragon scales. Despite its strong body, it is still invulnerable and can ignore most attacks. But compared to other places, the defense power is undoubtedly much inferior. However, Ren was able to do this through the blue wave ball, which forcibly interfered with the deformation wavelength of his own fruit ability. Similar to Chopper's round fur enhancement, advertisement. He directly strengthened the thick cortex and scales, greatly enhancing his own defense. It can make oneself have no blind spots and be completely covered by that indestructible scale armor. Even with great strength, after the body adapts and remembers it. No longer need a blue wave ball, you can also transform freely. You are truly a monster, I'm convinced. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. This young man is really the most talented monster he has ever seen. In such a short period of time, he had almost exhausted all his tricks. Originally, although he would not say that he wanted to hide his secrets. But before Fire Fist Ace was rescued, it was impossible to teach his lifelong swordsmanship to the opponent so easily and without reservation. However, Ren's exaggerated talent and understanding completely convinced him. He was so happy to see Shuan Shin that he unknowingly gave it to him. In terms of swordsmanship, I have nothing to teach you anymore. He put away his sword. Rayleigh sat down, looked at Ren and said, even with hockey, you have almost mastered the skills that need to be mastered. What's left is a long period of hard work, as well as polishing through continuous actual combat. He was vaguely looking forward to it. How far can the other party go in the future? Thank you for these days, Ren said with a smile. To be honest, it was a pure exchange of interests between the two at the beginning. Now, although it is not possible to become a year-end friend who talks about everything. But eventually there was a certain friendship. At least, the other party didn't hide anything. It wasn't just the swordsmanship aspect of the protocol that was taught. Even some questions about hockey can be answered for himself without reservation, which has benefited him a lot. Problems that I have been pondering over on weekdays are easily solved and suddenly become enlightened. These days, both my swordsmanship and hockey have improved to a higher level. Let Ren still have a good impression. No need to be polite, this is a deal between us. As long as you can rescue Ace, I will be satisfied. Rayleigh waved her hand. To be honest, he was a little unsure whether the other party could rescue Ace. After all, in order to avoid the Whitebeard pirates, Marine could use the ability of Shock Fruit to directly ignore the blockade of the Gate of Justice or the Calm Belt, break into Impel Down and rob the prison. Although it is claimed that he is imprisoned in the deep sea prison. But it is not certain whether Ace will be kept in naval headquarters forever. Don't worry, I'm always being watched. With a chuckle, Ren said there. Tomorrow is the day of public execution, so prepare the Phantom Beast Fruit and Roger's Supreme Sharp Knife, and wait for my good news. Originally, good Li Jiao, although he didn't want to break his promise and get fat, cheating and so on. But I did think about using some tricks, but these days, the other party is too cheerful. It made it difficult for him to do evil things. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Rayleigh smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he remembered something and turned back to Ren. By the way, I heard from Shaggy that just 10 days ago, Hancock had agreed to Marine's recruitment and went to naval headquarters. It seems that he wants to see the power of the strongest man in the world and the highest combat power of naval headquarters, and confirm how far he is from the real monsters in the sea. It seems like your previous words really irritated her. Oh, Ren raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. A few days ago, the Nine Snakes pirates ship arrived at Ruskin Island early in the morning, but the Empress did not come in person. Just let the two sisters Sandersonia and Marigold send over the unknown devil fruit and take away the Saint Marguez. According to Marigold, his sister Boa Hancock was indeed greatly stimulated. It was as if he had suddenly changed into a different person. Before dawn, he had already started practicing for the first time. Unexpectedly, he agreed to Marine's recruitment for such a reason. Chapter 194. The Reckless Straw Hat, the Angry Sengoku, Second Update. The war will begin soon. Next, just wait here for a few days with peace of mind. When I complete the plan over there, I will bring Luo, Lucci and the others to join you and head to the New World. Not long after. Farewell to everyone. Under the watchful eyes of Robin, Lanchi, Karina and others. The dark wings suddenly flapped, and Ren flew up directly, leaving Ruskin Island. Follow the guidance of the permanent record pointer he specially made when he was in Impel Down. At an astonishing speed, it flew towards the deep sea prison. But, he didn't know. Now, the island that never sleeps. As one of the three major agencies directly under the world government, Enies Lobby is said to have never been invaded in 800 years. On this day, a group of uninvited guests were welcomed. It's the Straw Hat crew, everyone on alert, stop them. Damn, those guys are so brave, rubber machine gun. Bang. Bang a large number of government personnel, marine personnel and pirates were directly killed by the Straw Hat crew. No decent resistance was encountered at all, he pushed past easily. Rumble. But at the same time, there was no warning. The huge door of justice suddenly opened. The huge vortices on both sides of Enies Lobby turned into surging ocean currents at a speed visible to the naked eye. 520, Gate of Justice. Why did it suddenly turn on? What's going on? This left countless Marines and government agents confused. I have no idea why the door of justice suddenly opened. Crash. At this time, on the sea, a brand new pirate ship came slowly. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Chopper and others on the ship shouted there. Luffy, don't fight with them. Sanji has successfully opened the door to justice. 3 cold lights flashed. Advertisement. Several Marines who rushed up fell directly into the mooring. Zoro bit the letter and shouted to Luffy. We must return to Thousand Sunny immediately. I see. A rubber whip swept past. Blow away those government personnel who are not afraid of death and rush forward, Luffy said loudly. The two stopped procrastinating and ran back to the pirate ship. Damn it. Above the Justice Tower. Observe this scene through a monocular telescope. Spandam, as the highest officer of Enies Lobby, couldn't help but change his expression. A-hole, is their purpose to pass through the gate of justice? Fire at me. Sink them. Bang bang. Boom, boom. Soon. BJDA. The pirate ship braved gunfire. Staggering, following the current, it bypassed Tongshu. In front of the hesitation bridge, Sanji, wearing a marine uniform, had been waiting there for some time. Pa. He ran through the air on the moonwalk and landed on Thousand Sunny. I have destroyed the switch of the door of justice. They can no longer close it. Hurry through. In the blink of an eye, we were faced with the constant bombardment of shells. The Straw Hat Pirates ship accelerated directly and passed through the gate of justice. He just disappeared from the sight of the Marines and government agents. Hateful. The furious Spandam loudly ordered there. Inform Naval Headquarters and Impel Down immediately, let them close the door of justice, and don't let these pirates escape. As long as the door of justice is not opened, pirates like the Straw Hats will have no choice but to be trapped alive in that giant vortex current, and they won't be able to escape alive. Yes, at the same time, regardless of Naval Headquarters or the deep sea prison hyphenation point Impel Down, they all received notification from Enies Lobby immediately. What? The Straw Hat Pirates broke into Enies Lobby, forced open the door of justice, and passed through. Naval Headquarters, Mafoto. The highest floor of the majestic Naval Headquarters building, in the Marshal's office. I have just received a report that a small meeting of Marine high-level officials is being held. The 3 admirals and the Marine Chief Staff Vice Admiral gathered at the Naval Headquarters to discuss the next combat plan related to the Whitebeard pirates who are very likely to come. At Sengoku, the whole person suddenly stood up. His face was livid and a little shocked. The 3 admirals, Crane Vice Admiral and others present could not help but be surprised. 89. Adjutant Branu wiped cold sweat and said loudly, Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hats, Blackfoot, used some unknown method to sneak into the control room of the Gate of Justice quietly. Advertisement opening the door to justice directly for the Straw Hat crew. What do those Spandam guys do for food? Buddha Sengoku was furious and cursed. You can't even stop a group of pirates. Regarding this, the response from Enies Lobby is that CP9, who was once the strongest combat force of Enies Lobby, has been removed from the world government, and followed the blood prison Ren in Sabaody archipelago to kill the celestial dragons, and is currently wanted. Middle. Branu was swaying profusely and reported cautiously. The new generation of CP9 has not yet been trained. Enies Lobby's current strength alone cannot defeat those vicious pirates, so. As expected of the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, he is really reckless. Aokiji was shocked and speechless. How ignorant is this person to dare to invade Enies Lobby directly, forcefully open the door of justice, and break into the giant vortex current connecting the three major institutions so blatantly? They will not feel that as long as they pass through the door of justice. The other two huge doors of justice will be opened directly for them next, right? Those guys want to save Fire Fist Ace, right? Crane Vice Admiral sitting aside crossed his fingers, held his chin, and said calmly, after all, Fire Fist Ace is his sworn brother. These pirates are really brave. Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki, wearing a red suit, tall and burly, sitting aside with arms folded, expressionless, spoke indifferently. It's so scary. Beside him was poor Soreno, who looked very relaxed with his legs crossed. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was inexplicably surprised, and he couldn't help but sigh. How is the situation with Fire Fist Ace? Buddha Sengoku frowned and asked directly. No matter what, ensuring that the subsequent public execution of Fire Fist Ace can proceed smoothly is the top priority. There must be no surprises. Otherwise, with such a huge display, Shinzan Riri is preparing to broadcast Live to the world. As a result, the person has been rescued in advance before it is time for public execution. Naval headquarters and world government are really in disgrace. The warship responsible for escorting has just arrived at Impel Down and is preparing to hand over, Branu reported. Based on time, Strawhat crew should not be able to catch up. That's right, early this morning, Naval headquarters has dispatched warships. Go to the deep sea prison to escort Fire Fist Ace to Naval headquarters to prepare for tomorrow's public execution. At the same time, it is also to prevent accidents from happening on the eve of a public execution. But Sengoku never expected it. They haven't waited for the Whitebeard pirates yet. The Strawhat Pirates were waiting for them. Mobilize the fleet immediately and guard the entrance to the Gate of Justice. Notify the control room that if you see the Strawhat crew's pirate ship, open the door of justice and let them come over. A fist the size of a casserole hit the desk hard. Buddha Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, as long as the Strawhat crew dares to come over, I will catch all these wanton and lawless guys. It just so happens that Frankie, the Strawhat Pirates shipwright reformer, is involved in the design of the ancient weapon Pluton. He was originally the target of the naval headquarters pursuit. Yes. Chapter 195. The Escorted Fire Fist, Ren's Plan, Third Update. It's incredible. Deep Sea Prison. The monitoring room on the first floor. With black wings on his back and flames burning behind his head, Fallen Angel, Azazel folded his arms. Looking at Ren, who had quietly sneaked in here with Pato's deformed leaves and Khalifa's transparent fruit ability. Looking at the black wings behind it that were almost the same as his own, he was a little surprised. Your wings have actually recovered. He didn't expect that. Ren left for a trip. After coming back, the wings that had been plucked out actually recovered. Not only him, but Luo, Lucci, Wappa, Violet and others were also a little surprised. Ren looks even more handsome like this. Looking at the tall and handsome figure in front of her, carrying dark wings, like an angel who fell to the mortal world, full of mystery, Violet said with a smile. Is this your true face, Lord Ren? Rao is Khalifa, the beautiful female secretary, and Domino, the warden of Impel Down. He couldn't help but his eyes lit up. There he marveled. Really? Sati-chan's eyes lit up. Her charming eyes were as silky as she looked straight at Ren. There she licked her red lips. Like a fallen angel, extraordinarily charming. Ah, thanks to the recovery power of Paramecia healing fruit. People didn't care. He nodded and said with a smile, although I am not very used to it now, it is indeed very convenient when flying, and the speed is much faster than the original wings condensed with flames. Looking at the surveillance screen, the figure was escorted out by Magellan and others. Have everything been arranged? He turned to Luo next to him and asked, you won't reveal your secret easily, will you? No, it won't happen. My surgery was perfect. Even the pockmarks on his face are exactly the same. With a smile on his face, Luo said confidently, the mind transplant was done when he was unconscious. His body is not Fire Fist, but his mind is indeed Fire Fist, Ace himself. But because he wore a sea stone and was often tortured, his body was covered in bruises and was in poor condition. So, even if he feels something is wrong, he won't have much suspicion. As long as he dies before he dies, I will directly cancel the mind transplant. At that time, he will change back to himself. Advertisement. Even, in order to avoid suspicion after Fire Fist was rescued and found that he could not use Mera fruit. They also deliberately fired bullets at non-vital parts of the victim during the torture. The bullets remained in the victim's body, and they claimed that sea stone bullets were mixed into the victim's body. That's good. Ren nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the monitor, the handover with Magellan is completed. After the grand door of justice slowly opened, Vice Admiral Doberman was preparing to escort Fire Fist Ace away. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman? He couldn't help but sneer. It's really careless. After all, this is one of the three major agencies directly under the world government. Kaku crossed his arms and said with a smile, backed by the calm belt, which is the nest of the Sea Kings, and in front of it is a giant vortex current. Without opening the door of justice, ordinary people cannot escape at all. But it's a pity that the enemies they face are not ordinary people. Greg Holland said with a sneer. However, the news just came from Eni's lobby that the Strawhat crew forcibly invaded there, opened the door of justice, and broke in. Khalifa on the side pushed up his glasses and reported there. This is already our base camp, we can't let them mess around. Ren waved his hand and said calmly, according to the arrangements of naval headquarters, there is no need to open the door of justice. When the time comes, I will just go and stop them. Anyway, they have Fire Fist Ace's life card in their hands, pointing them in the direction of naval headquarters. They should soon know that the person is not here. After rigorous inspection, Luo accidentally discovered that there was a life card hidden in the string of beads around Fire Fist's neck. Obviously, that's why, even if Fire Fist Ace was caught in the deep sea prison, the life card was still not found and was still pointed at him. After all, the life card can show the owner's status. But it does not lead to the master all the time, but the torn off parts of the same life card will attract each other. If others carry it, it will also guide others. Therefore, experienced marine generals often use various methods such as archery and darts to quietly leave life cards on escaping enemy ships. Thus, they can use their mutual attraction characteristics to accurately navigate. Hold on to the target and chase the pirates. I heard that Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was imprisoned a few days ago, right? Domino nodded slightly and asked, now, still in eternal hell. Do you want to see him, the fishman Jinbei? Advertisement? Ren said nonchalantly, don't be in a hurry, there is plenty of time. Please give me flowers. Looking at Wappa and Kaku, he smiled and said, by the way, your abilities should not be easily exposed in front of others in a short time. After returning to Beast's Pirates, I will arrange a reasonable way for you to grab these regeneration fruit abilities, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the world government and naval headquarters prematurely. Next, he plans to arrange a good play directed by Shiryu Rain. After this Impel Down warden escapes from prison, he will, crazy, slaughter those prisoners with abilities. And prepared a large number of fruits in an attempt to obtain those devil fruit abilities in this way. As a result, after killing dozens of Esper prisoners, I was really lucky to get the ability of the Ren fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Ashura form. And those dozens of ability users who were killed. Some pretty amazing devil fruit will spawn, randomly, around the world. Then, through various methods such as burning, killing, looting and so on, reason fell into the hands of members of the Beast's Pirates such as Wappa and Kaku. As for Domino, Sadi-chan said, he looked at Domino and Sadi-chan, the 2 Impel Down executives, and reminded him, you two just need to separate the time when you show off your abilities. Especially Sadi-chan's pet fruit ability does not belong to Impel Down prisoners. Even if she reports it now, there will be no problem. If by chance, through your family connections, you acquire the ability of Ivankov, the king of human demons who was identified by the prison authorities as having died a few years ago, you won't easily arouse suspicion. Sadi-chan's abilities. Paramecia pet fruit, not stripped from Impel Down prisoners. It was the ability user Ren met on the way after leaving Sabaody archipelago a few days ago. He is an ambitious circus manager, pictured here as Breed. When Ren and others killed each other, they were on the sea without leaving any traces. So, don't worry about arousing suspicion. As for Domino? Not only does this girl come from a big family, she is also a genuine official. His father is a high-ranking official in the world government's financial department and is said to be in charge of Marine's purse. Otherwise, with her average strength, she would not have become the deputy warden of Impel Down at such a young age. Moreover, it is very likely that he will directly become the warden in the near future. With such a family background, 1 or 2 devil fruits can be obtained. It's not anything particularly surprising. Chapter 196 Ren. Sorry, I refuse. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Rumble the grand door of justice is closed there. Doberman's vice admiral's ship escorted Fire Fist Ace and sailed quickly towards the naval headquarters on the surging sea current. And this time, far away in uncharted waters, Thousand Sunny keeps moving forward along with the current. Ace. Wait for me. Strawhat Luffy clenched his fists tightly. On the palm of his hand, there was a life card that had unknowingly burned a corner and become smaller and smaller. Moreover, it keeps moving slowly in a certain direction like a snail. Generally speaking, if the owner of the life card encounters life danger, it will become smaller and smaller. But if it recovers health, it will also return to its original state. Even Ace has been transferred quietly, and the mind was replaced. But his physical state cannot be completely restored in a moment. It is impossible for people to act kindly and let Huali Pato directly transform into Manchili to treat the opponent. Luffy, don't worry, Ace will be fine. Usopp on the side clenched his fists and comforted loudly. We will definitely be able to rescue Ace. Of course, Luffy pressed his straw hat and nodded seriously. When we invade the deep sea prison, we must first find the location of the control room, destroy the activation device of the Gate of Justice, and prevent Marine from coming to support. Sanji lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, leave this to me, everyone just needs to save people. Remember not to fight. Say so. But his heart was still heavy. I heard that the deep sea prison is located in the calm belt, where the Sea King's lair is located. It is surrounded by countless large Sea Kings, and there are large warships far larger than Buster Call on the periphery. This is obviously a very big threat. Although after learning about Impel Down through some channels, Frankie modified Thousand Sunny in advance so that it can make sounds that disgust the Sea Kings like a sea train, thereby driving them away and greatly reducing the danger. Moreover, their boat is equipped with an external wheel drive device and can sail in the calm belt. The entire ship is filled with coke that can be used to fire wind cannons, allowing the ship to fly directly for more than 1 kilometer without worrying about energy issues. But those large fleets are a real threat. Look everyone, the door of justice is ahead. As the time goes, a door of justice that was so big that it reached into the sky was looming there. Through the monocular telescope, look at the sea conditions ahead. Nami was there to remind loudly. The gate of justice will not be opened for pirates like us, and we are always ready to fire the wind cannon. Frankie said loudly. At this distance, use the wind cannon continuously to fly several kilometers. You should be able to fly indirectly. Advertisement, after all, the Thousand Sunny is the best ship ever built with the treasure tree atom. All members of the Strawhat Pirates were shocked. They all divided their work there and prepared to start furling the sails. But they're not ready yet. In the sky, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky. Hey, where are you going? A. B. Angel? No, Ren, looking at the person coming. Straw Hat crew couldn't help but widen their eyes. They all opened their mouths wide and stared in disbelief at the figure in front of them, carrying wings on their backs, landing on the mast of Thousand Sunny. Nami was pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, the visitor turned out to be Ren. When did the other party gain an extra pair of wings? Isn't the other party an esper in the form of a phantom beast, a unicorn? Could it be that it has wings like the unicorn lion on the Precious Beast Island? But he is still surprisingly handsome. If you want to save others, I advise you to leave here. Ren crossed his arms, sat there, and said calmly, don't seek death. Impel Down is his territory now. There was no way he was going to let the Straw Hat crew cause a scene. What's the meaning? Luffy clenched his fists and looked directly at Ren. Ren, do you want to stop us? What we want to do is our freedom, right? Sanji frowned and said in a deep voice. Don't forget, you are no longer a member of our Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro, Chopper and others on the side couldn't help but change their expressions. Looking at Ren with some caution, full of unspeakable history. The opponent's monster-like strength is obviously not something they can resist now. No, as long as it doesn't hinder me, you are free to do whatever you want. Ren glanced at Sanji and said nonchalantly. I mean, Impel Down is no longer what you want. Someone was saved. You are late. Fire Fist Ace was escorted to naval headquarters just half an hour ago. The speed of the giant vortex current is indeed very exaggerated. The three major mechanisms in the shape of a chair angle basically only take half an hour to reach the next stop along the vortex current. But if you follow other routes, advertisement if you rush to Eni's lobby from naval headquarters. Even the best warships are moving at full speed. It will take at least a week or even longer. What? Hearing this, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others couldn't help but change their expressions. Looking at Ren in disbelief. Are they half an hour late? Is this true, Ren? Nami was full of anxiety and asked hurriedly. If nothing else happens, people may have arrived at naval headquarters. Ren shrugged. If you don't believe it, Luffy, just take a look at Ace's life card. I think you should have it with you, right? Yes, life card. I almost forgot. Luffy, sweating profusely, woke up. He quickly took out Ace's life card from his pocket. I saw the life card slowly moving in another direction, not pointing to Impel Down at all. They couldn't help but shrink their pupils, some discoloration. Damn it. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Ren was busy looking up at the sky, his eyes somewhat expectant. Even if it's naval headquarters, I have to go. Luffy held Ace's life card, full of determination and stubbornness. Chopper, Usopp and others couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Ren, can you help us? Nami shouted to Ren, full of hope. His face looked a little ugly. Ren's tone was indifferent and he refused directly. In the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates who were extremely disappointed, he stood up and said, I have no such obligation. I have to risk my life to help you save people. Sorry, I refuse. I heard that in recent days, in order to deal with the possible arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters has mobilized nearly 100,000 elite troops from major bases. With your strength, there's absolutely no problem. Naval Headquarters, if you really go there, you are seeking death. Please, Ren. Even Luffy couldn't help gritting his teeth and looking at Ren eagerly. Although he was reckless, he was not a fool. Naturally, he knew that if he wanted to save people from Naval Headquarters, they alone would not be enough. Is it really too late? Yes, Ren, please, for the sake of our former companions, help us rescue Ace. Hear Nami's words, subconsciously looking at Luffy. Chapter 197 Choice, Ace or Nami, open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Hear Ren's cold voice of rejection, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of me. The Straw Hat Pirates were originally full of expectations and hopes. They were all like a bucket of cold water pouring down, some were as cold as head to toe, feeling extremely disappointed. Forget it, let's go by ourselves. A flash of disappointment flashed in Luffy's eyes. There he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said loudly to Frankie, Frankie, let's head to Naval Headquarters. IMHO, Ren's face was calm, he hit the nail on the head and said bluntly, with your strength and passion, it's useless. If you are not strong enough, no matter how hard you try, if you can't save it, you will still be unable to save it. You will just catch up with others and die. That's our business, it's none of your business. Luffy's expression changed, his eyes were full of determination. How is it possible to sit back and watch Ace being publicly executed by Marine? That's his only brother. Brush, he stepped down. The figure flew through the air like a ghost. In an instant, he was in front of the Straw Hat crew. However, if you can offer me a reward that makes my heart beat. Ren looked down at Luffy and said with a smile, I can't consider it. Anyway, the deal has been made with Pluton. He can sell goods to many people, and he can deceive everyone. Ren 19, what do you mean? Nami's eyes lit up. Chopper, Usopp, Frankie and others heard this. I couldn't help but rekindle my hope and looked at Ren with expectation. As long as I can get it out, you can go if you want. Luffy looked directly at Ren and said loudly, although he doesn't like to compromise with others, he knows very well that with the current strength of himself and others. Strictly speaking, breaking into naval headquarters like this would be the same as death. One Admiral Aokiji has already made them despair, let alone naval headquarters, which has gathered the highest combat power of Marine. But if he can't save Ace, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Originally, I don't want to care about your life or death, but I can't just watch Nami and follow you to death recklessly. People were expressionless. Looking down at Luffy there, he said calmly, Monkey D. Luffy, tell me. Ace or Nami, which one do you choose? What? Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hats present could not help but change their expressions. Except for Nami, who was a little shocked, everyone else couldn't help but glare at Ren. What the other party means is self-evident. In exchange for Nami, he was willing to go abroad to help them save Ace. Want to steal their companions? Advertisement, a-hole, what do you mean? Sanji's eyelids twitched, he was so angry that he rushed forward. Trying to grab Ren's collar. Do you want to snatch Miss Nami away? Boom. In an instant. Before he could touch Ren, Sanji felt a pain in his abdomen. The whole person was kicked out like a cannonball. Sexy cook, stay out of the way. The man's face was grim. He took his time and lowered his right eye. I'm talking to your captain. Ren, even if it's a joke, it's gone too far. Zoro frowned. His eyes became sharp. Nami is the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. If she had left, how could the Straw Hats sail and have adventures on this sea? Hey, Ren, are you going too far? Nami was filled with excitement. The whole person was a little angry, and he stood up and shouted to Ren. I want to go on an adventure with everyone, so I don't want to leave the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others are kind to her. He is the companion who saved his village and pulled it out of the abyss. How could she abandon everyone at this time, even if it is inevitable to like Ren a little bit? She couldn't do such a thing either, Nami. Ren didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, we are pirates, not just playing house. If you want to get something, you have to do whatever it takes to get it. This is the real pirate. He appreciates Nami though. I have a good impression of this little thief cat. But that doesn't mean that he has to follow the other person's wishes. Ren, accompanied by angry shouts, a rubber fist print. It rushed towards Ren, but he easily held it. Immediately afterwards, Luffy jumped up and kicked Ren hard with his right foot. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You took away Robin, do you still want to take away Nami? I absolutely agree. Brush, the tall figure never dodges. The rubber whip whizzed by and suddenly dissipated. It turned out to be just an afterimage left by Ren. Luffy, this is the tragedy of fat people. The indifferent voice echoed on Thousand Sunny. Ren's figure appeared on the mast again. He looked down at the Straw Hat Pirates. You have to pay a price for your passion. Why do you think that you, a weakling, can protect everything without giving up anything? Because your grandpa is the marine hero Monkey D. Garp? Or because you, lousy revolutionary dragon, are the leader of the revolutionary army? Or because one of the New World 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, is the leader? Advertisement, hateful, gritting his teeth, Luffy looked angry. He glared at Ren above him, glaring at him fiercely. I always feel that the other party is targeting me, and I don't hesitate to attack him every time I get an opportunity. If nothing else, heavy troops should have been deployed at the naval headquarters, waiting for you to arrive. Ren didn't care and said with a sneer, I think you should be very aware of Aokiji's abilities, right? If you take the rest of the Straw Hats there, I don't think you need to tell me what the consequences will be. Ren questioned. Go straight to the hearts of everyone in the Straw Hats. They all couldn't help but change their expressions, sinking to the bottom of the valley. All of a sudden, the blood that was originally filled with enthusiasm completely cooled down, and I felt a little chilly all over. They are not afraid of death, for my companions, for Luffy. If you can help him rescue Ace, even if they sacrificed their lives, they had no regrets. But with their current strength, trying to rescue people from the den of naval headquarters is tantamount to wishful thinking. One is the son of the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, and the other is the son of the world's most ferocious criminal, Revolutionary Long. In the words of the world government, the sinful blood flowing in your body is already beyond sin. Already. Given your status, I'm afraid that only 2 of them will be publicly executed tomorrow. Ren's words. Everyone on the Straw Hat crew can't help but change their colors in shock. Stop being so verbose. That's none of your business. Clench your fists. Luffy gritted his teeth, full of determination. He pressed down on his straw hat, his eyes became extremely sharp, and he shouted to Ren above. Nami is my companion. No matter what happens, I will never hand Nami over to you, Ren. If you want to steal our partners, just come over here. Said. Sanji, Zoro et al. The innocence and fantasy of Straw Hat crew were ruthlessly exposed by the cruel reality. Nami, I'm determined, like a black stream of light. High in the sky with howling wind, Ren turned around. The corners of his mouth raised, and he chuckled. Luffy. has no strength, and what he wants to protect, no matter how hard he tries, he can't protect it. Ren is not in a hurry at all. Looking down at Thousand Sunny, who keeps moving along the current and getting further and further away. His eyes were firm and full of hostility as he looked at Zhang En. Rushed towards the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They all stood behind Luffy. Then, just watch with your own eyes how your own stubbornness and naivety will lead the Straw Hat crew to destruction. Ren was not angry and simply fluttered his wings. In the somewhat uncertain eyes of Straw Hat crew, Nami will make the right choice once faced with a real desperate situation. The little thieving cat, Nami, also made a face at Ren with some anger. Woo-hoo-hoo. He believes it. Chapter 198. Depressed Sengoku, Sadi-chan takes the initiative to ask for help. First update. Naval Headquarters. The huge door of justice has opened directly without knowing when. Looking at the entrance, there are no warships at all, so it is safe to pass. But not just around Marineford, there are at least dozens or hundreds of warships of various sizes in the outer sea area, forming a huge fleet hidden and scattered there, waiting to be destroyed. Their formation appears to be scattered. In fact, the way out inside and outside has been completely blocked. Just Straw Hat crew, come out of Impel Down, as long as you dare to resist. Waiting for them, there will be endless artillery coverage. However, since Fire Fist Ace was escorted over, half an hour passed. Buddha's Sengoku never waited for the Straw Hat crew to arrive. Not even a shadow of a ship was seen. Is there anything unusual over there at Impel Down? Waited for another 10 minutes. Sengoku frowned and asked. The deep sea prison responded that everything was normal. Ever since Vice Admiral Doberman escorted Fire Fist Ace, the closed door of justice has never been opened. Branu was there reporting. 547. Buddha Sengoku wiped his fists. He stared intently at the door of justice that reached into the sky and opened to both sides, his eyes uncertain. Is it possible that they can still fly? Time passes bit by bit. Another half hour passed, and Buddha Sengoku still did not receive any news of any ship passing through the gate of justice. Even Eni's lobby directly responded that everything was normal. Sengoku was a little surprised. 2 naval headquarters vice admirals were decisively sent to lead 2 warships. Pass through the gate of justice and follow the swirling currents. But, although they went around in a circle, unfortunately, the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew have not yet been discovered. Pay close attention and always be vigilant until a few hours later. Advertisement. Buddha's Sengoku reluctantly announced the withdrawal of troops. The action is cancelled and the door to justice is closed. And keep the other 2 major agencies on alert. If there is any abnormality, report it as soon as possible. Now, far away in the deep sea prison, on the first floor, it was supposed to be the office of Domino, the deputy warden. Bold and grandiose, Ren is sitting on the office chair, gently holding Domino, who is wearing a decent prison guard uniform and looks heroic. Oh, he listened to Violet's report and raised his eyebrows. Mastering that amazing tenderness, he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, before reaching the gate of justice, did you decisively and continuously use the wind cannon to make the pirate ship fly and escape from the giant vortex current? Candle-shaped earrings jingled. The beautiful and tall Sadi-chan, her toes are not visible when she lowers her head. The trident in his hand was full of murderous intent. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and hesitated. Did you escape? Even Domino, whose face was slightly red and leaning in Ren's arms, couldn't help but be a little surprised. It's incredible. Previously, Violet relied on the ability of the Paramecia Stare Fruit to observe the situation at naval headquarters. It can be said that the entire sea area has already been heavily deployed. There are 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, making it airtight. Stand ready. Don't talk about going out through the door of justice. As long as the Straw Hat crew dares to approach the gates of justice. Maybe they can't escape even if they have wings, yes. Violet on the side nodded slightly and put away her clairvoyance. His face turned red and he turned a blind eye to the absurdity in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaimed. Indeed, who would have thought that their ship actually has such a flying device? Although it can only fly as little as 1 kilometer at a time. It is far inferior to the Ark Proverbs, but if it is launched continuously, it will be very amazing. It is enough to cope with various emergencies on the sea and greatly reduce the risk of sailing in the Grand Line, a harsh and dangerous sea area. Even if he was accidentally surrounded by enemies and fell into a tight siege. You can also use this flight function to escape when necessary. Looks like he's not that stupid. I think it was Sanji who dissuaded Luffy, right? Among the Straw Hats, advertisement the only one with any brains. It's Sanji, the perverted cook. Of course, Nami also has a pretty good mind. However, it is limited by reasons such as vision, knowledge and personal strength. Along the way, she, the navigator of the Straw Hats, has gradually become accustomed to subconsciously relying on others. In these aspects of combat, they rarely express their opinions. Of course, Ren guessed that the Straw Hat crew didn't really give up on rescuing Ace. It is likely that they are preparing to wait until the Whitebeard pirates arrive on the day of the public execution to engage in a battle with the naval headquarters, attracting most of the Marines' firepower. Then take advantage of the chaos to save people. Are the plans ready? Ren leaned back in his chair. Squinting his eyes, he casually asked, Khalifa. Lu Chi and the others are almost ready. The actors are already in place. A transparent and beautiful figure appeared there. Khalifa smiled and said, "It will start early tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. Before the official execution, we will seize the 20 large warships outside Impel Down and head towards the naval headquarters. The naval headquarters side is also ready. With the ability of clone fruit, Fried has successfully sneaked in and can open the door to justice at any time. Then I'll notify them right now." Sadie-chan, who took the initiative to volunteer, was overjoyed to be able to carry a gun and go into battle. Khalifa's eyelids twitched at the side. His face turned slightly red and he turned his head away as if nothing had happened. "Let that guy Shiryu take out their ability users and let that guy Tony get ready to recycle them." Looking at Ren eagerly, he asked vaguely. "Thinking of those sweet and melodious screams is really addictive. Lord Ren, can you let me take the initiative to show off this time?" Sadie-chan's face turned red. He held his head high, vowed, and hummed fearlessly, "I will definitely work hard and not let you down, yeah." At that time, he will join the Cross-Trade Union as the Baroque Working Society Mr. 2 and make a public appearance. Ren patted her cheek and said nonchalantly, "Then I'll fulfill your wish, but you only have one chance, so don't let me down." Do you want to clean up those useless prisoners?" "Get permission from this lord." "Well, thank you so much, master." Carrying a trident, watery eyes, excited and expectant. Ren nodded with satisfaction and said directly, "Well, there is no need to keep those old, weak, sick and disabled people who are mediocre in strength and have no value." Yes. Chapter 199. On the day of execution, the clown buggy appears. Today is the day of execution. Do you think Whitebeard will really show up? Who knew? That guy is a real monster. It is precisely because he is Whitebeard that Marine has to assemble so many elite troops and prepare for it. It's useless to say anything now. Marine has already angered the legendary king of the sea. Who on this sea doesn't know that Whitebeard will never allow anyone to harm their companions? Gulu. If Marine loses, will the world really be destroyed? Although Marine went too far regarding the Sabaody archipelago, after all, they can still continue to fight against pirates. That's right. Without Marine, those pirates who do all kinds of evil and burn, kill and loot everywhere would be even more rampant. Oh my god. Where is the world going? Time flies. As the time approaches for the public execution of Firefist Ace at naval headquarters, the whole world is waiting restlessly. East, west, north, south, the first half of the Grand Line, New World. Various sea areas, countless towns, islands, and even remote rural areas that are not on the main routes. People are no longer interested in working because shops in Taiwan closed early. Even a little restless, full of anxiety and panic. It can be seen from this, as a legend who has dominated the New World for many years and is known as the uncrowned king of the sea, the influence of the Whitebeard pirates is exaggerated. So much so that even the naval headquarters with strong troops and horses. They had to directly mobilize the power of the major branch bases, concentrate 100,000 elite combat forces above the captain level, and form a tight formation there. Even in this situation of absolute military superiority, countless Marine soldiers don't have much confidence themselves, and they can't help but feel a little uneasy. Even Marine behaves like this, let alone the people on the sea. I am afraid that Marine, who represents the righteous side, will suffer failure. The world is in chaos because of this. On the sea, because of the large and small countries and cities. Everyone moved out the huge phone bugs and prepared to connect to the live broadcast from naval headquarters. Even the Sabaody archipelago, which should have been empty, still smelled a little bloody. Advertisement because it is the closest to the battlefield and has a special location. There is also a demand for coating it with the sap of the mangrove tree if you want to go to the Fishman Island on the seabed. Some of them managed to escape early before the Marine completely blocked the Sabaody archipelago. They escaped from the previous massacres, although they were aware of the ruthless, cruel and violent side of the world government and naval headquarters. But because there was nowhere to go, the people, bounty hunters, and pirates had to bite the bullet and bravely return. There are also a large number of pirates who have come here one after another in the past 10.5 months, preparing to go to the Fishman Island on the bottom of the sea. Everyone gathered in the square one after another. Giant phone bug. There is also a big white screen. They were all moved up by Marine and installed there. There were even reporters from some newspapers gathering there. Some people, holding notebooks and pen holders, sat there and waited silently. There are also people with camera phone bugs hanging around their necks. Always be prepared to take photos and record. Early in the morning, 5:30. Deep sea prison, first floor above ground, inside a luxuriously decorated bedroom. Enjoyed 2 famous stir-fried dishes from the deep sea prison. Because the day was special, Ren woke up early and did not do morning exercises as usual. Looking at the 2 prison flowers in front of me, although they have also followed, their faces are inevitably a little tired, but they still look radiant and beautiful. It's almost time. It's time to go see a good show. You, BJE, are also actors in it, so you can't miss it. Well, Master Ren, you are cheating. Sadie-chan pouted and complained dissatisfiedly. I agreed yesterday that I would let you do it yourself. It's not that I don't give you a chance, it's that you are useless. Sadie-chan. Ren patted Sadie-chan's pretty face and said with a chuckle. In the final analysis, Lord Ren still prefers Domino. Sadie-chan held her cheek, licked her lips, and hummed. Master Ren's taste has been remembered, In Master's own words, your favorite dish is stir-fried broccoli. Sadie-chan. Domino blushed, looking at Sadie-chan angrily. But he subconsciously tightened his legs and looked at Ren like a silkworm. Advertisement: this young, handsome, powerful, and mysterious man. After becoming one of her own, the initial coldness and cruelty were completely gone. She was obsessed to the core, unable to resist any excessive demands of the other party. Master Ren. Okay, stop making trouble, don't delay the business. Done. Ren pinched the pretty faces of the two girls, patted their buttocks, and said with a smile. The whole person sank into the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, it's all your hard work. Yes, please don't worry. Ah ha ha ha. The second underground level is Warcraft Hell. What? Holding a bunch of keys, he opened his arms and laughed arrogantly. I, Buddy the Clown, will lead you today to escape from Impel Down, which is known as the Iron Wall. Everyone's eyes were wild and full of excitement. Didn't you disappear? Wearing a big red robe, Buddy is the clown with unlimited sluts. Boiling. Isn't it the legendary ghost pulling sleeves? Seeing the hope of jailbreak, no one can stay calm. There he was shouting wildly, Buddy the Clown? I am willing to conquer the world with you. Ah ha ha ha, trash, your good reason has come. Quick, let me out. Several prison officers were lying there covered in blood. Countless prisoners began to become restless. Give your loyalty and follow me to conquer the world. Buddy. 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 The whole body was torn apart, holding up an extremely large robe. Chapter 200. Riot Impel Down, Buddy vs Magellan. Beep, beep. There is an emergency on the second underground floor, Warcraft Hell, and a prisoner has escaped. All prison personnel, please go immediately to suppress the crime. The criminal is the pirate who suddenly disappeared half a month ago, the clown Buddy. Repeat. There is an emergency in Warcraft Hell. At this time, the personnel in the monitoring room finally discovered the anomaly and reported there casually. The entire Impel Down prison was in a state of shock. A large number of prison personnel, with blue gorilla troops and those strange and ferocious monsters, gathering towards the prison where the clown Buddy is. Bang Kwang. Dang dang. Soon, the excited prisoners. He was released before he had time. One after another, extremely ferocious monsters and blue gorilla troops rushed up from the surrounding passages. Confined there. Gulu, it's the blue orangutan force. And the Warcraft boss on this floor. It's over, I definitely won't be able to jump out now. See this. Countless prisoners, like a bucket of cold water being poured down. I felt cold from head to toe. I was a little panicked and broke out in cold sweat. One after another they retreated to the corner of the prison. Afraid of being targeted by those monsters. Ah ha ha ha. At this time, under the stunned witness of the prisoners. Wearing a large red robe, his body looks extremely huge, and with his face painted with a skull pattern, Buddy, the clown, looks hideous and arrogant with his arms outstretched. Are you scared out of your wits? You trash from the world of Warcraft Hell. Today I will let you open your eyes and see what it means to be a king. His horrifying, bloodshot eyes glared. What a stinky fish, you want to stop me, Buddy the clown? Get down at Lousy's feet. An invisible wave, suddenly attacking in all directions. But it didn't affect the prisoners at all. Thump, thump. For a moment, a large number of blue orangutans, monsters, prison guards. One by one they were frothing at the mouth, and one after another they fainted and fell to the ground. It's shocking. Nani, this is, Gulu, what happened? These monsters and jailers all fell down in an instant? The prisoners' eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground and some were speechless. I couldn't believe my eyes. Who is he? I just used my momentum to kill those prisoners. Knowledgeable. Prisoner was filled with shock and cried out. No, that's not a simple momentum, but the legendary Conqueror's Haki. What? It is said that only one person among millions of people can be qualified to be a king. Another person cried out, lost his voice. The person who owns Conqueror's Haki is not a person standing on the top of the sea. Ah ha ha ha, it's a piece of cake. Advertisement. Clown Buddy is calm and calm. Two hands, each split, holding the key. Doors were opened in a way that made the prisoners stunned. And threw down bunches of keys. Unlock the handcuffs yourself and pick up those weapons. The clown Buddy's big red robe was surging, and his whole body was leaking. He laughed and said, follow me, not only can you escape from this ghost place and gain freedom, but you are also guaranteed to be able to eat well and drink spicy food. As expected of Captain Buddy, we want to follow you. Take us away, Captain Buddy, 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 Buddy. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. All of a sudden, a large number of prisoners, one after another they were released. Full of excitement and fanaticism, he snatched those weapons. Following behind the clown Buddy, he liberated the other prisoners in the world of Warcraft Hell like a powerful force. Head towards the third level, Starvation Hell. Time keeps passing. Along with Hanayabal, as deputy administrator, The Emperor's prison guards were easily eliminated by Buggy or the prisoners one after another. Instead, they grabbed a lot of weapons, except for swords, clubs, and standard rifles. There are seastone net guns, rocket launchers and the like. The team is getting stronger and stronger, those prisoners who are extremely vicious. They were all high-spirited, holding weapons and shouting. Witness the power of Conqueror's hockey, time and time again. Everyone is full of admiration and fanaticism for the chosen one, the clown Buggy. Even if there were individual prisoners who wanted to escape, they were directly carried away and had to bravely head to the blazing hell on the 4th floor. Level 4 Blazing Hell. Buggy, director of Impel Down. Magellan, who had just come out of the toilet in a hurry, rushed up. With a large number of prison guards, they intercepted him there. With me here, you can't even think of escaping from prison. Magellan's eyes were stern. Shocking venom surged throughout his body. It makes one's scalp tingle. Oh, it's Magellan, Gulu. You must not get even the slightest bit of poison from that guy. Run quickly. Brush. Swipe, all of a sudden. On weekdays, it is because of the long-term fear of Magellan, the prison boss. The prisoners, who had high morale, turned pale and trembled. Soon they retreated far away. A good-for-nothing guy, just a poison fruit user, turned out to be like this. Glancing at the prisoners, the clown Buggy stared at Magellan, indifferently, full of disdain. Poison dragon, in the frightened eyes of the prisoners. Magellan didn't talk nonsense and took action directly. Asterisk advertisement. Brush. The astonishing venom couldn't help but gush out, turning into a huge poisonous dragon, with teeth and claws. At a very fast speed, it hit the clown Buggy directly. Boom! Buggy was infinitely arrogant and punched out suddenly. Then, in Magellan's horrifying eyes, the atmosphere in front of him cracked open at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Boom boom! In the disbelieving eyes of the prisoners. A powerful shockwave appeared directly there. The terrifying poisonous dragon was torn apart in an instant, and it hit Magellan without losing its force. It knocked him away hard. Rumble, ah. It's as devastating as decay. The earth was torn apart mercilessly. The violent airwave knocked out a large number of prison guards. What happened? The disgraced Magellan, 0. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and his eyes were fixed on Barcelona. Somewhat disbelievingly lost her voice. Aren't you a person with the ability of chop fruit? Ah ha ha ha, Magellan, you don't know yet, do you? Buggy opened his arms and laughed. Lousy is the esper of chop fruit, and his ability has been awakened long ago. As long as Lousy thinks, not only the atmosphere, but also the sea can split. And actually, behind his back, it's the invisible Khalifa. Directly take the Whitebeard, transformed by Hualipato using the deformed leaves. Let it use Shock Fruit's ability. Block the poisonous dragon just now. What? Can even the ocean split? Gulu, is this the power of Buggy the Clown? It's so powerful, even Magellan can't stop him. For a time, I was full of confidence and excitement. Buggy, 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 boom boom, witnessing this scene. The words have not yet finished. Keep waving the flag there. Captain Buggy, we want to follow you. In the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of the prisoners, the clown Buggy smiled ferociously. I don't know if you have ever heard of a power that can directly hurt people from a distance. Conqueror's entanglement. Ha 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 ha. It hit Magellan hard from the air. As long as you let us out, we will listen to you in anything. Magellan, with the venom in your body, you haven't been injured for a long time, right? Quick. Captain Buggy. Defeat that B************ D Magellan. Righteous. Looking in disbelief at the clown Buggy who easily crushed the Magellan, and left it in a state of disarray. The fist suddenly shot out. Shout and cheer. Not only the prisoners who had been rescued from the Warcraft Hell and Starvation Hell, but also the prisoners imprisoned in the 4th level of Blazing Hell, were all stunned. Hee hee hee. Chapter 201. The Frightened Sengoku, the Whitebeard Pirates. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. At this time, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The grand and solemn Naval Headquarters building stands there. The two big characters, Marine, are engraved on the huge fortress. The iron hook and the silver stroke are sonorous and powerful. A majestic momentum rushed towards his face, it's awe-inspiring. Except for Crescent Bay, there are other ports in Marineford. A large number of people and Marine family members are gathering in groups, carrying large and small bags and dragging their families with them. Under the leadership of relevant personnel, they boarded the refuge boats that had been prepared for them one after another, preparing to evacuate Marineford, which was about to become a battlefield. And directly in front of the Marine building, on the huge Oris Square. A towering execution platform. Located there, no matter it is in a huge square. Even on Crescent Bay in front of the square. A large number of Marine personnel, fully armed and wearing the cloak of justice, kept gathering and lining up there, entering the venue nervously and orderly. The crowd was crowded, shoulder to shoulder, and the momentum was huge. Marineford is surrounded by more than 50 large warships. There are also a large number of Marine personnel on the 370, waiting there. The atmosphere is full of depression. What? And in the Marshal's office. Received report from Adjutant Branu. Having already gotten up early in the morning, Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku, who was in charge of all the defense work, couldn't help but get up. Branu stared at Branu in front of him, shocked and angry. What happened to Impel Down? What happened? He didn't expect that at this juncture. Something happened to Impel Down, the world's largest deep-sea prison. There can be a large number of extremely vicious criminals imprisoned there, and some special monsters may not even pose a greater threat to the world than the Whitebeard. That marine is gathering strength to prepare for. No room for error. Yes, there was a riot among the prisoners in Warcraft Hell. Branu stood at attention there and reported loudly. The identity of the person who led the escape has been confirmed. He is a pirate from East Blue. Buggy the Clown, Paramecia Chop Fruits ability user. The reward before being captured was 15 million Baileys. It is said that he, a person with abilities, unknowingly unlocked the Seastone handcuffs through some method. What? Buggy the Clown. Buddha's Sengoku slapped the table hard and said, damn, it's just at this time. His face was solemn. Check out the photos and related information sent by Branu about Buggy the Clown. I just feel that it is ordinary. Apart from being an ability user, there is nothing worthy of attention at all. He couldn't help but frown and asked in a deep voice. What's the specific situation? Does Marine need to be dispatched? No, Director Magellan said he could suppress it. After all, they're just some prisoners detained in the Warcraft Hell. Branu responded loudly, wiping cold sweat. Advertisement, then let them handle it themselves. We must also retain more strength here and be ready. For Magellan's strength, Buddha's Sengoku is still very recognized. The ability of the opponent's Paramecia poison fruit is too special. In a small space like Impel Down, it is almost equivalent to the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, the 3 admirals are already in place. There, Branu continued to report to Buddha Sengoku. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, in addition to the sea hero, Jinbei, who made a big fuss at the headquarters a few days ago and was imprisoned under your order, there is also Gecko Moria, who was confirmed to be in trouble not long ago. I followed the warship yesterday and was picked up by Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach at naval headquarters early this morning. He felt as if he had suddenly disappeared and no one could be found. Blackbeard. What the hell is that B********* D doing? Buddha Sengoku frowned and ordered, find him quickly. Remembered something. Stopping Branu who was about to leave, Sengoku asked directly. Is that guy Jinbei still unwilling to participate in the war? Yes, I asked Impel Down early this morning and he firmly disagreed with fighting the Higurashi pirates. Then let him continue to stay in the deep-sea prison. A few days ago, Tyrant Bear was ordered to convey the world government's forced recruitment order to Gecko Moria. I don't know when, the ship of terror completely turned into a scorched king. According to the traces at the scene, it has basically been confirmed. That guy Gecko Moria is dead, it was probably killed by Blood Prison Ren. But the news was suppressed by the world government. At this point, they don't want any more setbacks. Time passes bit by bit. With Fire Fist Ace, the protagonist who was about to be publicly executed, wearing heavy seastone handcuffs, he was escorted directly to the execution platform. The phone bug got right to work, broadcasting live to the whole world. All over the world, those image phone bugs who had already connected to the signal in advance and had been waiting for a long time projected images of naval headquarters. That crowded, densely packed marine elite in that murderous and shocking scene. All shocked the world. Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru. The 3 admirals represent the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Their faces were calm and full of calm, and they took their seats one after another on the second-floor high platform below the execution platform. In front of Crescent Bay, the 7 warlords of the sea, who were forcibly recruited by naval headquarters in the name of world government to join the war, also began to arrive. Empress, Boa Hancock, Eagle Eye, Dracule Mahawk, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. 4 of 7 warlords of the sea are present and 3 are absent. Hey, it's getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo licked his lips and looked around at the other Shichibukai present, where he smiled strangely. Isn't that Blackbeard guy still not in place? Is this Marine's power? Empress, Hancock is tall and beautiful. The jewel-like eyes are there to control the combat power of the naval headquarters. Advertisement ignoring the various glances from around me that came from time to time. She looked at the blue sea, touched her pet Samaro's skull-covered head, and asked softly, Samaro, will that man you said show up? Hiss, the big flowered python Samaro next to him kept spitting out snake messages. It seemed to be responding there, as the time goes. The atmosphere in the entire Orleans Square was unprecedentedly depressing. Many Marine captains and officers were inexplicably agitated. Don't be nervous, no matter what happens next, there are only 3 hours left, and everything will be over by then. Vice Admiral Giant of the Giants, he held his weapon and shouted there. Boost your own morale. Oh, countless Marines, morale is high. There they held their swords and guns high, and they shouted hysterically. It was like an overwhelming momentum, it makes people change their color. Next, I want to announce to everyone the significance of the public execution of the man Portgas D-Ace, Fire Fist. With Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku's face solemn, he climbed onto the execution platform. There, through a loudspeaker phone bug, Fire Fist Ace's life experience was revealed to the world. 100,000 Marine elites were all shocked. The sea shook and there was an uproar. No one expected that the bloodline of Pirate King Roger would not be cut off. For this reason, the evil bloodline of Pirate King Roger must be completely ended here. Even if a war breaks out with the Whitebeard pirates, we will not hesitate. With the sonorous and powerful voice of Buddha's Sengoku fell. Oh, all over the square. The morale of countless Marines is high. Holding the weapons in their hands high, they shouted in unison. For a long time, but, just at this moment. On top of a towering watchtower, the Marine watchman in charge of the alert noticed something unusual on the sea surface. I discovered that on the misty sea not far away, pirate ships of various sizes suddenly appeared one after another. The target was Marineford, and they were coming menacingly. He couldn't help but change his color in shock and became nervous. There is a situation on the sea. A large number of pirate ships have appeared. Without hesitation, he immediately sounded the alarm there. The shrill battle alarm echoed throughout Mariajoy. Beep, beep, it's the Whitebeard pirates. All members have entered the first level of combat status and are ready to fight. Chapter 202. Garp's determination is completely defeated? Beep, beep loud sirens, echoed throughout naval headquarters. Countless Marines perked up and stared at the sea in the distance, getting ready for battle. On the execution platform, Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku's eyes were awe-inspiring. Are you here? I saw the sea a few kilometers away. One after another, various pirate ships, forming a pirate fleet, are approaching fiercely. A total of 43 pirate ships appeared. They are all pirates under the Whitebeard pirates. Rogue Knight, Doma, Thunderlord, Makugai, and the Dagalban brothers are all pirates with great strength and reputation in the New World. Everyone, Fire Fist Ace was shaken all over. Looking towards the sea in disbelief, he didn't expect that in order to save himself, the Whitebeard pirates would come out in full force. While being moved, my heart couldn't help but be filled with self-blame. He would rather die here than put others in danger to save themselves. After all, it was him who recklessly ran to the first half of the Grand Line to chase Blackbeard, regardless of dissuasion, and even disobeyed Whitebeard's own orders, which led to this result. Especially the father, Whitebeard, who treats everyone as a real family member and treats them as his own. In recent years, my health has been deteriorating. It even needs to be maintained with potions. It has long since lost its former peak. Where's Whitebeard? Standing next to Fire Fist Ace, Buddha War 21 had a solemn face, his eyes fixed on the direction of the sea, and he shouted and asked. No sign of Moby DK found. The lookouts made the rounds several times. But no trace of the Whitebeard pirates was found, and they responded nervously. Gurgling. Sudden. In Crescent Bay. Braving amazing blisters. Could it be? Did you set up the wrong formation? That guy is really unexpected. Saw this scene. Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral and others couldn't help but change their expressions. Deep down, there was some speculation. Crash, as expected. In everyone's shocked and incomprehensible eyes, an extremely huge pirate ship, shaped like a beluga whale and wrapped in bubbles, rushed out directly from the bottom of the sea. It's the Moby DK. Immediately afterwards, two more beluga-like winged ships, which were the same as the Moby DK but slightly smaller, emerged from the bottom of the sea one after another. Bang! Bang! Huge bubbles exploded one after another. Advertisement: there are 3 pirate ships belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. In this way, there are 3 sides, across Crescent Bay. 2 more ships appeared. The Whitebeard pirates have invaded the bay. Damn it, it actually invaded from the bottom of the sea through coating. Many Marines were shocked. No one expected that the Whitebeard pirates would use such a method. Under Marine's nose, he directly coated the ship and dived in, breaking into this place. Originally, they were planning to annihilate at least half of the Whitebeard pirates on the sea. Marshal Sengoku. At this time, Branu hurried to the foot of the execution platform. He was sweating profusely and reported to the Buddha Sengoku above. Oh no, I just found the deep-sea prison Impel Down, and we have completely lost contact. What? Not just Sengoku of Buddha. Garp, Momosagi, Crane Vice Admiral and others couldn't help but change their colors when they heard this. On the execution platform, Sengoku suddenly looked back. Without hesitation, he hurriedly walked down. His face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and asked angrily, what on earth is going on? Originally, he thought Magellan could easily solve the situation over there. I never expected that something would happen to Impel Down, a deep-sea prison, at such a juncture. Just don't be too bad. I'm very sorry, because I lost contact suddenly, and I don't know what happened over there at the moment. Branu was full of anxiety and said loudly. However, through the intelligence from CP, we found out about the clown Buggy. His identity seems to be very complicated. Both of the 4 emperors of New World, Red Hair, Shanks, were trainee pirates of the Roger Pirates. The two have a very close relationship and often call each other brothers. What? Garp, Momosagi, Crane Vice Admiral and others were shocked. Sengoku was shocked and angry. Damn it. Have the Roger Pirates resurrected? A trainee crew member on board the Roger Pirates. Momosagi was a little puzzled. How can such a guy be unknown? Red-haired, Shanks, who is also a trainee pirate, is so powerful. Even if the opponent is not as good as the red-haired one, he can't really only have a bounty of 15 million Baileys, right? Having been dormant in the East Blue for more than 10 or 20 years, he was easily defeated by the Straw Hat crew, fell into the sea, and was captured by Smoker and taken to the deep-sea prison. Vice Admiral Crane on the side frowned. What is his purpose? Woo. The two of them thought of something. The face of the Buddha Sengoku above changed greatly. Could it be? I'll go there myself. Garp's eyes were filled with complexity. Staring at the fire fist ace above the execution platform. Immediately his face turned firm, he made up his mind, and said in a deep voice. Garp-chan. Sengoku, Vice Admiral Suru, Momosagi and others all looked at Garp in surprise. Advertisement his adopted grandson Fire Fist Ace was publicly executed. Of course, they knew exactly how tangled and uncomfortable Garp was in his heart. I didn't even think about asking the other party to take action. No matter what, first I'm a Marine, and I cannot sit back and watch those extremely vicious villains escape from the deep-sea prison and harm the world. Clench your fist firmly. Garp's face was solemn and his tone was full of determination. Then it's up to you, and at this moment deep-sea prison. Impel down the 6th underground floor Eternal Hell. Watch Buggy the Clown straight from inside Eternal Hell. One after another, powerful and notorious pirates were selected. Those prisoners from the 2nd level of Warcraft Hell to the 5th level of Freezing Hell can't help but feel numb. In particular, I witnessed the ability users from Eternal Hell and other floors being brutally killed by the Shiryu of Rain released by the Clown Buggy one after another. And what they couldn't believe was, after killing at least dozens of ability users, the other party had specially prepared them in advance and piled them among the fruits there. It seems like a fruit actually transformed into a bizarre devil fruit. Hey, it looks like the bet was right. 807 Rain Shiryu smiled ferociously. Swallow that. Devil fruit. The whole person turned into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless prisoners were feeling cold. What I didn't even expect was, the Clown Buggy actually has no intention of leaving directly. Instead, from the deepest part of the Eternal Hell, a strong man from the Lunarian tribe who was said to have been imprisoned in ice for hundreds of years, with a flame on the back of his head and wings on his back, was rescued. Aazil, who has a ferocious face, a tall body, and black wings, looks like a demonic, fallen angel, from hell. He returned to his human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. A corpse that had been drained of blood was thrown there. Those who were prisoners. Thump, in the blink of an eye. Buggy. 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 Looking at the strong men who were selected by themselves and imprisoned in Eternal Hell. All of them looked pale and frightened. Wahaha. Ahahaha, now that it's almost done, let's do the next step. Use an ability called Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Vampire Form. This is definitely a monster more terrifying than Shiryu of the Rain and a monster that cannot be messed with. Gulu. I couldn't help but break out in cold sweat and tremble there. Licking the corners of his bloody lips, he smiled. It's such a long-lost youth. There are also those prisoners released from the 2nd level, Warcraft Hell, to the 5th level, Freezing Hell. He made a deal with the other party and asked him to serve him. The Clown Buggy opened his arms, pulled on his large red robe, and laughed arrogantly. Young boys, Lousy will take you to conquer the world now. Chapter 203 The Completely Destroyed Marine and the Fallen Angel Aazil. Captain Buggy. The Marine warships discovered something was wrong and immediately retreated to the deep sea. What to do? Soon, Buggy the Clown leads the army of prisoners. Like a broken bamboo, he moved unimpeded and rushed to the 1st floor. The prisoners of Eternal Hell all found suitable clothes in the warehouse on the 4th floor and changed out of their prison uniforms. The troops had been divided up in the Warcraft Hell before and were responsible for capturing the underground layer Crimson Hell, and the prisoners on the 1st floor were already waiting there. Because all the warships originally guarding the periphery retreated into the deep sea. It cannot be snatched directly. Ahahaha, what's so difficult about this? At the entrance of Impel Down, looking at the ships lined up on the sea. The warships that surrounded them were hundreds of meters away. Clown Buggy relies on the ability of Chop Chop Fruit to hold up an extremely large robe. The whole person looked high-spirited and laughed arrogantly. Open your dog eyes and show Lousy a good look. What does it mean to be a powerful emperor like a disaster? Captain Buggy, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Standing there, the tall and intimidating, fallen angel, Aazil said, thank you for your care, let me help. Next moment, among countless prisoners, in that terrifying gaze. Pu Lingling. All of a sudden, his whole body turned into countless bloody bats. Squeak. Squeak. The wings kept fluttering there, like rapid streams of light rushing towards the warships in all directions. What is that? Quick, shoot them down, keep them away. Fire. Bang bang, on top of each warship. The Marines couldn't help but change their colors in shock. Because most of the force has been transferred to naval headquarters. Currently, the commanders on these warships are basically from the naval headquarters. Under their command, the well-trained Marines immediately raised their guns and fired. Whoosh. Whoosh, puff puff, the dense rain of bullets continued to pour out. The bloody bats that kept flapping their wings were directly hit. But in the horrifying eyes of those Marines, they seemed to be immortal. After being hit, it actually split into more bloody bats. Advertisement toward them on the warship, come in droves. Hee. For a while, countless Marines couldn't resist. But it has no effect at all. Those vampire bats that were constantly shot and hacked to death. They exploded one after another there, splitting into more in the blink of an eye. The number does not decrease but increases, becoming more and more huge. Densely packed and overwhelming. Pu Lingling. Squeak. Squeak. A pair of blood-colored eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Countless vampire bats were frantically attacking these marines. Let them focus on the head but not the tail, making them extremely defensive. Ah! Ah! Those steel-like sharp teeth can easily tear the skin of the human body. A marine who couldn't help resisting and struggling desperately screamed in agony. A large number of vampire bats pounced on him and bit him crazily. The blood on the body is continuously being sucked in at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a horrifying mummy. Hiss, Gulu. What a terrifying monster is this? All of these marines were killed in one fell swoop. The prisoners following Buggy the Clown. Looking at this horrifying scene, everyone couldn't help but feel cold. Eventually, on every warship, large vampire bats gathered into human shapes. One after another, figures exactly like Aazil formed. One after another, they took the helm and sailed those warships towards the gate of Impel Down, coming closer. Tear it to. As expected of a strong man from hundreds of years ago. No wonder Captain Buggy did not hesitate to use the bat fruit, phantom beast species, and vampire form ability to make a deal with him in exchange for service. They actually killed all the marines at once and took over the warship. That's amazing, Lord Aazil. Great, with these warships, even Marine's Buster Call can easily defeat it. Yes, I believe that with the help of such a strong person, even the 4 emperors can defeat them. Captain Buggy, please lead us to conquer the world. Buggy, Buggy, Buggy. One by one, the prisoners were full of excitement. Advertisement holding weapons high, shouting there. And looking at the abilities Aazil showed, the leader Buggy opened his mouth wide. The whole person was already breaking out in cold sweat. I don't even know when my back was soaked with cold sweat. I couldn't help but tremble a little, my scalp was numb. Gulu, what kind of monster is this? Hey, what an exaggerated ability. Shiryu of the Rain, who had fought against Fallen Angel, Aazil, couldn't help but exclaimed. Is there such a move in vampire form? He originally thought that over the past few days, he had become more proficient in mastering the ability of his phantom beast, the Ashura form, to master the 9 swords style more easily. The strength of this Fallen Angel has become somewhat closer. Unexpectedly, the other party also hit a lot of power. It seems to be getting stronger. Gudong, what a scary guy. Carrying a wine gourd, he poured wine there. Bacchus Chote, Beryl, was smiling strangely. After all, he is the vice president of the Cross Union, and he is also from the legendary Lunarian clan. Pointing in front of him, the clown Buggy looks majestic but is actually trembling. The king of evil, Pizarro licked his lips and said with a smile, however, I think it is more appropriate for me to be the president of the Cross Union, meow. Ah, your ambition is exposed, Pizarro the huge battleship, San Juan Wolf monster laughed. Gia haha, it's not your turn. As a user with the ability to paramecia fruit crush, Ellis Seth, the Crusher, who was imprisoned in eternal hell 5 years ago and has a bounty of 698 million belly, has a fierce face and is not willing to give in to money, rode. Hey, you guy, do you want to fight? The evil king heard this. I couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Staring at the other party, he said dissatisfiedly, no matter how you look at it, I am more qualified, right? Meow. You guys, it's better not to talk nonsense. Swift shooter. Vasily Simon was carrying a sniper rifle and kindly reminded him, be careful of being promoted by that adult. They had witnessed with their own eyes the monster-like power of Fallen Angel, Aazil. In other words, these days for the position of vice president of the Cross Trade Union. Each of them had tried to challenge the other. There's no suspense about the outcome. All were easily crushed. He was tortured to pieces. Especially, the other party's terrifying ability. It can actually take away other people's youth and lifespan easily. It makes people become old, frail, it's simply exaggerated. It made them even more frightened and inexplicable. In awe. Chapter 204 Captain Buggy, Kingly Style, Rumble. The Grand Door of Justice opens directly. Large warships were occupied one after another. Under the control of thousands of prisoners, most of whom were former pirates. He began to pass through the Gate of Justice, followed the surging sea current, and continued to move towards the naval headquarters. Crash la 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 la. The current is rough. 20 large warships slowly moved towards the naval headquarters. What? Going to naval headquarters? Gulu, is it true or false? Isn't it going to die? What are you afraid of? We have Master Aazil and Master Buggy here. Yes, even the officers are all the villains of eternal hell. You know, Captain Buggy is a man who has the qualifications to be a king and wants to take over the world. Of course I have to fight to the naval headquarters, take off Whitebeard's head, and be promoted to the 4 emperors of the new world in one fell swoop. Gia, Captain Buggy has said that he will take this opportunity to announce to the world that the Cross Trade Union has been officially established. When we get to naval headquarters, whoever performs well may become a cadre. I have reserved my status as a cadre. You useless losers, don't even think about getting in the way of lousy. Don't forget, our lives were all saved by Captain Buggy. Do you want to go back to the dark place of Impel Down and continue to be tortured? You cowards, just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Gia ha ha ha, we are going to follow Captain Buggy and dominate the world. 457. What is naval headquarters? On a warship. Listen to the orders given by Buggy E. Trembling. Chi. Trembling. Wind. Way. Hair. Way. Some prisoners couldn't help but change their faces, some broke out in cold sweat and felt uneasy. But the vast majority of the prisoners imprisoned in the 4th floor, Blazing Hell, and the 5th floor, Freezing Hell, are mostly vicious and unruly thugs. In particular, I witnessed with my own eyes the powerful strength displayed by the clown Buggy and even the monster-like power of the leaders of Eternal Hell such as Fallen Angel, Azazel. Each one was full of excitement and enthusiasm without any fear at all. We are full of expectations for the cross-trade union that will be established next. Many people are ambitious and can't wait to perform on the battlefield and win the position of cadres. It easily frightened those guys who showed timidity and wanted to retreat. They all scolded them without any politeness. Bulu, Bulu. At this time, on a warship, the telephone bug fixed on the mast and used for communication began to ring. Advertisement, the phone is ringing. Captain Buggy, do you want to answer it? On the leading warship, a prisoner was busy asking for instructions. What are you afraid of? Just take it, Shiryu of the Rain said with a strange smile while holding a snow CBFG eggplant in his mouth. Listen to what those marine guys have to say. When he saw Azazel, he nodded towards him. The clown Buggy sniffed and calmed down. The torn body floated, holding the huge red robe, and flew to the mast. Buggy answered the phone there and pretended to be, Moses, I'm Buggy the Clown. Buggy the Clown, we have found out your identity. The simulated expression of the phone bug changed, and a righteous voice came out. You were once a member of the Roger Pirates, and we already know about you being brothers with the red-haired Shanks of the New World 4 Emperors. Arrive. What? Captain Buggy is a member of the Roger Pirates. Gulu. That legendary pirate group? Is it real or fake? Being brothers with 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks? Is Captain Buggy's past so remarkable, as expected of a man who wants to become the king of the world? The prisoners present were all shocked, except for Azazel, Shiryu of Rain, King of Evil and others from Eternal Hell who had already known about it in advance. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths and looked at the clown Buggy in disbelief. I was inexplicably shocked. I didn't expect that the other party's background was so big. Immediately, their eyes shone with excitement, full of fanaticism and adoration. Don't they have a bright future? No, Clown Buggy's heart skipped a beat. In this way, wouldn't his low-key life be completely over? But he quickly realized that he was scared to death with the cross-union covering him. Suddenly, he was arrogant and shouted loudly, Ahem, I didn't expect to be found out by you. That's right, Lousy is a member of Roger's pirate group. He once fought with the red-haired. Shanks has fought countless times, and he is a man who won't win or lose, Uncle Buggy. I didn't expect that a person like you could hide so deeply. He even pretended to be defeated and captured, just to lurk into the world's largest deep-sea prison, Impel Down, and try to get powerful subordinates. But if you just escaped from the Calm Belt, that would be fine. I didn't expect you to be stupid enough to try to come to naval headquarters to participate in the war. Currently, the surviving prison guards from Impel Down have contacted naval headquarters and directly closed the door to justice. And the gates of justice at naval headquarters in Eni's lobby will not be open for pirates. Don't even think you can escape from the huge vortex current connecting the 3 major institutions. Then let the horse come over. The clown Buggy, who was already confident, was naturally not afraid. The whole person was in high spirits and said loudly, Just naval headquarters, who do you think Uncle Buggy is? Click. Advertisement. The words fell. He hung up the phone directly. Turned his head and looked around. All of them had fierce faces and were staring straight at the prisoners. He blinked. You are. His heart beat faster and he suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Most of these guys are powerful, much stronger villains than him. Isn't it because you put it on yourself? Wow. Really are. Captain Buggy admits it. Just naval headquarters. It's so hockey. What a treacherous hockey. He is worthy of being a man who wants to conquer the world. Gulu. I actually had countless fights with the red-haired 4 emperors, and they didn't even win. Such a kingly demeanor is so dazzling, Captain Buggy. We will follow you for the rest of our lives. Long live Captain Buggy. All of a sudden, I saw the stunned prisoners swarming around. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but shine, full of excitement, and they admired the clown Buggy endlessly. He lifted it into the air and kept throwing it high into the sky. The red robe, which was a bit exaggeratedly wide, was almost blown away by the growing sea breeze. Put me down. Down. The unprepared Buggy was so frightened that he burst into tears. Everyone was in a hurry, shouting there, What? Sell higher. Didn't you hear that? Captain Buggy called for a higher throw. Give me all your strength and throw it higher. Buggy. 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 These idiots. Azazel, Rain of Rain and others heard this. All of them couldn't help but have black lines all over their heads, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. They understand the clown Buggy's strength very well. Not to mention the worst Crimson Hell. From the 2nd level of Warcraft Hell alone, you might be able to pick someone strong enough to defeat him. But they had to admit that what the other party said was true and not necessarily false, but there might be a lot of moisture in it. If 2 pirate trainees who grew up together on the Roger Pirates ship and have a relatively good relationship, their daily fights can be considered fighting. Chapter 205. The Frozen Tsunami and the Outbreak of War, First Update. It's Whitebeard. The captains are all up there too. Everyone is on alert and ready to fight. Now, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. As the pirate ships of the Whitebeard Pirates invaded Crescent Bay, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. In front of Crescent Bay, under everyone's gaze, accompanied by steady footsteps, on top of the leader's Moby DK. Although he is old, he is a tall figure that is extremely strong and imposing, making people intimidated. Carrying a naginata, he walked along the steps to the bow of the ship. Gyula Lala, I haven't seen you for decades, Sengoku. The tall and majestic Whitebeard wields a naginata, Sonokiri, and is majestic. His sharp eyes ignored the 7 warlords of the sea and countless marine elites, and stared at the majestic figure of Marine Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform in front of the Naval Headquarters building. Whitebeard. Sengoku clenched his fists and looked sternly. As an old rival, just as the hero Garp knows his faithful rival, the Pirate King Roger, he knows Whitebeard too well. It was clear early in the morning that the other party would definitely come. Even if he knew that Marine would definitely lay a dragnet and wait for him to take the bait, there would be no return in all likelihood. Looking at Fire Fist Ace kneeling above, Whitebeard smiled calmly. My dear son, are you okay? Dad. Fire Fist Ace shouted. Ace, be patient for a moment and I'll come to your rescue right away. Whitebeard thrust his naginata. With the horse on his back, his fists suddenly hit the air. Boom. Boom. Like beating a drum. The atmosphere made a heart-stopping sound. Click. In the eyes of countless people who couldn't believe it. The atmosphere on both sides of Moby DK is like fragile glass, cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. That is, the atmosphere is cracked, the water level is a little abnormal. Witnessing this scene, many Marines were shocked and inexplicable. And suddenly, the water level twisted and surged extremely abnormally. Wow, wow, wow. The waves are crashing, it was churning. Straight towards the coast, it seemed like he was going to rush straight forward. But just when the Marines were a little panicked and nervous because of the sudden rise in water level. Crash. The whole sea became calm again in the blink of an eye. The surging tide quickly subsided, it was as if nothing happened. It's confusing. Time keeps passing. The air suddenly became quiet. Depressing and irritating. Somewhat unnatural. Nagging, it's so unnatural. Doflamingo standing on Crescent Bay, teething there. Is this shock fruit's ability? Hancock was a little surprised. Advertisement before leaving, Charlie mentioned relevant information about the powerful men in Marine and the big pirates in New World. So, she already has some idea of Whitebeard's abilities. Gu la la la. Carrying the naginata Kong Yunchi. Whitebeard bared his teeth and smiled. Together with the captains of the Whitebeard pirate team who had already arrived behind him, they were all waiting there patiently. At the same time, because of the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, most Marines have not discovered that the door of justice that was hurriedly opened for the hero Garp to lead people to Impel Down has always been open and has not been completely closed. Or, many people may have noticed it, but because they have to be on guard against the Whitebeard pirates. And selectively ignored. Yuahuhu, wow. What happened? In the huge vortex current connecting the 3 major organs. Originally, it would take nearly half an hour to follow the surging sea currents to reach the cross-Union fleet at Naval Headquarters. Because of the sudden huge waves and fierce wind pressure, he was pushed back. The whole person was almost violently thrown away, but the clown buggy, who was immediately caught by the exaggerated big hands of the giant battleship, San Juan Wolf, burst into tears and panicked. It was almost finished. Hey, I almost fell down. Put buggy down. The giant wolf monster smiled. Even without the ability to use Paramecia expansion fruit. His size is still quite huge, a full 18 meters tall, which is intimidating. Thanks to the fact that these warships are the highest level battleships of the Naval Headquarters, they can accommodate his size. This should be Whitebeard's ability, don't worry. Fallen Angel, Aazil, who had already learned from Ren that this might happen, did not panic and said calmly. Hey, that's quite an exaggerated power. On the side, Shiryu of the Rain was biting his cigar and sighing with emotion. It's so convenient for us. The bounty was as high as 430 million Baileys. Upton Boris, the evil navigator, with extensive sailing experience, decisively ordered there. The entire fleet immediately lowered the sails and prepared to ride the current directly to the Naval Headquarters. Yes, as expected. Among the confused prisoners, the sails had just been urgently furled. A current that was more turbulent than before suddenly emerged. Directly driving the entire fleet, move forward at high speed. Crash. The water level has risen abnormally. Less than 10 minutes, the water level rose abnormally. It instantly attracted the attention of Marine personnel, who were busy reporting in panic. Rumble. But at this moment, the entire Naval Headquarters suddenly began to tremble violently. The rushing ocean current turned into a huge tsunami. Wow, a huge black wave. At least hundreds or even thousands of meters high. It was overwhelming, heading straight towards the Naval Headquarters. Please give me flowers. Are you kidding me? Ruined. There's no way to avoid it. Countless Marines burst into tears. Each one of them opened their mouths wide and were so shocked that they could not speak. Advertisement. His face turned pale with fright, and he was frightened. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, looking desperate. Ice Age, this is it. On the high platform below the execution platform, Admiral Aokiji suddenly jumped up. At an astonishing speed, he rushed to the high-altitude king. As the cold air surged, 2 popsicles stretched out from his open hands like lightning. Directly submerged in the huge tsunami, Ice Age. Kaka a moment's work. That huge wave was so turbulent that it could directly crush the naval headquarters building and send hundreds of thousands of Marines away. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen alive. Moreover, the astonishing freezing air continued to spread in all directions. The surging sea currents around him were frozen, completely calmed down the exaggerated tsunami. It was indescribably shocking. Tsunami is frozen. I thought I was going to die. It's Kuzan Admiral. What a terrifying power. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? Countless Marines were sweating. He panted desperately like he was surviving a catastrophe. Looking at the tall and thin figure in the sky that instantly froze the huge wave and shattered the crisis of the destruction of naval headquarters, I was a little frightened by Whitebeard's monster power. They all couldn't help but look uplifted and full of excitement. Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spear. Aokiji felt cold all over his body and crossed his hands. One after another, ice spears condensed out and entangled hockey. Shooting towards Whitebeard below. Aokiji, you little brat. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. He was unceremonious. The punch hit high into the sky. Boom. The atmosphere cracked. The ice spear was shattered. The aftermath continued unabated, shattering Aokiji's whole body. It fell straight to the sea in Crescent Bay, Kaka, but the moment it touched the sea, the astonishing freezing air froze the sea surface directly, and Aokiji condensed into a human form again. Moreover, the entire sea surface is being frozen one after another at a speed visible to the naked eye. Including the Moby Dick and 2 companion ships in Crescent Bay, and even the ships of the pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirate group, are no exception. The sea surface is frozen. Yes, we have Admiral here who represents the highest combat power of naval headquarters. It's just the Whitebeard pirates, there's nothing to be afraid of. Bombardment. Sink the Moby Dick. For a while, the morale of the elite officers and generals of the naval headquarters was high. There, he kept cheering and encouraging his own personnel. And give the order directly, launched an attack. Bang Bang Chapter 206, making a dazzling appearance, the monster from 100 years ago, second update. Kill, destroy these pirates, sink the Moby Dick. Take off Whitebeard's head, young ones, come on. Kill all these Marines, rescue Ace, Bang Bang W. Kang. Slightly, boom boom as the ice surface freezes. The war broke out directly. A large number of Marine elites rushed out continuously through the underground passage of Crescent Bay Port. The Whitebeard Pirates' main group, with thousands of powerful and fierce pirates, also started charging like crazy. The sound of gold and iron clashing, the sound of guns and cannons, and the shouts of killing, are endless. A Marine and a pirate fought together as if they were not afraid of death. And the pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirate Group also began to rush onto the ice directly, trying to support the Whitebeard Pirates, 923, group. Although not as exaggerated as Marines' 100,000 elites. But the total number of these New World pirates seems to exceed tens of thousands. This kind of large-scale and unprecedentedly brutal war. Let this see. Those who are watching this live broadcast. They were all shocked and inexplicable, feeling cold and numb. Not far from the battlefield, behind the iceberg formed by the previously frozen huge tsunami. One warship after another was frozen there, surprisingly. These fly the flags of Marine and World Government. On the large warships that should have belonged to the naval headquarters, the World Government and Marine logos were painted with a big X. Captain Buggy, our warship is frozen. One by one the prisoners were at a loss. He looked at Buggy the Clown. Ah, how difficult is this? Buggy the Clown took a deep breath. He suppressed his panic and pretended to be majestic. Look at Lousy. In the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of those prisoners. Both fists suddenly hit the atmosphere. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. Click. The atmosphere cracked open directly. Large areas of ice and even towering icebergs, it fell apart directly. Collapsed. Rumble. Wow, the sea was boiling. Huge clouds of smoke and dust billowed into the sky. The shocking movement instantly attracted the attention of the pirates and Marines who were fighting. People all over the world are watching this live broadcast in front of the screen. Everyone's eyes widened and they were a little stunned. What, that is? Marines' warship, is it Marines' ambush? No, look, the flags on those warships have been marked with an X. One warship after another lies across the sea. Everyone couldn't help but be a little shocked. Damn it. Those guys in prison uniforms. The door of justice has been opened. Are these guys all prisoners who escaped from Impel Down? A Marine's expression changed drastically. Looking at the fierce prisoners in prison uniforms on those warships, they couldn't help but scream out, damn it. When did the door of justice open? Didn't I order the door of justice to be closed? That be asterisk D-Clown Buggy, Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Momosagi and other Marine senior executives. All of them couldn't help but change their expressions and stared at the menacing warships on the sea. Marshal Sengoku. Under the execution platform, Branu hurried over, sweating profusely and reporting. Oh no, the power room that opens the door of justice has been destroyed, and the marine personnel responsible are missing. What? Sengoku's expression changed greatly. That guy, did you have a plan in advance? Crane Vice Admiral frowned. What exactly is going on? Obviously, advertisement the clown buggy may have already been planning this action. Otherwise, the door of justice would not have been opened for him by such a coincidence. $. Marco's entire body transformed into human animal form. The whole person braved blue flames and blocked several incoming shells. Arriving in front of Whitebeard, he looked at the fleet that suddenly arrived, and he was surprised. Most of those guys are wearing prison uniforms. They seem to be criminals who have just escaped from prison. Red nose. It's the kid on Roger's ship. Whitebeard looked at the warship that appeared on Marineford's right after the iceberg collapsed. Watching the leading warship. That figure was wearing a red robe, had a red nose and a skull pattern on his face, and looked like a ferocious figure. His eyes couldn't help but freeze, and he was filled with surprise. He obviously recognized the other person. Ha 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 ha, were you frightened by Uncle Buggy's gorgeous appearance, Marine? The clown buggy opened his arms and was full of energy, laughing with infinite arrogance. With chop fruit and a large red robe, she is full of momentum. It really feels like a boss's oppression. Once a member of the Roger Pirates, he was dormant in East Blue, waiting for an opportunity, pretending to be captured and sneaking into the world's largest deep-sea prison, Impel Down, to release the culprit of the prisoners, the clown buggy. Following him are not only the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, but also, Big Bucket, Bacchus Chode, Evil King, Abaro Bizarro, and, Giant Battleship, San Juan Wolf, Swift Shooter, Vasily Simon, Poison King Rox Luther, Navigator of Evil, Upton Boris, Crusher, Ellis C. Black Bear, Rixon Ed, Megalodon, Locke, Gulu. They are all notorious men who were imprisoned in the eternal hell by the world government and whose existence was erased. Marine aspect. The identities of Shiryu Rain and others were quickly verified. Suddenly, something happened. Wait a minute, Lunaria. Somewhat frightened, the tall Momoshagi looked at the warship headed by Yu. What? His eyes were fixed on Aazil, who was next to the clown buggy, and he was a little surprised. And this family is basically about to become extinct. Where did he find it? Sister, the guy standing next to clown buggy with black wings, brown skin, and flames on the back of his head. Could he be the legendary Lunaria tribe? As names were announced one after another, countless Marines and people watching the live broadcast couldn't help but change their colors in shock. Damn, are they all prisoners from the 6th floor of Impel Down? Now we're in trouble, below the execution platform. Except for the Beasts Pirates and the Bloodhell Ren, who has been causing a lot of trouble in recent days, there shouldn't be anyone else. Her admiral candidate had never been heard of. Impel Down also held Lunarian prisoners. Somewhat surprised, he asked the Crane Vice Admiral, who usually had a good relationship with him and was a sister-in-law, are there any prisoners like this in Impel Down? Or is he originally an accomplice of the clown buggy? 2.6. Crane Vice Admiral frowned. It is indeed the Lunaria tribe. But in recent decades, the deep-sea prison has never detained criminals from the Lunaria tribe. Her expression couldn't help but change, and she cried out, that guy, couldn't he be the vicious criminal, fallen angel, Aazil, who was frozen and imprisoned in eternal hell hundreds of years ago, right? Chapter 207. Clown Buggy's shocking declaration. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. Fallen angel, Aazil? Prisoners imprisoned in ice hundreds of years ago? If it was really him, he would have died long ago, right? Momoshagi was stunned. Or, it's not just her. Together with the other naval headquarters generals next to them, they all couldn't help but open their mouths. Looking into the distance with some disbelief, Aazil stood next to Oda Buggy. Those prisoners imprisoned in ice remain conscious at all times because they are completely unable to move. They are subjected to endless torture and suffering all the time, but their lives are far longer than those of strong people imprisoned in ordinary ways. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes were full of solemnity, and he said in a deep voice, the Lunaria tribe is inherently tenacious and can survive in any harsh environment. Perhaps it is because of this that it has survived until now. Serves as the brain trust of naval headquarters, she had looked through countless files on Marine. Most of them have some impressions of those famous and powerful people who have appeared in history. Most of the prisoners imprisoned in ice have committed some very serious crimes. Is he very strong? Momoshagi asked in surprise. He was stopped and imprisoned by the then Marine Admiral for attacking celestial dragons. Another attack on the celestial dragons. Does this clan have any grudge against the celestial dragons? Not only Momoshagi, but also the generals next to 21 were stunned. Not long ago, Bloodhell Ren, a member of the Lunarian tribe, had just brazenly attacked and killed the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago, causing a scene. Why did another Lunarian appear who dared to attack the celestial dragons? Crane Vice Admiral was silent. According to her understanding, the Lunaria tribe was the master of the Red Line a long time ago, and was even called the Clan of Gods. For hundreds of years, not only were they expelled from the Red Line, but they were also constantly wanted and hunted by the world government, and were almost driven to extinction. As the descendants of the 20 kings, the celestial dragons occupy the Red Line and call themselves gods. He stands at the top of the world government and can be said to be the chief culprit of the persecution of the Lunaria tribe. How could there be no hatred? That's not what matters. He breathed a sigh of relief. Crane Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. What is really worth noting is that the Admiral of Headquarters at that time, August, was a user with the ability of Paramecia Teleportation Fruit, and his ability had been developed to the point of awakening. Teleportation Fruit? Isn't that Ochaku's ability? It turns out that the former Marine Admiral also had such an ability. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals such as Momosagi, Huashaoshan, and Flying Squirrel present were all a little surprised. They are no strangers to teleportation fruits. Advertisement. Because, Ochaku, the great pirate who currently occupies the New World Honeycomb Island and is second only to the four emperors in terms of strength and power, is a user with the ability of the Paramecia Teleportation Fruit. However, the former August Admiral was indeed worthy of being the highest combat power in the Naval Headquarters. The ability of the Teleportation Fruit has actually been developed to the point of awakening. But the August Admiral at that time still fought with the fallen angel, Aazil, for 3 days and 3 nights before he was defeated and imprisoned in the deep sea prison. Can you fight the Marine Admiral for 3 days and 3 nights? Momosagi, Flying Squirrel, Huashaoshan and others couldn't help but stare with awe. Such a guy is definitely an out-and-out monster. However, the world only knows that Augustus Admiral successfully suppressed the fallen angels, but they don't know that Augustus Admiral himself was also seriously injured, with extensive burns all over his body. Crane Vice Admiral had a serious face and said in a deep voice, he is completely using his life to return it, trying his best to squeeze out his own vitality, supporting it with just one breath. Less than a week after the battle, that August Admiral died of serious injuries and unfortunately passed away. She learned this through confidential information within Marine. As the highest combat power of the Naval Headquarters, the strength of the Marine Admiral in the past generations is the top monster in this sea, and it is almost impossible to be easily killed. Unfortunately, there are not many people who died heroically in the mission, but certainly not many. The other party seemed to have been directly suppressed, but it still caused Marine Admiral, who to a certain extent enjoyed the best medical care in this sea, to die of serious injuries. You can only imagine how powerful he was. 1. It can be said that for many years, countless criminals have been imprisoned in eternal hell. Fallen Angel, Aazil is the most dangerous one. What? Hearing this, Momosagi, Flying Squirrel, Jimmy and other Marine generals all changed their faces in shock and couldn't help but screamed. His eyes were fixed on the tall figure with wings on his back in the distance. A chill could not help but flow out, some scalp tingling. Evenly matched with the Admiral of Headquarters, it's two different things than killing the Admiral of Headquarters. Moreover, look at each other's appearance, a little too young. Hiss. Are all the Lunaria tribes such monsters? Even thinking about the relatively calm Vice Admiral, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. Looking at the figure of Fallen Angel, Aazil, he felt a little numb. If such a group had more people, wouldn't it be possible to rule the world? That's not the case. There are strengths and weaknesses in any ethnic group. It's impossible for everyone to be a monster. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head directly and said bluntly, just like us ordinary humans, the powerless civilians at the bottom are certainly the majority, but aren't there also strong people like Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals? Whether it is the Fallen Angel Aazil, Bloodhell Ren, Fire Calamity Jin, etc., they are all the strongest ones among the Lunaria tribe. Of course, he is undoubtedly a big trouble for Marine right now. I just don't know how much of his former strength he can still display after being locked up in ice for so long. Advertisement and above the execution platform. The Vice Admiral's words were taken into account. Buddha's Sengoku couldn't help but feel his heart sink, and his face was solemn as never before. Buggy the Clown, you, the remnant of Roger's pirates, are you here to save Roger's son Fire Fist Ace? He clenched his fists tightly, ignoring Whitebeard. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the menacing and arrogant clown Buggy on the distant warship, somewhat furious. But he had to suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, or do you want to join forces with our Marine and take the opportunity to take off Whitebeard's head? In his opinion, this can be tied with the red-haired Shanks as the only trainee pirate in the Roger Pirates. Definitely not a simple thing. Maybe, it's another red-haired Shanks. No, judging from the other party's deep scheming, it might be more dangerous than the red hair. 990 even pretended to be captured and brought out all the vicious prisoners from the deep-sea prison. And it looks like he has subdued all these unruly guys. It's really amazing. Yulalala, that Sengoku guy. Hear Sengoku's words. Moby DK in front of Crescent Bay. Whitebeard bared his teeth and couldn't help but sneered. At this time, do you still want to use such tactics? Not me, and on the sea on the right side of Crescent Bay. Buggy, the clown on the warship, was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and was a little nervous. The Fallen Angel, Aazil next to him twitched his eyelids and directly warned the opponent quietly through the powerful observation hockey. Be careful and don't let me offend you at this time, otherwise don't blame me for depriving you of 50 years of life. That's right, the cold voice echoed in my mind. The clown Buggy was excited and jumped up immediately. He was full of energy, arrogant, and loudly opened his arms. Captain Roger is kind to me, how could I put his son's life at risk? As for Whitebeard's head, if Lousy wants it, he can do it at any time. Listen, Marine. The clown Buggy was in a state of panic. The body inside the red robe was trembling with fear. The whole person's face turned red, and he pointed at the Buddha with great excitement. Sengoku yelled hysterically. If you know what's going on, hand over the Fire Fist Ace immediately. Otherwise, Marineford will sink to the bottom of the sea for lousy today. Chapter 208 8-foot Magatama. Kizaru's fallen angel open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Wow, as expected of Captain Buggy, Yushin is too loyal. Captain Buggy, we will follow you for the rest of our lives. As expected of a man who wants to conquer the world, his courage and mind are so broad. He actually threatened to sink Marineford to the bottom of the sea. It's hard to imagine how powerful he really is. What a dazzling light. On the sea, there are thousands of prisoners on warships. I was instantly deeply shocked by Buggy's unparalleled statement. I just felt that at this moment, he was so bright and dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at him. Everyone couldn't help but their eyes shone, they were moved to tears and admired him endlessly. What kind of loyal man is this? In order to save the son of the Pirate King Roger, the captain who was once kind to him. He even went so far as to become an enemy of naval headquarters and threatened to sink Marineford to the bottom of the sea. This loyalty, this courage, this strength. He is indeed Captain Buggy worthy of their following. Gulu. Did I hear you correctly? How dare you threaten Marshal Sengoku and say you want naval headquarters to sink to the bottom of the sea? It seems that his strength is no less than that of New World's 4 emperors, red hair, Shanks, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. Indeed, after all, he is the guy who once called himself a brother-in-law with the red hair. Even if you close your eyes, you can guess that he must be very powerful. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress those unruly criminals. That guy with the red nose is too arrogant, he actually threatened to take off Dad's head at any time. Damn it, if it weren't for saving Ace, I would have to fight with them. However, as allies, the pressure we face will be greatly reduced. For a while, a Marine elite was present. Even the pirates in the Whitebeard camp were shocked. It seems that Buggy the Clown is on the same level as the 4 emperors' red hair. Don't dare to have any contempt, and those New World pirates. They were a little angry and dissatisfied with Buggy's threat to take off their father Whitebeard's head at any time. Most of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and some days were overjoyed. With the addition of such a powerful fighting force, their hope of rescuing Ace is even greater. It can also minimize one's own casualties. Kuwain, the remnants of the Roger pirates, are really cruel. Advertisement Perusalino, the admiral of headquarters, tilted his lips. He stood up directly and squinted his eyes toward the execution platform. Standing there, Buddha Sengoku asked with a smile. Mr. Sengoku, is it okay to execute all these prisoners? The other party was so open-minded. If they don't make some show, these Marines will be too useless. Of course. Buddha Sengoku's eyes were cold and he responded indifferently. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Marine will be killed without mercy. He, the Marine Marshal, was obviously angry at Buggy Zhang Wushan's words. If the other party is not at sea, he wants to transform directly into a giant Buddha. Give the opponent a shockwave first. Brush. Swipe. All of a sudden, Perusalino was dazzling. Turned into endless light rain. In an instant, it appeared in the sky on the right side of Crescent Bay. It's so dazzling. It's Admiral Kizaru, dazzling light. The prisoners couldn't help but subconsciously put their hands in front of their eyes to block the strong light. Some were shocked. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. In midair, Perusalino crossed his hands. A dazzling invisible speed condensed out. Whoosh whoosh. The light shines brightly. The roaring sound in the air continued. In an instant, dense light bombs shot out like lightning, continuously pouring towards the warship where the clown Buggy is, without mercy. People can't help but change their color in shock. Countless prisoners' expressions changed drastically. Especially the clown Buggy, his eyes almost popped out. I felt cold and panicked. Brush, woo, a black figure. Like a ghost, it rushed out. Woohoo! The huge black wings suddenly flapped fiercely. The terrifying wind pressure, carrying the unparalleled armament hockey, swept out there. It was as if it was devastating, and it directly released the light bullets that were continuously attacking. It's shocking, some are speechless. Advertisement. Flash. Tub Azazel sneered. It turned into a dark red light and rushed into the air in an instant. In an instant, he rushed in front of Perusalino, the admiral of headquarters. He couldn't help but shrink his eyes, and some of his hairs stood up. Who? The wind howled. His right foot tore through the air fiercely and kicked hard. Not only is it entangled with armament hockey, but it is also intertwined with black and red lightning. Azazel's movements were as fast as lightning and extremely cruel. It's hard to react at all. Boom, in an instant. The crossed arms wrapped around hockey, narrowly blocking the kick. What? Perusalino's eyes were stern, and he felt his arms were burning and numb. But in fact, the two have no direct contact at all. In an instant, his whole body was directly pressed by the terrifying force and flew out like a cannonball. It shot straight towards the Crescent Bay behind. Boom! They all opened their mouths wide and looked at this scene in disbelief. Smoke and dust billowed, Li Dahao, and fire shot into the sky. Perusalino Admiral on the entire battlefield. Golden light flashed. Who is that guy? All of this happened in a flash of lightning, making it impossible for people to react. Not only did he directly block all of Kizaru's attacks, he actually kicked him away in an instant. Admiral, who represents the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Are you kidding me? That's the Admiral of Headquarters? Was he suppressed so easily? Countless marines and pirates could not help but stare. A huge fort exploded directly. They were all shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. I was kicked away all of a sudden. Many people subconsciously thought that Kizaru, the admiral of headquarters, was easily kicked away by that mysterious figure. Chapter 209 Cross Union. Bounty for all marines. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. On Crescent Bay, light flashed. Perusalino, who was safe and sound, condensed his figure. But his eyes were solemn, no longer as relaxed as before. He stared at the tall figure with wings on his back and an unbelievably young appearance in midair. It looks like it won't be that easy to capture you. When did such a strong man appear on the sea? And he's actually from the Lunarian clan. Not just Kizaru himself. Even Admiral Aokiji, Akainu and others were a little surprised. They, the Marine Admirals, have fought bloody battles on this sea and been on the battlefield for 20 or 30 years, from the lowest level of Marine to the current height. And with the Marine on its back, it has stood tall on the sea for hundreds of years, and its intelligence power can be said to be a behemoth all over the world. I consider myself to be well informed, not to mention those powerful men with names and illustrious reputations on the sea. Marine is paying attention to and filing records for some powerful folk who are quite powerful but usually keep a low profile and have little reputation on the sea. But they can confirm it 100%. I have never heard of such a number one person. Don't be scared. On the execution platform, witnessing this scene. Incomparably majestic, Buddha Sengoku stood there with awe-inspiring eyes. With a solemn face, he shouted, "This 987 man is a felon imprisoned in ice in eternal hell. He tried to attack the celestial dragons 100 years ago and committed an unforgivable crime." However, Lu was personally suppressed by the former Marine Admiral. The strong man of the Nalia tribe, fallen angel, Aazil. What? A felon from 100 years ago? Hey, did I hear you correctly? Can humans really live that long? Didn't you hear? He is not a human at all, but a Lunarian. Another monster that dares to attack the celestial dragons? Wait a minute, what race are the Lunarians? Who knows, anyway, they have been wanted by the world government for a long time. It is said that as long as they discover the whereabouts of this clan and report it to the world government, they can get a reward of 100 million belly. Hiss, whether it's marines, pirates, or prisoners on the battlefield. People from all over the world are watching this live broadcast. Everyone was shocked when they heard the Marine Marshal Sengoku Buddha reveal the identity of fallen angel, Aazil. No one expected that Buggy the Clown would release such a monster from Impel Down. Advertisement: the strong man from 100 years ago is still alive today. Ah ha ha ha, have all my tens of billions of servants around the world seen this? The clown Buggy, who was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground, couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. Infinitely arrogant, he smiled and said, "These are my subordinates. Marine and everyone around the world, please listen clearly to Mr. Buggy." He was high-spirited and opened his arms. Holding on to his broad red robe, he announced arrogantly, "I, the clown Buggy, announce that from now on, the Cross Union will be officially established, and I sincerely invite strong men from all over the world to join. And this, fallen angel, Aazil, is the vice president of our Cross Union. At the same time, I announce that starting from today, the Cross Union will offer a reward for all Marine heads. This is the end of the era when only Marines put bounties on pirates, ha 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 ha. What, Cross Union, has this man finally revealed his ambition? Hiss. Such a strong man is actually just the vice president, and he is willing to be driven by him. Is the clown Buggy really that powerful? Are there actually going to be a reciprocal bounty on Marine? Is the world going to be in chaos? The sea shook. Countless people opened their mouths, looking at the clown Buggy with some shock. No one expected that the other party would be so blatant. Directly in front of Marine, announced the establishment of a Cross Union. Moreover, a bounty will be issued to all Marines? Isn't this what Marine only does to pirates, CBAE? Buggy the Clown, reward Marine. That be asterisk 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 D. Damn guy, what are you talking about? This world has not fallen to the level where you can do whatever you want. Buddha Sengoku and all other senior officials could not help but change their expressions. Each one of them was a little angry and glared at the clown Buggy and others. Quick, Aokiji, stop him, the Buddha Sengoku's eyes are about to burst. Advertisement gritting his teeth, he turned his head and ordered to the relevant personnel of Marine, cut off the live broadcast of the phone bug immediately. I never expected that the other party would seize the opportunity. On such an occasion, the establishment of the Cross Union was publicly announced to the world, and a bounty was threatened against Marine. Such an impact is really too bad. He couldn't imagine if the other party was allowed to continue talking nonsense. What unimaginable consequences it will have. Hey, he threatened to put a bounty on Marine at Naval Headquarters, isn't it a bit too arrogant? Aokiji jumped suddenly. At an astonishing speed, he rushed forward. A large number of icicles were fired from both hands and hit Buggy the Clown. Iceball. Fire Dragon. Fallen Angel, Aazil, who retreated to Buggy the Clown, sneered. Behind his head, flames were raging, with no intention of extinguishing them. The right fist suddenly burst into flames. He blasted it out hard. Roar. A fierce fire dragon flew out directly, showing its teeth and claws. They blasted hard at the water column that carried the terrifying freezing air and struck like lightning in an attempt to keep him away. Boom boom. On travel the fire was soaring into the sky and the heat was filling the air. A large number of ice cubes were ruthlessly evaporated directly. Aokiji's attack was easily blocked by Fallen Angel, Azazel. His face looked a little ugly. Ah ha ha ha, next. Witness Azazel's monstrous power. The clown Buggy, who had gradually calmed down, grinned proudly. He opened his arms and announced arrogantly, I, the clown Buggy, the president of the Cross Union, announce that the Cross Union will place a bounty on all Marine executives. Marshal Naval Headquarters, the head of Buddha Sengoku, 40 stars. Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral's Head, Mida star. The head of all Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, 5 stars. The head of all Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, 1 star. The head of all Naval Headquarters Commodore, half a star. A star is 100 million belly. Above, Chapter 210 Momosajiv's Shiryu, shocked Sengoku, first update. Hiss, he really put a bounty on Marine, Gulu? Buddy the clown, is he crazy? Does their cross guild really have that much money? Marshal Marine's 40 stars means 4 billion Baileys. The 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, each of them has a bounty of 3 billion belly. Even Vice Admiral has a bounty of 500 million belly on his head. This moment, people all over the world are watching the live broadcast. They all couldn't help but were in an uproar, opened their mouths wide and just stayed there. Shocked and speechless, I couldn't believe my ears. He stared blankly at the projection of the phone bug, the hateful figure with a red nose. No one can imagine that someone would dare to openly offer a bounty to all Marines. Even the Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku and the Naval Headquarters 3 Admirals are included. No one was left out, and all were rewarded. A whole. On the execution platform, Buddha Sengoku's face was livid, and he shouted angrily, Marines' justice cannot be blasphemed. All fleets, leave no one behind, sink them. Let these damn guys die in the sea. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Damn guy, just a pirate. How dare you put a bounty on Marine? What do you think of justice? Damn it, sink them. Fire, following the Buddha's Sengoku command. The battlefield at Marineford was filled with murderous intent. All Marines were angry and even more inexplicably panicked. One by one, with red eyes and frantically, they began to fire at the Cross Guild's fleet. Most of the warships surrounding Marineford, as well as the coastal defense guns, began to adjust their angles. Fierce bombardment was launched against the Cross Union fleet. Bang bang boom boom. You guys, fight back, bombard Marineford. A startled Buggy. Suddenly he became a little angry. He opened his arms and shouted orders there. Oh, oh. Captain Buggy, you are so great. How dare you risk the disapproval of the world and offer a reward to Marine? We will follow you all our lives. Advertisement. Everyone come on, fire, blast him. Marine is amazing. Captain Buggy put a bounty on her head. For a while. Prisoners of the Cross. After listening to the shocking declaration of Buggy, the president of the Cross Trade Union. Everyone's faces turned red, as if they had been given blood, and their aura was as high as ever. There was no fear at all, and they kept firing back without showing any signs of weakness. Cannons roared, smoke billowed, and flames shot into the sky. The fighting originally stopped, it ignited again. What an unexpected guy. Whitebeard looked at the clown Buggy in surprise, not expecting him to be so crazy. I just don't know if I'm really going to put a bounty on Marine. Let's just say it casually to make Marine angry, if you really plan to put a bounty on all Marines. Not to mention those from Admiral of Headquarters and above, Marines from Vice Admiral and below will definitely be targeted. Even some powerful pirates may join this carnival. By then, it would be no small sum of money. Young ones, don't let others look down upon you. Seeing the Cross Guild drew a fair share of Marines' firepower. Whitebeard did not hesitate, raised his naginata high, pointed it in the direction of the execution platform, and shouted loudly, Destroy Marine, rescue Ace. At this moment, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Cross Guild. Although there has been no formal dialogue between the two parties, they have reached a tacit understanding. Although I don't know whether the clown Buggy is an enemy or a friend, and whether he really came to save Ace. However, there is no doubt that the Cross Unions are now on the same side as them. It can be said that they are a temporary ally of the Whitebeard Pirates. The first goal is to defeat Marine first. Oh, oh. With the addition of the Cross Guild, countless New World pirates, holding weapons. The morale was high, full of excitement, and they rushed forward without fear of death. And Admiral Kizaru had to return to Crescent Bay to deal with the attack of the Whitebeard Pirates. Only Admiral Aokiji and Azazel fought fiercely there. The noodles were frozen directly. In addition, as of today, all Marine personnel who have officially retired and have separated themselves from Marine and world government. The clown Buggy laughed there. We, the Cross Guild, will no longer pursue all the crimes it has committed against the world in the name of despicable justice, but in fact, it has acted as a lackey of the world government, like massacring the innocent civilians of the Sabaody archipelago. The reward can be waived. Ah ha ha ha. You're just a pirate, stop making such nonsense. I don't know when. Admiral of Headquarters Alternate Momosagi is murderous. Asking for flowers 0, he had already rushed here through the sea that had just been frozen again by Aokiji. Advertisement, rang. The famous sword Jinpaluo was unsheathed like lightning. It tore apart the atmosphere and struck hard, a huge eye-catching slash. Extremely fierce, coming through the air, with unlimited murderous intent. Even the clown Buggy and others couldn't help but change their expressions. Some sweat broke out. Hey, at this time, Shiryu of Rain rushes out. In an instant, it transformed into a form with 3 heads and 6 arms and stopped there. The famous sword Thunderstorm instantly turned into 9, and was either held or bitten. Kang. The intertwined blades directly blocked the incoming slash and pushed it towards Jingshan. High in the air, the clouds were blown away. It was indescribably shocking. 0. 0 on the entire battlefield. Many people couldn't help but look sideways. Even Mihawk, who was standing on Crescent Bay, staring at Whitebeard with his sharp eyes and preparing to take action, was no exception. Looking at the figure with 3 heads and 6 arms and a ferocious face, I was a little surprised. Shiryu of Rain. What? Momosagi's pupils narrowed sharply. Looking at the monster like Shiryu of the Rain, I couldn't help but wonder. That guy's ability. Is that a monster? Shiryu, the former warden of Impel Down, Reign of Rain? Gulu. What kind of ability is that? With 3 heads and 6 arms, he looks like a monster coming out of hell. On the battlefield, countless Marines and pirates were shocked. Not to mention the people around the world who are watching the live broadcast. Looking at the ferocious Shiryu of the Rain with a somewhat unbelievable face, no different from a monster, I was horrified. I just feel my scalp is numb. You can't be wrong, that's the ability of the Ashura form of the Ren fruit and Phantom Beast species. On the execution platform, Buddha's Sengoku was shocked and recognized the power of Rain's Shiryu. Some people lost their voices in disbelief. Shiryu, why do you have it? He remembered correctly. The ability of the Phantom species Ashura's form. It should belong to the prisoner, Shira, Barbarossa Jax, who is frozen in eternal hell. Hey. Rain Shiryu smiled strangely. The 3 heads were extremely ferocious and full of arrogance. It's a long story. Why should he explain to Marine? Anyway, the drama has been played out enough, and these guys will naturally be able to investigate clearly by then. Chapter 211 Great Eruption. Doomsday Battlefield Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Kang, Chang, Bang. A boomer, everyone, come on. Destroy these pirates. Everything is for justice, justice will prevail. Kill these Marines. Rescue Ace, The whole battlefield. Unprecedented tragedy and chaos. The sound of gold and iron clashing, the sound of gunfire, shouts of killing, screams. Continuously echoing on the battlefield. Fires shot into the sky and smoke filled the air. Broken bodies and limbs were everywhere. The smell of blood makes people almost nauseous. Kill. The pirates under the Whitebeard pirate group all rushed forward without fear of death and charged towards Crescent Bay. Trying to get to the square in one go, fight to the execution platform, and save Fire Fist Ace. Pirates, don't even think about it, get through us first. Flying Squirrel, Jimir, Hua Shaoshan, etc. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. 567, led a large number of Marine elites to fight with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Stop them there. Call out. There was a flash of golden light. A dazzling laser beam shot out. Boom boom. A violent explosion was triggered instantly. The dozen or so charging pirates were directly submerged by the astonishing heatwave. It was flying like pieces of paper, screaming in agony. Kuai, the Whitebeard pirates, Perusalino tilted his mouth. The next moment, it turned into a large amount of light rain and rushed into the sky. Brush. Shunli's brilliance couldn't help but shine. He appeared high in the sky, staring at Whitebeard, who was standing there on the Moby DK with a naginata in hand, without taking any direct action. In this case, we can only capture the king first. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Shoo shoo shoo, all of a sudden. The sound of breaking through the air continued. A large number of dazzling light bombs poured out. Without mercy, he shot out continuously and intensively. Attack Whitebeard, who stands on top of the Moby DK like an undefeated god of war. It's Kizaru, Dad. The faces of all the pirates couldn't help but change drastically. Hey, it's a bit irritating, Whitebeard squinted. But he didn't wait for him to take action directly. A blue figure rushed up. It turned into the legendary phoenix, bathed in blue flames, and fluttered its wings to block it. Immortal Thistle. All of a sudden, advertisement. He released a large amount of green flames. It turned into a huge round shield and blocked it there. Boom. Shocked, light bullets bombarded him one after another. But they were all blocked. It's Marco the Phoenix. It is indeed the legendary ability. Bird Fruit Phantom Beast species Phoenix form. Next moment, Marco flapped his wings and flew out. Ignoring the light bullets that kept tearing apart his body. The body was constantly covered by cyan flames, and the injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. As if nothing happened, he rushed towards Perusalino in midair at an astonishing speed. He instantly turned into a human animal form, and his right foot turned into a bird's claw. By virtue of the inertia of high-speed flight, it carries a powerful impact force. Wrapping around Haki, kicking hard, crane claw. Boom. Wrapped around Haki's arm, easily blocked Marco's attack. Kizaru tilted his lips and said with a smile, Phoenix Marco, I have never seen such a bird before. Go away, Kizaru. Marco increased his strength and pressed hard. Wah. For a moment, a powerful and heavy blow. Let Perusalino fly out like a cannonball. It flew straight to the buildings on Crescent Bay below. Brush. But all of a sudden, Kizaru turned into golden light. Removed all power. Gathered together again, unscathed. It looks like it's not that easy to win. It seemed that he had no intention of fighting the Phoenix again. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and turned to remind the giant vice admiral. Giant troops, be careful to open the air. Oh, the vice admirals of the giant race have high morale. They all raised their weapons and responded loudly. Then, start taking steps, join the battlefield. That is, Hawkeye is about to take action. However, at this time, Marine screamed. Mihawk, who had been watching indifferently, suddenly stood up. Brush. The extremely gorgeous black sword Yi, which was carried on his back and inlaid with a large number of gems, was directly pulled out and held in his hand. Oh, are you going to take action? Hee. Doflamingo next to him was surprised. Hancock's eyes narrowed. The world's greatest swordsman, Eagle Eye. I just want to confirm the gap with the strongest man in the world. Hawkeye looked calm. His sharp eyes locked on Whitebeard on the Moby DK. The next moment, he stopped talking nonsense. The knife struck straight down. An extremely eye-catching slash. It tore through the ice like a piece of earth and blasted straight towards the Moby DK. Advertisement. It seemed as if the giant ship and Whitebeard on it were torn in half. Don't try to succeed, at this time. A figure rushed out. The two swords crossed each other and stopped there. Kang. The eye-catching slash was lifted up by him with all his strength. Rolled into the sky. Boom boom, there was a loud bang. The turbulent clouds were mercilessly penetrated. Shocking. Gulu. Hawkeye's slash was blocked. It's Foil Beasta, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Many Marine generals could not help but be shocked. No one expected that Hawkeye, who had always had his own way of doing things, would suddenly take action. Moreover, he was directly stopped by Foil Beasta. How lucky I am to be able to fight against you, the world's greatest swordsman, on such a battlefield. Foil Beasta looked straight ahead at the Eagle Eye with high fighting spirit. Said, he was holding two swords, running towards Hawkeye. Foil Beasta? Mihawk smiled, directly from Crescent Bay. Jump down. Clang gold and iron clash, blades clash. The two figures fought directly together. Get out of my way. Looking at the giants who joined the battlefield. The captain of the 3rd Division, Josie, yelled there. The diamond-shaped fist slammed into the water. Caw. Caw. In the blink of an eye, the huge ice surface cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge circular crack appeared there. If you have the guts, just block it for me. In everyone's shocked and incomprehensible eyes, 3.6. The huge ice block, which was many times larger than the giants, was actually lifted by Diamond Josie with his huge strength. After a back airdrop, he threw it directly into the square. Too exaggerated. Damn it, on the execution platform. Admiral of Headquarters Akainu, who had been sitting there, stood up directly. With thick smoke rising all over his body, his right fist turned into hot lava and hit the huge ice block that even the giants couldn't catch. Great eruption. The terrifying high temperature makes the air temperature continue to rise. It's unbearably hot. Boom boom. Exaggerated ice cubes. Directly penetrated, melted, and evaporated mercilessly. Makes your scalp numb. In the blink of an eye, huge fist of magma. Turned into countless volcanic bombs. Heading towards the battlefield in front of Crescent Bay, they came with a crazy bombardment. Boom boom, Chapter 212 Kaido arrives. Decisive Sengoku open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. Boom. Boom. On the battlefield on the right. Ice and fire are constantly colliding. Admiral Aokiji and the fallen angel Azazel had a fierce confrontation there. He didn't have the upper hand at all, and was even faintly suppressed. Ice cube storm pheasant mouth. Aokiji's whole body was filled with astonishing cold air. A huge ice bird was released from his right hand. Woo hoo hoo, accompanied by the biting cold wind, it flapped its wings carrying unimaginable freezing air. Everything he passed was frozen. Fire dragon. Azazel looked indifferently. With one punch, the blazing flames spread and turned into a huge fire dragon. Let the surrounding temperature rise sharply. Crack. Bang. With that huge ice bird, they collided hard. The two directly cancel each other out. Two figures rushed out again, fighting together. Boom boom. And on the other side, shocking slashes kept pouring out. Even Momoshage, the admiral candidate, also collided with Aim no Nozomi 23 Ru. But at this moment, Shiryu of Rain is not just one of the two aces of Impel Down in the past. He also gained the ability to form the Phantom Beast Ashura. With the adaptation and development of its own fruit abilities. The already quite strong strength has been able to be fully exerted. Compared with the battle with Fallen Angel, Azazel a few days ago, he has already improved to a higher level. Things are different now, despite Momosage's strength. One step ahead of Yuji Shiryu, slightly gaining the upper hand. But in a short time, it's hard to tell the winner between the two. Kill these Marines. Jihaha, Lousy wants to become a cadre of the Cross Guild. Everyone, come on, take off the head of Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku. Young men, pay back to these guys double the punishment you have suffered in the deep sea prison over the years. Those extremely fierce prisoners of the Cross Guild. Also directly under the leadership of Beryl, Bacchus Choate, Evil Government, Pizarro and other Eternal Hell powerhouses. Advertisement: only a few people were left behind, responsible for guarding the warships that would become the foundation of their Cross Guild and could not afford to lose. They rushed off the warship one after another, waving weapons. Stepping on the ice, he killed those Marines, not only to destroy Marine. Trying to seize more warships. Trouble, the battle plan is messed up. On the execution platform, looking at the bad battlefield, Buddha Sengoku frowned. He asked angrily and loudly, hasn't the live broadcast been cut off yet? Next battle plan. It may be too exciting for those people. But war never tires of deceit, and Sengoku doesn't think he did anything wrong. I'm very sorry, Marshal Sengoku, part of it has been cut off. Colonel Marine below was sweating profusely and his face was pale. He reported tremblingly. But during the recovery process, a few phone bugs were snatched away by prisoners disguised as Marine personnel in advance. What? Buddha's Sengoku was shocked and angry. I never expected that Buggy the Clown could be so sinister. Someone was sent to change into Marine's clothes beforehand. Snatched the phone bug, looking at the battlefield to the west. No matter, he is having a fierce battle with Fallen Angel, Azazel, Admiral Aokiji. Or the Admiral candidate Momosagi who fought against Shiryu of Rain. It seems that I can't get away in a short time. There's no way to get those phone bugs back easily. Damn it, it's too late. Change of plan, activate the siege wall immediately. There was no hesitation for long. His eyes quickly turned firm. Holding the phone bug, he said loudly, let the pacifists go out and kill the effective forces of the Whitebeard Pirates first. Once the siege wall is activated, Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed. Learn, Bulu, Bolo, at this time, in the pockets of countless Marine generals. The telephones rang one after another. Soon, new combat instructions began to be conveyed. A large number of Marines fought and retreated, begin to withdraw from the sea. Dad, their battle plan has changed. Marco flew to the Moby DK and reported to Whitebeard. It seems that Ace is going to be publicly executed in advance. If it weren't for the intervention of the Cross Guild, I would definitely feel that they wanted to make us make mistakes in a hurry. Advertisement. Whitebeard frowned, gazing at the Buddha's Sengoku on the execution platform in the distance. His eyes were full of determination, and he said in a deep voice, but now I believe that their plan has indeed been disrupted, and they have to focus on defense. Marco, please go ahead and attack with all your strength. Surge to the square in one breath, said. Whitebeard's eyes were stern. Marine held the naginata tightly and looked ahead with murderous intent. It's almost time for me to take action. The giant blue dragon? It's Kaido? 100 Beasts. Kaido is here. At this time, countless Marine pirates could not help but be shocked. Looking into the distance in disbelief, Whitebeard, Marco and others all looked over subconsciously. Only the direction to the left is visible. A huge green dragon was flying into the sky. Next to him, there was a black pteranodon. Everyone couldn't help but shrink. Oh, how can such a battle be without me, Kaido? 100 Beasts. Kaido? On the execution platform. Buddha's Sengoku changed color in shock. Damn it, this is trouble. It's not just this Marine Marshal. Even the resourceful, mature and prudent Vice Admiral, he could not help but change his expression. Originally, I heard that Kaido of the Beasts was in the first half of Grand Line. They, Marine, made plans and thought about the possibility of Kaido of the Beasts joining the war. But I never thought that such a big change would happen over there at Impel Down. Not only did Garp, the Marine hero, have to go there in person. Moreover, the clown Buggy also escaped from prison with a large number of prisoners and broke into the battlefield. Even the two major forces, Admiral Aokiji and Admiral candidate Momosagi, were restrained by the escaped prisoners of the Cross Guild. They also have to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, a group with huge power and extraordinary skills among their captains. Call. Buddha Sengoku's face was ashen and he clenched his fists. Now, I am afraid that even he, the Marine Marshal, will have to die personally. No need to wait. He waved his sleeves and was full of determination. Without hesitation, he shouted an order to the two executioners beside him. Execute Fire Fist Ace in public immediately. What? Chapter 213. The Straw Hat appears. He can only be handsome for 3 seconds. Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. What? Ace, damn Marine, don't you want to be trustworthy? Damn it, it's obviously not even time for execution. 1. For a while, the whole battlefield, countless pirates in the New World couldn't help but be shocked. After hearing the Buddha's Sengoku order, Fire Fist Ace must be executed in advance. The expression of a pirate named Whitebeard Pirate Group changed drastically, and he was a little frightened. Gritting his teeth, he was furious. Click, get Sengoku's command. The two executioners responsible for the execution took a stance there. Rumble. The ice rumbled and trembled. With a large number of Marine personnel, the retreat began to be completed. One after another, huge and towering surrounding walls rise into the sky in front of Crescent Bay. It is more than 10 meters high and stands firmly there. Stopped in front of the Whitebeard Pirates, that is. It's an iron wall. We are surrounded, damn it, those Marine guys. Do you want to rely on these things to stop us? How despicable. A pirate named Whitebeard Pirates was furious. One captain directly raised the rocket launcher and fired towards the extremely thick iron wall in front of him. As a result, the huge surrounding wall did not move at all. Only some charred marks can be left on it. Make countless pirates change their colors. Whitebeard, I will show you the fate of Fire Fist now. Buddha Sengoku's eyes were awe-inspiring and he shouted there. Seeing that Kaido, the beast, is about to rush forward. He couldn't care less. Sengoku, do you think I can stop it? Whitebeard looked sharply, somewhat furious, his right fist suddenly raised. Buzz, a dazzling halo enveloped the huge fist. It blasted into the atmosphere. Rumble, an astonishing shockwave. It tore apart the surface of the water like a torpedo. The huge shockwave collided hard with the extremely thick iron wall. Woohoo! Extremely powerful airwaves. Countless people in the entire square were unable to stand. A large number of marines who were too close screamed and were thrown away like pieces of paper. Whitebeard. On the execution platform, Buddha Sengoku had to stretch out his hand to block the strong wind pressure. However, he had personally tested it with his own shockwave to see how exaggerated the strength of these surrounding walls, which were built by the marine science team led by the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, spent a lot of resources and time. As an old rival of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku naturally knows Whitebeard's strength very well. He was sure that even Whitebeard's shock fruit would not be able to easily destroy these surrounding walls. So there was no panic and full confidence. What? Backquote. Not so. The next moment, the fierce wind pressure dissipated. In everyone's unbelievable eyes, the shockwave sent by Whitebeard was directly blocked by the extremely thick and huge iron wall. There is simply no way to destroy it directly. Advertisement. It only shook part of it to collapse. What? Dad's ability is blocked. Damn it, is this specially prepared for Dad's ability? Damn marine, so insidious. Seeing Whitebeard's abilities, none of them work. A famous pirate couldn't help being shocked, angry, and a little at a loss. However, the executioner on the execution platform has already begun to take action. Long knives are sold directly on high shelves there. Aimed at Fire Fist Ace. Ace, at this time, a pirate ship. It flew over directly from a distance. Everyone on the battlefield could not help but shrink their pupils. Opened his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, at the same time. Two sparks, coming through the sky like lightning. Marshal Sengoku, the marine, was in a daze and did not stop him immediately. Accurately shot the two executioners on the execution platform. Let them both scream. Fell there, that is. I saw the pirate ship coming clearly. There was also the figure of the leader standing on top, wearing a straw hat, and the blue veins on Buddha Sengoku's forehead popped out. Garp, it's your child again. Plop. Plop. Boom, countless marines and pirates stared at him in stunned silence. Thousand Sunny came across the sky and landed heavily in front of Crescent Bay, on top of the huge ice pit that Diamond Josie had just broken open and was filled with seawater. Crash. A large amount of water splashed. In the blink of an eye, the huge inertia caused the ship to bounce up as if it was floating on water, and it slid straight out. The expressions of the pirates along the way changed drastically, and they quickly got out of the way. At an astonishing speed, it crashed into the surrounding wall. Wow woo woo. It's going to end. Quick, stop it, Frankie. The wind comes in sprays. On the pirate ship, there were constant screams. Suddenly, Thousand Sunny's lion head suddenly erupted with strong wind pressure. The entire ship barely stopped before hitting the surrounding wall. Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others above, scared to tears. Hey, is this appearance too exaggerated? Aokiji was horrified as he watched the incoming Strawhat Pirates fighting against Fallen Angel, Azazel. I can't help but feel a little headache. Are the Straw Hats too reckless? What kind of place do you think this is? Can you come here whenever you want? If two grandchildren were lost in one day, then he simply couldn't imagine that Vice Admiral Garp would go crazy. Kuai, the Straw Hat Pirates, Kizaru was full of surprise, mouthing. Straw Hat Boy, outside Crescent Bay, on a battlefield. Staring at the Straw Hat Pirates ship. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is the Great Vortex Spider, Skuyard. Akainu's eyes were cold, he clenched his smoking fist, and said with murderous intent, the grandson of the hero Garp and the son of the revolutionary Long must also be completely eliminated. Straw Hat, on the sea. Advertisement on the warship of the Cross Guild. Clown Buggy's eyes almost popped out. Recognizing the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Straw Hat Kid was the culprit who suddenly got him impelled down. I never expected that the other party would be so brave. Even New World dares to intervene in such a battlefield without breaking into it. Ace, I'm here to save you, at this time, Thousand Sunny above. Luffy jumped directly onto the towering observation tower there. There he screamed at Fire Fist Ace on the execution platform. Luffy looked at his brother. Fire Fist Ace was full of excitement and shouted, why do you have to come here? Get out of here. I have my adventures, you have yours, and I have my companions to save me. There is nothing more embarrassing for you to save me. I don't care about this, I'm your brother. Luffy clenched his fists. There he said loudly regardless. What, Fire Fist's younger brother? Fire Fist Ace still has brothers? Does Roger have a second son? The whole place was stunned, whether it's those marines or those prisoners. Even apart from the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the New World Pirates who don't know about it are no exception. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground, somewhat unbelievably voiceless. Strawhat Luffy, that man is Fire Fist Ace's sworn brother. On the execution platform, Buddha Sengoku shouted angrily, but his other identity is the son of the world's most vicious criminal, the revolutionary Long. Changes happened again and again. Marshal Marine's heart was filled with anger. At this moment, I was completely angered by the audacious behavior of Straw Hat crew. He ordered loudly and murderously. Both of these brothers have sinful blood flowing through them. We must not let them leave here alive. Nani, the son of Revolutionary Long? Is Straw Hat Luffy's background so big? The son of the Pirate King and the son of the Revolutionary Dragon became two brothers? Gulu, is it true or false? For a while, on the battlefield, there was silence. Countless people stared blankly at the Straw Hat crew. Even the Marines couldn't believe it, inexplicably shocked. Ace's brother, aboard Moby DK. Whitebeard stared at the Straw Hat Luffy, looked at the somewhat familiar Straw Hat, and couldn't help but chuckle. What a reckless brat. Straw Hat Luffy is really surprisingly energetic. See Fire Fist Ace's execution being prevented. Phoenix. Marco on the side breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. However, his arrival has also helped us. Marco, take care of him later, Whitebeard nodded. Holding the Naginata, he ordered Marco beside him. Don't let this reckless kid die. I got it, Dad, but that's it. Marco just nodded in agreement. The words have not yet finished. Whoosh, suddenly, a loud roar broke through the air. The light was dazzling, and Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others looked up in shock. A strong laser beam shot towards Thousand Sunny. Boom boom. Ah. Submit, advertisement chapter 214 Kaido. Let's make a scene. Whitebeard. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Boom boom. No surprises. Not long after launching the boat, the sun shines brightly. It was directly hit by the dazzling laser beam and exploded instantly. The extremely violent explosion, accompanied by a rolling heatwave, directly submerged everyone in the Straw Hats. Kicked them away violently, it's Admiral Kizaru's sudden upheaval. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were able to react. Looking at the figure wearing the Cloak of Justice, standing on top of the surrounding wall not far away, slowly lowering his right hand. They all couldn't help but turn pale with fright, some were frightened and angry. Straw Hat crew, really shocked. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets. He tilted his mouth and spoke slowly. Marine came to the scene to search for your whereabouts, but he fell into the trap himself. Luffy on the execution platform. Fire Fist Ace shouted. Kizaru. Marco turned directly into a phoenix. He fluttered his wings and flew up, glaring at Perusalino. Ahem. Thousand Sunny, damn guy, so despicable. Our ship. The disgraced and embarrassed Straw Hat crew. They got up one after another and looked at Thousand Sunny, which had been torn apart and burning. Everyone opened their mouths wide, some in disbelief. Frankie, looking at Frankie who seemed a little unacceptable. Zoro on the side was holding a pair of swords and said in a deep voice, there is no time to mourn for the sunshine. This is a battlefield. Sanji lit a cigarette and said calmly, didn't we already be aware before coming here? Yes. Frankie clenched his fists tightly. Although he had worked hard to build the pirate ship, it was destroyed like this. But now is really not the time to be sad. I'm sorry, Thousand Sunny. Luffy pressed the Straw Hat, there raised his head. Kizaru clenched his fists and stared upward. That hateful guy, I will definitely beat him away. Kuai, Straw Hat boy. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets. Squinting his eyes, he looked at Luffy and said with a smile, but if you don't have strength, just relying on blood and bravery is useless, but it may kill your companions. Fire. Destroy these pirates. They must not be allowed to rush into the square. At this time, with those Marine Vice Admiral orders, CDBG. Advertisement the well-trained Marine elites all started to get busy. A series of black large-caliber heavy cannons adjusted their angles and aimed at the pirates in the slag. One after another, there was merciless firing, bang bang. On the ice in front of Crescent Bay. Faced with continuous bombardment, the three pirates were dodging. Cannons roared and fire shot into the sky, facing Marines' relentless attack. From time to time, pirates were unable to dodge and were either hit by stray bullets or directly hit by artillery fire. He was killed on the spot. Broken bodies and limbs flew everywhere. Akainu, melt the ice for me so that they have nowhere to stand and nowhere to escape. There is still some distance to see Kaido, the beast. Buddha Sengoku's eyes are cold, there he shouted his orders. Meteor volcano. I don't know when it started. Akainu has returned to the execution platform. Braving hot lava, his fists suddenly punched towards the sky. In everyone's shocked and incomprehensible eyes, a large number of magma fist prints flew into the sky. The billowing smoke made the sky a little dark, that is, blocked there by a huge surrounding wall. For a while, I couldn't rush forward directly, so I could only dodge the rain of bullets and cannonballs from the Straw Hat crew. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes and stared blankly at the sky where the rumbling sound came. Nani? It's a volcanic bomb, damn it. How is this going? Next moment, every eyeball almost popped out. His face turned pale with fright, tears flowed down his face, and he was frightened and uneasy. Because there are countless volcanic bombs that are billowing thick smoke and extremely red, continuously bombarded down towards Crescent Bay. Boom boom. Hi, all of a sudden. It's like the end of the world. Throughout Crescent Bay, countless pirates were panicking and running around. Dodge the volcanic bombs that continuously fall from the sky at an astonishing speed. One after another, the astonishing volcanic bombs directly cause the ice to crack and turn into boiling seawater. The frozen ice surface is constantly being evaporated and melted by the terrifying high temperature. Countless pirates were screaming there. Many people were directly hit by volcanic bombs, leaving no trace of their bodies. Advertisement: many people even lost their foothold due to the continuous melting of the ice and fell into the sea. Even the two wing ships next to the Moby Dick, they were all directly hit by volcanic bombs. A raging fire broke out. Wow, it's so scary, it's going to end. Is this the real battlefield? And Nami, Chopper, Usopp, they screamed in panic. All of them could not help but turn pale and shed tears. He couldn't help but feel the cold air coming out, making his whole body feel chilly. Is this the battlefield? They finally realized it personally? What did Ren mean when he said it back then? He doesn't have enough strength, so he just wants to save people with his passion. It's simply a death wish. Oh. At this time, the giant green dragon came across the sky. It was as if the sky was obscured by that huge body and became dim. Countless people couldn't help but break out in cold sweats, creating great pressure. Even Akainu, the Marine Admiral, couldn't help but stop the attack subconsciously. His eyes were stern and full of vigilance. Kaido. What is it? Usopp's eyes widened, a little frightened. Gulu, I have never seen such a creature. Nami, Chopper and others couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Zoro looked at the giant green dragon with stern eyes, and said in a deep voice. That's the New World 4 Emperors, 100 Beasts Kaido, that Ren once mentioned, right? Ace, Luffy didn't care about that. A little embarrassed, he clenched his fists tightly and looked at the towering surrounding wall, full of anxiety. Afraid that Marine would publicly execute Ace again. Several times he tried to borrow Rubber Fruit's ability to rush forward. As a result, he was directly attacked by the Marines who were waiting for him above. Forced to retreat. What a mess, Whitebeard, blow out in one breath. Knock away the incoming volcanic bombs. The giant green dragon looked down. Boom. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's Naginata crosses. Blocked the incoming volcanic bomb and threw it away directly. He looked directly at the sky, looking directly at Kaido, the beast, with sharp eyes. Are you also coming to take Laozi's head, Kaido? Laozi has no interest in you, an old guy who is half dead. The Cyan Dragon. The huge figure was shrinking there. The tall figure and exaggerated muscle lines make people intimidated. Landing in front of Whitebeard. Bang! He punched the mace covered with barbs. Kaido, 100 Beasts, was full of fighting spirit. He laughed at Whitebeard in front of him and said, such a great battlefield, let's join forces and make a big fuss, Whitebeard. Oh. Chapter 215. Surprised Beasts. 3 Lunaria Clan. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. Kaido. UB ***************** D. What are you doing here, on the execution platform? Buddha Sengoku's expression changed drastically. There he glared at Kaido, the beast, and shouted angrily. Do you want to declare war on Marine? Hurry up and claim your territory honestly. Oh, Sengoku, Laozi really won't leave today. If you can, just kill Laozi. Kaido, the beast, laughed arrogantly. He looked at Whitebeard next to him, bared his teeth and asked. What do you say, Newgate? Gu la la la. Okay, Whitebeard stared at the beasts. Baring his teeth, he showed no intention of refusing. No matter what the purpose of Kaido of the beasts is. As long as you are an enemy of Marine, you are a temporary ally. Gulu, is it true or false? 100 Beasts and Whitebeard have joined forces? Are we going to have to deal with 2 of New World's 4 Emperors at the same time? Over there's Buggy the Clown. Even Admiral was held back by those guys from the Cross Guild. Countless Marines. Can't help but change color in shock. I became a little panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. The addition of a Cross Guild destroyed half of Marine's advantage. If there is another beast, Kaido, it's unimaginable. Hateful. That be ********** D Kaido. It's not just the bottom Marine. Rao are the generals at Naval Headquarters. They couldn't help but feel their hearts sink, and their faces were extremely ugly. Boom. Boom boom. At this time, the heat is rolling. The flames were blazing. Amazing collision. There was a terrible explosion. Advertisement of violent storm swept across there. The powerful impact caused the earth to collapse and crack. The Marines and pirates who were too close around them all screamed in panic, and were violently thrown away like pieces of paper. On the battlefield on the right, Aokiji's ice-covered fist wrapped around Miende's armament hockey. He struck hard with Fallen Angel, Azazul's flaming fist seal. The two people retreated directly and faced each other there. Noticing Kaido, Fire Calamity, Jin, and others, Aokiji was stunned and said, there's a great guy here. Is that Kaido, the governor of the Beasts Pirates, and the descendants of my Lunaria tribe? Aazil's calm eyes stared at the Moby Dick in the Crescent Bay. Looking at Whitebeard, there was a tall figure with a violent and intimidating aura, as well as Flame Calamity Ember, which was carrying jet black wings and his whole body was tightly wrapped. Ren once mentioned to him the beast Kaido and the melding situation. On this sea, they are probably the only 3 survivors of the Lunaria clan. Oh, hey, there are actually other strong Lunaria tribesmen on this sea. I'm really shocked. At the same time, attracted by the huge movement, Kaido, the beast, looked at the fallen angel, Aazil, who was confronting Admiral Aokiji, and was a little surprised. Previously, he, Jin and Lafitte did not watch the live broadcast at all because they were in a hurry. Therefore, the origin of the other party is not clear. Your Majesty the Governor. The former navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates, Lafitte, who was subdued by Kaido, and Baku both landed on the Moby Dick skewer, came to Kaido of the Beasts, looking at Yuan's figure with wings on his back and flames burning behind his head. He swung his cane and said with a smile, "It's indeed a bit unexpected." The tall Jin standing there said nothing. His eyes were fixed on fallen angel, Aazil, a little unbelievable. He never expected that except for his nephew Ren, there were other Lunaria tribesmen surviving in the world. Moreover, the strength is unbelievably strong. Call. At this time, a blue figure fluttered its wings and came. It turned into a human form and landed behind Whitebeard. There was a faint confrontation with Yan Calamity Jin and Lafitte. "It's Phoenix, Marco. I heard that he is a powerful man from the Lunaria tribe who was frozen and imprisoned in eternal hell for attacking the celestial dragons 100 years ago. He is indeed incredibly powerful." Although he was a little wary and defensive about Kaido of the Beasts and Flame Calamity, he still introduced them there. Even marine admirals like Aokiji didn't have any benefit in his hands. So that's it. Kaido of the Beast's eyes burned brightly. Advertisement staring at the fallen angel, Aazil in the distance, he was full of admiration. Oh, he has lived for so long without dying, and can he still exert such a powerful force test? What a terrifying monster. Gu la la la, if you want to recruit him, I advise you to give up, Kaido. Whitebeard glanced at Kaido, and bluntly revealed the other person's thoughts. He is different from the Fire Calamity Brad next to you. Did you see that red nose? His name is the Clown Buggy. Like the red hair, he was once a trainee pirate of the Roger Pirates. He just escaped from Impel Down with the prisoners, announced the establishment of the Cross Guild, and also threatened to there as a bounty for Marine. That guy named Fallen Angel, Aazil, is the vice president of the Cross Guild. Buggy the Clown? Guild of the Cross? Like red hair, they were both trainee pirates of the Roger Pirates? It's not just Kaido of the Beasts himself. Jin and Lafitte, who were on the side, were both a little shocked and inexplicable. Are these all prisoners of Impel Down? Lafitte, in particular, couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Only then did he notice that most of the guys fighting Marine on the battlefield west of Marineford were wearing prison uniforms. So, was that Clown Buggy the first to get there? As a result, his Captain Blackbeard's original plan may completely come to nothing. He was still a little cautious at first, thinking about taking the opportunity to get rid of the Beast's pirates and find Blackbeard to continue assisting them, but he decisively changed his mind. Completely given up on Blackbeard, Buggy the Clown? Kaido was surprised, looking at the majestic Clown Buggy on the warship on the sea. Oh, I don't know how my strength compares to the red hair. Damn Kaido, so you are determined to go to war with Marine. On the execution platform, he glared at Kaido of the Beasts, who was standing next to Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. Buddha's Sengoku's face was livid, he clenched his fists tightly, and ordered loudly. Akainu, let me continue the attack, destroy the Moby Dick, completely melt the ice, and leave them with no place to stand. Certainly, Akainu's eyes were cold and murderous. With heat boiling all over his body, he said coldly, "They are all rotten pirates anyway, kill as many as they come, there is nothing to hesitate." Huh. No hesitation. Accompanied by a violent crackling sound, the magma-formed fists blasted toward the sky crazily. Meteor volcano. Whoosh. A large number of volcanic bombs continued to blast into the sky. In the gray sky, magma fistprints shot after shot, violently rubbing the atmosphere. Like a meteor shower, it carries the tendency of falling. It blasted hard towards Crescent Bay. Unstoppable. Boom boom. Soil.